Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're in Houston. Lance is in L.A. and getting ready for the NFL draft. He's got a lot of stuff to bring to the table today. We got a lot of Texan sound from the presser yesterday. D'Amico, Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud all met the media, so we will have a lot of that sound for you today. And we've got Astros baseball to talk. We've got Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown is absolutely on fire. Hunter Brown is humping it. He threw his second, I think it was his second to last pitch at 99 last night. Mm-hmm. He is ridiculous right now. 24 straight innings without giving up a run. And he just cruised. Two-hitter. We also saw Forrest Whitley with 2 strikeouts in 2 innings, and he hit 97. I mean...
Wait. There was a Forrest Whitley sighting?
Forrest Whitley. And he hit 97, and he didn't give up a hit.
He's not suspended.
And he struck out 2
He's
in
not
2 innings.
Injured. It's kind of a modern miracle that Forrest Whitley had a 2-inning appearance and a clean sheet with the Houston Astros. I mean, honestly, if you think about it, this is kind of a cool story. It's actually a really cool
Have you
story.
ever seen
Forrest Whitley? No.
No. Have you ever seen a team have more patience with a player?
Well, I don't think. Well, no.
Lance McCullers is getting there, but
you have no choice.
But Lance had a history with the team. Lance had
no choice with Lance.
World Series wins. Lance struck out or got 26 in 40 Yankees in a row with curveballs or something.
He's under guaranteed contract.
Yeah,
I mean there's no patience. They could have cut bait with Forrest Whitley long ago.
Oh my God!
No, this is in my entire life. I'm trying to think, because in Astros baseball, Rockets basketball, Houston Oilers, Houston, and it's not going to be football. You don't have like that kind of patience doesn't last. This is probably the most patience I've ever seen with. Some people will say Adam Everett or Maldonado or whatever, but. No, this is probably the most when you consider what he's been through, the suspension for illegal drugs, the injuries, the poor performance, after being a highly touted prospect for so long. This is the longest, and Hunter Brown is a story today. Certainly we're going to talk a lot about Hunter Brown, but Forrest Whitley on this team and potentially making an impact is actually a tremendous comeback story. Kind of like John Singleton's comeback story. It's in a different way, but Forrest Whitley's now 27 years old. We were talking about Forrest Whitley 6 and 7 years ago, if I remember correctly. It's been that long.
Or even more. It's been ridiculous how long this has taken. And yet the Astros stuck with him. He was one of the untouchables. He and Kyle Tucker, you can't have them. Sorry, beat it.
Then no one wanted to touch him.
Then it was like, who would touch him? Who's going to touch them? Okay, nobody wants to touch him. And now in rehab after rehab.
John, 16 draft. He was the 17th pick in the 16 draft.
Yeah, it's 9 years.
This is 9 years later.
He's been in the Astros organization for 9 years. Now, this isn't his first appearance. It's his first appearance this year. But holy crap. If this guy, he ain't a kid no more.
I was 27.
How many?
He's older than Jeremy Pena.
27. Let's see. I've got to see how many. What total?
You remember, what year do you think Forrest Whitley was suspended those 50 games for drugs?
Oh, that would have had to have been 18?
Yep, 18.
18. Yeah.
18. It was that long ago.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the great stories of patience in sports history.
He had the ulnar collateral surgery in 2021, which is also known as Tommy John. That's what you may know it as. I call it a UCL. And and then he wasn't very good after that. It is a terrific story if he can come back and be a factor all year long. If he can be a good pitcher this year, It'd be a phenomenal story, a great comeback story, a John Singleton caliber comeback story. Only Singleton's left baseball and went to play in Mexico and then made his way back. But Forrest Whitley, kind of a, it's an interesting track to be the first pick of the 17th pick of the 2016 draft. And maybe this is his first year where he is a full-time pitcher in the bigs. Be a cool story.
How many total innings has Forrest Whitley pitched in his 9 years in the organ at the big league level?
Oh, I mean, less than 12.
5.1.
Yeah, it's hardly any. He's only made a few appearances.
And 2 of those 5.1 were last night.
5.1. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's not really. Yeah, he's appeared before. I know he's appeared. He appeared last year, maybe even the year before. But
no, just last year.
This is really the first time that we've seen Forrest Whitley extended at all beyond an inning. And by the way, it hasn't always been great when he's come in games in his short amount of time. This is really a cool story if he can keep this up.
Yep.
But Hunter Brown is becoming the ace, period. And potentially one of the aces in the league. This could be the year where we, he's been through some ups and downs, but they got him right in terms of his pitch choice. We know that was kind of famous. He eliminated, what was his change, I guess, that he eliminated, or was it the slider? I'm trying to remember the pitch that he eliminated where he just stopped throwing it. I'll check on Fangraphs, but they famously kind of found and said, hey, why don't you just stop throwing this pitch altogether? And then all of a sudden he was good again. And he went from being a guy that we thought was going to have to go back down to the minors. He was this close to going back to the minors. Then he got it together the second half of the year. And right now, I mean, as you mentioned, he is on an absolute tear and really in command, tremendous command, tremendous confidence on the mound, and really truly developing into the ace. It'd be nice if I think Fromber is going to be fine. I'm not really worried about Fromber. Having 2 guys like that, if you can just get the bats going, and yesterday was a good start, but if you can just keep the bats engaged, 2 ace starters and just decent pitching from 3 and 4, and you win a division. I mean, that's all it's going to take to win the division, because Hunter's that good and Fromber can be that good. Not many teams can come with that kind of stuff. Not in this division, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. It was a great night. Listen, Zach, you know what's cool is
here in LA, all they had talked about, is this true? Because sometimes we get stuff here and I don't even know if it's true. It's so early in the morning right now. And then, we're on Pacific time, so things don't travel as fast coming from Central to Pacific. But did Yainer get a hit? Yes, that's what everyone was talking about. Yainer got a hit. And I'm like, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait until I hear it from Central time zone.
He didn't look good early on, but he did. He shot a ball into right field and got himself a little knock, a little 1 for 4.
Well, that's great. So the rumors were true. He's
got his OPS up over 400.
Oh, good.
Yep.
Good for him.
Yep. So you can stop all of the negativity. His OPS is over 400 now. I've
always said you can't get to a 500 OPS unless you first get to 400.
Well, 410. He's at 410 right now. So,
and there was also a rumor that everyone kept talking about, like, Lance, did you hear Jake Myers is hitting the 5-hole? I said, this is no. First of all, stop saying things like that. That cannot be true. My dad's head is going to explode. And then, is that also true? Because this is what they're talking about here on the West Coast. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah. Jake is one of your best hitters, so you're going to have to your dad's just.
How did he do yesterday? One of our best hitters.
Jake Myers was 0 for 4 yesterday.
Oh, okay, but he didn't strike out, did he?
Yeah, he struck out 3 times. But
get him back in the 8-hole.
This is not exactly.
No, I'm messing with Jake. Jake's been good so far.
No, this is not exactly Moises Alou in the 5-hole or Jeff Kent in the 5-hole. This is Jake Myers in the. This is
where
what
we
it's
are
come
this
down
year,
to.
though. Yeah,
Jake Myers in the 5-hole. This is how bad it is.
It's 11-11. It's not what we're used to. And actually, this is what we're used to. It just doesn't feel like it.
Yeah.
You went through this the other day. This is actually how they start most years.
This is 6 straight years where they started 7-9 or worse.
I'm a lot less cocky as an Astros fan this year. That's the difference.
No. This team is not the same. But Zach DeZenzo, what a nice night, man. Dude hit one off the right field wall, pulled one down the left field line, a double. He looked really, really good at the plate. And I love it. Joe Spada said, well, he's starting again tomorrow. That's right. He's going to start again. But you know what? You get rewarded. How hard is it for him to sit there all of this time and then come into a game, in a game situation, knock, RBI, starts a rally. He's the biggest part of that big inning that they, well, but you know, a 4-run inning for the Astros is like crazy. That's crazy. So Zach DeCenzo, not only in the middle of it, but he was the catalyst for the whole thing. So he gets another start today, which is nice. And you know what? Just keep hitting, Zach, and they're going to have to put you out there. They're going to have to put you out there because right now Jake Myers is in the 5-hole. Right now, Jake Myers is your 5-hole hitter. That's what we're looking at as a team, as in team building right now. Yainer Diaz has got a OPS just over 400. Cam Smith, the rookie, might be your best hitter on your team. He might be your best hitter on your team.
Nah.
Well, Jose Altuve is coming down to him. Jose Altuve has been coming down to him. He was 1 for 3 yesterday, had a couple of RBIs, but they're not far off. The two of them are not far off right now.
Only about 70 batting, only about close to 70 points in batting average.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's quite a bit. We know the two best are Altuve and Jordan. After that,
well, I don't know. Isak is
because ain't nobody going to say Jake Myers and Jordan. I mean, and Yiner's not proving anything. So, but Cam actually, I mean, Cam's numbers, if you subtract the first 10 games, are way different.
Oh yeah.
You know, Cam, I mean, that's why it feels that way, is on the yeah, you're probably right. And if you say, hey, over the second half of the season, which has been 10 games, 11 games, he has been and that's actually true. He has been one of the best hitters for you during that time frame.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I mean, that's accurate. He's got, I mean, actually starting in that Mariners game, April 8th, you look at him: 1 hit, 2 hits, 2 hits, no hits, 1 hit, no hit, 1 hit, no hit, 2 hits, 1 hit, 1 hit, 1 hit. I mean, it's been he brought his average during that time from 143 up to 237. It's been good. He just needed a little time to acclimate. Hey, if he's acclimated after 22 games as a rookie, forget about it.
And not only
that's phenomenal.
He's playing a nice right field too.
Yeah, it looks like he knows how to play right field. Yeah. He is punching out a little bit, which I guess is to be expected. You know, he's gonna punch out some. He's punched out in 6 straight games. 8 strikeouts during that time, but he's also getting hits. So whatever, you strike out. It's not, just come through with some RBIs is going to be the key. And RBI totals 10. He's had a 4 RBI game where he had that strong performance the other day with 2 cam. They're calling them cam shots.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
Uh-huh.
They call them a cam shot. You got to be careful on the broadcast if you're saying that's a cam shot. You got to make sure you get your valves right. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, wow. We got to break
No, I'm just saying that's what they were. Yeah.
Break it as, Cam is explosive. The cam shot. That was
you can just know Sparksy wants to say something. You just know it.
Oh, I know. Sparky is.
Sparky is. He's just. There's another cam shot, Robert Ford. I don't know if we should say that. I just off the air, Robert Ford is. Well, that's something maybe we shouldn't say. Well, I'm going to call them cam shots. Oh, Sparky, okay. I hope we win the division again, because I'm going drinking. I'm immediately going to go tell him, but I'm going to say a different word. Don't do it, Sparky.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Let's break. And if you want to get in, we've got Texans to talk. We got NBA playoffs to talk. We've got Astros, whatever it is that you want to get in on, 713-780-3776. Right now, we got Aqueduct Plumbing. We got Billy Brown. We got, did you see Shaq walk off the set yesterday? In the middle, they were all talking, and Shaq just had to go. Shaq just kind of walked out of there slowly. Something was going on. I'm afraid. I have a feeling that the TNT studios, they needed Billy Brown there. because Shaq in that bathroom after having to leave the set. I'm telling you, you got to have Billy Brown on your side. Okay, I don't know if Billy Brown goes all the way to Atlanta. I'm not sure how far reaching he is. I do know he covers this entire area, and I do know that if you have any issues whatsoever plumbing wise, Billy Brown's the guy for you, right?
I'm watching the video now. I mean, I pray for that toilet. Billy Brown is. Listen, there's just things you don't want to do. There's things you're not equipped to do. There's things you don't want to do. You just don't do it. Billy Brown does it. Billy Brown's crew does it. I've had the same guy come out for all of my major issues and a couple of which has been two smaller ones. It's the same guy. He's phenomenal. He keeps the same workers because they do great jobs. They're very transparent with their pricing. They're transparent with their work. They offer very fair pricing, and you're not going to get screwed by them, and the work's going to be done right the first time. You don't have to have someone else do the work a second. They have to be the cleanup crew that comes in to do a second job. They did that with me with one of the pipes that they had to dig up and relay in the backyard. Don't make the mistake I did before I knew about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Call them the first time, get it right the first time. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. We got a lot of sound from the Texans yesterday. And a couple of my favorites, D'Amico, talking about the guys, about player availability, who they're going to take, need versus ability. I like it. I'm not sure that it's all that accurate. They've got to have offensive linemen. They almost have to draft with the 25th pick or wherever they pick in the first round, unless they're not. Sometimes they'll move down if they think a good guy is still going to be there, or they're not afraid to move up. Nick is not
22 trades over the last, 4 years or something.
Yeah.
Nick and Howie Roseman have been the most active general managers over, and was one of those time frames.
Yeah.
Based on how the board should fall, I think the Texans can sit tight at 25, and if you look at, I don't know if Josh Simmons is on their board or not. That's the offensive tackle. He's the most talented. I think I said this on the air yesterday. DJ Bieniemy came into into my office on Friday, and we watched tape, and he wanted to see some offensive linemen. We were showing it to him, and it started off with Kelvin Banks. Then we went to Will Campbell. Will was more athletic than Kelvin Banks. Then we went to Josh Simmons. It was like, and it was a reminder for me because I'd watched him so much earlier, like early December, and I was like, holy crap. And DJ goes, man, this guy's you can tell a huge difference between him and the other two. And it was a stark difference. It's a real reminder that Josh Simmons is the most talented tackle in this draft. And it's really not even that close from an athletic standpoint, a body type standpoint, traits, all that. But he's coming off a patella injury. There have been I've heard conflicting stuff that some of the school administrators, the one who wanted him to go to class, beat him up, but that the coaches are okay with him. Then I heard, no, he has got a work ethic problem. I don't know what it is. I just know that Donovan Jackson from Ohio State, Tyler Booker, guard from Alabama, Gray Zabel, guard center from North Dakota State, Armand Membu, tackle from Missouri, Will Campbell, tackle from LSU, Kelvin Banks, tackle from Texas. Those 6 should all be on the board for the Texans. I think only 5 of them at the most go before the 25th pick. So the way I see it, somebody should be, and if they have Josh Simmons on the board, then, and he was at 25, they'd almost be crazy.
You said all 6 of them should be on the board for the Texans.
Should be on the board on the Texans draft board.
Okay.
Meaning
they're not going to be on the board when the Texans draft.
No, I think 1 to 2 of them will be on the board. I think Gray Zabel's probably going to be off the board. I think he's going to be the first off the board of those teams, potentially to as early as to Cincinnati at 17. So I think that, by the way, I was looking at some of the prop. Somebody sent me some props for the draft props, and they seem to, I think they got it pretty hammered out this year. I don't know if you guys who do that kind of stuff are going to make any money on it, but because they do things like, all right, over under for, I'll get back to the offensive line for a second. Over under on Shedeur Sanders, 8.5. And you'd think, oh, it's going over that. Yeah. -410.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's not even worth it for you. But so I think Tyler Booker could be on the board still from Alabama. And I think that would be a perfect fit for the Texans. I can't stop thinking that his personality and his leadership is exactly and toughness and bodyguard mentality for CJ Stroud is exactly what, the Alabama head coach is going to like about this Alabama guard. So that's the guy to watch. I've been telling you guys that. Gray Zabel first. Well, no, Tyler Booker, I think first, and Gray Zabel. And then, if they're both off the board, maybe Donovan Jackson goes there at 25. I'd take him. I'd take Donovan Jackson. We're having Donovan Jackson on the air today at 9:00. Ohio State guard is going to join us, and he's my top-rated guard in this draft. And I'm excited about the potential of them drafting Donovan Jackson. My guess is that they've got Booker on the brain, but the more talented, more athletic guy might be Donovan Jackson. So we'll see what happens. But I'm with you. I think offensive line, the way it shapes up, I don't think Nick needs to trade up, but I wouldn't be shocked if he did. My first mock, I had him trading up to 16 with Arizona, And I could see Arizona trading back again. Monty Ossenfort and Nick have made a trade before. They made a big trade before, so they've got a relationship and a personality together on draft day. So I could see them, Nick going up to 16 again if he wants to get a tackle, if one of those tackles fall. But right now, the talk behind the scenes, as I continue to tighten up where I think guys are going to go, I think that these tackles go way there. I think Kelvin Banks goes earlier than people think, and there's a chance that the top 3 tackles are all off the board by the first 10 picks. And then if Josh Simmons isn't on your board for whatever reason, then, you're out of the tackle business then. But if you do get a tackle, Trent Brown's contract is not guaranteed. So, and it's not even big anyway. It's tiny. So there's no, just because you signed Trent Brown, that's not keeping you from drafting a tackle. Not at all.
No. No. They're definitely in the market for a tackle guard.
Cam Robinson's there for this year. Like, I don't think Cam's going anywhere, but I don't think. I mean, he's got left tackle experience, but Trent Brown is just that's just more competition in case you don't land a tackle.
Exactly. 713-780-3776. Let's hear from D'Amico on that very subject, picking a player that maybe isn't a need.
That's always the big talk in the draft, like need, best available. For us, we're going to take the best guy on the board. We won't just pass up a top player on our board just because we have a need at a certain position. It's okay to enhance and have a really strong position group if the draft falls that way. So you go in, there's no handcuffs on, hey, we have to draft this certain position and we're stuck at only looking at this position. No, we have a broad view of how we want to enhance our team, and it's not just looking at it, and I guess in a tight lens of it's only one way. Like if it's a position there, if it's a player that can really change our team, like we're going to take that guy. So that's where we talk about not truly drafting for need. We want to take the best players on our board.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's all good. That's all fine and good. It would be a little shocking if they took even if Egbuka is their top guy on their board. I think it would be a little shocking if they took him there. They've got to protect CJ, and CJ's got to know that they're putting everything into it.
Mm-hmm. I think Egbuka is a consideration now.
An Ohio State guy would.
Yeah. And he's very clean. He's a clean prospect. Great football character, elite football character, hard worker, swarm mentality, position of need. I mean, there's a lot but I'm with you because of the amount of it'd have to be a run on offensive lineman. To me, there'd have to be a run on offensive lineman for them to turn to Egbuka. If there's still one of those 6 offensive linemen on the board that I mentioned, I'd be really surprised if they didn't take that first, because it's not a great year for guard or tackle. It's really not a good year for tackle. So if you don't take one in the first round, I mean, you can take one in later rounds, but it's kind of like going with Blake Fisher. I actually have a higher grade, I think, on Blake Fisher coming out than I will on most of these tackles you're going to get outside the first round. So it's not a great year to need tackle. I could tell you that.
That's discouraging. That is really discouraging, especially when you could really use a tackle. Of course, they got next year. They got Cam Robinson, I guess, is going to be the guy that just fills in the need this year. And then let's move on. We will hear from CJ in this show. We will hear from Will Anderson. Will Anderson had a really good bite. Let's do that on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Mentioned Will Anderson before the break. Will Anderson D'Amico mentioned him. He said, yeah, what kind of player are you looking for? Well, I want a guy like Will Anderson. Yeah, that's the kind of guy I want. That's the kind of guy that you want. He works hard, great leader, always in there, always positive, always working his ass off just to be the best he can possibly be. That's the kind of guy I want. Okay, well, you better have the third overall pick to get away.
There ain't a lot of those guys running around, by the way.
No. There is
it's not just how he plays; it's how he moves.
Yeah,
it's everything about him. He's a rare leader, which is why I think Booker's going to be his pick if he's there. There was a reason that Nick Caserio had to make a trade with Monty Ossenford. Once they made a decision as a team and organization, whether it came from Nick, whether it came from the owners, D'Amico, whoever it was that made the decision, we're drafting a quarterback. Because what I was told was that Will Anderson was locked in as their pick. And then that's why I was so surprised that, and actually it happened the day before. I found out later from somebody that they knew the night before. I think I mentioned it on the air that CJ's camp was told, hey, make sure he knows he's going to be going to the Texans and don't look sad on TV because there had been the issues that he had with Bobby Slowick in the pre-draft process where they got into it. And, it was not a big, it was what it was. It was no big deal. Obviously they did fine the next year. And I don't think I'm not sure that was an ongoing issue or anything like that. But I think D'Amico probably said year one, hey, that's fine, but I really want to get, and I really want Will Anderson. And I think Nick Caserio started working on it and realized, all right, we'll do whatever it takes to get that third pick. We'll make sure. Monty is, hey, just checking to see if the third pick's available. Yeah, it's available. Okay, we'll call you on draft day. Bye. I think that's something that happened, and that they said, we're going to get our quarterback, but we're also going to get your guy, D'Amico. I think that's what happened. And you know what? It could end up being the best draft the most important draft the Texans have ever had.
It's going to be awfully expensive in 2 years, but yes, it is. It absolutely is going to.
Do you know that the rates right now, John, it's going to be $60 million for the quarterback.
Yeah.
And
that's now. Wait till 2 years.
Yeah. And is it $30 million? Who's going to be the first $1 billion? How long is it going to take before we have our first $1 billion contract in sports?
Well, we got Shohei and we got Soto. So
but you can extend. You can go long term with those guys. In football, you can't go as long.
You can't go that long. No, it'll be in baseball. That'll be the first place. But there is one thing. This is kind of cool. This is maybe the new saying at. Is it still NRG or is it some other name now? It's NRG Stadium, where the temporary home of your Houston Texans. This may be the new saying. Listen to Will Anderson talking about the ring.
They are the future. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are the future to be here. And I'm excited to keep seeing where the Texans go and how far we can keep going. And it's a new thing that we're doing here. And Coach said something really good today. He was like, we can't stop till we get a bull on the ring. And I think that opened everybody's eyes and gave us a new perspective.
Bull on a ring. Bull on a ring. That's it. That's what we're going for here. That's right.
What does that mean?
Dell's still no.
Are we sure?
Oh, like a championship ring.
But
yeah, bull. You put the bull on a ring.
Wouldn't you put the ring on the bull?
No, the bull is the ring. It goes on the ring.
They're going to put the bull, the Texans logo.
They're diamonds. They're going to be diamonds. It's going to be the diamond bull.
Good luck with all that.
No, that's going to be the ring, the Super Bowl
They're
ring.
one tackle away.
I'm saying
that's all
good luck with all that.
Yeah, that's what it is. Bull on a ring.
That's right.
Yep. That's it.
Sure.
That's terrible.
Love a slogan.
You shaking
Swarm.
We got a new saying.
Swarm.
That's special work ethic.
Did you say squirm?
I said swarm. Special work ethic, relentless mindset. That spells swarm. Instead,
Well, actually.
No, I'm looking at it right now. Swarm. But instead, because swarm ain't a word and it sounds worse, they went with swarm.
That's right.
Yeah, that really sounds creepy to say
it's something
swarm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're doing here.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Man,
I'm sure that'll work out.
This is the best quote that we've had in months, and you're poo-pooing it.
It stinks.
No.
I hate a slogan from a team.
Bull on a ring.
I've realized that. I hate a slogan from a team. A quote. Just go out there and play football.
Bull on a ring.
Put it on your shirts. You can wear them when you're warming up before the game. Bull on a ring. Bull on a ring. Get those shirts out, and then all the Texans aggregation accounts will lean into it too. Bull on a ring. Bull on a ring. F out of here.
That's what we're doing here.
I hope you do get it, but that slogan stinks.
No. Bull on a ring. D'Amico just made it up out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Remember that one thing that was something in a box?
D in a box.
It's a bull in a ring. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's the same concept.
I was thinking of that too, as a matter of fact. Bull on a ring has that same kind of ring to it. But you know what? Bull on a ring.
Toro on a ring.
It's the bull. It's the logo.
Toro.
And now it's on the back of the jerseys too.
They changed
you
them.
had the logo.
Then they changed the jersey since then, right?
No, they still got it on the back.
They still have the bull on the back of the. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Great.
And we had a video that came out.
Yeah.
First, you had the logo.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
It was when in the middle of the dark times, and they're trying to find any reason for people to be positive. So look at our uniform change. We're just going to put a Texans logo on the back, right above the nameplate or something. Look at the change we've made. And they had to get Mark Vandermeer in there to record that.
Oh man, I felt bad.
Hey, Mark, sell it.
Mark, sell this. We're gonna put the bull on the back of the neck of. Oh wow!
Thank goodness
First,
for him.
You had the logo.
He's got more to sell now. It's
he's
better
got a lot
times.
to sell
Better
now.
times.
Are you kidding? Listen, you got to give those guys credit that went through all those dark times.
Yeah, they're like the Astros fans who went through those 100 lost seasons, and they'll never let you forget it.
Hey, the Easterby years and the are you kidding? Bill O'Brien years. Oh,
all right, one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? And a Cully. Oh my God!
What happened to that dude, by the way? Buzz is gone from A&M. Is Jack out of business again? Is he hawking oil out of the back of his wagon somewhere at different towns, going town to town?
He'll probably
selling his elixir out of a bottle.
He's probably following him, Buzz, because Buzz is the only one.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, he probably is.
Hi, Buzz. I'm coming with you.
I just don't trust him. I don't even trust him here at Lakewood Church. Hey, let me ask you a question. You think I could come in and do? I don't want you to do anything for me, Jack. Ooh, I mean, what do you think? What's his name with the sweet jump shot? Joel
Osteen.
Yeah. Joel, let me come in there.
That's what he's known for, is sweet jumper.
Yeah.
And
let
a
me
mega
come
church,
in there
but whatever order.
But he does have a wet jumper. He did 20 years ago when I played against him. Man, that's been 24 years when I saw him on TV. I'm like, hey, that's that dude with that jumper.
Can Joel Osteen shoot for the Rockets?
He could shoot for the Rockets.
I don't know if he
swear
could
to God,
open
I think he could outshoot Ahmed Thompson.
Well,
if they just sat not with
terrible. You're a terrible person.
I'm terrible. Defenders in his face, but
no, not with
NBA
shooting
defenders. Contest.
Oh, John, let me tell you something. You want to put up your 3 to my 1, and I'll take Joel Osteen versus Ahmed Thompson. Right now, I don't even care what Joel's age is. Shooting age is slowly. I'm telling you, Joel Osteen could shoot, like for real. I don't know about his range, but he had YMCA buckets for everybody that day. And I'm cussing him. Like, somebody guard this MF or GD, what the hell's going on here? I'll never forget. And then I saw him in the church on TV. I'm flipping channels like, oh, no, this is that guy that was knocked us off the court, that was holding the court.
Raining jumpers on me.
Yeah,
let's get Stafford in here.
Had a super nice J.
Let's get Stafford in here. He's got some thoughts on. He wants to ask you something about this draft. What up, Stafford?
Hey, what's going on, man? You made a point about how there was no Will Anderson level type talent in the draft.
Well, person, there's no total package. Total package. I mean, leader and all that stuff.
Now, I saw a Bleacher Report I don't know if it was yesterday or a couple of days ago, talking about how NIL hurt the later rounds of the draft. and I was wondering, did you see that? What was your thoughts on that? I didn't get to listen yesterday, so if you talked about it yesterday, my bad.
It's not going to hurt it yet, and the reason is because we've had these COVID years where if you came to school during a COVID year, 20 or 21, you got an extra year and an extra 2 years, in fact. And so there are a lot of 6-year players who are in this draft, 5-year, 6-year, even a few 7 years. Only one of them's going to get drafted, and that's Tyler Shuck. But so it's not really going to – I don't think it really comes into effect this year as much because you've got a lot of extra players who have been there for 6 years. But moving forward, yeah, it is going to hurt because you have fewer players coming out in the draft. I don't know. It's about early. I think it's going to be more about the first round is going to be the first and second rounds are going to be impacted a little bit more. I don't know about 7th, 6th. Well, it'll have a domino effect throughout the draft. Yeah. I mean, we had less than 100 players come out early entry this year. Some of those guys aren't going to be drafted. They're not very good, but it's the lowest number we've seen in like 6 years. And it's definitely tied to NIL without question, because the agents have colluded behind the scenes and pushed the prices up on colleges, and they push the prices on O-linemen. I talked to one school, said O-linemen are like $870,000 now, where it was expected to be $50,000 to $150,000. Now, terrible offensive linemen are moving from school to school for over $150,000. I'm talking about bad ones. And so, yeah, why would you go pro when you go pro and you might be drafted in the 5th or 6th round and you don't even make the team? You're done. You're off to get your next job, or you can stay in college and pull down a salary that's going to be way more than you would make in the working world. Man, I'm staying too. I'm absolutely staying. So, yeah, I think it is going to have a long-term effect on the draft because these COVID years are done. We're not going to have those are all over. So after this draft, you don't have any COVID babies anymore. You're just going to have, 4-year players. Although, John, did you see Rhett Lewis was telling me about this? There's legislation right now. Somebody's trying to put something together where you don't have to, like, they eliminate college eligibility numbers at 5 and you can go longer. You can go 6 years, 7 years. Like that can't possibly work. Colleges don't want that. They don't want you on a tee like that. That's like kicking your kid out of at some point you want your kid out of your house too. Like, man, go get your own job.
No, just let them play till they're 40
well, the colleges don't have to keep rostering them.
Yeah, they could.
I know, and that's what I think would happen. They would stop.
I mean, just let them play as long as they want. They want to stay in college forever. I knew a guy at Knox that was at Knox for like 8 years, 9 years.
Yeah, but he probably didn't get scholarship. He probably had to pay his own way.
No, he didn't get anything. He was.
That's the difference. Let those players stay, I guess, but you got to pay your own scholarship. We're not paying for you to. We're taking money away from a real student who's trying to actually go to school, who's getting there, because students are getting their brains beaten out with the cost of college. I mean, absolutely obliterated, and then they end up paying, until their 40s and 50s trying to pay off student loans, and we're taking scholarships away with guys.
Not if AOC has anything to say about it.
What does she have to say about it?
Well, she wants no loans. Just let all the
that's
loans.
just a lot of talk. That already got eliminated. It's not going to be. It's not even a factor.
Well, that's what you want.
But it is
746.
The prices are outrageous.
We got a break right now, but here's something that you're going to love. On the other side, a new development in the playoff system. A new development.
Which playoff?
NBA,
college football playoff system that we will talk about.
That we're going to 40.
You're going to love. I'm
64. A new. Are we going to a new bracket?
We're going to we got. Well,
wait
things
for
are
it.
changing, brother.
He's teasing it.
Okay, it's a tease.
Okay.
Ownwell.com. I'm teasing you about this. May 15th is the date, people, and we're coming up on May 1st, right? We're coming up on the end of April. May 15th is the last day that you're able to protest your taxes. So you got to move on this thing. And if you're in your car right now and you've been putting this off, if you haven't seen yet, or you've looked at it and said, man, that's what they're charged. That's what they wanted. They believe our house is worth. No, do not just go, oh, that's okay. Because it's not okay. It's not okay. Because the government is screwing you out of tax money that you don't need to be paying every single year. And with Ownwell will do everything. It takes 3 minutes to sign up. Ownwell does it all. You don't have to lift a finger. They've got all the technology, got the expertise. They win. They win 86% of the time. They've done hundreds of thousands of these at an average of 1,100, and you pay a fraction of that, a fraction to them for winning for you. It is well worth it. You're looking for the best way to protest your taxes. Don't try to do this thing on your own. I have done it. I've lost. I've won and I've lost before. And losing sucks because it costs you in the long run. Ownwell.com. Ownwell.com. You can sign up in just 3 minutes. Let them do all the fighting for you. OWNWELL.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
But some good stuff last night in the NHL. Ovechkin in overtime. His first overtime game-winning goal in the playoffs. Kings and Oilers 6-5. Stars and Avalanche OT. Crazy. Great night. Great night for our Rockets, our Astros, rather.
Hey, there was a rumor the Astros won at home. Is that true?
That is true. They've won 3 out of 4 at home.
Actually, yeah, because the Padres series too. So
yeah, 3 out of 4.
That's kind of weird.
So you maybe
we'll see what can happen with Renel Blanco today. You got Renel Blanco and Mucho Gusto going over the next two.
Yeah. Good.
So we will see if the bats can stay hot. They've scored 2, 3, 6, and 7. So
we thought that the Astros though were impotent offensively. Toronto, holy crap! They have 12 homers this season. 12.
Ooh,
it's like they're terrible. I mean,
is that
and then they get shut out in game 1 here. It's just that's bad. That's bad. Sorry.
Is that the worst in baseball right now?
Yeah, it's the worst. Yeah, they're the weakest hitting team in the league. So this is okay. So the college football playoff people are all meeting. They're trying to figure out the 12-team playoff, automatic bids, trying to figure out who gets the buys. It didn't work last year with the champions of the conferences getting the buys because you had lesser teams that were actually getting buys when the better teams are playing. You had mismatches early on. I mean, you had really good matchups that probably should have happened later in the playoff than when they're happening early on. Anyway, all of that. So they're meeting right now, and Heather Dinich reported that they want to see straight seeding, but Paul Feinbaum says it's completely wrong, bemoaning the possibility that two power conferences would ensure they'd get more automatic qualifiers than other conferences. It shouldn't come as a surprise. The two biggest conferences in the sport would push that, for it, just the best teams getting buys. Now, of course, and you know what? Who's going to benefit? The SEC and Big Ten. They're going to benefit from it. Absolutely.
Oh, you mean they want to operate independent of the rest of college sports? Imagine that.
They want an advantage? Really? Yeah, they do. Yes.
Yeah. How do you feel about that? Because
listen, Dinich said this then. One possibility, which could be viewed as a compromise, is having conferences earn automatic bids through their play each season, a model in which each Power 4 league can earn guaranteed spots through a combination of its team's overall records and maybe even TV ratings, according to a source.
Oh, my God.
That could be presented. The highest ranked conferences would earn the most automatic bids.
This is so lame. This cannot be happening.
I want the highest rated team in.
So it's the Caitlin Clark rule.
That's right. Caitlin Clark will be in every year. You're damn right.
So I saw the same. It's interesting that this comes up because I saw a Twitter argument. This is really sad. So the Academy Awards have now, and you're going to have to deal with this when you get back to Los Angeles, John, because this is the real scuttlebutt here. It appears as though the Academy, it doesn't appear as though the Academy Awards said from now on, we're going to make it to where if you're going to vote, you have to watch the movies. Oh, that's kind of like saying if you're going to vote, and that's a problem I have in sports, people voting on things they don't see. But movies, you don't have time to watch movies? You've got one job. You're voting on the Oscars. What? No, this is now they have to tell people, listen, you have to watch these movies if you're going to vote for the Oscars. So now on the screeners they're going to have something that logs the amount of minutes that you watch a show so they can monitor, and they're going to take your vote away if you don't watch the Oscar movies. Well, in this thread, people are commenting on it, and one guy said, I don't like the Oscars because they'll have somebody who, like, they should make it a minimum that you have at least broken even in your box office for you to be nominated. And I'm thinking, what an idiotic statement. And this person went on to believe in this thread that there should be another category for highly rated for the ones that had the biggest box offices and the ones that people actually liked or whatever. And I'm just, like, it should never be based on popularity. This popularity idea popularity in football, we already talk about that all the time. Well, the TV ratings, who's going to give them the best TV ratings? It ain't going to make you money. It ain't going to lose you money. We should stop caring about TV ratings. I don't know why fans and media talk so much about TV ratings, and we do it too. I've done it too, and really it has no impact on us. None. It has no bearing on us. It's how much money does it make?
Well, it has some bearing on John.
On me, it does.
Company.
Maybe it doesn't on you.
Not really. The news has the impact.
No.
For KBC.
No.
For your stock or whatever. But
yeah,
no
for
one
my
else cares.
stock, you damn right.
So you individually, but we don't care about you individually.
Well,
You've got a lot of good stuff going
so
for
bad.
you. We're praying on your downfall.
I'm not praying for it.
Wow.
You've already prayed on it the other day. Remember when you brought a candle in?
No, I didn't pray for his downfall.
You were burning a candle against John.
I'm not hoping it happens. I'll celebrate if it does.
That's the kind of honesty.
That's nice. That is honest. I give it to him.
But I don't want bad things to happen to you. I mean, but if they do, but if they do, so be it. Let's have a party.
So it's
you don't want it to be.
No, but I'll take the moment to celebrate.
Right. Exactly. But you're not praying for it.
No, I don't think about it at all, actually.
Well, how do you feel about the big? So it's not in the best interest of college football as we know it for two conferences to have all the power and for them to act as greedy independent agents where they say, well, we provide all this and that. Like, you would hope that they would be aware of greater good. They're getting paid. They're getting fat. The Big Ten and the SEC are already getting fat.
Well, let's
They're
face it,
already
though.
fat
The
cats.
other conferences were represented, so we can stop this. That it was so unfair. They SMU got in. I mean, you got the Boise was in. There's other people were represented. Just win the games. Win the games.
But what about the idea of adding to another Big Ten and another SEC team, guaranteed based on not TV ratings, because that's obviously an unfair metric.
But they're not saying they're guaranteeing those schools that. They're saying,
No, but what about having another guaranteed team from those conferences for better football? What you talked about is it's better football. If you have any kind of expansion, you're going to have, like, I want the best teams in.
Oh,
I do. I do want the best
They're
teams
staying
in.
with the 12-team model. They're staying with the 12-team model. Now, eventually will go to 16 because they want.
Yeah, they're not going to stay with it.
Well, they're staying with it now, but they will eventually go to 16. Yeah. I think.
How are they going to I wonder how they're going to do that, because they already right now are in a spot where people don't care as much about their championship game because it runs too far. It runs in the NFL playoffs. How are they going to do this model where they add teams? They're going to have to start the season in mid-August.
Yeah, that's what they need.
That is going to be brutal in the SEC.
Well, no,
from a heat standpoint,
they actually won't. It actually, instead of getting buys, the first in a 16-team scenario, instead of buys, those teams will just play. So it wouldn't change anything. It'd be the same model as they had last year.
You're going to have to pay them more.
Yeah. What do you have?
Why would the players keep playing if you didn't pay them more?
You're going to put me through how many games? Pay up.
16?
Well, they're in that now.
But pay me more per game.
I know. You don't think at some point they're going to say, hey, we need to get more money. You're asking
like in a 16-game situation, are we talking who? Ohio State won the title. They didn't play in their Big Ten title game, right? How many games did they play?
Ohio State played one. They had to play.
But no, did they weren't in the Big Ten title game, right?
No, they weren't.
No.
So how many games did they play?
4.
13
overall.
16. 16.
So we're talking possibly a champion
18?
Play 17 games, maybe more. Oh,
13, 18.
They're going to ask for more money.
Eliminate. Yeah. Oh no, it's 100. No, I've already talked to an agent who said the next thing is they're going after money for playoff games. There's rev share on TV ratings, the money that comes in and additional for playoff ratings. No, their rev share, if this gets collectively bargained, the players want a piece of any television revenue for the playoffs. That's a separate deal.
Yeah.
So it is going to take some. But now they're getting into the conference's money because the players want it who are participating, not the whole conference. Like, all the players will want it, but the players who are playing in the game are going to want the biggest piece. So that will have to be discussed.
I'm sure they thought all this out. I'm sure no unintended consequences will show up because of.
It's always you always directly just go to them. Oh, you're going to give it's money. Let's enjoy the games.
Well,
okay,
the game.
I want
the
to.
highest rated teams playing for the championship.
What?
Okay, and I'm going to get that. Thank you, Heather Dinich. Okay.
So you always.
No, I'm sure. I guarantee you, Heather's not for that.
So you always want to see Notre Dame versus insert whoever. That's what you're looking for.
Notre Dame versus Georgia,
State,
Notre
Michigan,
Dame,
Alabama. Yeah.
No, not Michigan.
Texas.
So can we do that in basketball? Can we do that in basketball too? So the Cougs shouldn't have.
Yes.
So Duke.
Cougs, one
never,
of the highest rated games ever. The Duke.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be the highest.
But they wouldn't be the highest.
It was. It was huge.
I'm telling you, if Duke was in the game,
people hate Duke.
Duke, Texas every year.
They
Duke,
do.
Texas.
They
Duke,
hate,
Texas.
They
Duke,
hate
Texas.
them and they watch them.
They hate them.
And
there's hate watching.
In your setting, Duke would always play for the title, no matter who.
U of H will play for it every year because the people love U of H.
Texas and Duke, the way that God wanted it to be.
God wants
basketball, then Texas, Notre Dame every year in basketball.
God really wants you to stop talking so we can take a break here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere. All right, it's 8:07 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Yeah, Astros win 7-0. Hunter Brown looks great. Forrest Whitley pitched 2 innings. Zach DeZenzo was the hero. He gets another start tonight. Christian Walker sat. He's been struggling so hard. Yainer Diaz actually played. Victor Caratini is the starting catcher right now. Yainer got a base knock, which was nice. He's not hitting the ball with any authority whatsoever. He is a problem. Christian Walker has been a problem. Jordan has been a problem. Isak has really come around. Altuve has been the one guy that's been pretty consistent, although he has fallen off some. Cam has come up well. Jake Myers has been pretty good for most of the season. He had 0 for 4 last night. Jeremy Pena's been up and down. I mean, it's just not. I feel for Joe because he's just trying to find. He's got guys that you're gonna write Christian Walker into the lineup every day, just like he wrote Abreu in, and just getting nothing day in and day out. Puts Zach DeCenzo in at first base. Dude comes up with 2 doubles. So it's a struggle. It's a struggle right now for our team. It ain't a struggle for Hunter Brown. 24 straight scoreless innings. 24 straight scoreless innings for Hunter Brown. That's pretty damn good.
Golly, that's incredible.
An ERA
We're almost at the 27
1-1.
inning mark.
Yeah.
This is fun to follow. What a fun time to be alive right now. You can see Paredes and Hunter Brown on the same team. That's incredible.
That's just ugly. Oh, look at
It's just I don't know.
I'm watching you on NFL Network yesterday. Yeah. You and what's her name?
Cynthia Freeland?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't let Gilbert know about her.
No, Gilbert.
There's no chance Gilbert gets NFL Network in his
no
in sharp view. But as soon as Dan Holden saw her, like, oh, you're gonna have to bring back a signed headshot or something. And then one of our listeners was like, hey, you get to do a show with that girl? You need to bring back autograph for us or something. So I just tagged Cynthia Freeland. Yeah.
Creepy.
An autograph picture. I just tagged Cynthia Freeland. Can you autograph a picture for this
guys?
Guy?
You can just. Why do you need need physical media? That she's on the internet. Whatever you think you need, you can just look at her. She has an Instagram. Why do they need a signed autograph? Like personalized to Tom? What are they looking for?
I don't know. I think that's what he wanted. I mean,
Gilbert
doesn't know Cynthia Freeland, or he'd be asking. You got a picture of Cynthia Freeland? Because if he knew about her, he'd be asking.
Like Gilbert didn't have a phone or access to a laptop. I get why he might want a signed photo. What do they need a signed photo for? The internet exists.
Yeah, I mean, you got all the pictures you need. I don't know what kind of pictures are up there, Cynthia.
But just her Instagram.
Yeah, all right, just go there. You don't need anything else. So you're talking about this is a pretty good running back draft, isn't it? I mean, I see you two talking about Ashton Genty or Omarion Hampton, Quinshon. Yeah,
Travion Henderson. Like, it's a really deep running back draft. Really deep running back draft. Good running back draft.
The Texans take a running back in this draft.
Yeah, I'm gonna say they take one on day 3.
Day 3?
Yeah, day 3. I gotta check and see what draft picks they have, because I know they traded the late ones, but I think they have a 4th and 5th. So one of those 2 picks, they can get a running back, and it'll be a running back that will play. There'll be good running backs in the 5th round. Like, I'm not even worried about it. Like I said, it's a really good running back draft. Really deep running back draft. Looking at this, just as an example, like if you wanted a 3rd down back, a guy who could get you some carries and 3rd down back, LaQuint Allen from Syracuse, really good in pass protection, can go out, and you're going to get him in late 4th, early 5th. So he's an example of a running back that you could get on day 3 that could have an impact. I'm trying to think of a 3rd down back, somebody who can step in and maybe have a little bit more. Dare Ogunbowale, like they have enough at running back right now. You don't have to draft a running back, but they could. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt would be my favorite pick if they got him in the 5th, or if he slid to the 6th. from Arizona. He would be my favorite. Trevor Etienne from Georgia is probably going to go higher than people think. He's probably going to go in the third round. He'd be interesting. He's Travis Etienne's brother, and he's pretty good. He wasn't always at his best against Georgia. When he was at Georgia, he transferred to Georgia, but he was injured for part of the year. Woody Marks is another one that would be in the fourth, I think the 4th to 5th round, and he's got good size. He can play. He's got great hands. Like, he would be a good backup. He'd be a good backup for Joe Mixon right now. And once again, that's a 4th or 5th round pick. Jaquez Hunter from Auburn, 4th, 5th round pick. Jaden Blue, who I believe the Texans had in. He's got a little bit of a knee, but I think he's somewhere in the 3rd or 4th. Even big Damian Martinez. I don't know what you thought about him, Dell, but I actually like Damian. He's probably not going until the 6th, but I actually kind of like Damian Martinez.
He's a big dude, physical. I don't know that Miami's scheme was best for him because, out of shotgun stuff, maybe he's more downhill. He's got quicker feet than you think for guys his
exactly.
His size.
That's what I was surprised about, that he actually has a little bit of wiggle.
Yeah, he was
much quicker feet.
Once they gave him the ball later in the year, you can see some of his impact. He will seek contact. He don't worry about that. He's a big back who runs bigs, and he's got a little wiggle, and he's got, I don't want to call it breakaway speed, but he can run away from some guys. He had a couple long touchdown runs with Miami. I think even against Iowa State, he went for like 75 yards in the bowl game, something like that. So he's got a bit of that too. You think 6 is where he's going?
Yeah, I think 6, because team told me he's not really going to play on third downs. He's got no special teams value. So you're basically looking at a backup first and second down running back. So those guys typically get pushed back. Devin Neal, Taj Brooks, like it's a good running back draft on day 3. You got some good players. John's guy, Ollie Gordon from Oklahoma State. There's a lot of running backs who've had good college careers who are going to be sitting there on the 3rd day of the draft. Plug one of them in, and you got a guy who can compete with Dameon Pierce right off the bat for that backup role. And then you got a Gumbawale who can play third down if you want. So, yeah, I do think they'll take a running back because they're getting ready to come to an end from Dameon Pierce's contract. You can cut him loose, go with the slightly cheaper, younger version, and that's in a way we roll. That's how it goes.
And let's go.
Thank you for your service, Damian.
713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us. 713-780-3776. A quick break here, and then we get back to it.
Yeah, no 4th round pick for the Texans, by the way. No 4th round. They got a 5th rounder that's 100 pick number 166. It's the back end of the 5th. So it's not until pick 166. So you've got 4 picks. You've got the 1st round pick, pick 25, 2nd round pick, which is pick 58, the 3rd round pick, which is pick 79, then another 3rd round pick at pick 89. So you're going to have to get a lot of your business done in the first. So
Trader Nick, he's going to be moving.
Yeah, well, I could just give them all away and move up into,
or he could move back into
lineman.
the 5th from the 2nd, 4th. You don't know. We don't know.
He typically spins his picks to move up more than move back, I've noticed.
Yeah.
He doesn't really hoard picks. He kind of uses them and moves up.
We got a break, and then we'll continue this conversation on the other side. But right now, we're talking about HRP. We're talking about your business. We're talking about you making your business as good as it can possibly be. I know our business is as good as it can possibly be because we got HRP on our side. We've got a great 401k and insurance, and it's because of not because HRP sold that to us. HRP helped select that for us for our business. They don't make any money off of it, and yet they are instrumental in bringing it to us and running it. It's amazing what they do for our business and what they'll do for your business as well. Do you have an admin company that's running your business? Because they're making a lot of money off of your 401k and your insurance, okay? Because it's theirs, and they're sticking you with that because they make money off of that. That's not the case with HRP. Not making any money off of the 401ks, off of the benefits packages, because that's not what they do. What they do is HR, and they do payroll, and they do taxes. And if you're struggling with that stuff, or your admin company just isn't as good as you thought it was, or you're like, wow, we are spending a lot on this thing, guess what? you're not at HRP. HRP, we love them. We loved them for years now. We've been with them for a long time, and we're going to continue to be so. HRP.net. Let them help your business be as good as it can be. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Donovan Jackson going to be joining us at the top of the hour. A possibility for your Houston Texans. A guard out of Ohio State that is probably available at 25.
Probably, yeah.
Probably available at 25. We'll see what he thinks of the Texans and what the Texans have said to him. That'll be nice to hear a player's perspective. It sure would be nice for him, right, to be a first rounder. I'm not sure if you outplay your draft position. If you're not in the first round, you get to free agency sooner, right? You get to just the 4 years. You don't get that fifth year that you're making good money in that fifth year, though.
Yeah, well, you do make good money in the fifth year. I think if you're a good player, you'd rather go. Yeah, it really depends on how you play. Like if you're highly confident that you're going to play well, you'd rather go 33rd than 32nd.
Yeah.
Which means you get the first pick of the second round. You'd probably rather be there if you're confident. If you're not as good, you don't have to be as good, but if they extend that 5th year option, they give you the 5th year option, you're going to get paid pretty well. So, I mean, I guess everyone likes you get a higher paycheck in the first round. You get the 5th year option, which is pretty good money. Every player wants to be drafted in the first round. You like to say you're drafted in the first round too.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really matter where you're drafted. If you play well, you'll be financially set for the rest of your life if you play well.
That 5th year is always pretty sporty. If you get that 5th year option, if they pick up that 5th year option on you, you're making some good money. Maybe not as much as you would make in a long-term big deal if you're playing really well and you get out after 4 years. But that 5th year is pretty good compensation. See, now the Texans are in this situation because they got rid of Tunsil, got rid of Shaq. They got rid of their offensive coordinator. They've got, and CJ met the media yesterday. And it was a bad offensive line, and you got rid of your best player in Tunsil. So we've been talking about it for a while, but we haven't heard CJ talk about it for a while. Here's CJ on losing Tunsil and Shaq.
Build relationships with guys, and your LT, of course, who I know you're talking about, and Shaq. Those are two of my best friends. So that I've come into the league with. So yeah, it hurts. You know what I mean? Our front office knows that, and they know how I felt about it. And but I totally understand, and I'm not against it at all. I totally think that we're heading to the right side of things. And I think something I learned about Nick is that he has a plan. No matter what happens, he always has something up his sleeve. So of course, sometimes we don't know what that is, and but you just have that trust, and that's something that we actually talked about today, having blind trust and having earned trust. And for Nick, I mean, he's gained my trust in both areas. So I'm excited, but I'm always going to be best friends with those guys and rooting them on, and I still talk to them daily. So.
Who did he say he talked to daily? Best friends with those guys. Who was he talking about?
Mason and Tunsil.
Yeah. Talking about earning blind trust. How can you earn that trust? You haven't even gone to war yet. Like I get what CJ's saying. CJ gets feelings about guys. Like he has strong feelings about play callers. I heard that in college. I think that was the case with having some issues at the end with Bobby Slowick. I think it's easy for him to say that now when there's no pressure on, but let's just see what happens once we get into a season if he's got that same feeling about Nick Caley. It's easy to have that when we're not having to go through adversity on the field. I think there's still a lot to find out there. I don't know that you can make any determination. Yeah, I'm all in with Nick Caley. Well, right now, and not to say I'm not saying that there's going to be a problem between the two. I'm just saying you don't really know until you're going through it, right? Yep. Don't you have to go through it before you know?
Well, CJ did talk about Caley, and it's apparently it is different than it was under Bobby Slowick because CJ. We've heard that he was absolutely limited on what he could do at the line of scrimmage, but CJ says that ain't going to be the case with Caley.
Yeah, I mean, he comes from LA and New England, and he's going to bring some of that swag over here. So, that kind of is what I'm used to is taking control and being a little more pre-snap. Having tools to put my guys in the best position, and that's something that we really didn't work on these last 2 years, but even those principles I learned from, and it made me better because it added a new element to my game. So, be able to, just get better and learn from, what he did with, New England and LA will definitely help me because I feel, those are two schemes that I'm, kind of used to in a sense. Like that's kind of what I ran at Ohio State, what kind of New Orleans does a little bit, and in LA, it's kind of what we ran here these last 2 years. So I'll be able to, put my swag on it and have fun with it. And, he's all about, me taking full ownership and running the show. And that's what I want. So I'm gonna get what I want, and that's really been really cool just to see that he's like bought into me, and he doesn't really know me well yet. So, he talked about today having blind trust, and I have a lot of trust in him already. Just how he talks and how he presents in the room and things like that is really cool to see.
That's probably the most important clip I've ever heard from him. He told you so much there. He mentioned the LA thing. By the way, LA is extraordinarily important. That's his home. He reps LA as much as he likes Houston. He will tell you LA, which I'm fine with. That's cool. That's his home.
Isn't he just talking about the Rams?
Yeah.
Is he talk? Okay.
Yeah,
That's what he's talking
from
about.
LA. No,
okay.
Rams.
Yeah. Is he from Los Angeles? So, okay. Yeah. So it's the Rams.
Yeah.
It's the Rams he's talking about with the Rams swag and the. But the other thing that I thought was he mentioned pre-snap. We didn't really do that the last 2 years. He's let me do what I want. He is like, there were things that he was obviously not happy about, obviously. And it checks out with what I've heard. In that, did you hear all that in the sound? He just said, we didn't really do the pre-snap stuff, which I like to do. He's got an offense that's similar to Ohio State. And I think that move at offense coordinator was about not placating necessarily, but finding the right personal fit for the quarterback. And I think they basically said, because 2 years seems quick to pull the trigger on Bobby Sloak, but not if you think that the quarterback really wants a guy that he is completely in tune with. And that includes pre-snap movement to create recognition of the scheme. You have more movement and motion, you get a better feel for if they're, what the coverage is going to be. Is it zone? Is it man? Things like that. Then he mentions we didn't have that over the last 2 years. Well, that's his time with Bobby. That's the only time he's been in the league. Then he mentions he's going to, he's going to do some things that I want to do and have trust in me, which is what I wanted. Then he mentions this offense is a lot like the Saints or like Ohio State, which I'm used to. I'm going to put my swag on it. And that's what, we try to do on this show is put our swag on things also.
Mm-hmm.
We put our swag on things. We put lots of things on things. And so he told you a lot there. He told you a lot about why I think that he really wanted to make a change at offense coordinator, which is fine. But he told you the reasons why, I think, and why he's happy with this. So that makes a lot of sense when you hear him talk about that. That makes a lot of sense, hearing him bring up some of those elements of how it's going to be different under Nick Caley. And Nick, to his credit, is saying, hey, I'm going to come in here and do what makes my quarterback feel comfortable. And there needs to be a balance. This isn't a parent-child confrontational thing where you're going to do what I say. Too many coaches, that's the old school approach. Right now, this is more, and this isn't being soft or being a wuss or anything like that. These players are such a bunch of little babies. No, this is just about, hey, what's going to help CJ be the best he can be? And I think that's what Nick Caley's going to try to do. And as long as CJ's coachable, that's completely fine with me.
Yep. All right, let's break it. 8:30 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Donovan Jackson joining us in a half hour to talk about the draft process right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now, Lance is talking to John Daspit.
Yeah, the Daspit Law Firm is throughout he's in different states, but he's throughout the state of Texas. I think it's 12 offices in the state of Texas. All the big cities he's in, but if you're on the coast somewhere, you're along the Gulf Coast. He works a lot down in Victoria area and out headed towards Louisiana. He's got out in the Golden Triangle area. That's big. Lake Charles, Port Arthur. Those are really, really big for John because you have offshore accidents, you have refinery blasts, you have a lot of different accidents, of course, all along the road. You ever been on the road, I-10 coming back from Louisiana, and you get to Texas and it's, oh my gosh, what a dangerous road that is on I-10. There's accidents all the time. And I can't help but say, I've seen some bad accidents before, and it's crossed my mind. John Daspit may end up representing that person because when there's negligence at hand, the insurance company for that negligent party is supposed to pay for your hospital bills, your physical therapy, all of the medical attention that you need. If you don't have insurance, you get injured. John Daspit makes sure you get to all the specialists you need to make sure your CAT scans, your x-rays, your MRIs, anything that has happened to you, the insurance company needs to be responsible for so that you get back to being yourself. You get back to being as 100% as you can be. There's pain and suffering payments that he will get for you, and there's going to be time missed from work if you physically can't work. that's going to be compensated for as well. John Daspit fights for the injured. He fights for the innocent, and that's what he's going to do for you. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Have you seen the Rockets line?
No, I haven't. For the next game?
Yeah.
I'm going to guess it's Golden State 2 now.
Golden State 2?
Yeah.
You're off.
Usually
you're off by 4.5 points.
Okay, so usually it's the home team. I was just thinking it'd be a different. Usually it's the home team becomes an even bigger favorite, or it goes more in the team that just lost.
Yeah.
Is that what it did?
Well, the Rockets are minus 2.5, and that's probably the home team. But what do you think the Lakers are tonight?
So what was it the other night?
What were the Lakers? I don't know.
Okay, let me guess. Lakers tonight will be. I want to say they were like 5.5 the other night. I'm going to say they're 6.
They're 6. Lakers are 6 tonight. I didn't see anything that would lead me to believe that they should be 6-point favorites, but okay. The Pacers are 4-point favorites against Milwaukee. And then Oklahoma City, I don't know. You can put a big enough number. It's 14.5. The Celtics are 12.5. The Cavaliers are 12 against Miami. That was a good. couple of good games last night. Detroit even the series, and the Clippers even the series. Clippers are 5-point favorites at home in the next game, and Detroit is a 1-point dog. Detroit can win that series. Detroit has played well enough. The Knicks went on that 21-0 run, but for the most part, otherwise, Detroit has outplayed them in the series. Other than that stretch that the Knicks played incredible basketball and the Pistons fell apart, Detroit has been better than them. So this will be interesting to see. What
Rockets, a job they've done. What an absolutely brilliant job. Our boy Dennis Lindsey went over there. Yeah. He was consulting with the Mavericks last year. They went to the NBA Finals. And then this year he went because he was still getting paid by Utah. And, he left Utah of his own volition. He just said,
look at where they are now.
Yeah, he said, I'll step down. He's the one that built them with Rudy Gobert and with Donovan Mitchell. Then he goes to the Mavericks. Then he goes this year to he's got the golden touch. He goes to Detroit this year to work directly with the GM, and he's done, I think they've done an incredible job over there. They're kind of the Rockets of the Eastern Conference, really. A lot of similarities in terms of where they've drafted and how quickly they've come up, the coaching staff, things like that. And it's a good story. I'm still hopeful on the Rockets. I've not given up on the Rockets. I have not. They played. Now they did have a game that they held Golden State. They had the type of game where they need to win that game. Golden State doesn't. Nobody outside of the top two guys shoot the ball and score well. They get out rebounded badly. They don't shoot necessarily great from three, and yet the Rockets get beat by 10. I mean, that's not ideal. But I still think I still think the youth is going to play a factor. You have to just overcome the knockout punches early in this series.
What do you think
you got it?
The total is
for tonight? It was 216 the other day, something like that. I think it's still around 2. Yeah, it was 213.5 the other night. I think it's still probably 2. I don't think they move it. 212,
204.5.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
they've gone from 213 to 204.
Look at the game. Look at how they played.
But it's not just one game. It's actually the entire. So basically, they have eliminated. What they've done is they've taken Rockets and Golden State Warriors 6-game series, and they're basing their total off of all their games. They're not basing it off of season totals, which you usually do. That's probably pretty smart. I'd go over that.
I'm not sure. I think the Rockets are going to play with a physicality tonight that's going to be. I'm not sure that either team's getting into the triple digits. I could certainly see another game like last one, only a tighter game. The Orlando and Boston 199.5.
Orlando can really defend.
Yeah.
Boston can defend.
But so can Houston sense. And so can Golden State.
Ooh, playoff basketball is a whole lot different.
A whole lot different. You see all these scores?
These totals are way different. Lower.
It's way different in the postseason.
Isn't this what people want? We don't like all that scoring anymore. Remember, we like more defense being played and tougher basketball. Well, that's what you're going to get.
Yeah, we want physicality, though.
What happened to all the physicality in the game I love? I want it back. Now you got it back. Watch it and shut up.
What?
The scores are getting too low.
Man.
No, this is what we want.
They're all so soft, and the NBA product is terrible.
It ain't soft right now. It ain't soft right now.
That's what I'm saying.
Then we should all be happy with it.
Yeah, we should all be happy, right?
Low. Ain't my business if the score's low.
Yeah. 713-780-3776 is the number. Wow. Did Kanye make some revelation yesterday?
I didn't see it all. I read 50 Cent because he was at the Knicks game.
50 Cent.
He said, man, it's been a tough one. The Knicks lost. He said something else. And then Kanye said, I don't know if it's true. Pope died.
The Knicks lost. And Kanye
revealed something about him and a family member. And I was like, what? What?
Yeah.
I don't know.
This must be bad because y'all are dancing around.
Yeah, I don't want to say it.
It's really bad.
It's really bad. I don't know if 50.
Kanye said something really bad. The guy that sold swastika T-shirts during the Super Bowl.
This one is on it. It's bad differently. It's a claim about.
He literally spent millions for a commercial to sell swastika shirts.
Telling you.
Nothing you say is going to surprise me. Nothing you say.
How about a White Lotus thing with the two brothers?
Yeah.
How about
that's
that?
unexpected. That's unexpected.
Yeah, I bet.
Saunier says he had a past incestuous relationship with a cousin. And
He
it's
did?
a guy cousin.
He put himself in it in White Lotus?
Yeah.
Yes, he is saying
he got
was
White
involved.
Lotus or he White Lotused somebody?
Well, it wasn't manual. It was, I don't even want to say it, but it wasn't with what happened in White Lotus. It wasn't that. It took it to a different level. For 8 years, they were young when it happened.
Perhaps in my self-centered mess, I felt it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines when he was 6.
Good Lord. Why is he telling on himself so much?
This song,
we just need Kanye to. Somebody needs to put him in a. Just put him in a room and lock him up. We just don't need to hear from him.
So
anymore.
he went on X and said this. This song is called "Cousins," about my cousin that's locked in jail for life for killing a pregnant lady a few years after I told him we wouldn't look at dirty magazines together anymore. My name is Ye, and my cousin till I was 14.
Mm-hmm. 8 years.
Why are we telling people this? Y'all are right.
Yeah.
Wow. It was a bad day. Pope died. Knicks lost.
and then
Kanye's childhood trauma came out.
And then 50 promoted a website in the same tweet.
Oh my gosh.
I thought we were talking about sports.
What did
here
50 do?
In the NBA?
Yeah, let's get back to Hunter Brown's 27 straight.
Lost.
24 straight innings.
Yes, 50 did acknowledge he was at the game, sitting right in front of Joe Budden. They pieced it up, I guess, and his Knicks lost.
What, do they have beef?
Joe has of course, Joe Budden has a very successful
Joe
podcast.
has beef with everybody.
He said something, 50 didn't like it. It probably wasn't a real issue, but there was some back and forth online, and then they were at the same game, and they pieced it up, it looked like. That's all. No big deal. They're both men in their early to late 40s. They're not going to really do anything.
I've seen
What are you
50
doing?
throw out a pitch.
Just
He's
playing some
not
Kanye
real
music.
athletic. I don't know
Kanye
that he
banger.
should get into physical altercations.
Well, I mean, you don't have to punch someone. You can just
White Lotus.
No.
Shoot him?
Yeah.
And then,
Okay.
Then I saw my cousin and I put a dirty magazine on
He's
him.
playing the White Lotus theme song.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get to that scene yet, John, when you were watching?
He's not watching that.
No, I didn't see it. I'm not going to watch it. You guys told me not to watch it. I'm not going to watch it. I'm not sure I want to watch
Apparently,
it.
they just. Is there a chance that Kanye watched White Lotus and he's just
saying
made him
stuff?
think that
Well, it's
happened?
Kanye,
Yeah.
so he could just be saying stuff.
Yeah.
How do you say swastika, Lance?
Does he say swastika?
Swastika.
Yeah, Cub fan Timmy, who's a known hater, is taking issue with your use of the word swastika or how you say
I may have
it.
said schwa. I may have said schwa instead of swastika.
Oh.
It's swastika.
Swastika.
Schwa,
Yeah, I think you
actually,
did say swastika.
I may have said
swastika.
that. Yeah.
It's swastika, isn't it? Pretty sure.
Did you say that in my ear?
Yes, just your ear. I'll tell you during the break.
845 ESPN 97.5.
I'll say it. Well, I won't
Talk
say
right now about Underdog.
He thinks it's ironic that I didn't pronounce it correctly just because my last name is Zierlein.
It is ironic.
My people got away from it actually back in 18.
Yeah, you keep telling us.
Anyway, Underdog Fantasy. So Underdog Fantasy has a playoff booster. Did you take advantage of it? I hope you did, because you've got 40% boosters. Or at least that's what it was for game one of the series this weekend, Saturdays, Sundays. It was all right there for you. And the playoff extender, as the playoff series go on, you play that booster. You keep playing that booster. It goes higher and higher and higher along with each series. And so it's boosting your profit is what you're seeing. You take the standard profit and then you boost it. And all you have to do is pick between 2 and I think you can go as high as for sure 6, maybe even 7 players. Now, the most you can win is 1,000 times your original play. Is that okay with you if you have a shot to win that much? Now, those are some long shots. A lot of times you may end up with 240 to 1 chance. You can play for as low as $1 for example, you can play for as much as, I want to say it's 200, but you can win some real money here. If you have a good feel for how the games are going to go, you analyze these games, you watch these games, you find statistics that you think are a little bit soft, and you go either higher or lower on them. And you pick that, and not only are you going to win money there, but you got the booster that's going to increase your winnings. You also have the ability to play flex, which means it's an insurance feature, basically. You can win 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, and still win money. Go to Underdog Fantasy, download the app, and use promo code Lance on your first deposit. You can get up to $1,000 worth of bonus cash, but you cannot get it unless you play. So use promo code Lance on your first deposit. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncbgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
ESPN is finally doing something relevant on the Shedeur Sanders situation. They are actually being – Adam Schefter was pretty honest about it. He said, aside from Mike Tomlin, any coach who's going to have Shedeur is going to have to put up with the speculation that when things go bad, that Deion is going to take his place.
Oh.
And it's true. I talked
finally saying that. We've been saying it since January.
Yeah, no, I know, but
now it's finally come to fruition. Yeah, you always were going to have to. The only coach he's ever had, as soon as you have to be a strong coach. Pittsburgh's one of the only teams that could take him. Sean McVay. I was told to keep, like, the Rams could be a surprise pick for him if he keeps sliding and falling. It wasn't popular when I said he would fall, but he's going to fall. He's going to slide. He's going to slide. 21 is maybe the first.
If I'm a coach, I don't want him. I don't want that hanging over the organization. I don't GM too. I'm not sure I want all of that hanging over the organization's head. Deion making comments about the play calling, about the offensive line play, about how many weapons he has. If the kid fails, Deion is going to blame everybody in the organization, and it's never going to be on Shedeur.
Never going to be on Shedeur, but it's, unfortunately, I think a lot has been taken away from Shedeur. Like, the talk should be about him and his merit, and I don't think Deion's done him any favors, to be honest with you. I've had people say that. Multiple people have said it behind the scenes who work for teams who they all just say Deion should just be quiet. I even had somebody tell me that they thought the jersey ceremony thing was not good timing, that he should have waited until, would have been good for after the draft, because all it looks like is you're just enabling him again, and that's what you're dealing with. I think it should be about Shedeur the player, and Shedeur the player, to me, is the second best quarterback in the draft. It gets obscured sometimes because we have to fight back against the narrative of, I understand that ESPN is pushing all Shedeur talk all the time. He's what moves the needle for TV. He's kind of lowest common denominator of this draft. Cam Ward's locked in at 1. There's no drama there. Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter are both better players. No one's talking about them. They're all locked into 2 and 3. So Shedeur is the talk. And especially once you don't know where he's going to go, it makes these TV networks, the producers, are even more excited of these segments because it creates more intense debates and more speculation. It opens up more opportunities to create segments on TV shows where, all right, let's do landing spots tomorrow. Let's do a surprise landing spot for Shedeur Sanders. And what if he slips to the second round? They can do all that stuff. But the reality is Shedeur Sanders is the second best quarterback. I think he's better than Jackson Dart. I think he's got accuracy. He's got tremendous. I had one team tell me he's so confident. Like, the team loves him because they don't love the arm. Like, they don't love some of the football throwing stuff. They think that's pretty average, and they really don't love the Deion factor. But what they love is his confidence and his swagger. They think it's real. I think it's real too. I think he's a legit real, like, he doesn't fake it. Like, Pittsburgh thought Kenny Pickett had that, and he didn't have that. He was a one-year wonder. Shedeur Sanders has real, legitimate confidence, like real confidence in the pocket. He has a belief in himself. It's not fake. And so I think there's a mental toughness there that should not be discounted. He's accurate. He has poise in the pocket. He's got pocket maneuverability. He's not the quickest guy outside of the pocket, but he actually maneuvers the pocket pretty well. He takes too many sacks. He holds on to it too long. He tries to play hero ball a bunch. But I think it could be coached out of him a little bit. And I think getting away from Deion will be really beneficial, just to hear another voice in his ear and just get a different perspective. That's all. It's not even that's nothing against Deion. It's good to have different perspectives and different coaches. I brought up Dennis Lindsey earlier, and I'll just tell you something he told me one time. The greatest thing for him, he said, was being with Rudy T, then Jeff Van Gundy, two totally different guys, then learning from Daryl Morey when he came in, then going to the Spurs with R.J. Buford and Greg Popovich. He said, man, I was so prepared. I had so many different types of guys I learned from that I was really ready by the time I became a GM with Utah. I think it's good for players to have different coaches and learn different things and learn different perspectives. It's good for all of us, in life, to learn from different people in life and get different perspectives and not the same. We talk about being in bubbles politically. We talk about being in bubbles, and Shedeur Sanders has been in a bubble. He's been in a Deion bubble, and that's not a shot against Deion, but it's only been one voice in his ear for the most part. Maybe some different quarterback coaches and different offense coordinators, but I think it will be good for him to step out and hear from different people and experience different things. The same way it was good to get out from under LeVar Ball for the Ball brothers when they're healthy and not rapping.
Well, you don't think he had a part in his rap career, in his rap success?
LeVar, no.
Okay.
LeVar is gone. Isn't that great? Like, we don't even think about that.
No,
LeVar Ball is gone.
But Deion ain't going away.
No, because Deion's a real dude. Like, Deion's, he's a legit dude. That's got to be a hell of a shadow to live under. The shadow of Deion Sanders it's tough. It's tough. And sometimes I worry that Shedeur will not be the game manager he should be. His game reeks of game, not reeks, but I don't know what's the right word. It's like it screams game manager, which is good. That's not a negative thing. CJ Stroud is a game manager who can make plays on occasion. Jared Goff is game manager. Tom Brady was a game manager. It's fine.
I'm going to be a
That's
game
your
manager
style.
or a break manager.
They'll manage.
I'm going to manage this because we got Donovan Jackson coming up
next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, I got to talk about Chastang Ford. Chastang Ford is where you get employee pricing. I'm hearing some employee pricing now from other dealerships and whatnot. You ain't getting the same deal. Listen, at Chastang Ford, there's no BS. There's no add-ons. There's no markups. It's just different. They just go about it better than the other guys do. They're going to make sure that you get the best deal. They're going to make sure that you get all of the rebates they can possibly give you. They're going to make sure that you get true employee pricing, okay? They're going to make sure that there's no add-ons, markups. They're not going to try to oversell. They're going to try to find the best interest rate for you and best financing for you every time. They did that for me, and they'll do that for you. They work these deals. They are going to make sure that you get the best car buying experience you can, because you don't stay in business for over 80 years unless you do it well and you do it great and you get return customers. And I've been back 3 times since my first one, and I'm going back the next time I need a new vehicle. So when I buy cars, I buy them for Chastang Ford, and I highly promote that you should too. Chastang Ford on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Bringing in Lance did this. Donovan Jackson, the guard from Ohio State, is joining us right now. A real possibility for your Houston Texans at number 25. Donovan, welcome and congratulations on your success at Ohio State, the Natty, and all of what you guys did this past year and in these past few years. Welcome into the show. Let's talk first about this whole draft process and what it's like for you as a guy. How anxious are you as we close in on Thursday right now?
Yeah, so the draft process, outside looking in, you would think of it as, combine pro day, then you're drafted, but there's so much that goes into it, so much that, from the time you stop playing and you declare from when you get drafted, you have your medicals, your Zoom meetings, your 30 visits, your everything. And so the draft process for me has been really fun because, you have teams who are interested and they want to fly you out to like make sure like they get to know you more and you get to know them. So it's like putting basically a face to a name instead of hearing about you. So it's been really fun for sure. But I'm trying to figure out where I'm playing. So that's what I'm worried about right now.
Can't control that though, can you? I mean, that's got to be the crazy part is you want to know who likes you. You want to know where you're playing. Maybe you read mock drafts, maybe you don't. I don't know. But at the end of the day, I guess you're just going to have to wait and sweat it out like everyone else on Thursday night.
Yeah, I was told the only person I really who knows where they're going is the number one pick. After that, everyone else kind of fills in where they fit in. So, I have ideas of where I might go, but those are only ideas. The draft shifts and moves. People trade up, people trade down, so you never really know till you get the phone call.
I talked to a general manager about you. I guess it was Saturday afternoon, and we were talking about the guards in this draft, and his comment was, and I've got you as my high. I do the draft write-ups for NFL.com, and I wrote up I've got you graded as the top guard in this draft, and he was kind of the same mind that your name's not being mentioned enough, and that he thought you were the best as well. Do you pay attention to what's being said publicly? Do you pay attention to the mock drafts? Do you pay attention to the TV shows with draft analysts on them? Is that something you pay attention to personally or no?
Yeah, it's hard not to look at it. I try not to, but I have social media, I have a phone, so it comes across my feed sometimes. And look, would I love to get recognized more for what I'm doing? Sure, but if lineman's getting noticed, it's probably not for a good thing. So, the teams do their research. Organizations do their research, and I'm just looking forward to going to whoever drafts me.
What have you talked to with the Texans? What have you talked about?
Yeah, they were my last 30 visit, which is really, really ironic because, I'm from Cyprus. So I had the 30 visit there and they just drove me home. So it was perfect. But I would say just talking to Coach Ryan, talking to Coach Popovich and Coach Kaylee, and just talking to them and see how they operate and trying to talk ball with them and have me verbalize it back to see how I retain knowledge. Talking to everyone in that building was kind of a dream come true because, I grew up going to NRG Stadium all the time and kind of seeing like the behind the scenes look and where everything is in relation to like, where the field is. It was very cool. It was very fun to, meet everybody and talk some ball.
What did you didn't get to talk to CJ? How cool would it be to be back home playing and protecting CJ on every Sunday?
Man, it'd be amazing. When CJ was at Ohio State, he was a huge part of my process. And even when I was deciding to leave or not my junior year, one of the people I texted was CJ because I needed his advice, and he gave me great advice on, where to stay, where to go. But it'd be great. He's a great friend of mine, obviously an amazing player. So he would make my life easier. It certainly is offensive lineman.
So in watching you during the season, we all watched. Our producer Dell watched a ton of college football. John watches a ton. I watch a ton, and then I go back and watch tape and write it up, which is different than on TV. You're a very athletic guard. You stepped out and played tackle when you had injuries to not just Josh Simmons, but the backup tackle as well. So you went out and played left tackle as well. What do you think of that experience of playing tackle? You've got tackle and guard experience. What do you think of the experience of playing tackle? How does that benefit you for teams looking to draft you?
I feel it just brings overall versatility to my game. Most teams see me as interior because that's where I played for about 2.5 years. But, other teams are like, hey, like we see you have the ability to play tackle, because it wasn't like I was blocking, bad ends. Like I was blocking some of the best ends in the country at tackle. And so, and then even when I was even now that I'm like have the experience of playing tackle, every defense runs a sack man package or rush man package where they put like 4 DNs on the line of scrimmage. And so it just brings more like comfort to my game that, hey, like he has experience blocking those type of rushers.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, that's how I see it. Tackle experience inside a guard. And this is a Houston Texans team that frankly needs substantially better pass protection along the interior. I want to ask you about when you lost to Michigan. I want to take you back there because we know how the season ended, which is a national championship. Man, that was strange watching from the outside. People calling for the head of the head coach and the disappointment I'm sure you guys felt we're losing to Michigan again for the third year in a row. I think it was 3 years in a row, maybe it's 4. But to go from there to the dominance that you guys showed in the postseason, can you take us to what happened in that locker room afterwards and how you guys were ready to play like you did once you hit that Tennessee game in the first playoff game?
Yeah, obviously that wasn't a fun time to be a Buckeye that week stretch after the game. But once the playoffs were announced, we had a team meeting after the game, and it was player led. All the coaches stepped out. Coach Day stayed in, and we basically just let everything out. Like we called guys out, we talked about it, and then at the end of it, we came together as a team. And then I would say one of our safeties, Lathan Ransom. He basically mapped out the trajectory of the playoffs. He said, we're going to beat Tennessee. We're going to go out west. We're going to beat Oregon. We're going to go down to Texas, play Texas, beat them. And we're going to play whoever in the Natty. He said, if you don't think we're a national championship winning team, it's time to get out. You better start thinking like it. And at that point, guys, like, I wouldn't say bought back in, but had a new sense of pride and focus in what they were doing. And so we knew on paper we were a better team. But it's more than just paper. We had to go out there and prove it. And so the coaches put us in the right position to succeed, but it was up to us to execute the plays. So a lot of credit to all the guys on the team, and we got after it in the playoffs.
Donovan Jackson, Ohio State guard and tackle, with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What other teams have shown a lot of interest in you?
I would say I've been on 30 visits, like the top 30 visits you go on. I've been to Philly, Tennessee, Minnesota, Vegas, the Giants, and then the Texans. And so I would say off of that, I would say that interest. I mean, at the Combine, you have your formal interviews, and I have like a handful of those. But I think the 30 visits are pretty up there.
Tell us about a formal. Go ahead, John.
Sorry. No, go ahead.
Well, I'm curious. Tell us what a 40 visit. I mean, what a formal visit in Combine. We got to see Keon Coleman famously had one with the Bills, and we got to see some of that. And when we get some insight and some looks into them, they look really, really interesting. Can you tell us about one of your more interesting ones? Can you take us inside the suite there where you meet, or inside the tunnels or the bowels of Lucas Oil, wherever it is that you meet these teams, and what the conversations are like? Like, how does it go?
Yeah, so at the Combine, you have your formal visits and you have your informal visits. Your formal visits are in the suites of Lucas Oil, and every team has a suite, and you have a set schedule. So every team can only have a certain number of guys in the process come into their suite. But you basically interview. Every team's different, but you basically go in, and there's your position coach, your coordinator, the head coach, the GM, and a whole bunch of scouts around, and they're usually recording it. And they basically they could install plays really quickly, and you have to verbalize it back. They could just ask about your life, or they can just watch your film, and you have to say what you did and why you did it. And they all have 20 minutes to do so before you have to move on to the next room. And so they can get pretty intense. You know, they can get on you because they're just trying. They have 20 minutes to figure out like who you are mentally as a football player. Like, everyone already knows physically because that's all film, but they're trying to figure out, can you process information? Can you verbalize like what you're doing and why you did it?
Donovan Jackson here. How are you with all these visits and everything going on, Combine, everything else that has been going on in your life? How do you keep working out? I mean, it's got to cut into your schedule of what you've been wanting to do physically.
Yeah, that was a huge point of emphasis for going on these 30 visits, because there are times where I only had 6, but there are guys who have twice as much. And so you got have hotel workouts. So Ohio State, they sent us a hotel workout program because a lot of us were going on visits, because a huge part is staying in shape, because as soon as you're drafted, you go right into camp. And so like all the teams I went to, one thing they all said was, hey, when you're drafted, you better be in shape, because you go straight into playing football again. It's not some long break. And so just trying to, keep that edge, stay in shape. So when I get there, I'm not like, not in shape.
And that's, I mean, it is a grind, the whole process.
Yeah.
And you guys played as late as anyone. So I don't think a lot of people realize it knocks you out of consideration for Senior Bowl. So that's a chance at an all-star game that most people are preparing for. Senior Bowl invites. They're with their trainers at Exos or wherever. And then they, and then you got to get ready for the combine. Well, you guys went so deep that I know a lot of guys from Ohio State, for example, did not, and actually a lot of the playoff teams didn't even work out at the combine because they needed more time for preparation. And then you go right into your 30 visits and you have your own pro days that you're getting ready for. Like, this has been a run for you, Donovan. I'm thinking from August till April has been almost nonstop. Have you had any kind of break?
No, I've had no break. It's essentially from August to January, won the championship. I flew out from Columbus, I think 4 days after. That's when we had like the trophy presentation. I flew out the very next day at 11 in the morning, and I was working out the very next day. And from there, I was training to get my body right. Because, coming off a long season, there's going to be some aches and some pains in your body. So, staying on top of that, lifting. And then as soon as I went to the combine, I only did drills there, came back, and then just training, flew back to Columbus for pro day. And then like the day after pro day, I flew out to my first 30 visit, and that's what I've been doing since. So my last 30 visit was on the 15th. And since then I've come home, and like now I'm just working out in preparation for the draft.
You're here in Cyprus?
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, but he went to Episcopal. What was that drive like every morning?
That was terrible.
Yeah.
That was not a fun drive.
That sucks.
How did Coach
What'd you learn from
Coach Lease get you over to Episcopal from Cyprus?
Man, he ran a program that was really attractive to like a young high school recruit. And he had college coaches going in and out every day. He had great pedigree with recruiting in terms of, he had Jalen Waddle, Walker Little, Marvin Wilson, and tons of other guys who came through there. And so when I was going through my high school process, the zone school I was going to, I didn't really want to go there. But and so one of my family friends, his son went to EHS. So he's like, hey, like, why don't you go check this place out and see what you think? So I toured it, talked to Coach Lees, and I was like, yeah, I want to come here.
That's great. That is great. Did you beat Kincaid every year or no?
Beat him twice, I think.
Twice?
Yeah.
2-2 against Kincaid?
Yeah.
And that's a great rivalry. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. Well, man, we are going to be rooting for you.
But I got to ask him one quick question, John. I saw he has a 32-inch vertical leap at his pro day. Can you dunk?
Yeah, I can dunk.
Better be with 32.
More offensive linemen that can dunk.
There ain't a whole
and protect quarterback. Protect quarterback and dunk is kind of what I'm looking for.
Two things you got to do. Two things.
What are you excited about being in Houston? What do you do when you're here? Do you go visit family? You go to restaurants that you love? Like, what do you do when you get back home like this?
Man, I'm trying to relax. I've been nonstop since the end of the season. So I'm, see family and lay on the couch, work out.
And that's it.
Yeah.
And where's your best eating places here?
Best eating places, man. Pinkerton's barbecue. Any of the Papados, love those. I mean, I've been in Columbus for so long. I had to go to Whataburger immediately.
Thank you. Yeah. That's a good Texas boy. Still, we're still Texas. Mm-hmm. That's what's up.
That's it. Absolutely.
And Pinkerton, Grant Pinkerton does great barbecue.
Yeah, they do.
So good choices. Papado, all of them.
Absolutely. Hey, Donovan. Best of luck, man. We're going to be rooting for you, man. It'll be so great if the Texans take you. And if they do, come on back on. We want to talk about it.
Wherever you go, good luck. Yeah. We're cheering for you on Thursday. If it doesn't happen on Thursday, it's going to happen early on Friday, and we're looking forward to watching you during your career.
Thank you.
All right. There he is, Donovan Jackson, right here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hopefully the Texans do take him. That'd be great. That would be great to have a hometown guy.
He can dunk.
I mean, what a dream come true. What a dream come true for a guy who, roots for the Texans, rooted for the Texans his whole life to be able to come and play there. That'd be awesome. Awesome. All right. We're breaking it. Champion Energy is something he should know about. I think anybody yet. I don't care where you are. As a matter of fact, guy from Cyprus, my buddy from Cyprus, he switched over to Champion Energy, and he was like, yes, this is ridiculous how much money I am saving now as compared to what I was. And it went from month to month. What he was paying with the other electricity company, the very next month, he was like, holy crap, it's real. The savings are real. It is real. And if you're looking for a great way to save money every single month, I've been with Champion, I think, for about 17 years now. I just love what they've done for me. So easy, never mistakes. It's the only time I ever had to call them was when I moved to change my to change addresses. That's it. Champion.energy/1560. You're looking for a great way to save some money on your electricity every month. Champion.energy/1560.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Very impressive young man, Donovan Jackson.
Yeah, he's sharp, man. He can play two positions if you need him to in a pinch. He could slide out to tackle and get you out of a game. Art does ask an interesting question, though. Please ask Donovan Jackson how long did it take him to get past Ryan Day's really black beard and not stare at it. That beard is unusually dark.
It is.
It's not natural. It is It has died, and it is hard to ignore. He's not wrong.
Like when
it is hard to ignore.
When the Cowboys won their first Super Bowl, was it Emmett who mussed up Jimmy's hair at the end of that?
Yeah.
So once they finally won their elusive title, should anyone have either asked a question about his beard as an outgoing senior, or just said, "Hey, coach, give him a number to an actual stylist to take care of that"? Like, as you leave the facility, get that in, because it would bother some people, right? Someone in that program has to be bothered by the darkness of that beard.
Well, they would say it probably with a loving jab. It's
Yeah,
probably
Emmett mussed up Jimmy's hair. That was all fun, but as you're walking out, coach, come on, what are we doing?
That thing's supposed to have some gray in it, bro.
Or maybe don't go so dark.
Right. Well, how about Mike Krzyzewski's hair all those years?
Well, what Duke
Not
player?
a gray hair on his head. He was 78 years old.
Yeah, but he kept it real. Like, he stayed
How
on top
real?
of it. It didn't change. What didn't change colors? He stayed the same. Like, it wasn't off-putting because Ryan Day it got darker.
Yeah, Ryan Gray was a gray beard, and then he went.
Well, then.
It was
he
very
was
odd.
an Emmett Smith.
Do you remember when Colin
and
Coward
Keith Hernandez
went from? Do you remember when Colin Coward went from ESPN to Fox FX or whatever?
Yeah.
Or Fox Sports FX1. Do you remember that there was a big deal made that he dyed his hair like brown? He changed his hair, and people were flipping out. Like, what in the world is Colin doing? His hair is substantially browner. It just was so off-putting. It just threw people off.
Are you saying
eventually I'm just going to shave off all my hair, but I'm waiting because I already know, like, it's just going to be such a different look that I'm just going to keep delaying and putting it. I'll just keep wearing a hat for a while.
Why don't you get a Caesar?
A Caesar?
You should.
Go
Why
to
do I have a bloody
Go
nose?
to a black barber.
Hold on.
Or
Hold on, I got a
Mark
bloody
Davis.
nose.
He's got a bloody nose now.
I'm not getting a Mark Davis.
Go to a black barber.
Mark Davis would be totally
Not
sweet.
get a bowl, but get yourself a high taper, Lance. But he has a bloody nose. He had to walk off camera.
He's got a bloody nose?
Yeah, he's bleeding out of his
What
nose.
did he do?
I don't know. Maybe it's less humidity there. I don't know what's up with his nose. I don't know, but he's got a bloody nose. The change in humidity has messed with him. But Lance will be back at some point. He's got to take care of blood dripping all over himself.
Let's get Eric in here in the meantime. What's going on, Eric?
Yeah, I think Lance would look good in the Edgar cut. But how do you think Forrest Whitley did last night? And how do you feel about Gunther choking out Pat McAfee last night on WWE Raw? And also, Bill, can we stop deporting thick Latinas? I'll hang up and listen.
Well, that's Eric. I don't have any say in whether thick Latinas get deported. Why are you asking me? I don't have any power.
Well, I mean, maybe you could do
Sir,
something.
we have
Who am I
many
supposed
new
to
listeners.
petition
We
to?
have many new listeners listening right now. Do you want them to think that this show is about deporting thick Latinas?
We can't speak to what a caller's going to say. I will tell him I don't have any say in what happens.
What
he also
Pat McAfee?
I mean, many people on this show are not in favor of that happening, by the way.
Pat McAfee, I saw the videos of him getting choked out. Who cares?
It's wrestling.
It's just wrestling.
Did you see the video of Paul Heyman going after him on his own show?
Yeah.
Did y'all see that?
What? It's wrestling.
No.
It's all
He
scripted.
was like, no. This is on the Pat McAfee show. He was saying some embarrassing stuff about
Paul Heyman?
about saying he was trash talking Stephen A. Smith and the network, and Pat McAfee is trying to get him to chill out. Like, I don't think this was, what is it called in wrestling, a shoot or whatever, where you go off script and do something you're not supposed to do.
I don't know.
This was like, I don't think Pat McAfee was not happy about this one at all. If you get a chance to listen to it, you should search for it, because he was basically saying Pat was hogging all the weed. Like, hey, it's called puff, puff, pass, not puff, 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 puff.
Well, John Cena said that too. Like, Pat McAfee's always high when he's doing that, when he's doing the wrestling gig.
Yeah,
he said that on the show yesterday.
You're outside and you said Stephen A. Smith. You said if they don't pay me exactly what Stephen A. Smith is, I'm leaving. And because you told me when we were smoking, you said ESPN could suck it and they could do that. He's like, no, I didn't say that. Stop. I didn't say that. And he just kept going and going. And I was thinking, oh, look, somebody taking a little shot back at Pat McAfee, making him uncomfortable.
It's been an interesting 24 hours for ESPN personalities. Shannon Sharp was accused of something ugly.
$50 million lawsuit?
And yes, and then he responded with letting it be known what type of text he was getting from that woman.
See, that's the thing. We're in a different time because most lawyers would have said, don't say. Oh, and Tony Busby brought that text.
Yes,
brought the lawsuit, by the way. Did you know that Busby's involved in that one too? It's like Tony's found a new cottage industry.
Well, he went after Jay-Z and did not win that one. And Jay-Z is going to countersue Tony.
Yeah, that one could get a little messy. But he's representing the lady who brought, and at this point they're probably seeking out Tony because Tony's now the face of these big public lawsuits of sports figures. But usually a lawyer would say, yeah, just don't say anything publicly. We're not going to comment. I had no doubt Shannon Sharp was going to come out and immediately comment. There was never a doubt in my mind.
John, have you seen the texts that were sent from the woman to Shannon? Shannon didn't release through his lawyer's written up thing. He didn't release what he said back. But have you seen any?
I just avoid. I
it's
don't.
A good idea. It's
yeah.
a good idea.
I like to avoid those things.
Yeah.
So. Like she said, yeah, I did this, and I say, I mean, whatever. The courts will. Is it going to go to court?
We don't know. According to Shannon's representative, and I guess through himself, the thought is, well, you tried to get money out of me. You didn't really want to go to court, and then when I didn't give you money, now you're taking it to another level. So that's where he stands on the situation.
Yeah. All right, let's break. Let's hear from Fred VanVleet on the other side. Fred had something
bad timing for Fred.
What?
It's bad timing for Fred.
It really is bad timing for Fred. Fred had something to say that was, I don't think. Yeah, you gotta know the room. And Fred, read the room, Fred. It wasn't the best time for you to take a shot. It just, you know what? How about hitting shots? How about this week, the Chevron, next week, the Insperity? Golf here in the city of Houston is awesome. The Insperity is going on next week at TPC, the Woodlands TPC, a great facility, absolutely free for you to go to. Legends of the game will be there. It's always a big event on the Saturday, but you got Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of some of the best older golfers in the world. They're going to shoot low. They're going to play great. They're names that you know, names that you grew up with. If you haven't gone before and seen them play, you really need to. They're so good, so good. And the biggest names are going to be here, the biggest names on the Champion Tour. So you're looking for a great way and absolutely free. Thanks to Insperity. Insperity is paying for it all. You don't have to pay a dime. Just show up and go. They got shuttles to go. If you've never been to the facility, the price doesn't get any better than absolutely free. Get on out there and watch the Champion Tour at the Insperity at the TPC Woodlands next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday right here in the Houston area. Come on, get on out there. Go to InsperityInvitational.com, InsperityInvitational.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So the Rockets lost the other night. Fred VanVleet, 4 for 18.
Yeah. Oh, was it that good?
It was 4 for 19.
Yeah, don't take away one of his shots.
4 for 19.
Yeah,
I don't want to take any shots away from Fred. I think I said that wrong. I want to take a lot of shots away from Fred. Fred was bad. Fred was awful. 4 for 19. He was 2 for 13 from 3, 7 assists, 2 turnovers. He was a minus on the court.
Takes care of the ball, though.
Oh, great. Great.
Because if you shoot a shot, it's not a turnover, even if you miss it.
Yeah, it's not a turnover, but it is. It kind of is.
Well,
because the other team gets the ball because of you.
Not with Steven Adams out there.
4 for 19. That is really, really, really bad. Just over 20% from the field.
So bad it overshadows a 3 for 15 that was in the backcourt with him.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the two of them together, 7 for 34. Afterwards, Fred was asked, how about that home court advantage, Fred?
No, not at all. That was incredible. It's great to have playoff basketball here in Houston. They definitely answered the test. Been looking for them. I've been looking for them since I got here, but they showed up tonight. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the win, but we're an incredible atmosphere. Got to duplicate that, do it again on Wednesday.
They showed up tonight. Been waiting.
Been looking for him.
Been looking for it. Been looking for him.
No, he didn't take a shot at the crowd that night. I guess maybe it's been quiet the last few games. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, what are you going to answer?
No, that is a shot at the crowd. That absolutely.
Previous
iterations
of the crowd, yes.
Yeah. Well, it's,
not
it's a
tonight,
lot
though.
of
He
the
said they
same
were
people,
great.
season ticket holders.
It's just
he said they were great tonight.
Yes.
Yeah, but somebody showed up.
He should have
not
just said,
you, but somebody showed up.
He should have just said it was a great crowd tonight. Appreciate him. Hopefully we'll play better for him in game 2. He would have been fine, but been looking for him.
Yeah,
unnecessary, particularly when you play as poorly as you did.
Crappy as you were, you're going to take shots at the fans.
Yeah, it's a small thing, but people acknowledged it and saw it. No, wait a minit, I paid $300 to watch you play the way you played tonight. How about you show up for me? That was a lot of the sentiment.
We showed up. Did you? Did you, Fred? That's crap. That's a load of crap. I mean, it never goes well when you take on the fans.
Not if you're Fred VanVleet. Overall, really hasn't shot well all year. He's been a point of complaining for a lot of people because of the salary and the way he's shot the basketball. But in your first playoff game in several years, all that excitement, and you're the highest paid player on the team, and you shoot like that, people are going to have a problem with it.
Yeah. This season, 37.8 from the field.
Is his salary higher than his shooting percentage?
37.8 from the field.
Yes.
34.5 from 3, which is okay. You'll take 34.5. It's all right.
It's fine.
But 37.8 from the field. He was bad coming here. 41%. I mean, when he came here, we were like, oh man, 39% from the field, 40% from the field, 38.9 from the field. I mean, this is who he is. It's worse. This was his worst shooting since his rookie year.
Can we get the Dylan Brooks plan for Fred? Dylan Brooks came here and became a better shooter.
Yeah.
What? Same coaches. What's the deal? Dylan Brooks was someone who the Grizzlies couldn't wait to get rid of, shot the ball too much, shot it at the most inopportune times, and didn't make shots. He comes here and has improved year over year and is now a knockdown shooter. He's around 40% with good volume on threes taken. Fred, not so much.
Fred averages, how about this year? He averaged 7.7 shots per game, 3-point shots per game. That's too much. It's too much. It's just stop. 12.7 shots a game when you're shooting under 38% from the field. That's too much. Just facilitate.
That's my biggest problem with him is he just – I mean, I love the fact that he doesn't let his confidence wane, I guess. Because he is always going to shoot if
he's actually
open.
shooting less than he did last year.
He is?
Yes, he
it feels like it's bombs away Fred.
he shot nearly 14 shots last year, 8 threes per game. This year, just under 13 shots. This year, 7.7 threes. He's shooting less. He's just shooting worse.
He just
doesn't it seem like though doesn't it seem like when he's at his worst, he shoots the most shots, or is that just how it seems?
I don't know.
It seems like the worse the game he's having, the more shots he squeezes off.
You're right. He had 19 the other night.
That's hard to get 19 shots off on a team like the Rockets, where you've got a multitude of players.
No.
You got a great game by, Jalen's going to get his shots typically. Alperin was having a game. Like, how do you get 19 shots?
I disagree,
That's
Lance.
almost impossible.
I disagree.
How?
You know what the other team's plan is? Let Fred shoot. So
it would be my
everybody
now,
else
get hot.
Lock everybody else down and let Fred shoot. And you know what?
Get hot one of these games.
And then you know what? They'll score 85 points.
Well,
he's going to have a 5 for 8 3-point game one of these
he'll
games.
Have one of those.
He'll have one of these games. He does that.
Well, Fred follows the thinking of one of our greats, Dion Waiters. I'd rather go 0 for 30 than 0 for 9.
Fred, this is
no. He's from Illinois.
Again, they're doing this. Deport Fred to Canada.
Well, John started it yesterday. I'd rather go 0 for 30 than 0 for 9 because you go 0 for 9. That means you stop shooting. That means you lost confidence. Fred follows that model.
Yeah, that's a terrible. That's that the logic behind that is awful.
The next one is going to go in. That's how you think.
Is it going to go in though?
Well, if it does, at some point, one of them is going to go in.
Are we though? 4 for 19. Goodness gracious. Before that, 5 for 13.
You are trying to give
Before
Fred
that,
more money.
1
and
for
you're trying
8.
to give Fred more money, John. What are you doing?
How about look at his shooting? The game before 5 for 13. The game before 1 for 8. The game before 5 for 9. Nice. 2 for 14. 5 for 9. 1 for 10. 5 for 14. 2 for 12.
13 for 17.
13 for 17.
Look, it's right there.
He had one
he's
game
in double
where he
digit
shot
shots.
really
He's terrible. And it was what, 5 of 9?
Against Miami back on March 21st, he went 13 to 17.
Yeah.
March 21st.
And he was 2 for 12 the game before and 4 for 15 the game. Or game before was 4 for 15 the game.
I told you,
after 2 for
if
12.
he's shooting poorly, he shoots more shots.
Yes.
Notice anytime he's close to the 50% mark, he's shooting 10 shots or less.
Well,
let him
Miami,
get to double digit shots
at Miami.
That was a month ago.
Yeah.
Yep. Just accept and be ready.
Oh, he had a game. He had a good game a month ago.
Yeah.
Just be ready. Be ready for
great.
The Shams bomb where they've extended Fred for 92 over 3. Just be ready.
Wow.
Just be ready for
No,
it.
not 3. You stop it.
What?
No.
He's getting 2.
Ime loves him. Okay.
2 at 80.
Ime loves him. He doesn't.
2 at 80.
Oh no, and they'll also tell you Fred's record. You know what was the team's record when Fred wasn't there and when he was there. That's all accurate, but I mean, do you really feel like Fred is not a replaceable player? I just don't. I just don't think he's an irreplaceable. I think you can replace Fred.
They may have feelings about him one way or the other, and generally positive, but let him have a stinky series. The playoffs change how people feel about players.
This is what I don't like about this talk. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But this is and that guy can really play in regular season too. This is what bothers me is people say, well, when you didn't have Fred, this is your record. Yeah, but you're not taking into account. So you gotta bring him back. But they don't take into account. Well, you subtracted that player and that amount of money. But what happens if you have another player who replaces him for a certain amount of money? Like you're not factoring in if you get rid of Fred, you're going to have a replacement on hand. There is money that you free up. You're going to have another player, whether it's Reed Shepherd playing that role. And they bring in another shooter, a backcourt shooter or another point guard, they're going to use Fred's money, maybe not all of it, but they're going to use some of it to bring in another player. So just because you were to get rid of Fred, the argument that, well, the record without Fred, you don't have a replacement level player for him. You would, if you move on from him, you would have the money to get a replacement.
Yeah, I don't know what their cap situation is because teams operate above the cap, and you can't always just simply, Fred's 40 goes out, you can bring a $40 million
No.
player.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It
I don't
could be
know.
like 20.
We have to figure out where they are.
It's
But
Kevin Durant. We said it.
Well, maybe.
Rights. Well, no. At this series, the worse this series gets for the Rockets, the greater the likelihood they go after Durant.
Yep. The worse the shooting gets.
If they continue to struggle to find points, if they are operating in the 80s to 90s and points and losing games that way, the call for a knockdown, established scorer who you can give the ball to and they can just go get theirs, it's going to get loud because there's some promise here. And if you're being held back by your backcourt because they can't knock down shots, people are going to want an answer for that.
Absolutely. I want an answer for it right now. I want an answer for it right now.
Cam Whitmore.
He is the answer.
Okay.
You got to stop, Dell. That man's not putting Cam Whitmore in for extensive minutes. He may get.
Just keep losing.
I'd be okay with him
getting
getting.
Crappy.
I'd be okay with him getting 4 minutes.
Just one game,
don't
John.
give up on Jalen this
one
fast.
Game.
It's one game. Why are you giving up on Jalen?
I ain't giving up on nobody.
Well, Cam's coming in for Jalen.
Okay, let's take a look at Jalen versus Golden State.
Oh, here we go. I told
These are your numbers, Lance.
Guy.
These are
your
numbers.
No, that's true. That's true. Against Golden State, he's not good. He averages
Let's
less
take a
than
look at
13
Jalen
points a
versus
game.
Golden State and how well that's gone.
You guys are already jumping off the boat. It's just one game.
I'm not jumping off. I believe in this team. I
Jumping
think
off the ship.
I think Jalen's going to be fine.
Oh no, I believe in this team too. But you know what?
It doesn't sound like you believe in Cam Whitmore. You believe in number 7, and that's it.
I don't believe in just number 7. I believe that you should make some adjustments. And if you ain't got nobody that can shoot, you got a guy who can shoot just sitting there. Go use him. Don't just go, well, I don't use him. Well, why? I mean, Garrett Cole, don't use him. Don't use Garrett Cole.
Cam Whitmore is, for John, is backup quarterback territory right now, where the other guy's got to be better. And then you see why the other guy isn't.
No, listen. No, not listen. It's not backup quarterback. That's a big difference. You got a starter there. If Cam Whitmore plays minutes.
The player, well, he doesn't play consequential minutes anymore. Your coach, who everyone loves, right? You love Ime. Top 3 coach of the year candidate, doesn't want that guy on the floor for consequential minutes for whatever reason.
Yeah. Well, then we need a new coach.
There it is. There it is.
Okay.
I'm not doing this.
Okay.
We got the best coach in the league. I would not trade my coach. Ime is my coach. You can have your coach, Silas, if you want.
Oh, you can't go.
Oh,
that's
wow.
a big extreme.
You went from Ime to Silas?
Well, you liked it so much when Silas was there letting everyone get their Instagram stories in.
Yep. I loved it. I loved watching Rockets basketball.
I'm an Ime guy.
Yeah.
I let the record reflect. I'm an Ime guy.
Oh,
tried and true.
If the
from this
comparison
day forward
is Ime versus Silas, congratulations on walking out on that thin limb and taking Ime. But there
would have
are
been a whole lot
coaches.
cooler. Go ahead.
There are other coaches. I mean, I'm not with John, who wants Ime out of here for some reason. But it's not. It doesn't have to be Ime versus Silas all the time.
How about
Did
JB?
you not get your jersey?
Let's
Did you
get
not
JB
get your
back.
Granado? Did you get your Granado jersey or not? You're acting like you didn't get M&Ms.
All right.
Didn't you get your M&Ms?
Didn't they give you M&Ms?
They gave me M&Ms. M&Ms ain't
Shut your mouth and get on board.
M&Ms ain't a pizza. Okay. When M&Ms turn into pizzas, then I'm totally on board.
Thin crust pizzas.
John's on the grift. Would have been a lot cooler if Fred had missed one more and went 4 of 20 on 420.
Take another shot.
Cool.
Oh wow.
That would have been cool, just going 4 for 20.
420. Isn't that when everybody's
he
stoned?
didn't shoot like he was high. Yeah.
Yes, that's when everybody's supposed to be stoned.
Everybody's stoned. Maybe Fred was
Do
stoned.
you think I could make more than
I've seen him all year, unless he's been stoned all year.
20?
Does he smoke weed before every game?
He might be an enthusiast.
Does he take an edible before every game?
You don't know.
Well, the NBA's rules are laxed on that. They don't really punish you for weed anymore.
No, they don't test.
I don't believe Fred is doing any substances. I just think he's a poor shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he wasn't. He hasn't been. It's just like he saved it for us. He was never a good shooter inside the arc. Inside the arc was never great for Fred. But this year, it's his lowest field goal percentage, well, since his rookie season. From a three-point line, it is his second lowest percentage of all time in his career. That's just not good enough. I mean, you've got guys like Jalen Green to take pressure off you. You've got guys like Alperen Sengun to take pressure off of you. You should be. It's his lowest free throw percentage of his career. Listen to this. For those of you who want to give this guy more money, it's his second lowest. It's his lowest field goal percentage since his rookie season, where he didn't start. It's his lowest 3-point percentage since 2023, but it's his second lowest of all time. It's his lowest free throw percentage. It's 81%, but it's also his lowest free throw percentage he has ever had. His assist to turnover ratio got substantially worse this year. 8.1 to 1.7 was last year, which is really good actually. And it's not terrible right now. I shouldn't. It's 5.6 to 1.5. That's not terrible. It also just happens to be, lower than last year. Like Fred declined in every single metric from last year with the Rockets.
You started this by
can't be on the hook for more money. What are we doing?
You started this
cannot
by
get more money.
Saying, for all of you who want to give him money, who wants to give him more money?
Who said that?
Who said that?
Who told you that?
Mason.
What? Who cares?
Mason likes Fred Van
Vliet. You can't win without Fred Van Vliet.
Oh my!
We can't listen to Brick Zerline.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think. But I do think there are I've seen Rocket fans who when they were losing with Fred Van Vliet out, we talked about it on the show. There was some love for Fred Van Vliet whenever he was, you were losing without Fred Van Vliet. It was hard not to notice it. I think it was also that you don't have a primary ball handler and they were just going through a rough spell. But even if you don't have Fred Van Vliet, you're going to get a primary ball handler.
Go sign
it's
Tyus
not like
Jones
you're not
in the offseason. Tyus Jones is available. You can go get him. He's coming off a pretty much minimum deal with the Suns.
We can't be given. Ime has got to be stopped if he thinks that this needs to be the Fred Van Vliet show any further. And I hope Fred plays well. And he will play well at some point in this series and win. But I just he's been so inconsistent this year. The numbers pointed out he's just not a good shooter.
Well, he better pick it up.
He's got to be a good shooter
because we know Jalen ain't.
Well, come on, John.
Well, I'm not against Golden State. I mean, there's a big enough sample size.
Had a good year, I've been told. He'll be fine.
Okay, let's go tomorrow night. We need to see them both step up and play a lot better than they did.
He is now. He has historically been a poor. This is his hardest team, Golden State. Historically, it's been his worst team. So, really, you can't afford a bad game tomorrow. He's got to have a good game. He's got to, and they have to win. If they don't win, then they're going to be down 0-2 in the series.
Well, that is factual. If they do lose, they will be down 0-2.
Yeah, you hit something there. You're onto something here. If they lose, they're down 0. No, here's the deal.
What happened with all
this? If they lose tomorrow night, the series is over.
Yes.
Warriors, come out to play, yeah.
Let's go.
It's been a while since you unearthed that sucker.
No, we did it.
I did it earlier
last week
because it was Warriors Rockets time when that was confirmed.
Yeah. But you didn't do it yesterday.
Well, I mean, why? Why would I do it yesterday? We don't want to taunt them after Sunday. But now, a day removed, we're back. Rockets in 6?
Rockets in 6. That's what we got.
Which means they'd have to win in Chase Center to close out the Warriors.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's all right.
That's
easy.
Sure.
Easy peasy.
Sure.
Steph is going to get another 3-point game.
15 points in the first 4 games. One of your best ever.
15 points
in the first 4. Man doubled that in game 1.
It was a prediction. It was just a little
take
off.
A shot.
It was
take
a bit
shot.
off. Maybe I was being a little
disrespectful of one of the greatest of all time. Yes, maybe. Amin had you hyped. That's all.
I mean, nobody could stop that dude. He throws stuff up, falling out of bounds over his head.
Shot a 37-footer or something over an Amin contest. It was God. I don't know what else to say. It was ridiculous on Sunday night.
Yep. They'll slow him down.
He's going to regress back to
being a 3-point guy.
Yeah, we'll get the 3-point game tomorrow night. Yeah,
that's for sure. The 3-point guy's coming out. Okay. He had his worst ever game against the Rockets. He's just like Jalen, only different.
Because the Jalen ones keep going. Steph fixed that in one game.
Steph said, "Whoa, really? That's what happened last game? Watch this game."
Man, did he he came out and it was immediate this is the other Steph.
This is weird. Yeah.
I'm like, where's Amin? I thought we were locking him down.
I'm hoping he plays golf tomorrow somewhere. Maybe we'll get him out. Let's get him out somewhere.
Yeah, can you get him out and get him liquored up?
I know
something?
he played.
He'll still come out and give you 31.
He played yesterday, Blue Jack.
You know?
Oh, you do know that?
You know that for a fact.
Yeah, I know that for a
okay.
fact. Yeah.
Get him out there tomorrow afternoon before the game.
Is it hot? Is it humid and hot?
Yes, we need him playing before the game.
Yeah,
Michael,
get out there in that humidity. Go
and maybe
run 36. I remember I'd be at Johnny Harris's house, and we were young in junior high, or Johnny Harris's dad would go play 36 holes or 54. No, I think he played 36. One time he came in and basically passed out on the ground. He was like, it was in the summer, and he had either played 36 straight or 54. It was some insane amount. Johnny's dad was a monster, and like he could go play golf that much, and then he just like 36. Have you ever played 36 in a row, John?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
How hard is that
That's
physically?
Fun. No, you play it. Yeah, it wears on you.
It's hard.
There's no question.
Hey, have you ever gone?
Especially if you have a violent.
Have you ever gone to a break on time?
Never.
No, actually, I have not. What's it like?
I do want to go to one right now because I want to talk about Game Day Men's Health, where I'm going today. I'm going on over there. I'm going to go get a checkup. I heard one of the other testosterone places. They go, well, this month we're going to do free consultations. Like, what? Oh, thank you for this month free consultations. How about all the time the free consultations at Game Day Men's Health? They're gonna that is so. I can't believe that they feel like they can get away with that. We're going to charge you $150 to find out whether or not you're going to be a client of ours. What? That's just ridiculous. Game Day Men's Health says, nah, free consultation. We'll find out what kind of shape you are with testosterone. We'll find out what your goals are, how you want to get there, what you're looking for, what you're trying to achieve, and we'll get you there. And that's what they do. And they care about your health. They care. They have professionals that are going to make it a program for you, be it with the testosterone, first of all, the testosterone replacement, but then the peptides, which will help you gain whatever it is that you want to gain. Muscle, lose fat, better, more focused, better at the job, better in bed, better all the way around. Just be better. That's what Game Day Men's Health does. The other guys, not so much. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard right here. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. News of the weird, very short, because we went a little long, Del. Did we go a little long?
A little. It's 9:58.
And Anti-Ducktown shoots down a plan for a giant duck statue. Swaffham has been a town at war. Apparently, they have been faced with an invasion of ducks. They've tried to lure them away with an artificial island, hired professional cleaners, and outside shot. They even discussed a call. Shouldn't they have a giant duck as statue in their town?
Yeah, I mean that's fine.
I mean, they got ducks all over, duck poop all over. If you're going to be a duck town, be a duck town.
Be a duck town. Lean into it.
That's right. I mean, I'm sorry. Do you see that there is apparently there's a TikTok trend for Dubai chocolate, and it's causing an international shortage of pistachios. Man, this looks good.
What is the TikTok trend?
Man, oh man, the TikTok trends like rule the world right now. Am I right or am I right?
Oh yeah, there's
nothing more powerful than a TikTok trend right now.
Yeah, it's viral trends like when people were having fist fights and gunfights over Popeye's chicken sandwiches.
Yeah.
When you it's like every week there's something new that you have to have because of TikTok or whatever. It's
a chocolate bar stuffed with a creamy
TikTok
green pistachio filling. Wow. I mean,
big deal anyway.
I thought you weren't a sweets guy.
I'm not a sweets guy, but chocolate and pistachio? Are you kidding me?
What? That's not a magic comment.
Special?
What is wrong with it? It's Nutella.
It really is.
You ever heard of Nutella? Just get a big tub of it and get a spoon.
It?
Yes, it is.
No,
it's not pistachio. It's it's the other one. What is it?
Hazelnut.
Hazelnut. Yeah,
No.
That's the same thing.
Hazelnut
Just throw some pistachios
blows.
in there. Hazelnut doesn't blow.
Yeah.
Nutella's beautiful. Put a handful of pistachios in some Nutella and just mix it around and eat it with a spoon. I've probably done it.
Have you guys ever seen the Virginia state flag?
Has it changed?
It's a woman it's like from Roman times, and she is standing her 1 foot on the ground and 1 foot on a guy, on a Roman soldier who's down, but her left breast is exposed.
That doesn't sound familiar.
Okay. And apparently this is, the Virginia state flag has been banned in Texas because of the exposed breast. Do you feel like we should have a flag with an exposed breast?
Oh, we can't handle anything in this state. So
No, not even some woman from, I don't know, pre-Jesus on a state flag. We can't even handle.
No, we can't.
Oh,
I mean,
my goodness. Oh my gosh. Put away the Roman statues.
Well, and how would they handle French protests now by women?
How are they going to handle watching the WAP video with Cardi B?
No chance.
No, we don't do that. We don't do that.
See
in Texas.
that.
Isn't that illegal in Texas? No Cardi B video.
I imagine.
I've
I'm
seen the
sure
video.
maybe not illegal, but some
I've seen
age
Megan Thee Stallion doing stuff.
age verification needs to happen.
No.
Y'all can't even watch Megan Thee Stallion throw out a first pitch without.
Well, she was wearing them tight pants.
And what it made everyone.
Did you have a problem with it? Did you want it banned?
No.
Do you want Megan Thee Stallion banned from first
I did
pitches?
not want her banned. I did not.
Okay.
But people
Let the record
did.
reflect then.
People wanted her banned.
Probably.
Yeah. Sure.
Well, probably if they're crying about this.
The Roman goddess Virtus is the one standing over the slain tyrant, and here in Texas, not allowed.
Not allowed. No, can't have it.
It's not my business. I just don't care.
It's a state flag.
It's a state flag.
It's a state flag of Virginia. Why do y'all care?
Pull up your top, woman. Pull up your top.
You mean the goddess Virtus? Show some respect.
The goddess of who?
The goddess Virtus. Virtus.
Is that virtue? Is
I
that
possibly.
for virtue?
I don't know.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah. Well, then put your breast away.
You're the Italian. You should know.
Then put your breast away if you're going to be
You
virtuous.
tell us Italian.
Yeah. Oh, your woman can't have her breast out and still be virtuous?
No.
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, she looks like a hoe right there. Acting like a hoe.
Wow. Lance, do you regret retweeting the link to the stream?
Yeah, today I do.
I bet.
I should just let it sit there at about 395
Yeah,
watching.
you retweeted now. We're over 3,000. You got John acting Well, like John.
Yeah.
Calling some random goddess he's never heard of.
Woman. Wear a bra.
What did you call her again?
A random goddess.
What'd you call her? Some goddess a hoe? Is that what you did?
Put your breast away, woman. And we're in Texas
Knowing
now.
that browser history's a
okay.
that browser history's a
maybe
mess.
Maybe that flew in old Rome, but it ain't flying here. Okay.
How dare she?
Pulling it up out here.
Oh, there it is.
We're too far into Dell's show. Let's wrap it up.
Right,
look,
this is your show, actually.
At one point, the show started at 10:10. So
all right.
that happened one time.
Well,
recently,
it's going to be worse
actually.
now. All right, that's it. We're done. Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5
Goodbye.
and 92.5.
Welcome into the show. We begin at 10:08 because of a lack of respect for the previous show, at least from the previous show for this show. So we're used to it. So this one will be pretty quick. I'll try to stay on time as much as I can. Plenty to get to. We've got an Astros team who is starting to play pretty well. They're not hitting great, and that'll just have to be something that plays out over the course of the year. But that's now another one at home. They beat the Blue Jays last night. That's 3 out of 4 now on this homestand. So that's pretty good. And Hunter Brown's great. Hunter Brown's one of them ones, at least early in the year. We're at 24 consecutive scoreless innings for Hunter Brown. Is that what I saw? So he's a guy who's living up to the belief that people had in him before the year started. It was supposed to be him and Fromber as the 1-2, and with your ace and Fromber, and then Hunter Brown being your solid number 2. And this has been going on for more than just the early starts of the year. If you date back to May of last year, he's got an ERA just over 2 through just over 157 innings pitched, opponent's batting average of 209. So he's been getting after it for a while. Had 9 Ks last night, 24 consecutive scoreless innings. He's everything you thought you were going to get from him, and maybe more. So you got to credit Hunter Brown for taking a step. I at one point was calling him Cosplay Verlander. That nickname got retired last year because of how well he did after he found that sinker, and that has continued over nearly 30 starts, where he's been the man for the Astros for a while now. It's a long way off, but it's a perfect time to ascend to being a number 1, with the likelihood of Fromber not being around next year. And hey, Fromber's had an up and down year so far, and that's part of the Fromber experience. Sometimes he's great, and other times you're like, man, a walk here or hitting a guy turns what should be a pretty simple inning into a big one, and now he's given up a crooked number, and then Fromber will bounce back within the same game, but maybe you've given up 3 and changed the complexion of the game. So good time for Hunter Brown to elevate himself to number 1, a number 1 type talent on that staff, and he's done that so far. So credit to him. DeCenzo had a nice night last night, a guy who's had limited time so far this year. And of course, you had Altuve with an awful base running error. That happened very early in the game. If you missed it, it was pretty much a lazy fly ball from Yordan, and Altuve gets doubled up pretty easily. And he had a look on his face like, oh, no, I've done it again. It's part of the experience overall with him. But a night that went really well for them, and you'll take it. So playing well, I think you have a solidified, I don't want to say ace, but number 1 in Brown, even though he's number 2 in the rotation. And then what do you get from the likes of Ronel Blanco? You can't see me because I'm shrugging.
Oh, okay.
People who aren't watching, I'm shrugging. I don't know what I'm getting from Ronel Blanco. I hope for the best, but that has not been the case so far this year. We have not gotten his best.
Yeah. His best is no hitter, right?
Yes.
No hitter against the Blue Jays, I think, if I remember that correctly.
That's their first one of the year, I think, because they got swept by the Yankees to start the year last year.
I think so. Could be wrong.
I think I'm right. I think that's what happened. They got off. They're up 5-0, and then the game got away from the bullpen late. I think or maybe 4-0. Either way, they lost the first game, and I don't think they won a game in that series. And then Blanco came in on that Monday and won them their first game. Yeah, and he was a good pitcher last year. He has not been a good pitcher this year, but he'll go again against the great Chris Bassett.
Oh, wow.
Who has been great this year. You think I'm kidding? No, he's been great.
I was like the great Chris Bassett.
He's been great through the first part of this year. He's got an ERA under 1, 31 Ks, 5 walks in 23 in the 3rd inning. He's been good this year.
That's Hunter Brown numbers.
Yeah. I know this show, there's always a tint of sarcasm when we say things, particularly for a player we've never heard of. But Chris Bassett's been really good. It just so happens he's pitching today against a guy who hasn't been good in Ronel Blanco. But you win the game 7-1 last night. You'll take it. And credit to DeCenzo for a great slide, too. That was maybe the moment of the game where he looked dead to rights, and he got that slide off. And wound up safe. That's got to be pretty embarrassing for the catcher, right? For that to get pulled on you. You think you're in a good spot, throws on time, and you get beat by that slide. He got beat by the slide.
Yeah. No, he 100% got beat by the slide. And yeah, that is, I don't really know what you do to avoid. I guess you go for like the leg.
Possibly.
Because you can't, the way he was sliding, you can't really like do that with your leg. But yeah, just moving your arm up, or I guess having your arm up and then waiting until you pass him to lower it. That was a slick move by old Zachy DeZenzo.
Zachy, huh?
Yeah.
We had I respond to that because as this show was beginning, or at least the morning show was ending, John walks by and goes, "Hey, Mapesy, how do we feel about being called Mapesy?" You had a pretty funny thing saying it sounds like I'm just a hockey player.
It is very hockey player. That is how they nickname each other by their either first or last name, but mostly last name.
And if you can add a Y and make it smooth, then that's how they pick whether it be first or last name.
Yep.
Like Gretzky makes it tough. He's already ski. He's already a ski.
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
Waynesy?
I think they call him is it Wayno?
I don't know if it's Wayno. Maybe Waynesy. I don't know what Wayne Gretzky's nickname beyond the one he was tagged with, the great one. But I don't know what his teammates called him.
Yeah.
He's too old for the GOAT stuff. I don't think he got called GOAT. Young GOAT. You think
when he was coming up with
Oilers? You think Mark Messier called him Young GOAT?
Probably not.
Probably not.
On Mark Messier's podcast that he was doing during the season?
Sure. Sure. When he had to put it aside to go win a title, focus on the Oilers winning a title. I don't think so, because that team was very good for a long time. And then they traded old Waynesy to the Kings to try to jump off hockey in the 90s in Southern California. Led to an expansion team. That's why the Ducks are here, kind of. Plus, the 3 movies that they made as well. So beyond our diversion into hockey nicknames and the history of hockey in Southern California, Hunter Brown was great. I was thinking of a nickname, but I ain't got one. His
Brownie?
name doesn't. I don't like Brownie. That's why I didn't use it.
I feel comfortable calling Hunter Brown.
Understood, but I don't like Brownie, so I didn't want to use it. But yes, Brownie, if that whatever his nickname is, was great. The Astros get the win. They have to go against a good pitcher, at least a 36-year-old Chris Bassett who's having a great start to his year, and see if Renel Blanco can match him or at least keep his team in it as the Astros try to put together two game winning streaks over the course of 5 days. Look at them. After not being able to do it, now they got a shot to do it twice in a matter of 5 days.
That'd be insane if they did that. It'd be
insane. Is that the word we're using for this? For this very mundane accomplishment to win 2 games in a row with the loss in between? It'd be
for this year's team.
So far, yes, but
it'd be the greatest accomplishment by this year's
getting
team.
over 500 would be pretty cool too. They haven't been over 500, I think, since they got swept by the Giants. So if they can get over 500, that'd be cool too. They got a chance to do that tonight with Renel Blanco. I mean, the odds say that's not happening with Renel Blanco, but you never know. One night, it's his one
baseball,
It's his one shot,
one opportunity,
to get the team over 500. It's got as good a chance as any to get it done. So, but
oh no, there's vomit on his jersey already.
Oh no,
and his mom cooks spaghetti.
It's not his mom. It's the team chef this time around, which is why he threw up. He's used to his mom's spaghetti. Okay, thank you, Sean, for the 8 Mile reference. Always appreciate 8 Mile reference. Going by what you did yesterday with the Jaylen Brown stuff, it could very well be any time. You could drop it anytime. We do have a new quote. I thought Jaylen Brown's quote was the quote of the playoffs so far when he talked about. I'm not repeating it just because it might set Sean off again. But Nico Harrison's at it. His team's not in the playoffs; they're in the play-in. But he said something that has infuriated people, shocked them. There's a lot of disbelief, and of course, it's still about the Luka trade. He hasn't had a good run since that trade, and it just gets worse and worse from finding out that he had someone who was not accredited to be a therapist, a physical therapist. He kept that guy around. So
now people can point to, man, no wonder we got hurt so much. Our guys who were supposed to help him weren't really put in a position because they didn't get the degrees they needed. They didn't get the accreditations they needed. So they didn't have the proper people around the Mavericks, and that's why they suffered injuries. Perfect for Anthony Davis. Let's have a medical staff who doesn't have all the proper certifications to try to keep Anthony Davis healthy. So a lot falling on Nico Harrison. We'll hear a quote from him a little bit later. That's gonna probably live in infamy and maybe put on his tombstone as far as Mavericks GM is concerned. I'm sure he'll probably find a job someplace else. You just got to know someone who likes you. Maybe can work for Rob Pelinka. Because if the Lakers this season aside, whatever happens this season, but if the Lakers go on to sustain success, this is like, I think it's worse than Kevin McHale trading KG to the Celtics as far as moving the Celtics from a team no one really cared about and also ran, a team who would get beat by the Nets with Paul Pierce, to a team who went on to win. Oh, by the way, just one title, despite how that is sold in East Coast media. Just the one title, but became a force in the league for several years because of a trade. This one is going to be different because it's happening for the Lakers. If Luka becomes the Lakers' bell cow for the next decade and they're in the title chase for all those years, I would rank Nico ahead of Kevin McHale because I get why Kevin McHale did it. He's just helping out his old franchise. Nico, why? Because you and Rob are friends. Thanks for changing the course of the NBA because you have a buddy thing with Rob Pelinka. It's appreciated. The Lakers, I felt like the Lakers could have been done whenever LeBron decides to go. Instead, they're going to be propped up as long as Luka wants to stay there for however long he's a great player. We all can hope that Nico's right, though, that Luka's fat, doesn't care enough about staying in shape, and he'll be done by like 29. That's still several years away. So we'll hear from Nico Harrison at some point. It's a good night for basketball in the NBA. It's a good night for people who like the NBA, competitive games. Pistons bounce back, and also so did the Clippers. So you had dramatic games throughout the night, and it all started in the early afternoon with Nico Harrison. So we'll get to that. We'll continue to talk Astros. We'll talk some Texans, too, because we got those guys in front of a microphone. Will Anderson, CJ Stroud, among others, along with D'Amico Ryans. They were available. They're back in the building. And as D'Amico Ryans gets ready for the draft, he told us what the strategy will be. So we'll hear from him when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We've heard from Nick Caserio leading up to the draft. D'Amico Ryans spoke yesterday. And with the free agency period of the offseason pretty much done, I mean, there are street free agents out there that you could sign, but it's a lot of focus on the draft right now. The thought is the Texans are going to take an offensive lineman. We had an offensive lineman on this morning with John and Lance, Donovan Jackson, the guard, versatile guard who can play tackle from Ohio State, the national champions. He's a local kid or a local young man, I guess is maybe a proper way of saying it. And John and Lance are talking about the possibility of him becoming a Texan because we know they need offensive line help. Well, maybe it's just draft talk and they won't do anything but take an offensive lineman at 25. But here's D'Amico Ryans on what the plan is for the team in the first round.
That's always the big talk in the draft, like need, best available. For us, we're going to take the best guy on the board. We won't just pass up a top player on our board just because we have a need at a certain position. It's okay to enhance and have a really strong position group if the draft falls that way. So you go in, there's no handcuffs on, hey, we have to draft this certain position and we're stuck at only looking at this position. No, we have a broad view of how we want to enhance our team, and it's not just looking at it, and I guess in a tight lens of it's only one way. Like we open, like if it's a position there, if it's a player that can really change our team, like we're going to take that guy. So that's where we talk about not truly drafting for need. We want to take the best players on our board.
It's a great approach, but the question is, have they put themselves in a position where that's a logical way to do things? Are they in a spot with the signings with the offensive line to ignore what appears to still remain a need there to go draft who they think can be, as he said, someone who can change their team? If we're just going by what these guys did last year at their respective spots and teams, then no, they have not done enough to just go pick the best player available. But maybe there's some institutional belief that Cole Popovich and Nick Caley can get the Cam Robinsons of the world and the Trent Browns if he's on the roster, and also Ed Ingram and the guys who are returning in a spot to create a unit that's viable for their quarterback to succeed. I jokingly call they're going to lean on the power of friendship to get that done, because the talent on its face suggests they are deficient there. But it's a nice way to enter the draft, not forecasting, not tipping your needs or your pick and saying, look, guys, I know what you think. Hey, for the guys picking around us, I know what you think we're what we're going to do, but we can pick anyone. We can pick anyone. Yeah, don't worry.
Don't let Jackson Dart fall to us. We'll do it.
Hey, don't test us. So you better pick a quarterback at 24 or trade up and get him, because you never know what we'll do. CJ didn't have a great year last year.
Yeah,
you never know.
He might not be there.
Nick Caley CJ might not be his guy. You never know.
I would like for one coach or GM right before the draft to get up and be like, we will not take the best player available.
We are screwed at guard.
Yeah, we have listen to me. We have to take a guard.
Look, guys.
Now look at me in my eye, DJ Bieniemy.
Understood. Guys, I get it. This is unconventional, but we are completely screwed if we don't take a guard. So we're going to take a guard, and you know what? Could be the 8th guard on the board. He's a Texan. Could be overdrafting him by a round and a half.
There could be 24 guards that go in front of him.
For some reason, there's a historic run on guards. We better take one at 25. We'll take a projected 4th round pick at guard because we have to take one. Nah, what D'Amico said is predictable. We're not going to tell you what we're going to do. But unless it's a receiver, I can't really see them not taking an offensive lineman. at that spot, because can a guy at 25 change your team? That means someone slipped that you thought was going to be a top 10 pick for whatever reason. Maybe Abdul Carter has a bong video, but yet you already have 2 defensive ends. So why would you take him? Maybe what's the linebacker's name from Alabama? It's Jihad
Campbell.
Maybe Jihad.
Mr. Campbell.
Yeah, Jihad. I don't think Jihad is his name.
No.
Jihad Campbell. Maybe he slips for whatever reason. I can see that as a possibility, but he's not. I don't think he's likely to slip that far. But it feels like offensive lineman is a play. But I respect the notion that you can't put us in a box with who we're going to pick.
Other than receiver and offensive line, what do you think the most likely position is?
So they strengthened their safety position. Of course, Jalen Peter's coming back, and then they gave him money. Not there. Could you take an out? If you were insistent that you needed a third corner, I can see that, because you don't really have a third corner right now.
Just paid Petrie.
To be, I guess, your slot.
This is your nickel.
Your nickel. No. I saw Devontae Adams against that nickel. No. If you think you'd rather move Gallant Bullock to the slot and get an outside corner to strengthen that unit, I can see that there. But other than that, I don't really see anything but offline. Kalen Bullock. I said Kalen Bullock. I don't see anything beyond receiver O-line, unless some unmistakable pick slides there and they're forced to take them. I don't know who that would be in that situation.
What if like Loveland, the tight end from
Colston
Michigan?
You could go take Arroyo in the second or something. I mean, you don't need to take Colston Loveland in the first round.
Yeah.
You're gonna take him. And you still have Schultz for whatever that means, considering how his year ended last year. No, I don't think I'm taking a first round tight end. I think you can go get one if you were desperate for one in the second that you might like. That could certainly be my bias, because I think Arroyo came on strong last year and can be a big time vertical threat for you. And but that's not a bad thought, because they are deficient there.
Yeah, that's just like the other kind of big blinking light of like, I don't know about first round, probably not in the first round, but they probably should walk away from this draft with another guy at this position. It's like offensive line, receiver, tight end in my mind.
I would agree. They need weapons. They're devoid of weapons right now, which is crazy considering where it's been a year, certainly, but crazy considering where we were talking about, let's give this offense a name because they're going to be so dynamic.
They had 5 number ones.
It needs a name. We must give the Slowick Stroud offense a name. And now the O-line coach is gone. The OC is gone. And CJ Stroud's talking about all the freedom he's going to have with his new OC. So we'll play some sound from CJ in a little bit. Jerry, I see you. You want to talk about D'Amico Ryans? Hang on. We got a break here. Anyone else want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. But before we get to break, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's a place you go to if you've got an issue, with your plumbing. You don't know what to do. You just know there's a problem, whether it be dirty water or a leak someplace. All you know is there's a problem and you need it fixed. And the people that will fix it are the people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You go to the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com, and check out all the services they provide. They have a nice drop-down menu where you can see what they'll do for you, whether it be something with your water heater, or maybe you need a repipe. Maybe it's a simple leak that you don't know how to fix. They will take care of it for you. And another great thing about them is they have that free price quote. What that means is, since you don't know what it is, you don't want to get charged for someone assessing what the problem is. You can call them at 281-488-6238, and they'll help you out, get you that free quote, and then you can make a decision that's informed and be able to choose the perfect thing for you. So from water filters to new constructions to remodels to reroutes, it's all there for you. Thanks to the people at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Thank you for holding, Jerry. Appreciate it. We'll get to Jerry right now. Anyone else? You can call in right after, 713-780-3776. Jerry wants to talk about D'Amico Ryans. What's up?
Hey, there's Gary with a G.
Okay,
Green Goat.
Gary. Okay.
Okay. Hey, yeah, no problem. Yeah, I think it was just not smoke and mirrors. I think he set himself up for if we don't get the best offensive lineman, there is another need. The need is best player. So I think he's saying it both ways, and we're covered. But I think if you can't get the offensive lineman, the number one need, I think, outside of a wideout, would be interior defensive presence. Everything's stuff in the quarterback. You got the defensive ends, the linebackers, and what have you. So not another pass rusher from the edge, but something like the Philadelphia Eagles did that caused havoc completely up the middle on every snap with that Georgia defense. I think that helps the cornerbacks, that helps the linebackers, that helps everybody, putting that pressure right up the gut.
Yeah, it's not a bad thought. They don't have a top-level inside presence. Like, they brought back Sheldon Rankins. Tim Settle's there. Mario Edwards. Foley Fatukasi is out right now as far as not on the team. They signed EJ Speed to be a backup linebacker. I wouldn't be against it if you could find someone who could be a top-line interior presence. They haven't had one in a while now. They've made it work with their defensive ends and their aggressiveness with how they play. But having a pure guy who can be a pass rusher, or maybe you just pick a big time run stuffer, one of those two types would work. So I don't disagree, Gary. If we're looking for spots where they need some help, finding someone who can be a force in the middle, and of course, the commentary this morning was about how the Eagles and Texans are going to be aggressive with trades. Why not mimic what the Eagles have done with their front? I mean, Ty Roseman's like, you go to Georgia, you got a shot to make this team, and I certainly will draft you. So Georgia doesn't have I don't think they have a first round type as far as in the interior. So maybe he can't completely duplicate what Georgia normally does when it comes to drafting interior linemen. But as far as their defense is concerned, linebacker I would point to as not having a real impact player there, despite the aggression that Azeez Al-Shaair plays with, and Christian Harris, who was coming off a very productive back half of 2023, was injured throughout 2024, and then when he came back, wasn't the same dude. So you might find something there, and that's why Jahad Campbell popped in my head. I just don't think he'll get there as far as the Texans' choices are concerned.
If they get Jahad Campbell, then we're having this conversation about the Eagles and Georgia with the Texans and Alabama.
Yeah,
because it'd be Campbell, it'd be Christian Harris, it'd be Henry To'oTo'o, Will Anderson,
and then you'll let Kamari Lassiter be around. Hey, yeah, we don't mind bringing in a Georgia guy too.
If anything, they're just kind of like the all SEC defense.
Yeah, and they brought in the West Coast,
a little bit of Bullock and
a West Coast kid. Yeah, you don't do that too, a ball hawking West Coast kid. So yeah.
Because Gardner Johnson went to Florida.
Yeah,
it really is.
It's a lot of that. Yeah, I mean, where did Daniil Hunter
LSU?
Play? Yeah, there it is. We know that they like big name, big time,
Walter
big school names.
Get ready.
Yeah,
Get ready to learn Texas.
There it is. You found them. They love a guy who's played in big time environments at big time football programs. We'll see if that continues. Gray Zabel is one of the names that has popped up. He is not from a big school. He's from a small school. So it feels like you want to wipe him off the board, but maybe they zag in this case if they find him to be the best available player who happens to be an offensive lineman.
Hey, look at that.
Look at that.
It is weird how best available really lines up with
what we need.
Biggest need.
Yeah. We'll see if Gary's right. And maybe they do attack defensive tackle.
That is another, I think it's a little bit, it's more in the tight end zone of could definitely use a little bit of an upgrade there.
Yeah, I wonder how much they value that position because
they signed 17 defensive
ends.
ends.
But they're all guys. They're not going to pay big money because if we remember, Christian Wilkins was available and it was like, look at him. And then he got a giant deal from the Raiders, and the Texans, rightfully so, weren't in on that. They had other moves to make. So some coaching staffs, some organizations, the way they build teams, they value different things. The Eagles, now their interior guys are cheap because they're young guys. And of course, they'll eventually have to pay because Jalen Carter turned out to be great. So they're going to have to pay him. But throwing resources at different positions, some don't value other positions like others do. The Texans have thrown in resources on the offensive line, high value ones, whether it be salary or draft picks, and it just has not worked out. We know they like a DB. They'll do that too. We will see if defensive tackle is just one of those spots where they just go get guys who can fill in, like the Tim Settles of the world, and they think that's just fine because they're going to value pass rushers on the outside. And that might be the way they want to build things. Although D'Amico's from San Francisco, they drafted interior guys high, and of course they drafted a guy on the outside high too in Bosa. So defensive line was a big focus. There has been here, but mostly on the outside. Okay, we'll go to break with that. If you want to call in, if you have thoughts on potential Texans draft picks or at least positions of need, you can call in to the show. We'll hear from CJ Stroud when we come back. He lost a couple of his best friends. I didn't know these guys were his best friends, but apparently he was pretty close to them. We'll hear from him on that and what appears to be some newfound freedom he's got from Nick Caley, your new OC. So a lot to get to. We'll talk about the night that was in the NBA as well. Good night of basketball to get to as well. So a lot to get to. Oh, we still have that giveaway. I mentioned it yesterday. If you like a movie and $100 from Visa, we got something for you. So stay tuned for that. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We'll get to CJ Stroud and his thoughts on Nick Caley a little bit later, because Willie P wants to talk some NBA playoffs. We had 2 good games last night. Got word that Dame's going to play, and by got word, it didn't come directly to me. I just read something online. The Bucks didn't call me. Chris Haynes didn't filter it through me before he reported it, and Dame didn't let me know. But it's out there. Dame's ready for game 2. He's a couple days removed from telling Halliburton he's going to beat his ass. Now he can do that on the court, through basketball means. So we will talk about what happened in New York and also what happened in Denver last night. But first, let's hear from Willie P. What's up?
Hey, good morning, Doug. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. I can't complain. So, I really just want to talk. What I'm about to say is gonna come back on Jalen Green, but what I want to say is, like, I watched the Detroit New York game start to finish last night, and what I noticed from the moment the ball was tipped is that Cade Cunningham was on a mission. He killed it in the first quarter. He asserted his dominance. He knew they needed that W. And they needed that dub, and he went and he got his man and he put the team on his back. And he produced 33 points on 50% shooting with 12 rebounds. I watched that game last night. What frustrates me, I'm like, I wouldn't classify Cade as a superstar yet, but I mean, damn it, he's close, because that's what it looks like when you have a dude who can go get you a bucket. And I know people are like, well, we have Al P who can go get you a bucket, but that's not the NBA we live in today. This ain't the 80s and the 90s where you're gonna live and die through the big man. And watching Cade do his work last night and help will his team. And when New York made a run, what they did, they get the ball to Cade, and he was straight to the cup. He wasn't messing around shooting no step back threes, no weak ass fadeaways. No, he got straight to the dirty work. And it just sucks because, I had high hopes for Jalen Green, and then I see the performance. What was he, 3 for 15 for 7 points? Come on, dude. In Cade's first playoff game, he was, 8 for 21 for 21 points. You know what I mean? Like, it just sucks, man. It just sucks because I don't think Jalen's that dude. And unfortunately, I don't want Kevin Durant, but I feel like if we get swept or if it's a gentleman's league, they're gonna go do something stupid like get a KD because they see the need, what it looks like when you have a superstar. I mean, look at Clippers in Denver last night. When the Clippers needed a bucket, Kawhi went down there and did his work. He looked like 2019 Kawhi. So I really hope that for the sake of the Rockets' future, they win this series. I have high hopes for tomorrow night, but if they don't win it, I don't know where we're going to go from there. But anyways, love the show as always. You guys are amazing. Sean A. Mix, what it do, baby? Peace, fellas.
Thanks, Willie P. They're going to be forever linked. Not Sean and Willie P, but, well, maybe. But
probably not.
You never know,
No
Mapesy.
offense.
You never know, Mapesy. You never know. But Cade and Jalen will be linked, and Jalen leads into it. He dunked over Cade in their most recent matchup and yelled at him, got a technical foul. There's a rivalry there, but the player who has ascended has been Cade. He's the best player on that Detroit team. And to Willie P's point, he did have 21 and 12 in his first playoff game in their game 1 loss, had 6 turnovers, had a high turnover game yesterday as well with 5, but the 33 points, the 12 rebounds, Willie P said he was on a mission. Only 3 assists this time. Cade was about getting a shot this time. He believed his team needed him. And, to be honest, the Pistons had a lead when he was being more of a distributor in game 1. It's just that they blew it in that fourth quarter where they let the Knicks go on a 21-0 run. So Cade's, let's say, middling performance in game 1 had the Pistons in a position to win, and his great performance helped them win. Of course, they almost blew another lead, but they were able to hold off the Knicks and win that one. We'll get to the Nuggets Clippers because you mentioned Kawhi and how he played. But something came out of that Knicks game. Jalen Brunson, the tide has turned on him. A lot of the NBA world is like, oh, you are one of the biggest foul baiters of all time. In recent memory, he got Asor Thompson to foul out. He did things that the NBA is supposed to be legislating out of the game with the I do a little pump fake. The defender kind of just goes straight up in the air beyond the arc, and I jump into him to get my 3 free throws. And before the series started, I think they asked Asura Thompson about guarding Jalen Brunson because he was going to be that primary defender. And he talked about how he's good at, first of all, he said he's good at drawing fouls. Then he pulled back and goes, he's good at, did he say baiting specifically? But it went from a compliment to he's an unethical hooper pretty much. And when Jalen Brunson got him to pick up a 6th foul and then did 6, I was like, all right, buddy. All right. And because of the way he did it, like the leaping into a guy who's not even in your airspace.
Yeah.
You jumped into his landing space and the officials allowed it to happen. I saw multiple people going, this is Harden level stuff.
I mean, the one before that too, where Asar Thompson just kind of like cuts him off again, completely legally. And then Jalen Brunson just kind of like trips over
and
himself.
Falls, yeah, to sell it.
Yeah. And then, kind of loses the ball and they call a foul. It's just like,
yeah.
And I think whoever was I think it was Grant Hill on the call was like, that was weird because they kind of waited until he started to lose the ball. Like he already fell. And when he started to lose the ball, that's when they called the foul. It's like almost like when a guy goes up for a shot and they wait for it to miss before they call a foul. They basically did that with, well, we don't want him to foul bait and almost lose the basketball while he does it. If he just falls down and keeps the ball, that's fine.
He went from can't believe the Mavs let him go. Nice story. Small player being that impactful. Never going to actually win the MVP, but people like that. Hey, maybe we should just at least mention him as a potential MVP candidate to what people are talking about now as, well, an unethical hooper.
I mean, this is kind of how he played since he got to New York.
It's true, but but once you see it enough, it goes from look how great his footwork is to he's doing all this to draw fouls.
And last year in the first round, they played against the Sixers, and so it was a case of like, look at that guy.
Yeah, you had Harden. No, Harden was a Clipper.
No,
you had Joel Embiid. I was gonna say Joel Embiid and Harden, but you just had on Joel Embiid, and he was at his absolute unethical best in that series too.
Yeah, and so it was like the target was on Embiid. And meanwhile, on the other side of the court, you have Jalen Brunson doing the thing where you're running, and then you just stop and then fall down when the guy runs into your back a little bit because you just basically brake checked him, except on a basketball court.
Yeah. And we even had college basketball reporters talking about it. One guy was like, he was an ethical hooper at Villanova.
He used to be. Yeah.
Sad to see what happened to him. Well, the NBA game is different. He's got to be impactful, and drawing fouls is part of how his game works.
It's also against like Asar Thompson. He's like, the only chance I have is to get this guy.
Yes, I got to get this guy off me because he is torturing me. And Jalen Brunson had a nice night thanks to the free throw line. And, he's also a very talented player. Tibbs didn't like it. Not the Jalen Brunson foul baiting. He didn't like the discrepancy in fouls being called and free throws being taken for his team compared to the Pistons. Thought the Pistons got the benefit of the whistles. He said Jalen Brunson gets fouled all the time. That's him just defending this guy. But he and Cade, I think they were very similar in their fouls. It's just the rest of the guy or free throws, but the rest of the guys made up the difference for or gave the Pistons the difference between them and the Knicks.
Because no one gets to touch the ball on the Knicks except for Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson just dribbles it for 15 seconds every play.
It's true. The one guy coming out of it, maybe even worse than Jalen Brunson, and this is mostly from Knicks fans, is Mikal Bridges. That guy
stinks.
A lot of 5 first-round picks for this guy. Why are we giving up this many picks for this guy? He's catching it, and that's part of why we'll do it on Wednesday. Playoff scapegoats. They all catch it. Some team always has one if they're down 0-2. Hell, even if they're tied 1-1 and you're getting paid a lot of money, or the team gave up a lot for you because you're the missing piece. That's the Mikal Bridges situation. What are you doing out there? We gave up that many picks for you, and this is how you're performing. Mm-hmm. Someone's going to catch it. And the Knicks, because they lost, multiple guys caught it.
Him and Tobias Harris should switch jerseys after the game, or do a jersey swap after the game. I know what it's like, brother.
But even I didn't cost 5 first-round picks.
Yeah, they got me for like 2.
Yeah.
Very funny that Tibbs points out the free throw differential between the Knicks and the Pistons. as far as just fouls called, the Pistons were called for 24 fouls. The Knicks were called for 22.
Yeah, but Tibbs said, when were those fouls called?
Yeah, it's because Jalen Brunson falls down when he's dribbling. So he doesn't get to shoot free
Like,
throws.
you legit fouled out their best on-ball defender. His primary defender. What are you complaining about again? And Jalen Brunson had his own foul issues. He had 5 as well. But he had 37, got to the line 11 times, tried to help the Knicks come back, but they lose 194. And then we had the other game where you had a hectic final, 20 seconds or so, where James Harden drives in for a wild layup, misses it. Who was it was it Van Gundy on the stand on the as the analyst? He talked about, I don't like when they hold the ball. It just leads to a bad shot. And James, because he was limited in time, drove against the big who was protecting the rim and took a shot, missed it. Wild shot, wild rebound, led to a scramble, and the Nuggets didn't call a timeout. The coach who is a replacement for Mike Malone, I don't remember. Alderman, I think it might be his name. Adelman. You're right. Adelman.
David Adelman.
If you say so. I know it's Adelman. I just don't know his first name at this point. He talked about how the Clippers foul up 3. So I didn't want to stop the clock and give them a chance to get set to eventually take that foul. He didn't get a good shot up. Jokic with the desperation shot. That wasn't close. So the Clippers get out of there with the win. Kawhi was great. You heard Willie P talk about it. We had a discussion before the playoffs about who did you not want the Rockets to see. And Kawhi, after watching him over the last 2 weeks when he actually played before the playoffs, I don't want to see that guy.
Yeah.
When he's healthy. And he has played at a level through 2 games where like, oh, this is the guy who led the Raptors to a title. And he was able to go get one in LA. And for the first time in how long, the Clippers will have a home game in their own arena in the playoffs?
Oh, probably close to ever.
Like
ever
I'm
in
sure
LA.
I'm sure they had playoff games at the LA Sports Arena, which was their home for a while. But of course, we know until this year they played what's it called now? Crypto
Dome.
No,
Crypto.com Arena.
Their previous, it was Staples and Crypto. Now they have their own place. So for the first time, they have a home to their own, and it'll be a playoff game. Probably since Staples opened in like 2000 or something. So
But like the Clippers never made the playoffs.
I think they might have made the playoffs once in the 90s.
Maybe.
I don't remember which team, because why would I? But I think it did happen. But since then, the Chris Paul teams, of course, and then teams of later additions were all in Staples. But that'll change, and the Nuggets are tied at 1 going to LA. So we had 2 good games, some narratives being built, and we'll have some games tonight to look forward to with Dame back against the Pacers, Memphis trying to avoid getting beat by half 100 again, and the Lakers trying to avoid falling down 0-2 at home to the Minnesota Timberwolves. So, could Nico Harrison be right about Luka? Probably not, but we'll hear from Nico when we come back. We'll get to that, and then we'll get to CJ. Nico Harrison had a quote that may take the place of Jaylen Brown's quote as the best quote of the playoffs so far. I kind of agree with him when I pick it apart and actually give it a little grace. But yeah, it ain't going to play well on social media, and it hasn't. And we'll talk about it when we come back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. Yesterday, we got an email from our promo team, Courtney, letting us know that we had something to give you guys. And we're going to do that now. We talk a lot about movies here. We have a segment dedicated to movies and TV. Well, now we're going to give you a chance to win some tickets. So at 11:10, let's go 11:10. So that's less than 3 minutes away. Caller 5, 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets and along with a $100 Visa gift card to see the Thunderbolts. It'll be in theaters May 2nd. It's brought to you by Marvel Studios, an unconventional team of anti-heroes. They're super. Well, excuse me, they're not super. They're not heroes, but they're not giving up. So, caller 5, 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to the advanced screening plus a $100 gift card courtesy of the film Thunderbolts with Florence Pugh, one of Sean's favorites. Of course, you've got David Harbour from Stranger Things. You've got see how many names. Louis Pullum. You may recognize his face. I can't even tell you what he's been in.
Maverick. He was in Top Gun Maverick.
There it is. He was also in
Bob.
He was also in a Apple TV show with Brie Larson, another Marvel connection there. So, caller 5 at 11:10, get a chance to see that movie early and get get some bucks as well, $100 from Visa, courtesy of the Thunderbolts, brought to you by Marvel Studios. I had a good time at the movies with Sinners. I'm excited to see Thunderbolts. I like Florence Pugh. I like her as Black Widow, the new Black Widow. We'll see. She's a bit of a depressive from all the trailers, not having a good time with life.
Bit of a downer.
Yeah,
we'll say.
Hey, pick it up.
Smile more.
Don't tell a woman that, particularly her. Don't do that. So we will see how that plays out. You guys will too if you are caller 5, 713-780-3776. So happy to do that. Okay, we'll get to the Nico Harrison thing here, and then we'll try to get back on time. Nico Harrison, the GM of the Mavericks, has had a tough run since he traded Luka. His team suffered a lot of injuries from Kyrie. Of course, Anthony Davis missed time immediately. He rushed back from an injury because he got traded and he wanted to play and represent the Mavs. Had a great half against the Rockets. The Mavs saw the vision. The fans, as upset as they were, said, oh, look, Anthony Davis can be a dominant force. They barely scrape into the play-in, mostly because the Suns were just more awful. And then after winning a game in Sacramento, they get smashed by the Mavericks. So it's time for the after-season press conference where the reporters get to ask him questions. There was a closed-door, no-recording press conference less than 2 weeks ago now, which was prompted by the owner. That came out that it wasn't Nico's decision for any of it. The owner wanted it done, I guess, to get the Mavericks message across. Well, this one, people could hear, they could see, and they heard Nico say something. We'll get to that here. Sean's a little busy coordinating the giveaway. But as I said before we went to break, if I start to parse what he's saying and considering the context of what he's gone through, I would understand the quote. That maybe he underestimated the love that Luka had in Dallas. And if you don't know, he had to hire extra security because in fear of his personal safety. If you know about the Fire Nico chants, you know about anytime anyone saw him, he was going to catch a little bit from Mavs fans who are completely upset. And you have a fan base turning on your GM and the franchise as a whole, and other things have come out about that franchise to place it in the realm of absolute disaster, even beyond the trade. But was it over the top? Were the reactions over the top? Well, Nico Harrison thinks so. He says he's surprised by the move, and I think Sean is still on the phone, so he won't be able to play the sound. But that's kind of the gist of it. A man who did not know what he was getting into when he made the move. He saw it as a strictly basketball move. He didn't see it as something that had more stakes to it than that. Maybe he's just a numbers guy, a real one, unlike Lance. And hey, in the sense of it all was, we're not going to pay a guy the Supermax who won't stay in shape, who we can't trust to devote all he needs to being a great player, and not just now or the next couple of years, but now and into his 30s and to his mid 30s, because Luka's a franchise player. You want him around forever, but we're not going to handcuff ourselves to a guy who can't be trusted. But he underestimated it. And I've said the words, here's Nico Harrison, on what he thought was going to be the case and what actually was after trading Luka.
We don't have the.
Oh, I didn't put the
it's
audio.
Not in the rundown. No.
You can look, if you type in Nico Harrison and Luka, it comes up on Twitter. It's like the first video. I guess I forgot to relay that during the break. That's on me. But it's a short clip, about 50 seconds, and it's a man who, I don't know if it's a deer in the headlights thing, but he was surprised by it all, and now he's dealing with the fallout. And maybe, well, while he still has his job, no one really thinks he's going to survive unless he's just going to become the guy who catches all the shrapnel, and they'll keep him there, because if he gets fired, then it's on the owners. You haven't heard a lot about the owners because the media has talked all about Nico Harrison, despite him not being able to act on his own. So maybe he's just the human meat shield until some of this dies down. But here's still the Mavericks GM on the response to the Luka trade in the city of Dallas.
Did know that Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't quite know it to what level, but really the way we looked at it is, if you're putting a team on the floor that's Kyrie, Clay, PJ, Anthony Davis, and Lively, we feel that's a championship caliber team, and we would have been winning at a high level, and that would have quieted some of the outrage. And so unfortunately we weren't able to do that. So it just continued to, go on and on.
Now, winning would have quieted it. Why you thought a team that's depending on Klay Thompson for heavy minutes would have been a championship team, that can be a different conversation. Well, you're depending on Klay, who's been hurt and has had a long recovery. You're depending on Anthony Davis, who's always hurt, and Kyrie, just got hurt, but he's had injury issues in the past too. So as much as you're trading Luka away because you don't trust him to keep himself in shape, you are depending on guys who have a long injury history to be the backbone of a championship team. And that's a short-term thing. Like, you're trading Luka, you're bringing in Anthony Davis. How many years does Anthony Davis have left of being a top player where you think he can be the backbone of your defense and you're 2 to Kyrie's 1 as far as offensive production? So it was a short-sighted thing. He thought it would work out. He's already lost a year of it because of the injuries. And now I think he probably has one more year of this being something you can sell as a potential contender. Maybe that's the wait. Nico said this will be a 2-year window. We'll give him 2 years. And plus, people can yell at him and not at us. Hey, Nico convinced us. Maybe we should have stopped them, but we trust our basketball people. Nico made great trades in bringing in PJ Washington and Gafford, and of course drafting Derek Lively. We went to the finals with his moves. Yeah, but the other move was not trading Luka last year. He was on your roster. That's why you made the finals. So I get why the quote and the sound is gone where it's gone, but I get it, man. I didn't think my life would be threatened. I didn't think I'd be a pariah. I didn't think I'd have to hide. They're Dallas fans. Who knew? I thought they just cared about the Cowboys.
Yeah. This is also something like we talked about where it's like my life is threatened, but it's like, is it just people just on Twitter just being like, effing hate Nico Harris? Or is it like, I am actually going to kill you? Like, there's just a level of like.
You hire personal security. So maybe he hired extra security. So maybe he was never threatened, but there's a thought that if he was walking around, he could get accosted. And that's why they hired him. Because trades get made all the time. And general managers don't have to hire extra security to walk through the arena that they walk through every day.
I do just wonder, like, what would happen if he just didn't have security?
He would get yelled at a lot. Would anyone try to hit him?
Yeah,
I don't know that.
That's what I'm saying. Would his life be actually in danger around Mavericks fans?
Well, maybe it's personal safety. Maybe his life in danger takes it to a level where there's a suggestion or the implication that he's getting death threats. But maybe there's a worry that it won't just be words. It'll be face-to-face confrontations, and you don't know what those are going to lead to. A drunk fan had a couple. Oh, Nico's walking around. I got something to say to Nico.
Someone throws a beer at him,
Yeah, something like that.
the,
Things like
in
that.
the Superman trailer.
And that, yes, Nico Harrison, Clark Kent, or Kal-El, exactly the same.
Didn't think people would be mad about him saving their franchise from Luka Doncic.
He misplayed this one in multiple ways. But I would say, not that I have any sway in Dallas, much like Nico. Maybe relax. Maybe don't take it to a point where he thinks, and maybe it's a projection and not real, that where he thinks and the people around him think he needs to hire people to keep you crazies away from him. Hiding. People are like, look at him hiding. Well, there's a reason he's hiding, because you guys aren't going to leave him alone. I love those pictures that show up on Twitter and like, Dallas fans, look at that coward, he's hiding. Yeah, because you guys aren't just going to sit there and let him watch the game. It's going to be something where you harass them throughout. You know what people don't like signing up for in their place of work? Harassment. Trust me, I deal with John and Lance. I ain't looking for that.
Yeah.
But the paycheck's too good.
You should have your own security team.
Who? Sorry. I'm not a coward.
Oh.
Unlike Nico, according to Dallas fans, so I won't hire extra security to do my job.
Mm-hmm. And you know that John and Lance all talk.
Yeah, and John is generally not drunk at work, so he doesn't have the liquid courage to really get into a physical altercation. And Lance is too feeble. I mean, some facts are just facts.
Feeble.
He's a little feeble. I mean, he's always got an injury. Like, what will it take?
What's he nursing?
He had a nosebleed this morning.
Oh,
a nosebleed just out of nowhere. Mr. Glass. Beat it. It's the only time.
Did he power through the nosebleed?
No, he walked off and took care of it. Then came back. Only time he'll ever be compared to Samuel Jackson, Mr. Glass. You know. So when I say feeble, it's not an insult. It's just an assessment of what he is.
I think feeble
is an English word. Sorry. I'm sorry if it's an apt description. I didn't call him weak or soft.
I almost think feeble is a word.
No, soft suggests there's something internally that's wrong. He's just physically feeble.
Okay. Okay. So it's not a mentality.
No, it's not about the problem is he overestimated his physical capabilities. He thinks he's something, but his body has been letting him down for years now.
I just think of like a sick orphan or something.
I understand.
Think of feeble.
I understand.
Not a Radio Hall of Fame.
You mean like a nosebleed? An orphan with a nosebleed? Out of nowhere? That came out of nowhere?
I'm worried. I'm worried he's not going to make it through the winter, considering how feeble he is.
It's cold. I mean,
it does.
Someone gets picked off. It might be Lance. Only the strong survive.
You know what? Extra blanket for you.
Yeah, it's a good night for you.
Tiny Tim. Was Tiny Tim feeble?
Well, yes. That was a great description.
That's your player comp for Lance this draft season?
If I were to think, well, did Tiny Tim have braces on his leg? No, he didn't. He had a crutch,
I was going to say he had a crutch.
He had a crutch.
I don't know what the diagnosis was.
Yeah, did he have polio? I don't know what Tiny Tim had. But it's a Dickens creation, so he might have. I don't know. We're going to look at what Tiny Tim was afflicted with to see if he injury report. Injury history on Tiny Tim. What was Tiny Tim?
Arthroscopic knee. No.
What was he cursed with? Why was he sick? Just a lack of fruit? Lack of nutrients?
Collapsed lung.
Oh, okay.
And several broken ribs.
Lance fell off a ladder and either dislocated something or broke something.
Oh wait, this is a musician named Tiny Tim.
Yeah, that's
rickets.
That's why he had the crutch. I can see Lance with rickets. What are the symptoms of rickets so we know to make the correct comp?
Let's see. Childhood disease that leads to soft and weak bones.
Another word for feeble.
often insufficient levels of vitamin D, calcium, or phosphates.
Well, I don't think he has rickets. I just think he's feeble.
It is extremely rare, it says.
Yeah, I don't think Lance has rickets, because then there'd be a diagnosis. It's fun, just call him feeble. And we'll go to break with that.
Muscle weakness, pain in the spine, pelvis, and legs. Bow legs.
He's not bow-legged. I can say that. He's not that.
Delayed motor skills.
I don't know about that either.
Okay.
He can handle that controller when he's looking up film on guys.
The Xbox.
Yeah, I think he's fine there. I think his and motor skills are fine. All right, we'll go to break with that. I did not know. I was trying to find something funny that wasn't too insulting, but I guess feeble is too far.
It's a little disrespectful.
I didn't. Yeah,
I think you insulted him a little
bit. I think I hit the mark though. Well, Mr. Feeble will be back tomorrow as we get ever closer to the NFL draft. It's his time, and then he'll get to go on vacation, I think, because it's been a long run for him. He's deficient of nutrients. He's putting in a lot of work. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll hear from CJ Stroud when we come back. He spoke about his new OC and what that means for his ability to kind of take control of the offense. So CJ on Nick Caley, and also what it's like to lose a couple of your best friends. He talked about that as well. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Okay, let's get to CJ Stroud. He spoke yesterday. We know he has been less than out there, and he told us that he was kind of gonna go away. Now he showed up to the Rockets Warriors game. Main thing that came out of that was he was seen talking to Steph Curry. Curry was asked about it. Hey, just a couple guys talking about both athletes. Says big fan, so on and so forth. So nothing there, but in front of the media yesterday, he was asked about a couple of things. The big departure was Larry Tunsil. They also said goodbye to Shaq Mason. CJ was close to those two, but he also understands why things happen. Here's CJ Stroud on the departure of two starting offensive linemen.
Build relationships with guys, and your LT, of course, who I know you're talking about, and Shaq. Those are two of my best friends. So that I've come into the league with. So yeah, it hurts. You know what I mean? Our front office knows that, and they know how I felt about it. And but I totally understand, and I'm not against it at all. I totally think that we're heading to the right side of things. And I think something I learned about Nick is that he has a plan. No matter what happens, he always has something up his sleeve. So of course, sometimes we don't know what that is, and but you just have that trust, and that's something that we actually talked about today, having blind trust and having earned trust. And for Nick, I mean, he's gained my trust in both areas. So I'm excited, but I'm always going to be best friends with those guys and rooting them on, and I still talk to them daily. So
CJ Stroud. The Nick he's talking about is Caserio. We'll hear from CJ on what Nick Caley has done to change things for him. But so Tunsil and Shaq Mason out. This is the second Texan this offseason who said Nick's got something up his sleeve. Didn't Joe Mixon say that early, like right after the season was over, about how Nick Caserio had big plans and don't worry about it? Nick's always up to something. Do you think Nick says that to people around the building? Don't worry about it. I got something up my sleeve. Or is it something where, because he's Trader Nick, I guess, that they always know a move can be made? Has it ever been said by anyone in that building, mainly Nick, that he's got something up his sleeve?
I think he plants the seeds. I think whenever he wants to leave a room or a conversation, he just goes, "Oh, hold on. Gotta take this. I'm working on something."
It's the Schefter.
Yeah, it's a little bit of like hey, I can't let I'm trying to think of another GM's name. I can't let Andrew Barry go to voicemail. All right, I gotta.
I don't think he says specifically, I got something up my sleeve. He goes, "Hey Nick, what's up, man?" He goes, I'm always working on something.
Yeah,
grind never stops.
Yeah, I'm busy time of year.
Puts the phone up to his ear.
Yeah,
Nick's on to something like that. So
hello.
There's a
Dave Gettleman. Yeah,
Howie. We like to make trades, right? So there's a belief in that building that Nick's always working, I think, and he's
cooking,
and it's translating to a couple guys saying Nick's got something up his sleeve, whatever that might be. Of course, that's going to lead to certain accounts with the eye emojis.
He's cooking something big.
Nick will make a trade around the draft, excuse me. It's what he does. So that's not a surprise. And he has acquired big names. And when he was healthy, Stephon Diggs was working out, of course. And Joe Mixon, maybe his best trade so far. Didn't have to give up much for him. And Joe Mixon, once again, when he was avoiding being collared, hip drop tackled, he was pretty good. So maybe Nick's got something in store for us right before the draft, during the draft, as the Texans are a team that was predicted to be, along with the Eagles, a team who would make some moves. So look for the Texans to be active if the reports are true from media members and from CJ. Because that sleeve is full of things that Nick's going to do.
Yeah, man. Can't wait to see what he does. Can't wait to see him trade down from 25 to 29 to pick up a fourth rounder.
A 2026 fourth rounder.
Yeah.
By the way,
you never know what he's up to, man.
We know he's active. At least we can take that. Whether you agree with them or not, we know Nick Caserio is about calling guys and seeing what he can come up with. CJ also talked about the other Nick Caley, which is probably the one that's going to be more important in season. What Caserio's doing now will affect in season, but CJ is going to take on a different role in this offense. Yes, leader of the offense. We knew that to be the case. But now he's away from what you might say is a paint by numbers type of offense. That's maybe some of the criticism of the Shanahan offense, where he holds the hand of the quarterback. He makes sure the quarterback is really a extension of him. And now you get production out of it because the offense has been good for years with him, and they've had great players to make it work. And that's why Jimmy Garoppolo can lead you to a Super Bowl. Brock Purdy can do it. Guys who, right or wrong, are looked at as lesser talents. But when people break down that offense, they talk about, oh, this is Shanahan's doing, not the quarterback's doing. And a lot of people believe CJ can be more than that. And I believe CJ does too. Here's CJ Stroud on his new responsibilities under Nick Caley.
Yeah, I mean, he comes from LA and New England, and he's gonna bring some of that swag over here. So, that kind of is what I'm used to, is taking control and being a little more pre-snap. Having tools to put my guys in the best position, and that's something that we really didn't work on these last 2 years. But even those principles I learned from, and it made me better because it added a new element to my game. So. Be able to, just get better and learn from, what he did with, New England and LA will definitely help me, because I feel, those are two schemes that I'm, kind of used to, in a sense. Like, that's kind of what I ran in at Ohio State, what kind of New Orleans does a little bit. And in LA, it's kind of what we ran here these last 2 years. So I'll be able to, put my swag on it and have fun with it. And, he's all about, me taking full ownership and running the show. And that's what I want. So, I'm gonna get what I want, and that's really been really cool just to see that he's like bought into me, and he doesn't really know me well yet. So, he talked about today having blind trust, and I have a lot of trust in him already. Just how he talks and how he presents in the room and things like that is really cool to see.
So Nick Caley is winning the meeting room, at least with CJ Stroud. You, Sean, reacted a couple of times to a couple of things that CJ Stroud said, or maybe the same thing he said, and you just reacted to it because he said it a couple of times. What was your head nodding about? Because CJ, it was about a minute or so of him talking about what's new for him, and you kept going to a couple of things. What were the?
I like what I'm hearing.
Oh, okay.
About the swag that's coming from Nick Caley.
That didn't seem like that. Well,
I just can't see what.
That seemed like a head nod of, oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, no, it's what everyone knows about the when you come
Rams
from the
and Patriots swag.
Yeah, when you come from the Patriots, that kind of swag that follows you.
I don't know what that man's saying to CJ Stroud. Maybe,
and now CJ gets to turn a swag on. So
CJ gets to put his swag on the offense. Everyone is at least some of us are meeting that new knowledge about how he's going to be more control of the offense with like applause, and they're excited about it. Do I know that CJ Stroud is capable of directing an offense all by his lonesome? Do I know that he is going to be proficient in that as a third-year player? I know that people got tired of Slowick pretty quickly because of how last season went, but I don't know that CJ Stroud is going to be at his best when he has more responsibility on his plate. I just found it interesting how
it's more about the swag, really.
Okay. But before he said those words, people were looking forward to CJ having more control. Why? Why do we think that's better for what is he, 24, 25 years old? I don't know that he is going to be ready to do that. I guess we'll find out about how much control he's capable of handling, but he's getting what he wants. That's another thing you heard. I'm getting what I want. This is what he wanted to do.
I maybe that's why, or that's part of the reason why, is that people know that like this is what CJ Stroud wants. The bad man Bobby Slowick was holding him
Call him
down.
a bad place.
Yeah.
CJ's 23.
Now
He'll be 24 in October.
Yeah, now he can do what he wants.
running offense by himself.
No hand holding. I'm a big boy.
Okay, now you've taken it to a different level, which I appreciate.
Look at my
actually.
swag.
Put my swag on it.
I'm putting my swag
on the offense,
not turning my swag on like Soldier Boy.
So if he's putting a swag on this offense, the assumption is he was turning a swag off because Slowick wouldn't let him put his swag on.
There's no swag on Bobby Slowick. I think we can both agree that Bobby Slowick did not have a ton of swag.
If I look at Nick Caley, will I see swag?
More swag.
The one you called Sean McVay's coffee getter.
Sean McVay has a lot of swag.
He's got a Sean McVay like beard and haircut. He's adopted some things from Sean McVay. So more swag than Slowick. It's coffee. You think he has the same coffee order?
Everything.
Everything. He's a single male. He's a single white male. He's just doing everything that
it worked for him.
That ended poorly. That movie did, at least.
Oh no, I meant work for Sean McVay.
Yeah, so you duplicate what the guy who won a Super Bowl has done. From coffee to his beard to his hair. It is remarkably similar, that hair.
Swag. A lot of swag.
And he's bringing it to the Texans. Hopefully it goes the way everyone wants it to, where CJ's dialing up plays, making audibles, making checks, because that's what he wants. Andy, I see you. You want to talk about the Texans offensive line, the one that CJ will be directing this year? We'll get to Andy. Anyone else want to get in on anything? You can. The number is 713-780-3776. We got a couple more segments to go. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We talked plenty of Texans. We talked Astros early. They've got a chance to go over 500. Renell Blanc on the mound tonight against Chris Bassett. 36-year-old Chris Bassett is having a great start to his season. Astros trying to get to 12-11. They've done the 2 games in a row thing, trying to do it again tonight, and we'll see if they can finally get over that 500 mark. We mentioned earlier that Damian Lillard will play tonight, so after being ruled out indefinitely because of a blood clot, news broke last week that he would be good to go at some point. He's off the blood thinner, so we'll see Damian Lillard in the Bucks against the Pacers. Pacers are up 1-0. They blew out the Bucks. The Pacers love to talk. They're kind of front runners. When they're shooting the ball well and the offense is flowing, they'll let you know about it. And it led to a confrontation between Halliburton and Damian Lillard. We'll see how that plays out on the court tonight. And while we were talking about the Texans and Nick Caserio being someone very active, looks like the draft, sure, it begins at 1, but any of the intrigue looks like it'll begin at 2 and 3. The Browns and Giants are actively taking calls about trades. They're trying to see what type of haul they can get. There isn't really a specification if that's about someone trying to trade it for a quarterback, and the one quarterback you think would be drafted in that spot, if there was to be one, would be Shedeur Sanders, who is someone at this point appears to be falling. But it looks to be about Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter, along with Ashton Genty. Teams value those 3 guys, you probably would say, as far as skill position guys, the top players in the draft that you want to consider defensive end, maybe not a skills position, but a premium position. While the quarterbacks get all the love. I mean, at least Shedeur because of his story. Cam's been a pretty quiet thing. The Titans have zeroed in on him. No one believes the 2 quarterbacks are maybe even top 10 to 15 players in this draft. I think I saw another either GM or scout say, yeah, Cam goes 1 in this draft, but he would have been the 7th quarterback taken in last year's draft. That's how people look at these quarterbacks. I don't know the difference, why there's such a stark difference between, let's say, Cam and who went 3rd quarterback last year?
Drake May.
Drake May. I mean, I saw both of them play quite a bit. I know who I would take, but Drake May clearly a better draft prospect than Cam Ward. Don't know why. It's just what people think. And Cam Ward would be behind Bo Nix and McCarthy from last year. Feels like you're stretching it, GM/scout, but that's how
Penix.
That's how. Well, yeah, I don't know. I saw Cam Ward play throughout his career. The first time he had a relatively good offensive line, he was a Heisman finalist. Who maybe now he's a risk taker. He does that. He likes to hold the football a little bit and look for the big play. I just don't see the stark difference between, let's say, Bo Nix and McCarthy and why they're clearly better prospects. But that's how it's shaken out. And then Shedeur and Jackson Dart fall further down as far as that pecking order. So right now, the people, or at least the players that teams want, Genty, Hunter, Carter. And by consensus, those 3 guys are the best players in this draft. So maybe the Browns and Giants don't stick where they are, and they're willing to give up those slots because they get a nice package to move out. I don't know. For teams like that, you don't have a lot of premium players on your roster. Maybe just take a premium player.
Yeah, that's why I don't know. I have a hard time believing this. I think this, to me, is more, it's the Tuesday before the draft. We already know who the number 1 pick, so we have to because there always has to be even years where it's not 100% clear who it's going to be number 1. They go like I mean, we don't know who could. Sources inside the building say they love the number 2 pick just as much as the number 1 pick, and it's like, at the end of the day, it still is like a TV show that they're trying to get people to watch.
Exactly.
So that's why the very on the ESPN morning show, Peter Schrager floats out there that there's mystery teams looking to trade for 2 and 3.
And Traeger is new to the ESPN brand. Got to shake it up a little bit.
Yeah, gotta get yourself out there.
Yeah, and he'll make his calls. And here's some news. And who knows how strongly any of these teams are actually looking to trade for one of those spots. Maybe it's just a simple, hey, we called about it, exploratory talks, but nothing's going to come of it. It could very well be just, hey, we talked to the Giants and the Browns about it.
Yeah,
and that's enough to tell people there
someone
have been
called
talks.
us and gave us an offer, and we said no thanks.
Yeah, it wasn't good enough, but hey, talks has been had. People are making calls. They're taking calls. So there we are. We're only a couple of days away, and of course, ESPN, because they, as Sean said, have to sell a TV show, have their draft clock going on. I think anything above 48 hours, I don't need a clock for.
Agreed.
A clock for 55. This started Monday.
Yeah, Monday. So it was like 80 yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
What are we doing? So 55 plus hours until the draft, if you needed that update. Thanks, ESPN. All right, we got one more segment to go before we're back. Andy, I saw you. You had to drop off. We do have that last segment, so if you want to get in or anyone else, you can. Me and Sean, for a couple more minutes, we will be back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And today is a great day to get involved because it's a Taco Tuesday. That's right. Discounts throughout the day. Right now, they're offering a slashed on Jaw Morant's points projection now as low as 19.5. It's normally for today for game 2 of Memphis OKC. It is 24.5. So you're getting 5 points right there to play with. So you put Ja Morant in a lineup. Maybe you're interested in the Astros and the Blue Jays later tonight. Ronel Blanco takes them out for the Astros. It's been shaky so far this year. Do you ride with them, or do you like Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to have more than 2.5 hits plus runs plus RBI? I think if it's going to be business as usual for Ronel Blanco in 2025, it might be a tough night. So that's how you can build a lineup. Maybe Jeremy Pena, more than 1.5 hits, runs, RBI. Or maybe you want to watch some NHL, some soccer, some darts, some whatever you want, European soccer. It's all there on Prize Picks. All you have to do is download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So that promo we play gets me every time because that little boop is the same sound I get from DMs, which is the point of it, obviously. But it's like little reach for my phone and I realize, oh, yeah, ain't no one trying to talk to you. As the kids would say, Sean, sometimes your DMs are dry. Tough beat. Not as tough. That's what's going on for Unc, though. We have not talked about it. And I think everyone's learned their lesson than to speak on something from the internet before you have all the information. Certain ESPN personality and a Barstool one as well have learned that lesson. But Shannon Sharpe has been sued by the same person who sued Drake, as far as the lawyer is concerned, by the same lawyer who represented the women who were going after Deshaun Watson. Shannon Sharpe released, let's say, racy texts through Twitter yesterday. Well, the woman in question, through her lawyer, has responded with audio of Shannon Sharpe in a conversation with her. And of course, it's been about a minute and a half of a longer conversation. We don't know how it began or really how it ended, but he does make a threat. And of course, Shannon Sharpe is a prominent voice on ESPN, has his own company, and is on the verge of signing, or at least has been offered a big deal. But that is out there right now. It's ugly. Don't know what's real and what isn't. Just know that each side has released their version of events, and none of it's going to make anyone look good. So he was on ESPN this morning. I'm going to highly doubt it was mentioned once. And his time on the air is done, and then they release the audio of him threatening this woman. Now, you can listen to it for the context of it, because there's a back and forth. She says something, and he goes, "If you say this one more time, I'm going to do this." Whether you take that seriously or not, the audio's there, and he'll have to answer for that. And that's where I'll leave it, because there's not much more to say than what has been released so far. But either way, what we do know is that Shannon Sharpe has been sued, and this one doesn't appear to. It's not going to play out behind closed doors.
No.
It looks like both representatives, the lawyers, and also the defendant and the plaintiff are willing to air the laundry and the grievances.
Yeah, and we know that with Tony Busby, with our experience with Tony Busby, because like you said, he's been involved in a lot of these high-profile recent cases, and we know that because of how Shannon Sharpe's representation has handled this situation up until now, or at least how they handled it yesterday, which is to release very, very racy text, I'll say.
Yes. And Busby has already given interviews about why the timing. I mentioned Shannon's on the verge of a deal, podcast deal. Busby says it has nothing to do with that. You can take that for what it's worth. But so people are willing to talk about this on both sides. And salacious is one word for it, but the accusations are of a very serious nature. So Shannon Sharpe appears to want to fight it, and the woman appears, along with her lawyer, they appear to want to make this as ugly as they can in public, and I guess see where the chips may fall. So there that is. We are done for the day. Coming up next is Paul Gallant. The Killer Bees follow him after that somewhat serious discussion that we rarely ever have. I'm interested to see what Sean plays as we close out the show. Sean, since we're done for the day, what does that mean? Oh, Gruden. That's a surprise. Hey, John. Well, we haven't had a lot.
I know which ones I can't play.
Yeah, okay.
After that.
Yes. Yeah. So, someone has a little discernment and a filter as well. John Gruden, host of Gruden's quarterback class. Shout out to Seth Hennigan. I'm sure it went well. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Ground ball to short. Jeremy Pena. 24 consecutive shutout innings. The Diesel is mowing down everything in his way. What a run for Hunter Brown tonight, allowing just 2 hits in 7 shutout innings.
Womp, womp. That's a Diesel, bitch. Hunter Brown, ace of the Houston Astros, kept at it last night. You heard it from Todd Callis on the Space City Home Network. This is a man who has now thrown 24 consecutive scoreless innings. It's the longest by any Astros starter since Christian Javier did 25 and a third in a row scoreless innings in 2022. Brown's had 6 scoreless innings in each of his last 3 starts. The 5th pitcher to achieve that feat. The last, Roy Oswalt in 2008. The others, Roger Clemens, J.R. Richard, Don Wilson. No Astros pitcher has done 4 of these in a row. And Hunter Brown, with the 7 innings, 9 strikeout, 2 hit, 1 walk, 0 earned run performance over 96 pitches, did that all against Toronto, who might not be scoring a lot of runs, but they had the 4th best batting average in baseball going in. Astros, bang! Hunter Brown. I went back in time to take a look at some of my show notes on what we will now call a Throwback Tuesday a little bit earlier this morning. And I feel like every single time before he went on the stretch that he went on last season, and even really for times during May and June, which is when he really started figuring out how to throw, he started throwing that sinker again. I remember constantly saying, I'm annoyed that people regularly compare him to Justin Verlander. He's from Detroit. He's got a similar delivery. And yet, here we are now looking at Hunter Brown, who I still feel can improve as clearly the Astros' best starting pitcher. Is there a debate anymore? Is there anyone holding out? Fromber's a lefty. Fromber forces a lot of ground balls, blah, 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 blah. Is there anyone out there who is saying, no, actually, it's Fromber, who, of course, is so level-headed and so trustworthy. Consistent at the very least, he does have that. And this is not me saying Fromber Valdez stinks. I'm just saying more proof. Hunter Brown's the ace of the staff. He's going to be getting the opening day ball, assuming health, opening day next season, because Fromber's probably going to be gone as well. Hunter Brown, that was a hell of a performance last night. And the Astros did need it because the offense, which did wake up, they did score 7 runs. They did win 7-0. It did take them a while to get going, though. It took them, 5 innings or so? And once again, it's randomly the bottom of the order that's creating rallies. Zach DeZenzo, might have Wally pipped Christian Walker. Christian Walker had a day off to, I guess, reset. Zach DeZenzo plays first base. He's got a couple of doubles. He's stealing bases and sliding in the coolest way possible, somehow evading tags. I'm not sure how he's doing it. He's a lot like Neo in the Matrix. So the offense finally got going, but the reason that the Astros won yesterday, I know they scored 7 runs, is because of Hunter Brown. He's probably going to be the American League Pitcher of the Month, though I suppose he does have some competition. I saw Ari Alexander of Channel 2 put this out there. He's 4th in the American League in ERA for April, 5th in strikeouts, 5th in innings pitched, 1st in walks, hits per innings pitched. He's got 1 more start than his main competitor, Garrett Crochet. Crochet beat him for said award last June. I think he's going to get it. 1 more start. I would assume he's going to, if not continuing the scoreless streak, hold whatever team he goes up against to 2 or 3 runs or less over 7 innings. This is our Diesel, everybody. The Diesel gets it done. What is a Diesel? Because I always find Hunter Brown's nickname amusing. I think it's because he's clean shaven. I don't really think of Hunter Brown as a Diesel. He doesn't have a mustache. He doesn't have a mullet. when I hear Diesel, I assume that you have one, if not both of those things, and that perhaps you're a little bit more Kenny Powers looking in terms of physique than looking like Hunter Brown, who has a fully sleeved non-throwing arm and a completely untattooed throwing arm, because it's the moneymaker. So what is a diesel? A diesel is an internal combustion engine in which heat produced by the compression of air in the cylinder is used to ignite the fuel. So we use this in trains. Also, it can be a heavy petroleum fraction used as a fuel in diesel engines. Diesel oil. What's it in slang term? Well, I looked this up as well per artificial intelligence on Google. In slang, diesel can refer to a person with a well-developed physique. Seems like Brown has a pretty good physique. Honestly, I don't know. Baseball uniforms aren't exactly form-fitting, you know? People give me crap because I wear shirts that are rather tight. I like to show off my boobs. Baseball jerseys don't exactly do that. They're not form-fitting. They look very uncomfortable. I'm surprised that they still use them. Oh, history. Okay, I don't know. That you're wearing a button-up to play a sport. Whatever. So it can refer, diesel, to well-developed physique. In prison slang, it is that well-developed physique specifically. It can also be a term for a specific type of heroin. Okay. I don't think Hunter Brown's named after heroin, though. When he pitches, it's a lot like taking heroin. If you take it, am I right? I wouldn't know. Stop making accusations. It refers to a cyclist who can maintain a consistent, strong pace over long distances, often seen in endurance events. Additionally, diesel can be used in the context of engine technology as the term for a type of internal combustion engine, which we talked about a little bit ago. A thought on diesels. The OG diesel is Astros legend Nolan Ryan, who of course pitched for other teams, but we claim him as our own and just forget about the time that he went to Texas. Back in Nolan Ryan's day, Nolan Ryan's probably throwing what? 420 pitches or so per game, right? And I think the last time we saw him do that, he was 69 years old or so. I mean, Nolan Ryan was the epitome of a diesel, a workhorse, if you will. A thought I had, and again, I get it. It's April, blah, blah, blah. You got to make sure that you're managing pitchers' arms correctly. And you can't have them be tired by playoff time. Who cares about April baseball? But am I the only person who would have liked to see a complete game out of Hunter Brown last night? You're the diesel. Let the guy throw a complete game. Let him throw 9 innings. Oh, but it's not a no-hitter. He allowed 2 hits. Screw it. He was dominating. Did he look like he was going to slow down at any point? Isn't it kind of annoying that we've gotten to a point where pitchers, if it's 2 times through the order or 100 pitches, they're probably going to leave the game pretty soon afterwards? Can't we let the guy actually, I don't know, keep going? Isn't Hunter Brown the kind of pitcher that, you know, since he's largely a fastball and sinker guy, isn't he the kind of guy that could potentially go there? We're not talking about someone who's throwing with all sorts of torque like Lance McCullers. Knock on wood. Obviously, the Astros have had some bad luck with forearm injuries of late, but I don't know. Can't we have a guy like Hunter Brown go the distance? Are complete games just completely out of bounds? The guy's nicknamed the Diesel, for God's sakes. Can't we have him pitch a full game? A thought that crossed my mind. Back in my day, the pitchers I grew up watching, they would throw the ball out 253 times after working 2 shifts at the grocery store. They were stocking the aisle in the morning, and at night they were stocking strikeouts. You know, I hate to be back in my day guy, but I miss the days of pitchers throwing complete games. And I know that Tommy John injuries are up, and yeah, you're trying to be smart here, but the nostalgic in me would have liked to see Hunter go 9. And I get it. Forrest Whitley came in. Woohoo! Forrest Whitley's back. Yay! He threw 2 scoreless innings. I just want to see a guy throw a complete game. Bring back complete games, guys. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros offense got going thanks to the bottom of the order. I really like what they got out of Zach DeZenzo. Cam Smith keeps delivering as well. Brendan Rodgers at sea level, not doing so bad. I'm wondering if Zach DeCenzo's Wally Pipp and Christian Walker. And on top of that, if you want to weigh in on Hunter Brown, you can. You know how to do it. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We finally heard from arguably the most disappointing athlete in Houston sports last year leading into this season. What does he have to say about some changes going into this coming year? You'll hear on the other side. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Some comments on YouTube. Trill O'Reilly wants me to talk about what's going on with the lawsuit against Shannon Sharp, specifically the term, and I quote, baby gravy, end quote. We're going to wait for more details to come out. This is one of those stories that I feel like we're just going to get more and more and more tidbits before I weigh in on it, okay? If you want to do research yourself, look it up. I really feel like something like this, I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole, especially in a town where Tony Busby lives, unless I have all the information. Another question from YouTube. Nathan Tope asks, Paul, what do you think about James Harden being on this Rockets team? I know nobody wanted him at the beginning of the year, but they need a bucket getter, and he's one of the best to do it. I understand the idea that after a game where both Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green struggle, and James Harden scores 32 points in game one, and last night you saw the Clippers take down the Nuggets in a game where Kawhi Leonard looked like the old Kawhi Leonard. Maybe the Clippers actually a scary team in the Western Conference. I can understand why some people are saying, oh, why don't we have James Harden? I've seen a lot of that on the internet last night. And I get it. But as somebody who is from a winning sports town, I'm wearing a Boston Celtics shirt today. Sup? Look at me. I actually like that Ime Udoka said hell to the no when it came to the idea of bringing James Harden back to Houston, because I just don't think James Harden is a winning playoff basketball player. I don't think his style lends itself to that. And sure, is he perhaps turning into a distributor more than a scorer as he gets older? Yeah. And it would be helpful to have a guy like James Harden. But I do not want a guy like James Harden when I'm trying to install a culture that Ime Udoka has installed. I don't think that the two would be compatible with one another. I think if Harden was here, I think that he would be allowed to do his own thing like he used to be able to do, because that's all he knew here. And Udoka wouldn't want that. So sure, you're missing a bad player, but I don't believe in the idea of making exceptions for guys who perhaps do things their own way. And Harden's own way has never worked past the second round of the playoffs. Sure, he had some moments in this series against the Rockets Warriors Western Conference Finals series, but when Chris Paul went down and the Rockets had the Warriors on the ropes, Harden didn't get it done. Was he the reason they lost? No, I would say more so Trevor Ariza in game 7 of that series. But I don't want Harden ever again. I just can't stand watching him play basketball. I don't want him on a team that I'm paid to cover that I hope to one day root for. There you go. CJ Stroud, the quarterback of the Houston Texans, did a press conference yesterday as we get closer and closer to the NFL draft. It's just 2 days and a couple of hours of change away. He was asked about the changes that are coming with new offensive coordinator Nick Caley's offense. Here's what he had to say about that.
That kind of is what I'm used to, is, taking control and, being a little more pre-snap, having tools to put my guys in the best position. And that's, something that we really didn't work on these last 2 years. But even those principles I learned from, and it made me better because it added a new element to my game. So, be able to, just get better and learn from, what he did with, New England and LA will definitely help me, because I feel, those are two schemes that I'm, kind of used to, in a sense. Like, that's kind of what I ran in at Ohio State, what kind of New Orleans does a little bit, and in LA, it's kind of what we ran here these last 2 years. So I'll be able to, put my swag on it and have fun with it. And he's all about, me taking full ownership and running the show, and that's what I want. So I'm gonna get what I want, and that's really been really cool just to see that he's like bought into me, and he doesn't really know me well yet. So he talked about today having blind trust, and I have a lot of trust in him already. Just how he talks, and how he presents in the room and things like that is really cool to see.
Lots of things to dive into there. Stroud's getting his way. And we're about to find out if CJ Stroud's belief in himself is warranted. I think after this past season, it's totally fair to wonder about CJ Stroud and how good he can be. I still feel like talent-wise, the guy's got a lot. I think he's got more than most quarterbacks in the league. And I think from a football IQ perspective, when you talk to him, when you listen to him, he sure seems to know what he's talking about. He is obsessed with the sport. He references things that a lot of, I think, well-studied football players probably wouldn't bring up off the top of their head. This happened on the podcast circuit last offseason, which sure was a tad annoying after a while, especially when you consider how last season went. I'm still a believer in CJ Stroud, but now they are giving him the car keys. And I'm really wondering how that's going to work. I mean, Stroud said along the way there, we're running what I used to run, that I'm running the show, that I'm getting what I want, that I get to put my swag on the offense. That's kind of annoying. I'm not going to lie. Get to put my swag on it. The same kind of swag that the Patriots and the Rams put on their offense. Swag. But he's got full ownership of this thing. And you heard in that quote, Nick Caley apparently has blind trust in CJ Stroud. I don't mind that, but this is better work. We're talking about a guy going into his third year. Has he earned that blind trust? There's a lot of questions about what really was limiting the Texans offense last year. And I know that year one and year two, the guys who were making reads at the line of scrimmage and adjustments before the snap were offensive linemen. These were the guys who were calling out the Mike linebacker, calling out the protections. So you've got inexperienced centers in front of CJ Stroud who are the ones telling everybody what to do. I'd much rather have my quarterback doing that. I'd rather have Tom Brady doing that. I'd rather have Peyton Manning doing that. Everyone would, right? But you want guys who are football savants at the line of scrimmage with more control, especially more control than offensive linemen who might be in over their head. That was the problem for the Texans' interior offensive line both of the last two seasons. Is Stroud going to be able to handle this? From the sound of things, he's done this before. Great. That's a great sign. But Nick Caley, the new offensive coordinator, based off of what we just heard from CJ Stroud, just has blind faith in him going into this year. And I mean, while I want it to work out, I don't know that it'll work out because I thought last year would work out. And last year with Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell, sure, injured for a lot of the season. Diggs half the year, Dell a quarter of the season. It didn't work out. And I know the offensive line, it sucked. Right, true, all that, blah, 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 blah. Bobby Slowick, F him, all that rhetoric. But, I mean, there's still a quarterback on their center. And this is a lot to put on his plate, especially considering they are completely turning over the offensive line. Laramie Tunsil, bye-bye. Cam Robinson, is he good? I don't know. Ed Ingram, is he good? I don't know. I know Kenyon Green wasn't. I know Shaq Mason wasn't. Laken Tomlinson, is he good? I don't know. I don't even know who the center is. I don't even know who the right tackle is. And Titus Howard's supposed to be the right tackle because going into last year, I'm a right tackle only. Okay, Bob, you might be left guard next season. Is Blake Fisher good? I don't know. I don't study offensive line play, but I don't think he's great. So you're putting this all in CJ Stroud's hands. And listen, at a certain point, if you think you got a great quarterback, you have to do this. Is it going to work out? I don't know. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. For the 281, the center is the most important position. Well, the quarterback is. The center is important for an offensive line's cohesion. But honestly, as far as blocking goes, generally the center is asked to do the least. The guards to his left, to his right are asked to do more. The tackles are obviously asked to do more. Basically, you want a smart guy playing center. And the Texans have had a bunch of guys that have rotated in and out of that position. I would rather Stroud make those decisions that those guys are making. I think that's very fair to ask for. Some of the things Stroud said along the way there, I found it very interesting. I'm going to put my swag on this offense. It really wants ownership. And this does sometimes work poorly. It does. Russell Wilson wanted to put his swag on an offense when he first went to Denver. They brought in Bobo McGee, Nathaniel Hackett, to be his offensive coordinator. And, well, that didn't work out so well. And I remember in Seattle, Russell Wilson constantly saying, let me cook, and doing it in like passive aggressive ways through his agents and asking to be traded / move to places that he doesn't want to be traded to, but if he were traded to, he'd accept the trade to these places. And then when Russ went and did his own thing, it didn't really work out. So now they're finally letting CJ Stroud do his own thing. I'm very curious about that. What's going to happen? 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 713, center usually runs the protection, even Peyton Manning. Well, honestly, off the top of my head, I don't know if Peyton Manning had a center running the protection, but I'm pretty sure that Peyton Manning's conversations with Jeff Saturday, which sometimes got heated on the sideline, lend themselves to the idea that Manning would have a pretty good amount of sway as far as what happens before a snap. Saturday, I'm sure, was helping, but Peyton Manning was the one making the decisions at the end. So there you go, guys. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, everything that you might have missed in the world of sports over the last couple of days, including how did the Dallas Mavericks hijack this entire segment every single week? Is this our third straight week of what did Nico Harrison stick in his mouth this time? Hear the fallout of perhaps the worst 24 hours in the history of a sports organization in Texas next. And in case you missed it, stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Do we have a bunch of offensive linemen listening or something? I feel like the entire text line is a bunch of people saying, hey, guys, center is a really important position. Another text, center is extremely underrated. Eagles needed Jason Kelce because Hurts couldn't make protection calls. Even Peyton Manning had Jeff Saturday. Sure, but didn't the Eagles just win a Super Bowl without Jason Kelce? Just saying. I think center is important to a degree, but I think also at times the positional importance can be overrated, and it should be on the quarterback to, one, make those decisions at the line of scrimmage, and two, to elevate the level of play of his receivers around him. But CJ Stroud's got more control of the offense if you want to weigh in on that. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Also, Hunter Brown. He has been dominant to open the season and help the Astros get back to 500 with a 7-0 win over the Blue Jays last night. Let's hit everything that we might have missed in the world of sports over the last couple of days, specifically the bonfire that is the Dallas Mavericks. The Dallas Mavericks are a dumpster fire at this moment in time, and the last couple of days have been pretty amusing to sit back and watch if you just hate sports teams from Dallas and want Dallas sports fans to suffer, unless they jump on the Houston Rockets bandwagon, which they are allowed to do. We did set some specific caveats. You have to admit that Hakeem Olajuwon better than Dirk Nowitzki. You have to do that. Shouldn't be that hard. But to bring it back to the Mavericks, Monday, Tim McMahon of ESPN put together a tell-all about what's been going down with the Dallas Mavericks' new ownership in a post-Mark Cuban world. And this does not paint anyone in the Mavericks organization as looking particularly bright, sharp. It seems like there's no intelligence there. Patrick Dumont takes over, very clearly wanted to make his own mark on this organization and really trusted general manager Nico Harrison for some reason. Nico Harrison, of course, decides, hey, we're going to trade Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis and some others in the middle of the night in early February. Everyone, I remember where I was, like, I'll never forget. I was at T-Bone Sports Bar and Grill, waiting to go up for karaoke again. And no one believed me when I said that the trade had happened. And it obviously has been met with all of the backlash in the world. So what do you do when there's a lot of backlash? Bury your head in the sand? Honestly, you should. The Mavericks held yet another availability where people could ask tough questions to Nico Harrison. There had already been one with no video and no audio allowed, but this time they made Nico Harrison sit in front of the media for a press conference that at the very least was aired on YouTube and then was, of course, televised. Nico Harrison was asked if he ever thought things would turn the way that they did for Dallas Mavericks after the Luka Doncic trade.
When you were kicking the idea of this trade around and you had various scenarios planned in your head, did the anger and outrage from the fan base, has that exceeded what you were kind of planning for?
Yeah, good question. I did know that Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't quite know it to what level, but really the way we looked at it is, you know, if you're putting a team on the floor that's Kyrie, Clay, PJ, Anthony Davis, and Lively, we feel that's a championship caliber team, and we would have been winning at a high level, and that would have quieted some of the outrage. And so unfortunately we weren't able to do that. So it just continued to, you know, go on and on.
The outrage was never being quieted, man. You traded Luka Doncic, who got you to the finals the year before, who's in his early 20s. I mean, you stumbled into one of the best draft picks ever because he wasn't taken first overall. And then you traded him and you didn't get what you should have gotten in return. And you did it right after you made the finals. That's what no one's ever going to get over. The fact that he couldn't comprehend the possible fan backlash to this, I mean, it's baffling. Even if James Harden had been traded after a bad playoff performance, people here would have been pissed about it, right, Sean? I mean, this is pretty obvious what's going to happen next when you trade a star player in the NBA.
Especially out of the blue, like where you don't have the lead up of like, basically you kind of had the character assassinate him on the front end.
And they did it on the back end.
Yeah. He does. I think he's a little right with the if Kyrie didn't get hurt and because they probably
that's true
would have been the 8th seed in that case. Like, I think people would still be pissed off, but they would just be like they'll be less pissed because there's basically a month to end the season where the Mavericks just didn't have like any real basketball players on their team,
right?
Which made it seem like even worse.
And a hobbled Anthony Davis.
Yeah, Davis was hobbled or missing time. Kyrie tore his ACL, so it was just, and Klay Thompson, I guess, was out there, and that was fine. But that kind of speaks to where Klay Thompson is at this point of his career, where it's like whatever. But I think it would have been not as violently opposed to it, but yeah, you got to read the room, and when you're on the podium after you won the Western Conference, you probably should have been like, these people really seem to like Luka Doncic. That's interesting.
It's so hard to stumble into a player like this, even if he's got annoying off the court habits or if he's a whining flopper,
Yeah, even then, like, there's only of the superstars of the league. Like, once you get past like 6, like the 6th best player in the league, it starts to become like, yeah, he's a superstar. We kind of have to deal with some stuff. Like, that's just what everyone is.
How about this? They already got a Comet in Dirk Nowitzki. What are the odds you get somebody like that again? Think about all of the teams that have never had a player that's as good as Dirk and as good as Luka.
Yeah.
I'm specifically looking at the Charlotte Bobcats turned Hornets, or the New Orleans Pelicans with what's been going on with Zion Williamson, among other teams. You should be looking at what other teams have never had and realize, damn, I got something good. The grass ain't always greener.
Yeah, I mean, Dirk is a top 20 player of all time.
Yes.
There's 30 NBA teams. So
right.
There's at least 10 that have not had a player as good as Dirk, and a lot of the top 20, like a lot of them are Lakers and Celtics.
Right,
so
exactly.
It's probably like, I don't know, half the league hasn't had a guy on their team as good as Dirk, and Luka certainly looked like he was heading that way, at least being, as far as like Mavs all time great, being right up there with Dirk. And dude, you just trade him in the middle of the night for a guy whose nickname is Street Clothes.
More Nico Harrison at his press conference. Some of these questions that got asked, violent. How about this one?
Luka comes back to town, the Lakers game's happening, and you're standing there and there's thousands of people chanting for you to be fired. That's an experience that none of us, no one's chanting for for us to lose our jobs. Why shouldn't you be fired?
Well, one, I think I've done a really good job here, and I don't think I can be judged by the injuries this year. You have to judge from totality, from beginning to end, and so I think I have a really good working relationship with Patrick.
Nico, dog, people aren't judging you based off the injuries. This is what's funny. He keeps on forgetting. Dude, no one cares about the injuries. It's all about the Luka trade. It's literally just that. Everything you did before, everything you've done after, it doesn't matter anymore. It's all this. It's just one decision.
People were upset before guys got hurt. People were upset Saturday night, like when that happened. It's wild that he has to like sit there and answer for it. And there's not like, I understand what he's saying, but it's like the reason, there's no good reason. He can give reasons, but none of them are good, and they're very easily to be like, but what about that?
Right.
What about that?
Yes. The fire continued. Nico was also asked some more about the idea that he get fired. Fans chanting that. More Nico Harrison.
Well, when you have 20,000 people in this stadium chanting "Fire Nico," you really feel it. I mean, I use the word awesome, but not in a positive way. Like you can really feel how they feel. So yes, I feel them.
Are you a masochist? It feels awesome.
Oh, it feels great.
Oh, oh God. Yeah, they're telling me fire me. Oh.
I've been a bad boy, haven't I, Dallas? I'm a bad boy.
I'm so bad.
I need a spanking, right, Dallas?
Oh. I think Charles Barkley said it best on Inside the NBA last night. This is the advice that the Mavericks and everybody who knows Nico Harrison should have for this guy. They shouldn't have done this press conference. If they did the press conference, he should have gone full Bill O'Brien, just said, made a decision that was best for the team. Should have done that over and over again. Instead, these answers. Charles Barkley, take it away, sir.
Nico Harrison, I consider you a friend of mine. I wish you nothing but the best. I thought you did a good job last year with the Mavs. And obviously whatever happened this year didn't work out. Man, don't do no more press conferences. Like, I don't even know what you're doing. I really don't. Like, I got sympathy and love for you, but I have zero idea what you're trying to do. This war is over, brother. You taking the L. I hope you keep your job. I hope that team get healthy, but man, don't do any more interviews. Please don't.
And the Mavericks got to stop throwing them out there. I don't know what they think is going to happen when they put these out there. By the way, I looked this up because I feel like I could potentially help out here. I could do PR for the Mavericks with a salary range of $44,000 to $72,000.
That's a big range.
I could be a coordinator, foundation, and community relations for the Dallas Mavericks. I mean, I'm not going to be high up on the totem pole, but if they need somebody on the side.
Yeah, just a guy in the room to go like.
Yeah. Can I be a consultant and make that $72,000? Can I do that? I think I could help.
Yeah.
Vice president of marketing makes $160,000 for the Mavericks. Vice president of public relations. I'll be your Baghdad Bob again. I just want to be bribed. Pay me off. I will lie. I will just outright lie. It'll be fun.
Wait, are all those jobs posted right now?
I guess so. Indeed.com and on Glassdoor.
So they're looking for a new.
They're looking for new people in certain places.
Huh,
Yeah,
that's interesting.
I wonder if that's because they're firing people or if people are leaving. I bet it's the latter.
Oh, I would 100%
resigning. I resigned because the Mavericks traded Luka Doncic. I resigned for my six-figure salary.
It's like Rudy. They're
Yeah.
putting in their suit
Putting my
jackets.
suit jacket on the desk. Sean Mays behind the glass on Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. Big game for Hunter Brown last night. CJ Stroud's getting full control of the Texans offense. You want to weigh in on those two things. Up next, the Rockets are down 1-0 to the Golden State Warriors in this first-round Western Conference playoff series. And I'm wondering if they have a problem offensively, especially when you consider that this Golden State Warrior knows exactly what makes them work. You'll hear him on the other side. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Sean Mapes behind the glass. The Rockets obviously lost Sunday night to the Golden State Warriors, 95-85. It was a game where a lot of Rockets struggled to shoot, but the Rockets certainly had an edge when it came to rebounding. They out-rebounded the Warriors by something like 54-36, and they had 22 offensive rebounds, 22 second chance points. After the game, with NBC Sports Bay Area, Warriors veteran Draymond Green had this to say about what the Rockets do best.
That's their MO. They rebound like 60% of misses or something like that. It's crazy. So, at times that's their best offense. They get it on the board and they crash the board.
He's not wrong. At times that is the Rockets' best offense. And we're going to figure out the answer to this the rest of this series. Is your best offense getting a historic amount of offensive rebounds a formula for beating the Golden State Warriors? I say it aloud, and I feel like I'm crazy to even think that's possible. And look, I'm not expecting Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green to shoot a combined 7 of 34 again, or however bad it was, because it was bad. But there will be moments where both of those guys struggle to shoot. And after them, the two guys who are best at creating their own shot, where's the offense coming from? Not named Alperen Şengün. And I think Şengün's going to continue to have success in this series because of his size. And clearly, when the Rockets put out their big lineup where they have Jabari Smith and they have Steven Adams and they have Alperen Şengün, the Warriors don't really have an answer. But can you do that for a whole game? I don't know. Amin Thompson, all the athleticism in the world, all the rebounding ability in the world. Not a lot on the offensive side of things to this point. Tari Eason, hey, when he's open, he can shoot. But he also was pretty inaccurate in game one. So I think we've just gone through the entirety of their roster. Dylan Brooks, we know Dylan Brooks is probably due for a 1-for-9 game from outside too. You got a lot of inconsistent shooters. So when you hear Draymond Green say that's a lot of their offensive game, it is, and they're very good at it. And I expect them to dominate the offensive glass for the entirety of this series and to dominate the boards in totality all series long. But you got to figure out another way to score points. And unless Jalen Green steps up, I don't really see where it's consistently coming from. I expect Fred VanVleet to keep shooting and miss a lot. I expect there to be some sluggishness with this offense and indecisiveness as they try to get it to Alperen Şengün. And when Şengün plays well and he starts getting double teamed, he'll panic. He'll start pivoting around. He'll try to throw it to other people who will be open and they won't be able to hit shots. So look, I'm still optimistic about this series, but it might be crazy for me to have that optimism because I think what Draymond Green laid out right there, it's not sustainable. If the Rockets had the most offensive rebounds they had in a playoff game since 2016 against the Warriors in this game that you just saw, they've been in the playoffs. It's not like they haven't made the playoffs since 2016. There was 2018, there was 2019, there was 2020, there was 2021. Hell, there's 2017 as well. I mean, there's been, that's just a year where they didn't play the Warriors. They've made it a lot, but you gotta score. Scoring's key to winning.
Yeah. I think that there might be some natural regression for the offensive rebounding just because you're not going to put up but they were a historically good offensive rebounding team throughout the regular season. So I think that that'll still be a strength, especially against a Warriors team that doesn't really have the big bodies to stop that. really to hit the defensive glass for them super hard. I mean, it is just going to come down to what Draymond Green said, where it's like their best offense happens after an offensive rebound. If they could move that to like where it's like the offensive possession doesn't have to just like, hey, let's just start with a miss and then play. If you can get some production on the first shot that you have every possession, then that puts less stress on on the offensive
It's a lot
rebounding.
easier when you score with your first shot, Sean, as opposed to having it bounce off of the rim and then you have to go get it.
Yeah, even if it is like 50% of the time, you're gonna get it. You still would just rather make it. So yeah, I think that being able to create the first shot is going to be very key, because even in that giant comeback that they made, when they're down 20 in the third quarter, 20 something, right? It was more than 20.
Yeah.
And they come back to be down for 5 with 3 minutes left. There wasn't like an offensive explosion that happened there. It was just the Warriors kind of stopped scoring.
Right.
And the Rockets chipped away at it. So they will need to have some sort of like scoring punch to win this. But I think that the offensive rebounding, like that will probably still be a big thing that they lean on going forward, just because that's what they've done all season.
Yeah. And does it win you a series? We're going to find out. They do match up well against Golden State from that perspective. That's the one thing going for them. Because honestly, against most teams, I would say no. And against the Golden State Warriors teams of the past, you definitely say no. Yeah. But it's this Warriors team, which is Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond playing defense. And they play good defense themselves. But after that, it is you are not expecting much out of the supporting cast.
Yeah, it's just I don't think you can win with the offensive rebounding, because just someone will have to step up and be the reason you win, or like be the main reason you win. And the offensive rebounding obviously helps. Like the credit pie at the end of the series, if they win it, someone is going to step up and take more credit than, well, they just kept getting offensive rebounds. Like it's going to be Jalen Green has a really good game, or Amin Thompson has a really breakout performance on offense in this series, or maybe Şengün just keeps doing it and raises the game even further going further in this series. But I don't think at the end of the series we're gonna be like, how the hell they win? Guess just all those offensive rebounds.
Yep.
Like someone's just gonna make shots if they're gonna win.
Someone has to.
It's not a guaranteed, but if they win, it probably would have happened.
From the 832 on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, why didn't they let Cam spin? He could have got at least 10. Reed could have given them 10. They're just not going to play those guys. I think what we learned in game one, in a game where they couldn't score, they only are playing 8 guys. It's going to look a lot like a college basketball
team.
They
didn't play Reed Shepherd in the regular season.
Right, exactly. They'd rather play Aaron Holiday, who actually has done pretty well against the Warriors this year.
Yeah, I would be interested in Aaron Holiday in a smattering of Aaron Holiday.
I mean, if VanVleet plays like that, yes, you have to think about it.
Yeah.
832 text in, was Draymond trying to call us the Angel Reese team of basketball? Damn. Maybe. I felt like he was being complimentary of them there.
Yeah.
When I saw the quote written out by Daniel Lerner of the Houston Chronicle, I thought to myself, is he taking a shot at the Rockets? Then I listened to it, and he's complimenting them.
Yeah, and
clearly they own him in that capacity. Yeah, it is.
It's just a true fact that like their best offense was after misses.
From the 747, what is or who is the Rockets supporting cast? Talking about the Warriors supporting cast for a moment, and what can they do? They ain't doing bleep. I feel like they are capable of more, and perhaps this is biased because we watch them on a nightly basis. But I feel like there is more that, the 2 main scorers and the 2 main ball handlers, Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet. You have Alperen Şengün as well. Don't you think that Amin Thompson, Tari Eason, Jabari Smith, and Steven Adams can offer more than any of the guys that the Warriors have that are thought of as depth pieces?
Steven Adams had a better game.
Exactly. Right.
Every Warrior not named Steph and Jimmy.
Right. And I mean, I think Amin Thompson's going to be the best player on this team. I think Tari Eason could be a 6th man of the year someday. I mean, there's a lot of guys on this team, and this is not me blowing smoke up their ass like I'm the Rockets little kids club who used to think that Ty Washington was a great player. No, this is me looking at them and saying, yeah, they are a deeper team, but scoring has come sporadically, and that's going to have to change. We'll see if it does in game 2, which is tomorrow night at Toyota Center. I will be there again. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. We know who the Houston Texans are taking with their first pick. We know who they're taking. We just don't know when it's going to happen. Stick around. Paul Gallant Show. Rockets Warriors game 2 is tomorrow. A texter points out, I can't stand how many days there are between games in the NBA playoffs. I'm right there with you because it definitely doesn't help the Houston Rockets out. Steph Curry's 37, Jimmy Butler's 35, and Draymond Green's also 35. But the white in his beard makes him look a little bit older. They got a lot of rest because they won their play-in game, and now they get a little more rest between the first couple of games of this series. If this thing goes longer than 4 or 5 games, okay, then maybe all of a sudden stamina becomes a factor in this series. But to this point, obviously not going to be one when you're getting more days off than you get during the regular season in between games.
And then 4, 5, 6, 7, that'll all be every other day.
Yeah.
Really for every playoff series or every playoffs. It's like the first round, there's always just more days off because there's more series.
Right.
You can't put 4 on a weeknight for some reason.
It would be hard, Sean, to watch all of them. I think that's their line of thinking. If they put 4 games on TV, well, baseball does that, and I mean, if you can't really watch all of baseball's playoffs until the very end.
Yes, but at the same time, I don't think America needs to watch Memphis OKC. I think most of America is fine.
That's the NBA TV treatment.
Yeah, just like sim to finish on that
Yeah,
one.
that makes sense. Nuggets Clippers has been fun thus far.
It's definitely been the series so far of the playoffs. They're 2 games.
JB Bickerstaff, Rockets legend, evened it up with the Knicks last night. Thank God the Rockets didn't trade for Mikal Bridges. I know a lot of people are like, oh, Jalen Green, wish they had Cade Cunningham instead. Sure, but at least you didn't trade him for Mikal Bridges and all those picks. What was it, 5, 6 the Knicks traded for him?
5 picks.
God, I love watching the Knicks fail. Jalen Brunson is such a flopper, too. And
He got-
king of New York.
He got such a free pass after last season because
New York.
And in the first round, they played the 76ers and everyone's the focus was on Joel Embiid.
Yeah.
But I remember at the time being like, dude, Brunson is just as bad of a flopper as Joel Embiid, where it's like, it's not even okay. This is going to sound very Houston Rockets thundersticks right here. James Harden, when he would foul bait, it was at least like in the act of basketball. Brunson just kind of like runs and then stops, and then when you hit him, he falls over.
So he's a disciple of Trae Young.
Yeah, it's more of a.
It's a little more disingenuous. Harden started the game, and some of the disciples since then have taken his teachings in a different direction.
Harden was just trying to get shooting fouls, more or less. He was only just trying to get to the foul line. Jalen Brunson is just trying to foul guys out. Like he is just trying to draw a foul at any given moment. It's crazy.
Oh, man. It is a shame that basketball has gone this way. That's why we're going to shift back into football for just a moment. The Texans are taking an offensive lineman with their first pick. I don't think that should come as a surprise to anybody, but I think the Texans have a couple of guys targeted and that they are going to do whatever they can to get them. Some tea leaves to put together. First, remember a couple of weeks ago, Cal McNair was asked about the shakeup on the offensive line. The McNairs, to a degree, are hands-off. But go back to the 2023 draft, where it felt like Will Anderson was the guy that they really wanted, and that Bryce Young, they believed, wasn't going to fall to them, so they were probably just going to take Anderson second overall. I am of the belief that there was some pressure from ownership to give the Texans something to be exciting with, to get fans a little deep steel blue pill in their coffee. The quarterback makes you start to believe that things can happen where a defensive lineman does not. So the Texans, guess what? After they kept Nick Caserio around, they trade up, they get a quarterback, and they get Will Anderson. I felt like there was a little ownership pressure for that move to happen. So now where you have a season where the Texans disappoint relative to the outsized expectations we had for them going into the year because they brought in Stephon Diggs and they had Tank Dell and they had Nico Collins and they had CJ Stroud going into his second year. And Bobby Sloak, this great offensive coordinator, which is really funny when we think about it. All of that stuff leads to absolutely nothing. I mean, that was a defense-first team last year. Their defense was clearly their strength. The McNairs were aware of it. And they know that the offensive line, which just had a ton of turnover, is the reason for a lot of those struggles. So you don't think that they're telling Nick Caserio, who says, I don't draft for need. You don't think they're telling Nick Caserio, hey, offensive lineman. Because you got to get the fan base a little more deep steel blue pill in their coffee. You know, you got to rise, R-I-I-Z-E, them up. So I think there's going to be pressure from ownership for the Texans to take a look at an offensive lineman and then put some of these tea leaves together. We heard Daniel Jeremiah with Ryan Russillo and with Todd McShay on Ryan Russillo's podcast talking about a couple of offensive linemen that the Texans are looking at. And per Jeremiah on Mina Kimes' podcast, there is one name in particular that they are not going to let get past them.
But what if they added Emeka Ibuka?
CJ Stroud might have something to say about that. I don't know. CJ I would like to be a little better protected than I was last year, but I wouldn't mind throwing to my friend in Emeka Ibuka.
Think you need for them?
Yeah, I think I would have to take Banks. I have a little higher grade on Ibuka. It's close, but I don't see how they leave that round without an offensive lineman. So I'm going to go offensive lineman. Not to mention, I was told the Houston Texans will not pass on Banks if he was there. So that's what they would do.
Boom. That's the pick. Calvin Banks, a tackle, which does make you wonder just how they feel about the tackle position. But also, remember Nick Caserio.
Don't put that evil on him.
I know, I'm sorry.
I know people, have mixed feelings. Come on.
Nick Caserio is so much better than Nico Harrison, but
on different planets.
Completely different planets.
Even when people didn't like Nick Caserio.
Right. I mean, really, trading Laramie Tunsil is not like trading Luka Doncic. People are out on Laramie Tunsil here, even though he's a good player. So Caserio is probably thinking to himself, all right, there's a couple of offensive linemen that I really like. And Caserio, we have seen be aggressive when it comes to trading up and trading back in the draft. Per Adam Schefter, it is expected that the Texans and the Eagles will be aggressive. So will the Texans trade up to get Calvin Banks? Will the Texans trade up to get another offensive lineman? I'm not sure, but it does really feel like if the Texans do anything in the first round, it's an offensive lineman, and specifically, it's Calvin Banks. It's just based off of everything we're reading, everything we're hearing. This is not to say that Banks is good or bad. It's just to say that seems to be who they are most excited about.
And it's a situation where if the Texans love Banks this much, are we sure he's going to, A, make it to 25, which that feels a little tough. Not impossible, right, but just slightly unrealistic.
Back of the first round, sitting and waiting for an offensive lineman. Good luck.
Yes. Or will the Texans be forced to move up for him? And if so, how far? Because if the Texans love him, chances are there's another team that is also at least interested. Maybe tackle isn't as pressing of a need for that team, whatever. But it now becomes a how far up the draft board do you have to / are you willing to go get this guy? This is why falling in love with a prospect's kind of dangerous sometimes because it can lead you into some mistakes.
100%. I'm so there with you. And I'm really curious as to what they're going to do. But I really do feel like Calvin Banks out of Texas is the guy that they're going to be getting. There's other names that they've been linked to. Who was the other one, Sean, that we played the clip of a couple of weeks ago?
Booker, the Alabama guard.
Tyler Booker. Right. Those are the two names that I think that they're sniffing around the most. And I bet it does come down to, hey, as the draft unfolds, which of those guys is still hanging around closer to where they pick?
Yeah.
And they will probably trade up to try and get that guy. And they will be aggressive in trying to trade that for that guy. They got extra picks from the Laramie Tunsil trade. So they might trade a little more than you normally should to move up to go get him. But if you like a guy enough, go get him. But as you said earlier, be careful with who you like.
It just compounds the risk that you're taking because you're not using one pick on a guy. Right. You're not using just the 25th pick on a guy. You're using the 25th to trade up. And then you're also probably throwing in, a future 4th, future 3rd Let's say if you're trying to get into like the teens to draft this guy. So you are throwing more chips in on a player, and you just have to make sure that you're right. And it's something that Nick Caserio, just that's the one thing. I'm not the one calling him Nico here. That's Paul. But the one thing that the doubters are probably right on so far is his ability to draft offensive linemen. He just has not been able to.
100% true. Ryan Lost in Texas points out on Twitch, the Texans should draft a football player in the first round. I agree with that. But guess what? They might not,
What?
Say those guys are both gone, they might trade back.
I
such a
thought they were going to
buzzkill.
draft a not a football player. I thought that's what you're saying.
Oh, yeah. They go crazy. They draft some
Cooper Flag. What?
Or they draft some random Australian or Samoan
Just some
who's
guy
playing in a different sports league.
Some guy in the crowd at the draft. Yeah.
Nathan Tope, who asked earlier about Harden being on the team. People are out on Tunsil for the same reason everyone was out on James Harden. That's a fair comparison. It does feel like at times Tunsil's me, but also about what's going on off the field as much as what's going on on the field. Harden, obviously, noted partier. I don't think that Tunsil's necessarily a noted partier, but I don't know. Maybe I'm implying a little bit too much based off of the awesome Hawaiian shirts that he wore that I wanted to have all of. But Laramie Tunsil, I mean, the man dresses well. I think it's a fair assumption to say the man enjoys himself on the town.
Yeah, probably has a good time.
Yeah.
I'm not hitting him with any big accusations. Just probably likes to have a good time. But I think it's fair because it's two guys that are very successful, very good at their position, very good at the time that they got traded. But there's some buts that come with it. There's some shortcomings that you wish weren't there.
It's one of those things where he was great, but you wanted him to be more than just a great player.
They're A minuses, and you're looking for an A plus.
Exactly. Maybe a B plus because you looked at him and you were like, hey, you were here during the O'Brien years, which was a time where certain players had exceptions made for them. And those exceptions are leading to an offensive line group that maybe could care a little bit more, that could maybe be a little less tone deaf to the criticism surrounding them. And I don't know. I think Tunsil was a part of that. He did seem rather annoyed by pushback against his play early on in the year. It's like, well, dudes, like people don't watch offensive line play. They notice false starts. The casuals are going to notice the false starts and all the penalties, and that'll piss them off more than all the good reps that you have against the pass rusher, which are expected. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. You want to get in? 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Twitch is wondering about Laramie Tunsil's gas mask from back in the day. Some interesting thoughts. What about the gas mask, says Virginia Buttonweed. I don't think that's a reason the Texans moved on from him. Said Ryan Lost in Texas in response to this. Being a stoner isn't necessarily being a partier. You can be both, though. Yeah, when I think of someone who puffs the magic dragon, I'm thinking of people who are perhaps sinking into their couch and watching TV, Ancient Aliens, deep YouTube rabbit holes, as opposed to thinking some guy's about to go out and do a keg stand or something like that. Virginia Buttonweed says, though, a stoner that uses a gas mask seems like a partier. I don't know. That seems like a with 3 to 4, perhaps 5 to 6 other dudes in a room hanging out with one another. Is that a party or is that a hangout? I feel like it's more of a hangout than a party. Ryan Lost in Texas continued by saying, most of the guys I knew who were into the whole weed gas mask or other novelty smoking accessories just like to sit around and play video games like Tetris for hours on end. Well, per sources at Syracuse University, I've heard about some people who, when Netflix had just started the ability to stream, they would all get into one room that had the best access to the heater, and they would sit around in a circle and watch the television show Weeds, while they were smoking, but they were not using contraptions such as that. Perhaps the old water bong as opposed to a gas mask. A gas mask would be fun, though, I've heard.
It seemed like Laramie was having a good time.
Laramie was definitely having a good time that day. And truly, like, no matter how you feel about Laramie Tunsil, he got so screwed over by that BS. So the fact that he was able to negotiate 2 huge contract extensions for himself, I consider that karmic justice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was such BS. And I mean, we've never heard, listen, you might be frustrated with Laramie Tunsil on the field, frustrated with how he seemed rather aloof when people would call him out for the false starts and all that stuff. But he never did anything wrong, It seemed like he was a pretty good guy. So to have that happen to you on draft night where, one, you're getting embarrassed in front of the whole world. You don't want this out there.
And it's like a calculated attack on you
someone
to make
close to you.
Yeah, to make you drop in the draft, because he was gonna be like a top 5 pick.
Yes, easily.
If not top 3 pick. Like he was going, and he dropped all the way, I think, to 11 or 12 to the Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, obviously it's worked out since then. But yeah, that crazy situation to have had.
A lot of people are weighing in on this conversation on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Naturally, whenever we go down a rabbit hole like this, it gets a little fun. People are asking, how much did Laramie Tunsil smoke on 420? Isn't it kind of hokey? Isn't it kind of lame to do it on 420? 420, I got weed.
Oh yeah, it's a little bit like going out on New Year's. It's a little bit like that, where it's like this is one's for the common folk.
Well, I feel it's more like Valentine's Day. It's we need this day to celebrate a relationship that you're in specifically. Oh, we need this day. I don't know why it came to be like that, but also I feel like this past 420, given that it took place on Easter, was a little more difficult to navigate for some. Obviously, much like at Thanksgiving, me and our cousins are going out for a walk, Mom. We'll be back in like an hour.
Oh, thanks, Morty.
We'll be back in like an hour.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez. My eyes are so glazed. It's because it's so dry outside, And then you come back to your family and you got one person in your family who knows exactly what happens. And they're asking you very pointed questions that are making your skin crawl and making you look very reflective upon yourself. Of course, I'm not speaking from experience.
Mm.
Not at all.
Never would.
Never would. It's illegal. Come on, kids. Don't do it. Don't do what Laramie Tunsil did just because he's an offensive lineman. You know? You can't do that. So, the Astros, they won last night 7-0. Zach DeZenzo's got to play today. And he's got to play for Christian Walker today. Because Cam Smith, he's doing really well last couple of games. What are we talking about now with Cam Smith, who's also making pretty good plays in the field? We're talking about a 4-game hitting streak for Cam Smith. He's now hitting 237. And then you got Zach DeZenzo stepping in for Christian Walker, who got an off day to reset and refocus. I mean, he goes 2 for 3 with 2 doubles. And on top of that, he's an amazing base slider. I can't believe he was safe on both of those. I would have challenged both of those if I were the Blue Jays. And both times, somehow, some way, Zach DeZenzo, with elaborate handwork, was able to make it safely. Elaborate handwork, last name DeZenzo. He's got to be Italian. He's got to be Italian. I mean, that was deft hand maneuvering on both of those slides. In particular, the one at home. I seriously have no idea how the Blue Jays missed that tag. They had him dead to rights. Honestly, I feel like he shouldn't have run. But he made it both times. It was really impressive. So he has 2 hits, and I get you pay Christian Walker a lot of money. But I also feel like the Astros should be a little more aggressive this year when it comes to replacing guys in the lineup who are not doing what they're supposed to do. And I don't care what you pay Christian Walker. Paying somebody a certain amount of money, you learned this with Jose Abreu last year, should not make you beholden to continuing to play that guy over and over and over. So I hope, and we'll see what happens when the lineup is released. They generally do it at about 3 o'clock for 7 o'clock games. I hope that Zach DeZenzo gets another turn at first base tonight. Also nice to see Yainer Diaz do anything at the plate. He got a hit, snapped a little slump. Yordan Alvarez smacked the ball to right field. The offense got going. It's just annoying it took as long for them to get going as it did. Todd Callis pointed out in the broadcast last night that Kevin Gausman usually does pretty well against the Astros, but then he'll have one inning where they just eat him up. And for the feasting to be done by the bottom of the Astros order in the 5th inning was surprising. Bottom of the Astros orders kind of carrying them. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the 2 guys that are struggling the most on this team. It's Walker and Diaz.
Yeah.
2 guys that hit in the middle. Not far behind them is Yordan, at least disappointing in contrast to like expectations.
211, right?
Yeah. And so, well, it's not going to be who going into the season was your 3, 4, and 5 hitters. So it's good if they're ever going to win games. It's going to be because of the bottom of the order. And yeah, Jake Myers has been better than you could imagine.
But then you move him up to the 5 spot and he goes 0 for 4 with 3 Ks.
That's just what happens.
What the hell?
I mean, and no one thinks that Jake Myers is going to keep hitting like
Correct.
this. So it's a little bit of, I see why moving him up, just, hey, while you have lightning in a bottle and while these other guys can't hit, might as well. But yeah, you're always at risk of an offer from Jake Myers. Then you have Cam Smith stepping up. As of the last, since this weekend, basically, has been relatively on fire.
4-game hitting streak. From the 832. Downtown Hunter Brown was amazing. Yeah, we talked about that in the opening segment. Honestly, I should be bringing that up every single segment. Hunter Brown, diesel. Womp, womp. Is that a diesel engine noise?
That's a 18-wheeler noise, I think.
But they probably have a diesel engine. I don't know much about trucks.
I think they do.
All I know about trucks
Could
is
be wrong.
There's 2 truck drivers who constantly illegally parallel park on my street in a no parking zone.
Oof.
And they do it in a spot where it's tough to see cars, oncoming traffic. Would you drive out of the gate to my condo complex? Yeah, I have a condo. So guess what I do? I call 311 and narc on these bitches.
There we go.
It's legal parking. I know you're sleeping there. One of them has started removing his license plate so that it's more difficult for me to report him.
Wow.
I know. God,
it's tough being a
homeowner.
Karen.
I'm not being a Karen. F those guys. This is a sleepy little community. We got like it's not a truck stop. Where you could have where weird stuff goes on in showers.
This isn't a truck stop.
No, it's not a truck stop. Get out of here. Sean Mace behind the glass on Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call the text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We're closer and closer to the NFL draft. Some draft chatter about picks 2 and 3. And one of the league's best players had his car stolen, while another player, for some reason, felt the need to share that the man shoots for this type of lady. Stick around, Paul Gallant Show. Yes, it's time for football. The NFL draft. 2 hours, check that, 2 days, and several hours away. The Giants and Browns are fielding trade calls about the number 3 and number 2 overall picks. Cleveland's number 2. Giants are at 3. People expected the Browns to take, with the second overall pick, Travis Hunter. But I guess perhaps they're getting cold feet, or maybe they're thinking that there's going to be a team super desperate to move all the way up and draft a quarterback or something else in that spot. I think as far as the Browns are concerned, they're going to stay put. The Giants are an interesting one, though. So there's, I guess, some division in the Giants camp about whether or not New York should draft one. I had to burp for a second. One, Shedeur Sanders. But now apparently Brian Daboll likes Jackson Dart among all the quarterbacks available. And this is the dilemma for the Giants. If you're the Giants, do you let Joe Shane, their GM, who of course let Saquon Barkley go, and Brian Daboll, who did win Coach of the Year and did have some good moments considering Daniel effing Jones was his quarterback, but it hasn't been great since, and there's been some awkward tension in the locker room, some drama between he and coaches. Do you let these two make the decision for your future? Because that's where you're at right now. If I'm the Giants, I want to trade out of that spot with that in mind. But it also lends itself to the idea that maybe the Giants should have just canned the two of them and gone in a completely different direction this offseason instead of keeping these guys around. Because this is a very dicey place to be in if you're going to draft a quarterback and there's no consensus opinion on who the second best quarterback in the draft is.
Yes, that is true. I also think you touched on it there. It's like, if you're scared of letting these guys make a decision, then they probably shouldn't have a job. You probably should have just fired them. If you're like, whoa, it's going to be weird because if we let them draft their guy, Jackson Dart, and then we fire him after this year, now we're stuck with Dart. It's like, well, then you probably should have already fired him. If you're planning on, if you're building in, what if we had to fire him in 12 months? I don't trust that they actually know who the best quarterback. Well, then you should have fired him. I don't know what to really make of this. Like, I hope they're not thinking of Dart at 3. I would say that you could probably do a little bit better than that if I'm with the Giants. But I don't know. All I know is that both these teams, the Browns and the Giants, like, they're here for a reason. They absolutely earned these these draft picks at the top of the draft because these are two just absolute clown shows of franchise.
100%. Continuing to go across the National Football League. Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown's car got stolen in Philadelphia. I wonder what kind of car it was. He ain't happy about it. And he posted this video with the hope that whoever stole it is just going to return it to him.
One sec.
All good. Trust me, it's good.
Yeah, he's
threatening.
He is.
It's a nice message, but then it turns menacing.
Do you think that if you were to steal a car, you'd want it to be A.J. Brown? Of NFL receivers, I feel like he'd be like...
DK Metcalf is the only one who would scare me a little bit more.
Pickens?
Yeah, George Pickens. But George Pickens, I feel like George Pickens isn't that big. Like, DK Metcalf likes bullying people and is built like a superhero. And A.J. Brown, also a huge guy.
Here he is, talking about his car getting stolen.
Come on, Philly. Come on, man. You stole my whip last night. Come on, man. I'll make a deal with you, bro. So whoever you are, which I'm going to find out soon, I'll make a deal with you, bro. Just bring the whip back, bro. I won't press charges, bro. Just bring the whip back, bro. And you can go on about your day. But if I find you, come on, bro. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. And I'm gonna come in the interrogation room. I might see about you, my boy. Like, I'm on that. But just bring the whip back, bro. You smooth with it though. You pulled up at 342. You got up out of there at 345. You fast on your feet, real fast. I'm gonna show you how fast I am on my feet. Yeah, real talk. Like this finna get done today. Like, bro. So you might well pull back up, bro. Drop that off, bro. We know where you at right now. Right now. Like, pull back up, bro.
So we know where you're at right now. He seems to be implying, I might come to your house. I might do a little interrogation with you as well. Batman style. And what did he say right after the interrogation? I couldn't understand that.
Oh, yeah.
I needed a subtitle for it. It sounded like some specific form of interrogation that perhaps is from a different country. I don't know.
He definitely slipped into a little bit of Liam Neeson taken there, where it's like, hey, if you bring it back, we can all put this by. That's almost exactly what Liam Neeson says. Like, if you bring my daughter back, I'll let you go. But if you don't, I will find you and I'll kill you.
I have a very particular set of skills.
Yes. And that's essentially what AJ Brown is putting out there.
Yeah.
I don't think you return the car. I'll be honest. I don't think he'll be cool about it.
I also don't think he would be cool about it.
I don't
personally. That's just me.
I think he's saying he would be cool about it. I don't know if he would.
That video a little more scary than what he wrote. Dear Philly, to whoever stole my car last night, I'll make a deal with you. Bring back my car and I won't press charges. Or when I find you today, it's going to be what it's going to be. Take it or leave it. My God. I kind of want him to find this guy and kick his ass. If you steal
AJ Brown suspended for 2 games, beating the brakes off of some guy.
Side commentary about the state of our country. It's kind of crazy that stealing things has become one of those things that now gets justified as, oh, well, he's doing it for their family. Where back in the day, you had your hand cut off. Like, not in the United States of America, but literally you had your hand cut off. You know? Yeah. Like, you were a thief for life. Like, those should be the stakes. I'm not saying you need to die, but if you steal something, there should be a reminder to you and to everyone else that you stole, because stealing's wrong. It's wrong.
Why Aladdin is responsible for the downfall of American civilization.
I mean, truly, like he got away with it.
It made it too sympathetic. It made thieves too sympathetic.
Right, and it was because he was hot, and and Jasmine wanted to shaboink him.
Cool monkey.
Right, he did have a cool monkey. Abu, his only friend. Which goes to show you probably
that's a red
smells.
flag.
Yeah,
that's a red flag if I'm Princess Jasmine.
Oh, for sure. Aladdin, let's be honest, he smelled like ass.
There's no way he smelled good.
He's probably like scratching his butt the whole time he was hanging out with Jasmine. Just a disgusting street rat. Sorry to be a snob.
No, that's what they call him. They call him a street rat a lot.
Right. So I don't know. Like, now you can get away with stealing thousands of dollars worth of merchandise at stores in certain parts of the country, and there's no prosecution that happens at all. Like, imagine if you're a store owner. That sucks. You're just, oh, yeah, well, it's corporate owned. Well, yeah, not for the people that run the store, Like, the corporation doesn't care about it, but the people that run the store, it sucks. Imagine you have to file paperwork all the time. Yeah, I got stolen from again. Anyway, sorry. Side tangent done. AJ Brown, I hope you find that guy and you beat his ass. Aaron Jones was at a press conference, and old Aaron Jones, who says interesting things from time to time, Vikings running back, had this to say when he was asked about his age.
After playing every game and setting career high touches.
I feel the best I've ever felt. I feel like I'm back to 24, 25 years old. Whoever came up with age, I feel like that's it's just a number. It's just a number. I've been saying that since I was a little kid trying to get older women. Age is just a number. But no, it really is. Is if you stay young here, you continue to work every day. That's really what it is.
Aaron Jones likes the Cougars. It's so funny. Age is just a number. So this is something he was saying, what, in his early 20s or something like that?
I had to, man, yeah.
Aaron Jones' age. How old is he? He's 30, by the way, too. Also, like, F off. Oh, you're old now. Fuck. I can't say that.
He's an old running back.
Almost did. No. I have a friend of mine who keeps on texting me. This person just turned 30, and she keeps on texting me about how I'm a baby boomer. And I'm like, you just turned 30, bitch. Can we stop? Can we stop with this? Stop rubbing it in. So here's Aaron Jones. Oh, yeah, I used to pursue older women. So I guess in his mid-20s, he was going after 28, 29-year-olds. More refined women who know what they want. But guess what? More refined women who know what they want older guys. It's generally how it works. I've been told. I wouldn't know.
You're not, because you're not old.
Thank you.
You're not the older guy.
Thank you, Sean.
I mean, to Aaron Jones, you are, but
for sure, I am the older guy to Aaron Jones, and the less successful guy because he's an NFL running back who's still in the game. I do enjoy Aaron Jones. That That's a very funny just aside. Like, age is just a number. I used to tell older women that I used to be chasing that all the time. It's like, oh,
I did like the quick
is that
or
a flex?
the like, first off, hats off to the guy who came up with age is just a number. Whew. Been
Yeah.
using that for years.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I'm still a good running back.
Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. I'm seeing CJ Gardner Johnson's press conference. He seems to have Cam Newton's hat game. It's just an outrageously large hat.
I can't wait to see it.
I'm sending it to you right now. Apparently, he has come here and he is not only taking names, he's taking numbers. So you hear that on the other side, and we're continuing to figure out who the Houston Texans should draft entirely based off of unintentionally erotic language by Lance Zierlein on NFL.com. Actually written by him. It's not us, it's him. Stick around the Paul Gallant Show.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Very aggressive text from the 832. Age Ain't Nothing But a Number is a song by Aaliyah, you uncultured colonizer. LOL. Aaliyah invented age is nothing but a number. Okay. We learn something new every day. Also, colonizer, sir, colonizers forced my people out of Ireland. Okay? And into indentured servitude, which, yes, not as bad as that one thing, but Irish people been through it. That's why we drink. That's why we drink. CJ Gardner-Johnson, newest Houston Texan, someone that we've talked about on this show in the past before he joined the Texans for talking trash at Travis Kelce. He's team Kayla Nicole, a random ex of Travis Kelce from 3 years ago who has somehow, some way given me my most viral posts online. Here is CJ Gardner-Johnson talking about number 8, which, John Mechie, sucks to be you. You are no longer number 8.
First off, people don't call me CJ. Nah, I don't allow that. It's either CD or 8, which Metch, you got to get that up. I'm sorry, Metch. I'm sorry. I love you to death, bro, but God.
And he just goes off on a tangent while wearing an elaborate hat. Seems like CJ Gardner-Johnson's going to be fun. I like this.
Yeah, definitely going to be a favorite for the sound bites. I can already tell. Once we have training camp and
which is good.
Regular availabilities. Yeah.
Cuz D'Amico Ryans nothing. And Nick Caserio, a lot of words to give you nothing. So Will Anderson, he delivers from time to time.
CJ Stroud.
Stroud takes a while to get to the point, but I think Stroud has interesting things to say. Right, yeah. I think he answers questions. He almost answers it too well, but he does answer them. And then after that, Joe Mixon, he'll give you a lot.
Yeah, Mixon.
As far as Texans, I actually sit up and listen when I hear them talking.
That's about it.
Tim Settle as well. Tim Settle's probably number 1.
He's still on
but
the
CJ
team.
Gardner-Johnson is challenging for him. Yeah, but you don't really hear much of Tim Settle anymore because
they kind
of the comments he made before the Chiefs game that didn't age particularly well. So there you go.
Didn't.
Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We are closer and closer to the NFL draft. Guys, guess what? It's on Thursday. And what we have been doing since we realized that all pre-draft conversation is based off of speculation that we never go back to. We just move on after speculating who's going to be good, who's going to be bad. Realizing this, what's the point of even scouting anyone going into the NFL draft if you're not an expert? Even if you are an expert, no offense to the experts out there. So what we do is we go to NFL.com. We look at positional groups that the Texans could be looking at come draft on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and entirely using draft profiles written by Lance Zierlein on NFL.com, loaded with accidentally sexual lingo, we determine who we like and who we don't like for the Texans in the draft. Today, we're doing running backs. Hit it.
You know Lance Zierlein for his mock drafts.
This is where the problems start in my hometown. I pass on CJ Stroud.
But have you ever read his scouting reports?
Look at the body. Look at that bubble butt. They're power generators right there.
We're going to pick who the Texans should draft entirely based on these things he actually wrote.
A little stiff in the hips. Ooh, they fall down hard and long.
And now, our unintentionally erotic big board.
Running back time. Let's start off with the number 1, Ashton Jeanty, who's supposed to be a top 15 pick from Boise State. Punches way above his weight class. Doles out punishment. Oh, Mr. 50 Shades of Gray over here. Hits sudden lateral cuts to elude early penetration from the defense. Powerful lower half. Climbs on top of blockers. Below average feel for spacing. We got to put Jeanty on the board. If Jeanty falls to the back of the first round, I mean, I'm thinking about it.
They definitely should.
Right. I mean, yeah, you got
do
Joe
it and
Mixon.
figure it out later.
You got Joe Mixon, but okay. What if you become smash mouth power team? You know? Prospect 2, Trevion Henderson, a running back from Ohio State. Average size, but above average juice.
Okay. Okay.
Slides from gap to gap with twitchy lateral movements. Slightly undersized to take on a heavier workload. I'm in on him too.
Yeah, I'm in on Henderson.
Omarion Hampton, North Carolina. Going to raise up. Take your shirt off. Twist it around your head like a helicopter. North Carolina. Going to raise up. This one's for you. This one's for who? Us. Omarion Hampton is a high-volume battering ram who can handle a heavy workload. Battering ram handles a workload, damn. Big back, impressive chiseled physique, adequate burst, but he requires gang tackling and bangs into blockers. Damn, I like all the running backs thus far. He's on the board too. Dylan Sampson, Tennessee. Impressive feel for timing and spacing. Plays with the instincts of a seasoned veteran. Instinctive inside runner. Oh. Below average size for workload asked of him. All right, this is the first one that I'm
not
really feeling.
crazy about.
Number 5, Quinshawn Judkins. That's a funny name. More collision-based than wiggle-oriented. Oh, he's a smasher.
Than wiggle oriented.
Yeah. Presses the run deep into the line. Has the dog in him for tough take-ons. Yeah, Quinshawn Jenkins on the board too.
Sounds like a Texan.
Again, we're reading what Lance Zierlein has actually written about these prospects on NFL.com, a family-friendly website, we thought. Brayshaw Tootin.
What?
From Virginia Tech. Did I say it wrong?
No, and it's a funny name.
Brayshaw. Yeah, Brayyshul. I think I spelled that right.
And then Tootin.
Yeah. Good plant and cut wiggle. Ooh. Powerful hip tear. Oh, wow. That doesn't sound great. Lacks decisiveness and feel for lane development. Would like to see him process and burst more quickly. Well, normally you like that later, but what do you think on this?
I'm not crazy about it.
All right.
The lack of decisiveness and finding the lane.
Yeah,
I don't
it's tough. It's tough. You got to find the right lane.
I get it. He's a rookie, but still.
You find the wrong lane, you might be in trouble.
Probably will be.
Get yelled at by someone. Coaches. Caleb Johnson, Iowa. Built like a bruiser, but his style is more finesse. Ew. Handled heavier workload and produced. Oh, so he's been run through a little. The line of scrimmage just a variety of times, 200, 300 times a year. Yeah. Below average contact aggression for his size. Nah.
Yeah.
Not physical enough. Prospect 9, Ja'Cory Crocky Merritt, Arizona. Outstanding stop, cut, and accelerate mechanism to elude in tight spaces. Delivers force into contact without losing base balance. Highly competitive. Finishes squeeze.
I mean, pretty good, but we have 4 really good ones already?
We got 4 right now, but there was only one more after this. I almost feel like taking him entirely because of his name, because I thought he was fun in the college football playoff.
That is a fun name.
Okay, so there's Ja'Cory Merritt, Arizona. Ja'Cory Crocky Merritt from Arizona. And last up, Cam Scatabo.
Yeah.
Arizona State. Built low to the ground with a compact, muscular frame. Short King, shout out. Bursts into his top speed fairly quickly. Ooh. Makes them feel his force. Cam Scatabo's on the list.
Yeah.
We're picking Cam.
Sure.
Arizona State over Arizona.
Imagine how great a Scatabo Texans jersey would go.
Oh my God, yeah. And this guy went to Arizona State.
Yeah.
Listen, Arizona State, you gotta be experienced to make it through there. So there you go. Our draft board for running backs. One more position group tomorrow. We're gonna do linebackers to wrap up our unintentionally erotic Lance Zierlein big board, entirely based off of Lance Zierlein's unintentionally erotic writing. Really rolls off the tongue. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Hunter Brown, Diesel. He's the ace of the Astros. If you disagree, you're a heretic, and we will find you like we're A.J. Brown. Or you could come to the table and actually offer a take as to why he's not. Stick around, Paul Gallant Show.
Ground ball to short. Jeremy Pena, 24 consecutive shutout innings. The Diesel is mowing down everything in his way. What a run for Hunter Brown tonight, allowing just 2 hits in 7 shutout innings.
Hunter Brown's making a strong case to be the American League Pitcher of the Month with yet another awesome performance, as he's now at 24 consecutive scoreless innings after last night's 7-0 win for the Astros over the Blue Jays. He went 7 innings, striking out 9 along the way, allowing just 2 hits with just 1 walk. 96 pitches to get through 7. Honestly, they could have left him in longer, but hey, you're winning 7-0. He's allowed 2 hits. Why do you have him pitch the complete game unless you're just an old school? You're a baby boomer and you just missed the days of the complete game. Back in my day, the kids used to throw 9 innings. And back then, you could get a bushel of turnips for 5 cents. I feel that way, though. I miss complete games. It was cool to see a pitcher actually go all 9 innings. It was nice to see Forrest Whitley come in, and he looked good. Someone texted in from the 281. Bro, Forrest Whitley, Astros ace by far. Lance McCullers Jr., a close second. Well, if we're talking about ace of being talked about without actually pitching, that's the battle. It's between those two. At least Lance McCullers has pitched at the major league level. Forrest Whitley, a lot less so. But hey, nice 2 innings of work last night. We'll see if the Astros can finally get back over 500 tonight because they're at 11-11. Might be a little more difficult to do it when Hunter Brown's not on the hill, especially considering for the Astros on the hill tonight, it's someone who's been struggling just a little bit. Rodel Blanco, ERA about 6.5, going up against Chris Bassett, who's actually been great to start the year. Chris Bassett's 2-0 with a .77 ERA, and you consider the Astros offense has been really struggling to get things going. Well, this is perhaps going to be another game where it's nothing. Best case scenario, heading into the 5th, heading into the 6th, before the Astros offense is finally able to do damage. And maybe, just maybe, the way that the back of the lineup played last night will jumpstart them going into tonight. Here's a question, some food for thought. Among Houston sports athletes, where does Hunter Brown rank right now? If you're going through an entire list of Houston sports athletes from the 3 major professional sports, where does Hunter Brown land? From a Texans perspective, he's competing with C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson. You got Nico Collins. After last season, you got to put Derek Stingley in there. You got to put Daniil Hunter in there as well. I think that's probably the consensus top 5 Texans in no particular order. Stroud, Will Anderson, Nico Collins, Derek Stingley, Daniil Hunter. For the Astros, obviously Altuve, obviously Alvarez. Fromber, do we still put him in that same conversation? I think so, just based off of what he's done all these years.
Brown.
Brown's definitely one of them.
I think Brown has a spot.
He has earned a spot over what he has done.
The 5th one's tough.
The last year. 5th among Houston Astros. Is it Josh Hader? Is it... It's not Paredes.
Yeah, I think
it's
it's
not
Hader.
Christian Walker. He
Not
can't be Cam
Pena.
Smith yet. Not Pena, right. So, all right, we'll put Hader in there just for the sake of putting somebody in. And then from the Rockets' perspective, this is where it's tricky because, who's at the top? Amon Thompson, I've said, I think has the most potential. But do any of these players get the same recognition as the other 10 that we've listed? We don't necessarily need to come up with 5 on the Rockets. Is Jalen Green in the same conversation as a C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, Nico Collins, Derek Stingley, Daniil Hunter, Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, Framber Valdez, Hunter Brown, and Josh Hader? I don't think so yet. I don't think anyone really on the Rockets is quite there to this point.
No, and honestly, I think Amin Thompson's probably the closest.
Right.
Just with the late push, or not, I don't know about late push, but as people are turning in their Defensive Player of the Year ballots, his name was at the top of a lot of those lists. So it's more than just a local thing. It's more of, the national side of things. They're taking notice. And I think the bad news for Jalen Green is that people are taking notice.
Right, exactly.
Game 1.
So, okay, how about we put Şengün on, just for the sake of putting somebody on? He was an all-star this year.
Şengün was an all-star, yes.
So, who is Hunter Brown more of a star than of these 11 players? Again, you got the baseball versus football, the baseball versus basketball thing. But I think if I'm ranking Brown, I'd have him ahead of Daniil Hunter to this point.
Just locally or nationally?
We're doing it locally, I think.
Okay, locally. Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
Brown, I would have ahead of Daniil Hunter.
Yeah.
Mainly because Will Anderson's also there, and that works against Daniil Hunter. I don't know.
Is he ahead of Stingley? Probably not. Probably not.
Stingley's quiet, and I think his quietness lends itself to him perhaps being forgotten a little bit.
Yeah, but I think when Stingley comes up, everyone's like, yeah, that guy's
best corner in the NFL.
Best corner in the NFL.
Anderson, one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. Hunter Brown could be, by the end of the year, one of the best pitchers in the American League, and I feel like that's sort of what, if he's not already.
Who's the other Texan? It was
Stroud,
CJ
CJ Stroud.
And
CJ Stroud, Will
and
Anderson, Nico Collins, Derek Stingley, Daniil Hunter for the
he's not bigger
Texans.
than any of other than Hunter, he's not bigger than any of those guys.
For the Astros, Altuve, Alvarez clearly ahead of him. I think Brown's ahead of Fromber now. I think Brown's ahead of Josh Hader. So he's definitely a top 10 Houston athlete at this moment in time. And I think that of the many Houston athletes, he has the most range to continue to move up the board. I think it takes a big playoff performance.
I think so. I think it's a full season. Like if he's top 3 Cy Young, top 5 Cy Young kind of season, and then a couple playoff. The Astros make the ALCS. He pitches pretty well in those games. Like I think he shoots up pretty fast.
If you want to join in on this, you can at ESPN Houston on YouTube, on Twitch at ESPN 975 713-780-3776 to call to text. HTX Rhino says Stingley only had 1 good year. Diesel is in 2 years of excellence. Stingley, it's been a year and a half. Brown, it's been a year.
I was gonna say it was most of last season.
Right. We're at about a year now for Brown.
5 starts.
Stingley, he came back from the injury that kept him out for a lot of the 2023-2024 season, and he had 5 interceptions in like 3 games or something like that. And then last year he was awesome.
Yeah.
Like last year, you could make a case he was the best corner in the NFL last year. I wouldn't make that case myself. There are other people he's competing with, but I mean, he was first team All-Pro. Someone from the 713 brings up Joe Mixon. That is a good one that we forgot right there. Mixon is pretty good.
That's close. I think they're in the same ballpark.
Mixon's played in a Super Bowl, unlike every Houston Texan.
Yes.
At least of consequence.
Well, Gardner Johnson.
Yeah, that's true. CJ Gardner Johnson. And he's coming in with authority.
Yeah, no, he might be the biggest riser just because people will know his name.
Oh my God, they're really gonna know his name.
Yeah, I think Mixon, as far as like player right now, who's a better player, I think I go Hunter Brown.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as kind of body of work,
I think you're being running back assist a little bit.
No, I'm being this guy's the best pitcher in baseball list.
People hate running backs. That's totally true. He's got 8 Ks to be made as best pitcher in baseball.
And like Mixon
right now, got to make it happen for the entirety of the year. But
was he the 5th best running back in football last year? Yeah, like he wasn't top 3, so that's where it comes a little bit when you're having to make like cross sport things. I just kind of rank you in context of what you, and then in context of the other guy, and kind of compare that. And right now, Hunter Brown's top 5 pitcher in baseball.
So dumb conversation that just came out of nowhere.
Yes.
But Hunter Brown is definitely a top 10 Houston athlete at this moment in time. I think he's top 10. I think he's towards the bottom of the top 10, but I think he's in the top 10.
And if we want to do like right now, he's probably top 5 as far as how they're playing right now. Or current,
for sure.
He's head of everyone on the Astros.
Brown's been better. Brown's been better than CJ Stroud for the last year, for being honest.
Yeah. He's been better than Alvarez. He's been better than Hader.
To begin the year,
been better than Fromber.
He's been better than everybody but Altuve to begin the year, and
better than
Şengün. I think maybe is in the top 10 as well as far as this goes, because he is an all-star. Thompson is trending up, knocking on the door.
10, 11. Like he's either honorable mention or 10. And then the Texans. We can go bit by bit, but for the most part, most of the Texans are playing pretty well.
Yeah.
Or at least all the guys on defense.
Mm-hmm. Sean Mace behind the glass and Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You're welcome for this just brain fart of a take. This brain fart of a segment.
He's top 10. Top 10 athlete in Houston.
Right.
Oh, wait.
Diesel. What?
Did we forget Houston Cougs?
We only did the professional
Okay,
operations. And while the Cougs are almost a professional operation, the Cougs, I always look at them as a team. I don't look at any
There we
Coug as an
go.
individual, you know? They're a pack of wild cats working together. Number 2. Nothing wrong with being number 2. Rockets number 2 in the Western Conference. Cougs number 2 in college basketball. Houston Texans number 2 in the second round of the playoffs. One of the 4 games that was played. Paul Gallant Show. Stick around. ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Hunter Brown is currently a top 10 Houston athlete among the 3 major professional sports teams. We put together a list of others who he'd be competing with. CJ Stroud, Will Anderson, Nico Collins, Derek Stingley Jr., Daniil Hunter, and Joe Mixon with the Texans. Mixon got an interesting response from the 409. Joe Mixon, always a dirtbag to this texter, who hits women. He does not deserve to be on the top list of anything. What he did at Oklahoma was reprehensible, and at the time, and I still feel this way, I think if you do something like that that's that violent, you shouldn't get a chance to play football for a living. Oh, but what about second chances? You got second chances to do lots of other things in life. But it does seem as if he has learned from that he is better for it. Again, how could I know? I only see him talk at press conferences. And he did have a weird incident within the last calendar year that had me a little bit leery of the fact that they brought him in. But if we're just talking about it from the athlete side of things, he is certainly in the conversation as far as top 10 among the three major professional teams. Another text from the 713. He believes Joe Mixon would be the number 2 running back in the league if he had an offensive line that was interested in blocking. Yeah, I think based off of last year, if he had a better offensive line in front of him, we're not talking about him as Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry. I don't know if 2 is fair, but as far as top running backs in the game, top 10, because here's the thing you got to think about. Bijan Robinson, a very quiet, near 1,500 yards rushing. You have Jonathan Taylor. You have Jahmyr Gibbs. Josh Jacobs has been really good for a long period of time. And Joe Mixon, ultimately, is 15th in the league in rushing yards. And yeah, I agree. The offensive line for the Texans was not very good this past season. But 4.1 yards a carry. Not that much. So just something to keep in mind when it comes to Mixon. Top 2 is a reach. I mean, Saquon Barkley lost in the year that he had, where he rushed for 2,005. Derrick Henry was hot on his heels at 1921. Now, he played in one more game, but, I mean, Derrick Henry almost had 2,000 yards again, too.
Yeah.
Playing for Baltimore. From the 281, Paul, I've never heard anyone talk like that when you imitate someone. Well, now you have. So
I even know which imitation that's in reference to. Because you have a couple different ones.
It's the same voice. It's generally whenever it's somebody who disagrees with me. That's how I hear them. That's what I hear in my head. You know, I hear it like that. I just hear a bunch of moaning. You're a moaning Myrtle. How about that Harry Potter reference? Will Anderson is a defensive lineman for the Houston Texans, and I think he's one of the top athletes in Houston sports among the three major sports teams. He was asked if he's let go of what happened for the Texans against the Kansas City Chiefs. Here is his answer.
Yeah, I haven't moved on from it at all. I was just talking to my coach about it today. That feeling like now that you know how close you are to almost being in the Super Bowl, it hits a little differently, you know? And for us, I'm like, bro, we almost there. When I broke it down to them, I was like, bro, we're almost there. Like, we have to have that intensity every game, no matter where we at, no matter how we get on the field, no matter if we start, you know, on defense first. Like, we have to bring that energy every time and never forget that feeling, bro. Like, I've been telling people I have to keep my composure, bro, because I'm just so excited for next year and what this team can do and what we can go and how far we can go, man. And I know we got all the right pieces to do it, and we just got to keep building that connection. And Coach D'Amico hit it on the head today in the team meeting, man. The connection is everything. When your players trust you, when your coaches trust you, man, everybody has the same goal. Everybody can go out there and ball. Coaches can get what they want. Players can get what they want, man. And the ultimate goal is to get the Super Bowl.
Why didn't the intensity happen on a week-to-week basis? I hear Anderson talking about it. Anderson's always a bit of a cheerleader when he speaks. I like Will Anderson a lot. Seems like a really sweet guy. Really funny to think that he's one of the most terrifying defenders from a pass rusher perspective in the league. But why did the intensity lag week to week? Why wasn't it there? You know, you had CJ Stroud after games talking about how the team needs to have fun. You had mild gaslighting from D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick, amongst others, about how, yeah, things are as bad as they seem. They underachieved last year. And there didn't seem to be a psychotic level of perfectionism that I think is necessary to win. I say that as somebody who is a little bit too much of a perfectionist himself. Paul, what? You're perfect? No, I'm not. But I get very mad at myself when I don't do well, much more so than I get happy about myself when I do well. I think about the misses much more than I think about the wins. And I do think going into last year, the Texans liked the smell of their farts a little bit too much. And I think they kept on smelling wafts from that fine china glass that they were tooting in a little bit too long. Like they were living off of that for a while. And yeah, it got insufferable. And I think that there was a little bit of a link between that and some of their struggles. Now, obviously, the offensive line and Bobby Slowick and the offensive line coach, Chris Strausser, it's the root of a lot of the issues. And the real hope is that these guys were just so effing bad, it can't possibly be worse this coming season, which is why they've just completely cleaned house there, brought in a new offensive coordinator, have the same offensive line coach around. But I wonder if they're going to be able to do that on a week-to-week basis, maintain consistency when it comes to focus, attention, and just giving a bleed. It's not to say that they didn't care last year. Just it felt like there were certain games that they just showed up, and then you saw a lot of carelessness, and you're wondering, wait, why did we put as much hype into this team going into this past year as we did? And that, I think, is leaving a very sour taste in a lot of people who just casually follow the team's mouth going into this coming season.
Yeah, it was very disappointing, and it was disappointing because it was so the same every week. It was just like the exact same game, and to Will Anderson's credit, very often the defense was playing plenty. Not just they were playing well, but they're playing with intensity. They're playing with fire that I feel like the offense just never really showed. And does that just stem from the fact that their offensive line just getting whipped on every play? Probably a little bit. It's hard to be a super physical group when you're bad at offensive line. Hard to kind of impose your will because you're now depending on just being a passing offense. And guess what? You can't pass protect either. So I don't know. I do think that there could be some improvement from the team just by having more of whatever the swarm mentality that the defense has. If the offensive line just has guys that buy into that, like I could see that maybe not when you add up the Madden ratings, they're not actually better offensive linemen than the guys you shipped out, but it's at least a more cohesive unit and gives your offense a little bit of some identity, something to hang their hat on.
That is Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to jump in the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Let me tell you about my new friends at Rise, RIIZE health.com. You go there, and if you are looking to reignite the old spark, if you're looking for a little whoop in the bedroom that maybe ain't happening, don't feel bad about it. Don't be ashamed about it. Fix it. Go to risehealth.com. What does Rise Health offer? Something completely revolutionary. You've heard of all the pills and all that stuff, right? This is different. They got strips, rapid enhanced released strips that you put under your tongue. Next thing you know, and you'll rise up, and you'll rise up, and you'll rise up, because there's so much stuff in these strips. These rapid enhanced dissolving strips have sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin, which leads to harder, longer lasting results in minutes. It's discreet, and it works 5 times faster than pills. So visit Rise, RIIZE health.com. Complete a quick questionnaire to connect with a U.S. certified, board certified doctor. Get those Red Max strips and unleash your confidence today with Rise, RIIZE.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Hunter Brown has thrown 24 scoreless innings consecutively, which is getting up there as far as Astros history goes. It is the longest such scoreless streak by a starter since Christian Javier threw 25 and a third consecutive scoreless innings in 2022. He's had at least 6 scoreless innings, Brown, and in each of his last 3 starts, the 5th Astros pitcher to do that. The last, Roy Oswalt in 2008. The others, Roger Clemens, J.R. Richard, Don Wilson. No Astros pitcher has recorded 4 such starts in a row, and Brown did that yesterday evening against the Toronto Blue Jays with a 7-inning performance, 9 strikeouts, 2 hits, 1 walk over 96 pitches. The old school in me wishes that Brown had actually gone for a complete game, but it was really impressive to see him do what he did, what he has been doing. And I think that there's a very clear case to be made that Hunter Brown is one of the top 10 athletes among the 3 major Houston sports teams, the professional ones in town.
Do you think pulling him after 7, it's a little bit of like, hey, listen, let's not ruin the streak and
it could be
pitch 100 and 120 or whatever, however many he would have had to get those last two innings done?
It could be, but to me, there's a little bit of the math invading sports and ruining going on too. It's the idea that if you've made it through 6 innings, you're probably going to get pulled. If you've made it through the lineup 2 times, you're probably going to get pulled. And I feel like there should be exceptions for it. And I think a guy who throws fastballs and sinkers mostly at that velocity, obviously you want him to have his shoulder last for the entirety of the year. But he's a young guy. If you're a young pitcher, don't you want complete games?
I mean,
do people not care about complete games anymore? I mean, no one throws them anymore.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think so.
But it's a hell of an accomplishment. It used to be commonplace. Now you never see it. And I hate that you never see it. I understand the idea of, yeah, you're managing workloads and stuff, but my God, it's a sport, and isn't it a cool accomplishment to throw a complete game? But now you see guys get pulled in the middle of no-hitters, and it's uncompetitive in my opinion. If you're that guy, you want to go for the no-hitter. And I think if you're that guy and you've only allowed 2 hits, you want to go for the complete game too. So it's nitpicking here. I'm not criticizing the Astros. Every team in baseball does it.
Yeah.
But for a guy nicknamed Diesel, I don't know, let the guy go 9.
So Kevin Gausman led the league, actually tied the league lead with Max Fried and Christopher Sanchez.
How many did he have?
The most complete games last year.
I'm guessing he had 3.
Oh, God, caveman baseball over there. Yeah, the league leader was those 3 guys with 2.
2?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
And then
honestly, now that I think about it, I'm surprised that there's even one pitcher with more than 1.
Yeah.
Because I would assume that when they
there's
have
about
a complete
20 guys with 1, and just going, like, looking at the names, it's like Ronel Blanco. It's like, well, that's when he threw a no-hitter. Dylan Cease, that's when he threw a no-hitter.
Yeah.
It's got, basically, if you're not throwing a no-hitter, Framber Valdez had 1 last year. Basically, you don't throw a complete game unless you have a no-hitter going.
Man. Or a perfect game. But sometimes I get pulled from them, I'd bet. I don't like this. I understand it's smart, blah, blah, blah. It's still lame. Nolan Ryan was throwing complete games all the time. I exaggerated online and I said Nolan Ryan at age 69 was throwing 420 innings a night, but Nolan Ryan complete games. Let's take a look here. Guess how many complete games Nolan Ryan had?
Okay, so he played for like
Did play in 4 different decades.
Yeah, he played for what, like 25 different years?
Nolan Ryan
28, something like that.
Nolan Ryan, he pitched. Oh my God, there's so many. 27 years.
27 seasons.
Holy
Okay.
crap.
So I'm gonna go with 200. 200 complete games.
You know what? Warm. 222 complete games. So
I was just
222.
I was just thinking like 10 a season, probably less when he got older. That was the math.
He pitched so long, and he was averaging 8 a year. The only guys with more complete games, Gaylord Perry, 272. Warren Spahn with 300. Guess how many complete games Nolan Ryan had in 1977?
In that one season?
In that one season.
Oh.
162 game season. How many starts can you make over in a 162 game season?
Like 33?
He had 33 complete games. I think he pitched a complete game in every single game. And again, different eras, and we're talking about one of the greatest pitchers of all time. But, that's insane. And now you get maybe 2?
Yeah, you get
from
the
the
league
best
leader.
starters in the sport. It's lame. That's all. We talk about how baseball's obsessed with its history, but it has gone away from its history so damn quickly.
Yeah.
Let Hunter Brown go the full game. Like, what do you really have to lose?
I think
other than his arm and Tommy John.
Yeah. I think Nolan Ryan should donate his arm to science.
Seriously.
I think he should. I think him and Aroldis Chapman should both donate their arms to science, because the fact that Aroldis Chapman still throws 103 miles per hour in what was it? He's in his late 30s now, mid to late 30s now.
I'm assuming yes.
He's never had a major injury. We need to know what's going on there.
37 years old. Aroldis Chapman.
Same thing with Nolan Ryan, where it's like I feel like we could solve a lot of problems if we study the arms of those who,
and just the arm of Aroldis Chapman. We don't want to study the other stuff. We don't want to study the brain.
No, I don't want to be mean, but not much. Science doesn't have much use for that. Mostly the arm, mostly that left arm. What is distinct about his elbow that he can throw like that?
Good
and
question.
Not get a UCL tear.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston from the 832. They just don't make him like Nolan Ryan anymore. But if anyone is close, it's Hunter Brown. His style lends itself to throwing complete games. I don't see a guy who's throwing a tons of filthy pitches and his elbows essentially rotating around 360 degrees in its socket, which is not physically possible with it. So that's what some of these guys who throw curveballs are doing. So I don't know. Again, he's young, and it wasn't a no-hitter. It wasn't a perfect game, but it's not a no-hitter. It's not a perfect game. Don't do it. I mean, you've been taxing the bejesus out of your bullpen to open the year, right? You said you weren't going to make Josh Hader and Brian Abreu work a lot, but yet here you were last night, excluded because it was actually a 7-0 game, constantly throwing those guys out. Hell, Taylor Scott, I mean, he has 2 innings of work on Saturday. Let's put him in on Sunday too. So you're overworking the bullpen. I don't know. Let the starter go the whole way. From the 832, baseball's become like a casino. Play the odds. Well, you know what? Sometimes double down unconventionally, or because it went black 5 straight doesn't mean it has to go red. Keep them in when dealing. I agree. He looked good last night.
Though the one thing is just 96 pitches. If that was 86, I'd be more. But that's just a small thing. But I do wonder if it wasn't 7-0. I wonder if it was 2-0. How does that change? If it's a closer game, because 7-0, there is a little bit of it's a blowout. So we're good here, Hunter Brown. But I guess in that case you just go to Brian Abreu still. But
they did score 2 runs in the
6th,
bottom of the 8th. They scored 1 run in the bottom of the 7th, but it was a 4-0 game when Brown was pulled.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So it was 4-0.
I thought,
and I remember just hearing Todd on the call as they were getting closer and closer to the 3rd out, and Todd was basically saying, "Oh yeah, he's going to be done after this." Which, okay, I get it. And as you said, sure, 98 pitches, but why? Why? You just assume he's going to leave the game. The broadcaster is making assumptions that because there's somebody in the bullpen that he's done after 7. It's lame. To assume that he's just out of the game. I don't know, go for 10 strikeouts or the complete game. It's a very small nitpick, but I miss that element of baseball. Complete games are cool. I like watching starting pitchers a lot more than I like watching relievers. And if you got a guy like this, let him go 9. I get that it could hurt him long term. It could, but it might not too. You know? From the 409, college pitchers throw 120 pitches or more on a regular basis. Yeah, it's college. They're not getting paid. So there's that. But it's lame to me. Considering how much this sport, above all others, cares about its history, we have entirely gone away from something that we used to see on a regular basis. And I don't think we have a good enough reason for it. It's other than fear of injuries. Let a guy go the full 9. Starting pitchers are cooler than relievers. No reliever, even if they're good, outside of Mariano Rivera or maybe Billy Wagner back in the day here, no reliever makes you feel 100% confidence. A starter pitching into the 8th and the 9th, you're like, damn, I respect that he's trying. I'm not even going to get mad if all of a sudden he gives up a run then. I like that he's battling in there. I like that he's hanging in there. And now we just have bullpens that are taxed and taxed and taxed. I don't know. Maybe if you have a less taxed bullpen, so you're in better shape at the end of the year. I don't know. Just asking questions. It's weird that the conventional wisdom is 2 times through the order, you're done. 6 innings, you're done. Extenuating circumstances, you get a 7th inning. 8th and 9th, bring in the other guys.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's even more like what you said there. Where it's like 7th inning. Like a guy pitching 7. You're like, whoa.
Whoa, unbelievable. Yeah, guy pitching, like Christian Javier pitching 6 innings, for God's sake. Like, that doesn't happen. Javier will get pulled like after 5 1/3 all the time. Yeah. And I get it. He used to be a reliever, and, now he's dealing with Tommy John. So, but I don't know. The sport has changed, and me, a 36-year-old, is an old man yelling at a cloud. I suppose I just have to accept that and move on. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We've got some garbage time before we get out of here. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to get in before we get out of here and turn it over to the Killer Bees. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Zaf XXX comments. So stupid with your take, Paul. It's like playing Shingun until the end of the game when you're up 30. You don't risk the health and longevity of your young star players for a meaningless stat that will only get talked about for 15 minutes on your city's local radio station. Oh, you don't? Have you ever played a sport, sir? This is how you get back at people like this. Do you not compete for anything in your life? Are you just a dork with a calculator? That's the logic behind it. Oh, well, he's going to be a lot less tired at the end of the year. Yeah, maybe. Maybe not also. Maybe not. I think there's this idea that less workload means less possibility of injury. I don't think that is 100% guaranteed in every single case with every single athlete. I just don't. I think we assume it is. And okay, maybe it's if we're going to make that safe assumption, then maybe we just operate as if that's truly what it is. But if a guy wants to go a complete game, I think you should let him go the complete game. And I think it's lame that we've gone away from that. I get that there is a soft cap at 100 for pitches, as he brings up a little bit later on the Twitch, for unexplained reasons. But why? That's my question, is why is it 100? Why isn't it 105? Why isn't it 110? It's just 100, or it's 2 times through the order.
Yeah, when I brought up that he threw 96 pitches, I was going to say, like, and I don't normally treat like 100 as, I think it's just a round number. It's very helpful. Like, 100 pitches, watch out. Like, it definitely looks like a scarier number when you see it on the broadcast. But yeah, I don't like that 100 pitches is like cookie cutter.
Yeah.
This is when you pull a guy.
How about we compromise and we say we can let a guy go 8, and then the closer comes in and he gets his save or whatever. I get why they're doing it. I just don't like it. And I mean, Shingun, you know what happens if Shingun's playing maybe at the end of a game over the course of a season? You know what happens? Your stamina builds up. Like, yeah, there's an idea that, oh, you're going to be tired. But there's also an idea of if you play longer in games, guess what happens? If you're a freak athlete, your body gets used to playing longer in games. And then you got a little more stamina. Huh? Who would have thought? I hate that we have gotten to a point in all sports where science has interjected and said to everybody, yeah, you shouldn't actually play sports as long as you can. It's just lame to the point where now we have so many load management games in the NBA. Hell, we even have it in baseball now. Wait a second. You need an off day in baseball? The off day in baseball for a positional player, I truly don't get. You're standing around the whole game. I get it more in basketball, but they don't play every single night. It's weird. And it's all part of the same logic. And I hate that we've let these effing dorks into sports. And yeah, that's exactly what they are. Dorks who have never competed for anything in their life. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Let's do a little garbage time. Zaf asks, when's the last time Paul threw 100 pitches? 4th grade. Yeah, that's right. I threw 100 pitches. At least I remembered it at 100 pitches in my mind, because in 4th grade, I think this was the last year where in the Hanover, Massachusetts Pee Wee League, or whatever it was, whatever level it was at that moment in time, that was the last year where you couldn't walk people in with the bases loaded. So here I am, like 8 or 9 years old, and I remember I would walk the bases loaded all the time, and then you couldn't walk in around with the bases loaded. So then I would just strike out people with this unfortunate count, and it felt like I was throwing 100 pitches. So yeah, that's right, Zaf. Me back in the day. I want Hunter Brown to stay in next time. You can't call him Diesel anymore if he doesn't throw a complete game. You get a couple complete games under his belt. Literally just 2, because apparently you can't throw more than 2 complete games in a season. Even though Nolan Ryan threw 33 once. Like, come on. It was a guy in the 70s can throw 33. Today, we can't throw more than 2. It's just soft. Anyway. It's the Paul Gallant Show. And Zaf, I do appreciate your thoughts. Sorry for being a bully for a moment. I just hate that the dorks have invaded sports to the degree that they have. Garbage time. All right, guys. Well, first off, has this ever happened to you? Have you been in the middle of a radio segment or TV segment, and then all of a sudden, you got to go? It happened on Inside the NBA last night.
The other thing about Kawhi is, you all right, big fella? Catching a cramp?
Go ahead. Keep talking, Jeff.
Yeah, we're on TV.
I know what we're doing. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's that olive oil you've been drinking.
I know.
Hey, take some matches with you. Hey, listen, he couldn't hold it.
He can't hold it.
After 40, he can't hold it no more.
That's at first.
He can't hold it.
Unless he's got something. That wasn't something planned, was it?
No,
that was
not planned.
Hey, listen, when you got to go, you got to go. There's nothing worse than when that happens to you while you're driving because you're feeling all cramped up and there's nowhere to go. And, I mean, you don't want to do that to your seat, whether it's leather or it's fabric, which is even worse because there's no way you get that out. Yeah. No, you can't. That's the one place where you can't, but you got nowhere to go and you just got to continue to suck it in, I guess. I don't really know how you do that. That has never happened to me from a exiting downstairs perspective mid-broadcast, but I have had the accidental in the middle of a segment. I had some, I think it was called Cafe Express. I had some Cafe Express pasta, the one that was on Greenway Plaza, which doesn't exist anymore. And I got food poisoning 100% from that. And in front of 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson and Adam Spillane, I, in the middle of a segment, said, excuse me, just walked over to a trash can and projectile vomited into that trash can for a good 3 to 4 seconds. I went back. I tried to finish the segment. I couldn't. Had to do it again. And then I said, we'll be right back. And I did the exact same thing after a 3-minute segment. And then I started getting chills and could not finish the show. People are texting again, Paul, you're soft. You couldn't even finish the show because you were puking all over the place. You don't get off days for baseball position players because they just started around. But you sit there and talk. You still get off days. Yes, but I also don't have, 6 months off in the middle of my job. Like I have to talk during the summer, So again, like hard boy, Paul Gallant, soft boys, all athletes, all. And now you know the rest of the story.
It's going to be a long soft boy segment tomorrow.
From the 832, there's a layer of underwear and hopefully pants when you're driving. That's true, but it's not going to block all of it.
Yes, and also that's not a hey, at least you're only pooping your underpants.
Yeah.
That's
not how it works.
That's not comforting.
You're
not
wearing a plastic bag.
At some point, you then have to move and get up and get out of it's a terrible situation. If I could give any advice to people, don't poop your pants.
Don't poop your pants.
Don't do it. Not even if you're 4-time NBA champion, Shaquille O'Neal.
It happens to all of us.
Yes. Or if you're Paul Gallant hosting a show with 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, always have some Imodium on you is really the only thing I can tell you. Because, there's some times where...
You'd rather be constipated.
I'd much rather be constipated than, poop
Shaq would have just sat there, constipated.
I wonder if Shaq got there without any exiting early, if you will. And on that note, yes, we end the show with a big old steaming turd. We appreciate y'all for tuning into this edition of the Paul Gallant Show. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the Paul Gallant Show podcast on Apple Podcasts and on Spotify. Also, make sure you've subscribed to our ESPN YouTube channel or on Twitch at ESPN 975 for our Twitchers, YouTubers, texters, callers, and everyone else who listened. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Tuesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's blank. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass. It is a Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I'll trust all of you had your tacos. I'm surprised Paul isn't doing 8 hours of radio today after that. Those pitchers shouldn't be pulled from the game after 100 pitches. He wants pitchers to throw 180 like Nolan Ryan used to do. He should do 8 hours of radio.
Probably wants all pitchers to have Tommy John surgery, too.
Nolan Ryan never had TJ.
That is, I mean, he's one of the, as much as people talk about Verlander and how he got, freak of nature, stronger as he got later in games and all that stuff. when you look at some of those stats, what was the one game where it was like some ungodly amount of pitches that he threw, and then he made his next start on time, and just the endurance in that man's arm was unbelievable.
Yeah, he was something. He was something. Different day and age in baseball. Much different these days than it used to be then. Yeah, but I thought Paul was going to do a bunch of just do the rest of our show, do Soccer Matters, maybe do ESPN overnight. If
You think
wants them to be marathon men, let's go.
okay? I don't think he'd be up for that. He gets a little grumpy when he walks out. So,
Are you okay with when the Astros pulled Hunter Brown yesterday? 713-780-3776.
I am. I mean, look, it's too early in the season, and he's pitching so well. And by the time that they pulled him, you had a good enough lead that you didn't need him to keep throwing. I mean, he did all he had to do, and he held them scoreless. And you would hope that your bullpen could hold that lead. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I thought it was a good time to pull him. Sometimes I don't know if Paul's being serious or if he's just trying to rile up the purist of the game. Sometimes it's hard for me to figure out, which is the brilliance of Paul, I think.
Yeah.
Because whichever way it is, he's riling him up, and I'm fond of the whole riling him up thing. So
Just throw the crap out there to get clicks.
See, as I was saying.
I was trying to find the stat, but didn't Nolan Ryan throw like a complete game and it was extra innings, and it was like, I want to say it's like 200 and some pitches.
I probably
That's
Nolan Ryan
unbelievable.
was a man's man. He pitched until he was like 58, threw 200 pitches a game, walked uphill in snow in Alvin, Texas, to school every day.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I don't, and I know everybody, he used his legs too. He sure did, but guess what? The combination with an arm that was enduring that much, and in today's baseball, you're just never going to see that again. I mean, we talk about soft, we talk about, the pitch clock and everything that's affected pitchers, but at the same time, there's no team in baseball that's going to be dumb enough to pitch a guy that many pitches in a game.
235 pitches and shut out the Yankees 3 days later, says the texter.
God, that's crazy.
There we go. He was a beast. It was definitely a different game. There's no doubt about that. Astros win it yesterday, 7-0 over Toronto. Hunter Brown was the story. He continues his dominance. 7 shutout innings, 24 straight innings now for Hunter Brown. Just call him Oral Hershiser. It's a tough name to say. But Hunter Brown, long shutout streak, scoreless inning streak, continues to be very dominant for the Houston Astros.
He is definitely the story. And the ironic thing is we were talking about a week or so ago that Hunter Brown just seems to be under the radar. And I'd even thrown it out to Doug Glanville, after we had talked about it. Just the fact that he just seems to be kind of unnoticed by most. And now everybody's talking about him. MLB today on the MLB network, talking all about him and how his dominance is up there. He had the second best ERA behind Paul Skeens, ahead of some really good pitchers in his last, however many, the matrix they used in terms of how many starts. But, the shutout streak, the fact that he's dominant, the fact that he took on a Toronto lineup that is no slouches. I mean, the top 4 or 5 in that lineup are pretty damn good. And he just attacked them. And you watched the fact that he's pitching too. It's not just that he has the dominant fastball. It's the fact that he's pitching and he's changing up sequence and he's showing them different looks. And just right before our eyes, this guy has become just the Diesel, as he's called, but he is the horse of the staff. And that was an impressive game last night.
Yeah, he's really good. Like, I mean, what can we continue to say about the guy that we haven't been saying since about 10 starts into last season? He's really good. He's got the stuff. He's got, command for him has been a knock coming up. Like, he walks too many and he doesn't spot his pitches. I think his command's been really good, especially this year in his first few starts. He's added that sinker or two-seamer, whatever you want to call it, cutter, that gets in on righties. And it's not even like a great pitch. If you pull up the numbers on that pitch alone, it doesn't have excellent numbers against like some of his other pitches. But like you said, it helps the sequencing. Mm-hmm. It helps the battle against the opposition every single at bat. Yeah, he's really good. Like, I mean, how many different ways can we say it? Hunter Brown is one of the best pitchers in baseball.
And I think the other
Any argument?
No, and I think the other thing that you mentioned as we were going, closing out the show and talking about the game, he didn't go up against a slouch either. I mean, everybody's like, and I think I heard Paul on the way in talking about the fact that, I mean, the offense got off to a slow start. They really didn't score until later in the game. It's like, Kevin Gausman is no slouch. Kevin Gausman's a pretty damn good pitcher with a 3.16 ERA that you knew going into the game, like we were talking about, that this was going to be a pitcher's duel, that these are two guys that are capable of shutting teams down. And so that made it even more impressive. He knew he was going up against a guy that was a good pitcher. He knew he was going up against a good lineup, and he was in attack mode from just pitch one. And he basically held them at bay and had them eaten out of the palm of his hand.
I really don't care about how you go about scoring 7 runs. Like, if you're scoring 7 runs in regulation, that's going to be a tip of the cap to me. The only thing that the only scenario I can think of where I wouldn't be happy with a 7-run performance is if you're trailing like 15-0 and they throw in a tomato can and you score all your runs against him. But there is never a scenario other than that where you score 7 runs and I'm unhappy with the offense.
No, especially a team that's been, really struggling to score runs and get hits, and you put 10 hits on the board. And we saw some of the key guys getting hits, at least one hit. I mean, Jake, ironically, the guy that's been hitting the most, didn't get a hit. But basically, when Yiner gets a hit and when Paredes gets a hit and Walker set this one out, but, you got guys, Jordan gets a hit. Those are the kind of things that you look at and say, okay, that's another positive. You're right. I don't care how they scored the 7 runs or when they scored them. The fact is they put a crooked number up to start off the 5th inning, which also allows Hunter Brown to kind of relax and know he's got a cushion. Now, he was really grinding. He doesn't have to grind. I mean, he's obviously still bearing down everything, but it's better when you're a pitcher knowing, hey, I got a little couple runs here to play with. And the fact that you got guys in this lineup that are hitting the baseball that needed to hit the baseball, and even a guy like Zach DeCenzo, who hasn't been playing, comes in basically cold and gives you 2 hits. The offense was a positive last night.
Yeah. The only trouble that Hunter Brown found himself, he did get himself in a little bit of trouble in that 2nd inning. Springer got the hit, stole 2nd, stole 3rd. He's standing 90 feet away with no outs. I mean, you think, okay, 2nd inning, 1-0, not going to kill you. But you think the scoreless inning streak is donezo. You think it's gone at that point. He goes back-to-back strikeouts and then a fly out to get out of the inning.
Yeah,
that's what dudes at the top of the rotation do. It's what one of the best pitchers in baseball does. He gets out of what looks like unescapable jams and puts a goose egg on the board.
I mean, when you look at the line score and just say all the positives, any guy that can throw 7 innings, only walk one batter, that's phenomenal. 9 strikeouts, fantastic. And just 2 hits. I mean, he did everything that you could ask and more of any starting pitcher. And the fact that he's tacked onto this streak means that everybody needs to take notice of a guy that, you've been very adamant about the fact that at some point in his career, he should win a Cy Young Award. This dude should be talked about more in terms of how dominant he's been.
Yeah, capable. Words I use. I mean, pretty similar to what you said, but I wanted it, and I do have a Cy Young ticket on him this year, so hope he wins. Now, I don't really care if they talk about him though. Like that's never been something that has moved my needle, and I'm probably in the minority there. I'm willing to admit, because I know a lot of fans are like, they should lead off with us on SportsCenter. They should talk more about how are they talking about the mediocre Jets when they should be talking about the Texans. Like I get all of that, and I understand the fan perspective when it comes to that. That's just never really been something that's moved my needle. Now, I also don't watch really those talking head shows, so maybe that's why I don't care as much.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think from the perspective of give the man his due more than anything else, right? I mean, I think that whether they're talking about certain players or not talking about other players, I think at a certain point when a guy has been as dominant as he has been and capable of basically controlling games the way he does when he takes the mound, I think that deserves recognition. And I think that, if you get slighted, it's different than anything else in terms of the recognition. From my standpoint, I mean, well before this streak, we were talking about a guy that had dominant stuff, that had dialed in, that found a pitch that was very effective in getting hitters off speed. On their front foot more and off balance. And he's been dominant. And I think that that's what's deserving of people at least recognizing the fact that this dude's pitching his ass off.
Yeah. Forrest Whitley, 2 innings, 2 shutout innings for Forrest Whitley. He does exist. Forrest Whitley. Forrest Whitley has never given up an earned run in his pro baseball career, his Major League Baseball career.
I did not know that, but I
Top 5 reliever in all of baseball, according to King of Twitch.
Oh boy, yeah. There's your reputable source. I look at him and I say, look, it's one thing we all know he's got gas. He can bring a fastball, but if he can locate other pitches and he can again get hitters off balance, what he did last night looks like it's better than some of the guys that we've had in the bullpen so far to date for the Astros, to where you say, hey, that's what we want to see and more. And some days when he doesn't have his secondary pitches, at least he still has that fastball. But he can be really good if he has another pitch or two in his repertoire that he can locate, so that you can feel comfortable using him in different leverage situations.
Oh, I'm comfortable using him already. I'm in. I'm in on Forrest Whitley.
Now,
I want a seventh inning guy. Just make him your third best reliever right now. I'd rather see him in leverage innings in the seventh over Taylor Scott and Brian King. Give him the seventh. Give Forrest the ball. I don't like how his name is spelled with 2 R's, but give him the ball in the seventh.
Isn't Forrest always spelled with 2 R's?
I don't know.
Look, I'm not. I don't know if that I'm there yet like you are, because I think King has done a really good job.
It's not. It's with 1 R. I knew that there was a reason I didn't like this.
Okay. The big thing for me is you've got other guys on the horizon too. I like the way King has thrown the ball for the most part all year. I think that Ort's a guy that I believe in from last year. I got to see him come back, and if he does come back and looks anywhere close to what he did last year, I think he's a guy that's in line too. But I like what I saw out of Forrest Whitley last night.
Yeah, give him to anybody you have over him in the seventh inning. That's
now,
currently on this
I
team.
still trust. I would still use King there until further notice. I need to see. I got to see more than just one outing.
Oh, come on!
Nope.
Stop being a slow-moving ship.
Nope.
Forrest Whitley over Brian King in a landslide. I mean,
Sail
it's
on.
nasty. Has never given up an earned run in his big league career. 5 1/3 has never given up an earned run. You can't find those numbers from a Brian King. Give Forrest Whitley the seventh. Who do you want to have the baseball on the seventh in a leverage spot? 713-780-3776. I've seen enough from Forrest Whitley. Jordan batting second. Any thoughts there?
No, I mean, it's one game. I think that it doesn't matter to me as much as it matters to others. I just think that if it gets him going, then that's the main thing. I just need, no matter where he's sitting in the lineup, to look more like the old Jordan than what he's looked like all season. So we'll continue to let him put, if he wants to ride the wave and he got a hit last night, throw him in the 2-hole again. Great. I'm fine with it. I just need to see the old Jordan.
Yeah, I think batting orders are overrated. I'd rather see him in the 4-hole if you wanted to have the argument and argue the margins. I told everybody I'm not doing that in the regular season. Got on base twice. Cool. Not really worthy of the conversation for me. You mentioned Zach DeZinzo. Have the Astros put themselves in a Zach DeZinzo dilemma? Now, he was on with Sports MT earlier. I saw this on Twitter, where apparently he jammed his finger on that incredible slide that he had at the plate. And he's going to be out today, it looks like. So Spada, who said he's going to be in the lineup today, jam finger, probably not going to be in the lineup today. But let's look at it more long term. Do the Astros have a Zach DeZinzo dilemma where he needs to be getting more at-bats, or is he fine where he's at? Let's have that conversation on the other side. 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. Busy show. Rockets are in the playoffs. NFL drafts on Thursday. We'll cash them and trash them and do all that stuff too. 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian's at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. I can't say that. The DeZinzo dilemma. What do you do with it? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
713-780-ESPN. Texter says that the name has 2 R's. The place with trees has 1 R. So there you go. Our Forest riddle is solved. 7th inning, run, Forest, run. You misspelled Forest there, Texter. There's 2 R's in the name, the 1 R in the body of trees. Whitley is a bust. He was drafted to be at least the 3rd man of the rotation. See, that's a terrible text. Like, do you want him to help your team or not? Did he live up to the prospect hype once upon a time where people thought he was going to be a top of the rotation starter? No, but that's not the question anymore. The question currently in this present time is, can he help you in the bullpen, or is he not going to help you in the bullpen? So which of the two do you prefer? And if he turns into a really reliable reliever, that to me is not a bust, not in Major League Baseball, where there's so many first-rounders that never even reach the bigs.
Well, especially with the Astros, because, I mean, I said forever and a day, if you were the top pitching prospect on the Astros and even the top position player, within a year's time, you can go from number 1 on the list to being either out of baseball, suspended, or, completely labeled a bust. And it was over and over again. And you get a guy that you can get something out of. It doesn't matter if he's a starter, like you said. It doesn't matter if he's a starter or a reliever. At a certain point, we thought this guy was the number 1 prospect in the organization, one of the best in baseball. Then at another point, somewhat recent to after that all happened, everybody was like, he's a bust. He's gone. Get rid of him. He's never going to be anything. If you can get him to be your 7th inning guy that eventually maybe becomes your, setup guy in waiting or more, and he can be a help to you, who cares how you got there? You use him because of the fact that he's better than anybody else in that role.
You don't think it's only an Astro problem, do you?
No, it's just that, I mean, whether it's just ironic or whatever, or just a case of, the way things go or not, I just thought that there was like a 5-year span where I think it was Paulino and other guys from a pitching, and
he was never the number 1 prospect, not according to Baseball Cube. I just pulled up the top prospect for the Astros every year by multiple publications, and Paulino was never number 1.
Okay, I'm just saying if you were one of the top prospects in the Astros organization for multiple years over, and even the Derek Fishers of the world on the position
never
side,
number 1.
Okay, Jeremy, if you want to nitpick it apart.
Well, I think it's very important to talk about who the number 1 prospect is whenever that is the basis of the conversation, because I don't think it's only an Astro problem. In fact, I think the Astros have had pretty good success at it.
Okay. All right. I'm just saying that as I remember it, we'll just say that some of the top prospects that I remember that were being heralded on the come up for guys that were going to be superstars and great and all these things, that they fell short. And a lot of it was either their bodies broke down or they got tagged for some kind of a suspension or whatever, but they quickly went from top of the list to kind of bottom of the list, and some were never heard from again.
Yeah, I think it's a baseball problem. That's my point of contention. I don't think it's only an Astro problem. Now, Forrest Whitley had like 3 straight years where he was unanimously the number 1 prospect. So, like, if you go year by year, that would bring down the average. But these are some of the number 1 prospects the Astros have had from different publications over the years. Cam Smith, who's up right now, and that might not be fair because the Astros traded for him in the offseason. But you go back to 2023, Hunter Brown. 2022, Corey Lee, which, I mean, made the bigs, didn't really do anything, and he's not on your team. Jeremy Pena, who's pretty good. Francis Martez, which would be 1 for your side. He didn't amount to anything. AJ Reed didn't amount to anything. Prior to that, Alex Bregman, Carlos Correa, pretty good. Singleton, no. Jordan Lyles, no. Jason Castro, maybe? I would say yes on Castro. Yeah, I mean, he stuck around for a long time. Like, I would give Castro a thumbs up as opposed to a thumbs down. J.R. Tolles, thumbs down. Hunter Pence's success. Jason Hirsch, never heard of him. Have you ever heard of? I've never heard of Jason Hirsch. Chris Burke, not bad. Taylor Buchholz, probably more thumbs down, but played in the bigs. John Buck, thumbs down. Carlos Hernandez, thumb down. Roy Oswald, thumb up. Wilfredo Rodriguez, thumb down. Lance Berkman, thumb up. Richard Hidalgo, thumb up. Billy Wagner, thumb up. Like, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, I think to me, maybe they weren't the number 1 overall prospect. It's just like I said, sometimes they would separate them out and say top pitching prospect, top player, whatever the case. But I just remember that there was a stretch of guys that were either getting suspended, hurt, or both, and primarily the pitchers, that that really kind of was like I took notice of, going, man, that's not great. It's not a great track record, but maybe, you know what? I'm not going to argue with the fact that unless you have like a very high pick in the draft, that you know, like a top 3, top 5 pick in the draft, that the chances are greater that you're going to have failures than you are success stories.
To me, it's the baseball thing to me. Like baseball, it's so hard. Even if you're a first-round draft pick, to make the bigs, it is tough to do. All right, what do you do with DeZinzo? He hit a little bit yesterday. There's not really a natural spot to play him every day. How do you do it?
Well, I think, to me, we talked about this, and Espada said, you know, we weren't going to have anybody on the roster, the young guys, if they weren't going to play, and he hasn't been playing. But the fact that you stick him in and give him full-time at-bats in a game and he gets a couple of hits means he warrants at least another opportunity or two to get some more frequent playing time. So you got veterans that are struggling. You got guys that, they got some hits last night. Walker didn't play. But if you can give him a game at first, if you can give him a game at left when Altuve DHs, but then that's the Jordan proposition too. Are you can you afford to lose Jordan for a game? Or does he deserve to have some sit-down time, too, to try and figure things out? I just think that first base and outfield at some point is going to be where his best chances to get more games started and or at-bats in. Maybe it's just you look at the fact that with the guys that have been scuffling, if last night it was Walker's turn to sit one out, that you can find places. Because I really don't think he's a second baseman. I don't think that he's going to play second base. But I don't know that I trust his defense that much. But I mean, if you want to get into that conversation, then you can try and find another spot for him on the infield. I think it's just primarily first base and outfield.
I'm completely agree with the second base thing. Like that's a non-starter.
Yeah.
Like if he forces his way into the lineup, and he's not there yet. Like he had a good day yesterday, but he's not there yet. It maybe never will be. Hopefully he will be. Hopefully he presses his way into the lineup, but it might not ever happen. Like if that were to occur, to me, and you have to move bodies around and you're healthy and all that, then you would have to play him at third and Isak at second. If you got to that point, we're nowhere near that yet. Don't twist my words here. Now, first base, you hope he's not making regular starts there, because that means Christian Walker's another first base free agent bust. So you hope that's not the case. To me, it comes down to kind of Brendan Rodgers or Zach DeZinzo. Because I like what Espada's doing right now with Altuve, where he's playing him in left field behind Fromber, Hunter Brown, the ground ball guys, and then he's willing to play him at second base for the fly ball guys, Blanco and Wisniewski. So to me, the decision is when those because you're not going to play Altuve at second base behind a ground ball pitcher. So DeZinzo's probably not playing those days unless you have a day off like you did yesterday with Christian Walker. Now, if you can steal a game where Altuve plays second behind a fly ball guy, now that opens up either left field for DeZinzo or Jordan, and then you can DH DeZinzo or play DeZinzo at first, DH Walker. So to me, you have to take advantage of when the fly ball starters are on the mound.
No, that makes sense. I just think that, you look at him and say, okay, one game also does not make an everyday player either. You just want to see more of him because, what you saw, you like, and your offense has been scuffling for the most part, to where you have to find ways to be creative. So if that means that Altuve has to play second base for a ground ball pitcher, then maybe you're willing to risk that because you're putting a guy in the lineup that has a chance to get a knock or two that when you're struggling to put runs across the board on a consistent basis. But I just think that you got to do one of two things rather quickly, because I don't want to see him rotting on the bench either way. Mm-hmm. If you're not going to play him, and I know Rodgers has been better offensively than a lot of people expected, still not great, but if it becomes a conversation of it's between one or the other, at a certain point, then I got to figure out real quickly what DeZinzo is, or I want him down in Sugar Land playing every single day.
Yeah, I was to the point before yesterday that I wanted DeZinzo to be sent down, so he could play every day to, work on the at-bats, to develop his offensive game to where when you need him, he's able to go. Because I'm with you. I don't like him rotting on the bench. Now, if you compare his numbers to Rodgers' number, and I think DeZinzo has a higher upside than Rodgers, and this short of a sample, 22 games, and DeZinzo's not even playing much. Rodgers had the injury. He might even be able to throw these numbers out. But just for the sake of the conversation, Rodgers hitting 250, DeZinzo 222 after last night. Rodgers had 2 hits last night too. Mm-hmm. Rodgers 645 OPS, DeZinzo 633. So if you wanted to timeshare those two guys, okay, start Rodgers 3 times every 5 games, because I use 5 games as the number here because that's how many times to the rotation, how many games you play one time to the rotation, right? You have a 5-man rotation, you're playing 5 games one time to the rotation. So one time to the rotation, give me Brendan Rodgers starting 3 games and Zach DeZinzo starting 2 games. That's what I would do right now if I'm Espada.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. And then again, as you see that progress, if he's not consistent and or you are concerned, which I would be, like he's not a veteran guy that, you can just say he's going to be our one of our bats off the bench utility guys. There's just too much upside for a kid at this point in his career that if he's not going to get consistent at bats on the major league level, at a certain point, you just got to go, hey, it's better for our organization right now if he just gets, like you said, every day at bats down in Sugar Land.
Yep. 713-780 ESPN HRMP listener line. Too much money invested into some of these pitchers. Teams don't want to use them. Money than they have to. I think that was about pitchers going long into games. Whitley, Lance McCullers, Diesel, Fromber, World Series bound. Says a texter, another texter, it's still a bust if Whitley's a reliever. I mean, agree to disagree on that one. Was Tony Gwynn better than Craig Biggio? I would take Tony Gwynn over Craig Biggio's career. Yes. Wouldn't take him over Bagwell, but I would take Tony Gwynn over Biggio.
We're going back to that one, huh?
The texter did.
Yeah.
I like the recall, though. That's a good recall there, texter.
Thanks for
Appreciate you listening.
listening.
Yep. All right. All right. 713-780 ESPN. Buzzkill Branham. And it does have to do with Hunter Brown. That's next. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. People were calling for my job the other day whenever I said Jeff Bagwell had a better offensive career than Tony Gwynn. Well, good thing I have HR&P on my side because they saved me my job. Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. Chris Fisher over there. They have great people at HR&P, and they've been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll. HR&P is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. You need help with payroll. Well, they'll take care of just that. You want to throw in some compliance, they got you. Throw in some benefits, they'll take care of you there as well. There's nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. You're not reading off a menu. They're going to sit you down and customize a plan for what works best for you and your business. A little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HR&P is going to create that plan for you and your business. Their customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can attest to that customer service. We use HR&P here at Gal, of course, and anytime I have a question, I fire off an email. I'm an email guy, and always get a quick response that's easy to understand. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burdens so you can do the things you enjoy. Get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out on the web at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
It's the Killer Bees, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
It's time for Buzzkill Branham.
This is the Hunter Brown extension thing. I'm reading more and more about this on wherever. I mean, pick the spot, whether it's at the bar, whether it's on the social media bar, known as Twitter, wherever the case may be. It's time to lock up Hunter Brown. Lock him up. Make sure that you hashtag pay the man like we've done for every single player. Carlos Correa, George Springer, Garrett Cole. Pay the man, pay the man, pay the man. This payroll would be $1 billion if the fans had their say, if Schwab had his say. But here's why it's not realistic. Like, I would love Hunter Brown to be on this team for the next 7 years. But here's why it's not realistic. What are you possibly offering Hunter Brown where Hunter Brown's going to be like, that's a great idea. Let's sign a long-term extension right now. And what kind of offer would Hunter Brown give the Astros where the Astros are like, you know what? Let's give up 3 arbitration years and give you buku money. It makes no sense. The ship has sailed. If you're going to do this, you should have done it a year ago, 2 years ago. You should have done it when Hunter Brown was getting lit up in Kansas City. Now that he had the last 22 starts of last year, now that he's getting Cy Young buzz and top pitcher in baseball buzz, there is no contract that makes sense for the Astros to give Brown where they surrender 3 years of arbitration, and there is no contract that makes sense for Hunter Brown where he's going to give up free agency in a few years where he can make who knows how much money. It makes no sense. Stop the conversation. Hunter Brown extension talks are not going to happen.
Yeah, I think that you're right. It's like it's the ship has sailed and the timing is now completely. You had your window. It's closed. It's like, yeah, you can try and pounce when the going is good for you and he's struggling, knowing that he's going to figure it out and feeling that there's just too much talent there. But right now, he and his agent aren't entertaining any of that noise because if he's on a roll like this in a heater, they know that the price is just going to go up, and they're not going to give you the Jordan deal that you catch once in a lifetime when a guy decides to really save you some money and take the money on the front end. So yeah, I mean, I saw the same thing you did, and I was curious, like, what are their line of thinking is we got to have this guy long term, but you're also not thinking about it from the perspective of the player and the agent that says, rolling along right now, why would we jump into signing something that locks us into losing a whole lot of money?
Yeah, there's nothing that adds up here. Hunter Brown still has 3 years after this one on his arbitration. Like, you get 6 years for a player you get called up. First 3 are league minimums that escalate a little bit based on the year that you're in, and then the next 3 are arbitration years. And you make significant money in that first arbitration year. Like, it's not league minimum. He's probably going to get somewhere 10, 12, $15 million. It's not going to be 25, $30 million, but it might be by ARB 3, that third year of arbitration. So, like, the whole benefit of signing a player early, like why it incentivizes the player, is that they get real money in their hands very early in their career. Well, Hunter Brown's going to get that next offseason, and he's not going to surrender entering free agency before the age of 30. He's not going to surrender being a free agent after the end of the 2028 season for anything the Astros can offer. So you're not getting the sweetheart, team-friendly deal for signing a player early. It's just not going to happen with where Hunter Brown's at in his stage of his career. Also, he signed a new agent this offseason. He went to Scott Boras. And look, Scott Boras has signed team-friendly deals. He did it with Jose Altuve not once but twice. He signed Lance McCullers to the Astros, which at the time was a team-friendly deal. Hasn't exactly worked out that way because of Lance McCullers' injuries. So Boras will do what the client tells him to do, or the client will fire the agent. But it just doesn't strike me as Hunter Brown signing a team-friendly deal whenever he's way up here on the spectrum of starting pitchers in Major League Baseball. It doesn't make any sense to me, and the conversation I see about it each and every time he pitches is nauseating.
Yeah, it's, I think from the standpoint of, I understand from a fandemonium standpoint, like you'd mentioned. I mean, people are overzealous and they're like, oh, this is a guy we got to have. But at the same time, I think it goes back to a conversation that we've had previously too about what's the right length of time for any new contract for any pitcher these days. I mean, 3 years and more, and you're asking for trouble. You look at Garrett Cole, you look at some of the guys, even when they're at the top of their game and they're, perennial Cy Young candidates. Right now, the arms aren't holding up the way that they used to. And we talked about Nolan Ryan to start the show. And I think that you got to be leery of that too. But I agree with you. The ship has sailed in terms of the opportunity to get him locked up early on what you would think is a team-friendly deal. And now the agent and the player are going to, especially if it's Boris, but just any agent, they're not going to get that's unintelligent business of baseball. If you just say, yeah, let's talk right now about, locking him up now at a rate and at a going rate that even now is going to be way on the cheap compared to when he hits free agency full out.
I mean, Boris would sign a contract extension that makes him the richest pitcher in baseball, but then where is the benefit of that for the club? And then you also factor in the other part of this equation that Hunter Brown got to the big leagues at pretty advanced age. What was he, 24 years old? You have him under club control through the age of 29. So do you want to be paying starting pitchers or any pitcher huge top end of the market money whenever they're in their 30s? Like Garrett Cole got tons of money whenever he was a free agent. How's that working out for the Yankees?
Mm-hmm.
He's had a couple of good years. He's been good whenever he's been pitching, but last year he missed a good chunk of the first part of the year with an injury. He looks like he's going to miss this entire season with an injury. And then what does it look like going forward for Garrett Cole? So not only is there the what makes sense for the club, what makes sense for the player, there is also the philosophy of, do you want to pay a pitcher into their 30s massive money? There's also the caveat that Jim Crane has never signed huge long-term deals. The longest one was Jordan. He got 6 years, and that was an extremely team-friendly deal. So I think there's 0% chance of any sort of extension, which is why I think that I think it's useless to even talk about. Texter, it won't be cheap if pitchers do get hurt. I wouldn't say it's a 0% chance. Okay, is it 1%? Like, what is the chance then if it's not zero? And I agree with you, Texter. Like, nothing is ever a 0% chance, but I would say it's a less than 1% chance that Hunter Brown would sign an extension. Here's the closest example I think you can find. Garrett Crochet traded to the Red Sox in the offseason. He was set to become a free agent after the end of the 26th season. Hunter Brown isn't set to become a free agent until the end of the 28th season. So already a pretty huge difference. A player that would have hit free agency in 2 years versus a player that's going to hit free agency in 4 years. Garrett Crochet got 6 years, $170 million. So would you be willing to give Hunter Brown a 6-year extension for $170 million, which would be, I guess, triggering in after his club control is done in 2028? Secondly, do you think Hunter Brown's taking less than $30 million a year?
No.
I don't either. I don't either.
No, not even close. Because again, we talk about the market. We talk about a guy like Lance McCullers, who's still making 17, 18 million a year, and he hasn't pitched in 2 years. And he signed a deal that, that was years ago that people are still bitching about. And you realize that the going market right now for pitchers just continues to go up. You look at Fried's deal that he just signed with the Yankees. You look at some of these top end guys and what they're signing for. And you mentioned Crochet and others. The fact of the matter is even on short-term deals, the money is far greater than what you think the Astros would be willing to offer. And the pitcher and the agent are going to be looking for more than 3 years.
If you look at this offseason, Corbin Burns was the top pitcher according to just WAR. And Corbin Burns signed a team-friendly deal to go to Arizona because he's from Arizona, wanted to pitch in Arizona, all of that. He signed a 6-year, $210 million deal. So that's an average annual value of
30.
Over 30, right?
Yeah, over 30, but I'm just saying.
I think it's, let's see. Let's just pull out the calculator.
35?
I'm not a math major. I thought about it for a little bit. It's an average of $35 million a year. And I understand that Hunter Brown has 3 years of club control. So it's not an apple to apple comparison. But Hunter Brown will be entering free agency the same year that Corbin Burns, not the same year, but the same age that they entered free agency. And Hunter Brown is trending to be at the same level of Corbin Burns as a pitcher in Major League Baseball whenever he becomes a free agent. I don't see Hunter Brown taking a dollar short of $30 million. And I think if he enters free agency without getting an extension done, again, which I think is less than a 1% chance, based on the inflation of salaries in baseball, based on the fact that Corbin Burns took a discount of $35 million a year to pitch for his hometown of Arizona, Hunter Brown's going to be like close to $40 million a year, and I might be selling it lightly.
Well, and that's what I said. I said, if you just ride it out at this point, think about how much money that you'd be throwing away if you signed right now, regardless of where the number was, and if you go with the going rate, and like you said, starting at 30 or in that range, by the time he becomes a free agent, assuming that he's staying at a fairly consistent trajectory, the whole salary, everything with salaries is going to be so inflated by that point that the going rate's probably going to be at least $10 million more per year.
So he signed 6-year, $210 for $35 million a year. Baltimore offered him $180 for 4 years, which is $45 million a year. But he chose the long-term security, 2 extra years, and he wanted to live in Arizona. But the highest AAV offer was $45 million a year. God. Like Hunter Brown, if he, barring injury, knock on wood, and I guess this would be the counter argument was, well, he's a pitcher. He needs to lock up that contract. If Hunter Brown stays healthy and he's a top 10 pitcher in baseball, which he's pitching like a top 10 in baseball pitcher right now, he's going to make massive amounts of money that the Astros cannot entice him enough with any contract that they think is realistic at this current point in time. So when you're talking about the Astros need to lock up Hunter Brown, you are wasting your breath.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. And I think that it's obviously from a fan's perspective, the sense of urgency, and it strikes a chord going, we don't want to see another guy get away. And that looks like our best pitcher and he's young and we want to get him. But the realistic approach when you kind of sit down and do what you just did is the fact that you have to understand it's not in the cards either way. And that ship sailed from an Astros perspective. And you probably needed to have that conversation regardless of when he went down a little bit, probably even before even that year started, just to kind of get the dialogue going to see if he'd be interested and feel it out. Now that he's got Scott Boras, there's no way in hell that's even on the table.
I just don't think it's something you can do with pitchers because like Lance McCullers at the time seemed team friendly. That has not worked. Christian Javier at the time looked team friendly. That has not worked. Like, I believe in signing players early in their careers, but I think it has to be position players. I don't think that you can be locking up starting pitchers into their mid-30s and give them these 10-year deals because we know arm trouble. We know how these contracts look. I just mentioned too, McCullers and Javier look team-friendly at the time of signing. Those have not worked for you. I don't think it's in the cards for a team to lock up pitchers like that. I don't think it's in the best interest.
You mentioned two of them, but you throw in Luis Garcia and all the problems that he's had since he was so young, and they wanted to lock him up because of the first year that he had here. And you realize that the organization probably is already a little bit skittish about the fact that they're probably done trying to get pitchers signed at maybe a little cheaper rate for a longer term.
Here's another caveat too. If the Astros can turn chicken salad into chicken salad, like Hayden Wesneski, like Yusei Kikuchi, who are like, they have good stuff but have never lived up to it. Does it make sense for the Astros to be spending $45 million a year on a starter whenever they can find these like diamonds in the rough and then turn them into $40 million a year pitchers? That's a little extreme. $25 million a year pitchers. Like what they're good at is developing pitchers. So if what they're good at is developing pitchers, why are you paying pitchers huge, massive money?
Yeah, no, and it can handcuff you too, right? You look at, like you said, I mean, you can sign a guy and you make this commitment, and then you have the expectation that for the full length of the contract, he's going to stay healthy, he's going to be as dominant, he's going to do all these things. And then more times than not, when you look at the percentages, even last year, of how many pitchers on major league rosters by the end of the season had some kind of arm injury and or Tommy John, the numbers keep going up, and that's a huge problem. To where you can't realistically say, if I sign a pitcher to a 6-year contract, do I believe that he's going to be healthy all 6 years? That's a bigger question than do I believe he's going to be as productive or somewhat as productive all 6 years?
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Texter says Jim Crane is such a hypocrite with his window is always open comment. Actions speak louder than words. Like this is a big picture conversation. Like when you start saying like, what is the window and how do you keep the window open? Because now you're talking about like roster construction philosophy. And, that's something we argued about the other day. Like, do you sign your players long-term, these homegrown guys, and then all of a sudden you get upside down with your finances, or do you do the Kyle Tucker trade every single time? And that to me is whenever you need to be consistent on whatever your team philosophy is. So I wouldn't call Jim Crane a hypocrite because he doesn't re-sign his players. I think that you can keep the window open, letting players leave. In fact, the Astros have kept the window open, letting players leave. So I disagree with that texture's comments.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think that the more you think about it too, from the standpoint of just good business, bad business, but also from the standpoint of they've also set the precedent, to your point, but the precedent that they've set is they kind of bucked the trend when they traded Kyle Tucker, because before that it was, we're going to roll with them. We're going to roll with them till we get to that crossroads. We're going to go through the crossroads process, but the track record was we're going to watch them walk away. This time, I think they wisely traded Tucker a year before that they had to get to that crossroads. They got productive, controlled players in return. And you can make the argument that with the start Tucker had, are they better or worse this year because you let Kyle Tucker walk? But in the long term, they're certainly better off.
Yeah, and the Fromber thing comes into play whenever you bring up this conversation too, with what you currently have on your roster. Like there hasn't been reports of the Astros trying to trade Fromber Valdez, although Dana Brown did have some comments like, we'll listen on everybody. Everybody has a price pretty much. I have a theory that he shopped Fromber Valdez and didn't like the offers he was getting. That's just my theory. That's not a report. That is a complete guess. But yeah, I think the Astros are still capable of winning it all right now. I think if they were to trade Fromber Valdez at the deadline for a good package, I think the window stays open. I think if Fromber Valdez leaves in free agency, the Astros will find a way to stay competitive. So I don't think that Crane is a hypocrite with the window is always open thing. I believe that he believes that, and so far that has been the case. I mean, the Astros have made the playoffs every year since 2016. So like that's the action, right? Like, what's the window? Like, is the window being in the playoffs and having a fighter's chance to win it all? And you would argue, well, they didn't have a fighter's chance to win it all last year. Okay, well, they did every year from 2017 through 2023. That's a pretty good window. I would argue the window was open last year. I'd argue it's still open. So those actions speak pretty loud to me. Texter, if we aren't going to pay Hunter, what year will be perfect year to trade him and get a package back? This, to me, Blankers, depends on team performance. If we assume that the Astros are like winning and competing for their division, I think it's the final year, like going into the final year of the deal, like Tucker, like Tucker, like it would have been for Fromber.
Unless you get someone just knocks your socks off, right? If
Sure.
someone's desperate and it's a big money or a big expectation team, and they just pick up the phone and go, and they know that you're probably playing it out to the final year, and they go, hey, we want him, we need him, we got to have him, we're willing to give you more than anybody else to get him, and you go, well, that's package. I can't pass up. There's too many guys that I have not only under team control, but have the ability to be really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
I got to take that shot.
That's why to me, you should never be unwilling to pick up the phone.
Oh, you have
to always be willing to pick up the
hurt,
phone.
right?
Yeah, exactly. Like you might not do it 99% of the time, but what if that 1% of the time somebody is offering you just a stupid deal? Like you always got to kick the tires.
It
always.
also gives you a gauge on the market. Because, you can always hear the rumors of, oh, Fromber might bring you this or Fromber might bring you that. But until you start getting conversations going, because then you also realize if I get more than one team that's in on him, no matter what, I can see that the gauge is for the market now, it could probably go up in the next, 2-3 weeks if I continue the dialogue and see who wants him more and who's willing to be, who's more desperate.
Texter says Christian Walker signing alone is proof that Crane is trying to keep the window open. They wouldn't have signed him at his age without trying to win games right now. I think that's a fair point. I find it funny how people have no problem spending Crane's money, but I guarantee they aren't the same with their own finances. Yeah, being the owner of a professional team kind of opens up that conversation, but good point. Texter, the Astros will not be making the playoffs this year, period. Jim Crane is too cheap to keep a player for his career here. Well, what about Jose Altuve?
I mean, come on, man. I mean, to say that definitively at this point in the season, it's like we had the conversation a few weeks, just a week or so ago about, shutting the door and closing it. You can't do it this early in the season, and there's signs of life. They're playing better baseball. They scored 7 runs last night. You're getting pitching performances both in the bullpen and from starters to where you should be encouraged. There's no need to shut the door and be that desperate, that definitive right now.
Here's the other thing to this equation too. Like, who have been the lifelong Astros in the history of this organization, like in somewhat recent memory? Like we think Altuve is going to be that guy. Bagwell was that guy. Biggio was that guy. 2 of those 3 have had their careers end. They've retired. Bagwell and Biggio, were they worth the money in their last 3 to 5 years?
No.
So if you're talking strictly winning, not like, loyalty, not wanting to keep a franchise player here, not wanting, just to have the goodwill of that. If you're talking strictly winning and performance, does it make sense to overpay for a player who's in his mid to late 30s?
You think about it. Think about some of the other guys not named Bagwell and Biggio that we didn't name and where they finished their career. Lance Berkman, Roy Oswald. There were guys that intelligently, from an Astros perspective, I get the loyalty. I get that everybody wants the fairy tale ending and everybody wants to see their favorite player never wear another jersey. And the Akeem Olajuwon in Toronto for a year is always very hard to take for a lot of people. But from a business perspective, from a team perspective, they can kill you too. And they can really kind of stifle a lot of things for you if you make that commitment with your heart. And I think that's why fans have to be understanding of the fact in the business world of baseball and in every other professional sport, there comes a crossroads time before you even get to it that says, I probably should be out on this guy and not offer this because it's going to hurt me for the final 2-3 years of the deal.
People that say Crane is cheap don't know ball. Angels probably regret not trading Ohtani, Keith. No doubt. Now, they should have they couldn't have re-signed him because he didn't want to play there. He wanted to play with the Dodgers. But yeah, knowing what you know now, hindsight 2020, of course they regret that. Texter Pena hasn't been paid yet. Would the Astros be silly to trade him at the deadline? If so, what do we get in return for a player like that? And what is his personal value when he gets a contract? It's too early to trade him. The Astros still have him for a good amount of club control. Now, if you're out of if you're out of the race and somebody's desperate for a shortstop and knocks you away, okay, a different conversation. But we don't expect those things. I bet you Pena, if he was a free agent, would probably get around $20 million.
I was gonna say 18 to 20.
Like his defense is so good that they will pay, and it's such a premium position that they'll pay him for that alone. Now, I wouldn't want to be the team paying Jeremy Pena. I don't think Pena is worth $20 million. I think Jeremy Pena is the type of guy that you love to have around for the 6 years of club control. You throw a compensation offer to him and you let him leave in free agency, or you trade him a year before he does that.
That's the thing.
I wouldn't pay Jeremy Pena big money.
And even right now, or as you get closer to the final 2 years of that deal, you start already having in your system and in your pipeline and in your thought process the replacement for Jeremy Pena.
Yeah, you do have to. I'm of the belief that you just stockpile the best players possible as often as you can, and you hope that when that position becomes available, you already have a guy in the pipeline. And if you don't, short-term free agency.
Yeah.
But yeah,
like you said, you draft the best player regardless. People say, well, you can't have another shortstop coming up that's when you already have a shortstop in your system. Well, how many guys end up playing the exact position? Look at Cam Smith. Guys come up labeled as a certain type of player because that's what they played early in their baseball development. By the time they hit the major leagues, based on the big league need, you could be playing a totally different position.
Oh, yeah. And most of them are shortstops, especially out of high school. Like most of these dudes are shortstops in high school, and then they move around the diamond. It's not about holding on to players for decades. It's about winning. Crane runs it like a thriving business. I would agree. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Optimism, pessimism after game one against Golden State. What is it for you? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN at 92.5. I'm optimistic you would have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Check them out online, twocreekscrossingresort.com. See what they have to offer. You're going to love it. It wouldn't shock me if you book a stay right away, escaping the rat race, getting rid of the hustle and bustle of the work week or the weekend maybe. Whatever it is, Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston is the best getaway for you. Escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors like you can't do within the loop. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com. From open green spaces to wildlife you don't see in the city to beautiful, majestic trees. And if you're a fisherman or fisherwoman, some of the best fishing in Texas, you can't beat that. Hike on their 92-acre property, kayak their waters, pickleball in their pickleball courts, swim in their pools, drink their drinks. You know what's cool about this, too? It's only 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Some great rest, some great relaxation, and you don't have to drive all day to get there. You don't have to board a plane to get there. It's an hour and a half away from the city. Two Creeks Crossing Resort loves to take care of their visitors. An ice house, barbecue cook-offs, crawfish boils, whatever the occasion, you're going to have a great time. Glamping, cabins, tree houses, pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for anyone. And right now, you can save 20% on your next 2-night stay. Now, it's Sunday through Thursday. 2-night stay, save 20% on RV sites, yurts, cabins, and tents. It is a great time. Book your trip now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Reason for optimism or pessimism after game one between Houston and Golden State, 713-780 ESPN. For me, Blankers, I'm actually optimistic despite losing game one. I don't think that the Rockets can be as bad offensively as they were. I think they're going to take care of the basketball better than they did, and I think they're going to shoot much better than they did in game one, not only in game two, but for the remainder of the series. I was actually pleased with what they did defensively as well. They took big games from Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, and they still were held under 100 points. So while you don't feel great about a game one loss, I have a lot of those optimistic reasons of why I still feel okay about the Rockets in the rest of the series.
And I'm the opposite. And I think that, I think that's what we're here for, is to hash these things out and take different sides of things. I just believe that I'm pessimistic. I thought that, and even when you and I talked about it before the series, I thought they were actually going to win game one. I thought game two was going to be the big challenge for me. But I think that with the things that you said, I can counter that by saying, but Steph didn't shoot the ball great, and he started off slow. But the fact is that
he shot the ball really well. Did he not?
I mean, he missed his first 3 shots from 3, and then he started to get going. But at the same time, I know that he also hit 3, like, Hope on a Hershey bar type shots. I just believe that experience matters. I believe that the same way the Rockets are going to play better, I think the Golden State's going to make more adjustments defensively. I think that they're going to counter. I think that the fact that the Rockets not having a closer, missing 9 free throws, turning the ball over so much, yeah, you can clean that up. But I don't want to sleep on the fact that Golden State's a very good defensive team. And I think you put yourself in a do or die situation in the series in game 2 because of the fact that you dropped the opener. If you win game 1, I would feel totally more confident, and I would believe that even if they lost game 2, it's a long series with a good chance to win it. Now your backs are against the wall, and you're still getting guys their experience in the playoffs. I just don't feel as optimistic.
Okay, Steph Curry shot 12 for 19 in that game,
That's
which
great,
63%. That's 15 percentage points better than his season average. So, like, I would say that's a pretty great night.
I was just saying he got off to a slow start. He missed some threes he normally makes. So I was trying to counter the fact he made some threes that were pretty ridiculous. He also missed.
Well,
some
that's a
threes
good shooting night, though. Like, if you're
it
making
is. I'm not
shots.
arguing that.
He was 5 for 9 from 3, 56%. He shot 42% on the year. So the bigger gap there was actually field goal percentage than it was 3-point percentage. Like, if he goes 5 and 9 again in the series, it wouldn't shock me. Like, Steph Curry, who's a really good 3-point shooter. Now, they had 17 turnovers in game 1. Do you think that the Rockets will have a game again this series where they have 17 or more?
I think it's going to be close. I think they could. Yes, I do.
Okay, so they're going to have a game where there's 17%
I think they will have another
or
game
more.
with 17 turnovers.
17 turnovers. I said percent. I don't know why I said percent. Okay. Do you think the Rockets will have a game the rest of this series where they score 85 or fewer points?
Probably not.
Okay, 85 was their season low.
Yeah.
So, like, that's pretty safe to say they're going to be over that. But I agree with you. The Golden State's a good defense. Like, they are a good defense, and you do have to, like, give them their flowers for turning the Rockets over, holding them to poor shooting. They shot 39% in that game, Rockets did, 34 of 87. Do you think they'll have another game in this series where they're at 39 or below?
Yes.
Okay. 3-point percentage in that game for the Rockets. They were 6 for 29, 21%. Will they have a game the rest of the series where they're 21% or lower?
God, I hope not. I'd say no.
I would go no on both field goal percentage and 3-point shooting. And then they were 11 of 20 from the free throw line, 55%. If they shoot 55%, I throw in the towel.
It's possible they've done it. They did it far too many times down the stretch.
If they go 55% or less at any point the rest of the series, I'm throwing in the white towel and saying the season is over. I don't think they'll do it again. Here are a couple of other points of why I'm more optimistic than, I don't want to say most, maybe more optimistic than some. They were plus 16 in the rebounding category. And I don't expect them to be plus 16 every single game, but I do think that they have a substantial advantage on the glass. They were plus 16 on the offensive glass alone. So I think that's something that should help them, especially if they stop turning the basketball over too. They outscored Golden State by 20 in the paint. So there are some of the numbers that happened in game 1, despite them losing by 10, that encourage me long term. that encourage me over a 7-game series. Obviously, it's bad that you lost game 1. Give up home court advantage is never good. But there are some of those underlying numbers that I think are beneficial whenever you predict the rest of the series out. And I don't think they can shoot as bad as they did in game 1. Now, they're not known as a good shooting team, though.
Right. No, and that's kind of where I'm at. And I think that, I don't want to underrate it too much or harp on it too much either. I just feel like they're still kind of getting their feet wet. They're still understanding what playoff basketball is. They know they've got to play better, but they have to understand that the team, the adjustments you have to make, the fact that I haven't seen the consistency from how the team closes if it's a tight game. Those are the kind of things that matter even more in the playoffs. And they're going to be, every turnover, every missed shot, every bad shot, every, missed opportunity to move it one more pass down the road to a better shot. Those are the kind of things that, I understand. They know they got to clean a lot of stuff up. I just don't know how quickly they can do that. And they're playing with a team that offensively is extremely solid in the system that they run. They get guys open. Buddy Hield, he's not great all the time. If one of those guys gets hot, if they catch a guy that starts making his shots, I still think Butler and Curry are going to get theirs. But I think that it's a very fine line, and there's still too many guys for me to figure out who's going to step up besides Alpi Şengün. And then that stretch where you got Steven Adams and Jabari. I expect Jabari to get more time. I don't know how much more time you can get Steven Adams. And I think that, I think it led to where they had their advantage, but where their advantage is with size, how long can you go with a big lineup?
I mean, I would have to go back and watch the game, but I would be willing to bet they still out-rebounded the Warriors in the 20 minutes.
Golden State's not a big team.
Outside of the 20 minutes that Steven Adams was in the game. I don't know what the gap would be, and I'd be curious to know. Because, I mean, they were plus 16 in the game. Steven Adams had 12 rebounds in 20 minutes. Outside of those 20 minutes and the other 28, what was the rebounding margin? I would still bet that the Rockets led in rebounds in the other 28, but I wonder about how big. It wouldn't be as big, of course. It wouldn't be plus 16. It might be plus like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Which isn't nearly as substantial. And I agree with you that Adams is probably right about his peak in minutes. Like he played 20 minutes in game 1. He was gassed when they pulled him out in the fourth quarter. Unless Ime gets a little bit more strategic in how he uses them, which is tough to do because he's a bench big. Like he's a bench guy. You're not staggering his minutes like you would a starter. I think 20 minutes is about his peak. Maybe you can get 5 more minutes out of him, but I think that'd be tough.
Yeah,
25 tops.
His window is 20 to 25, and if you're peaking and trying to push that to 25, and Golden State's going to put the pedal down as much as possible because they don't want to get into half-court situations where the Rockets have that distinct advantage. I think that's pushing it.
Yeah, I do. I'd rather see him for 20 than 25. Like he was winded when they pulled him out of the fourth quarter, and he played 20 minutes. So I think that would be tough to do. Ime did mention something about Aaron Holiday potentially being in the rotation.
He did.
So we'll
even
see if
even Jeff. We'll see if Jeff makes the court.
Yeah, I'd bet against.
I'm betting
I'd
for.
bet against
We'll
Jeff.
see.
Holiday makes sense because Fred VanVleet played 40. Like that's too many minutes for Fred VanVleet, especially when he's 2 for 13 from the floor. Like the Jeff Green minutes, like where are those coming from? Like that's where I have a tough time seeing him getting minutes.
I just think because he can knock down a 3 ball.
But who are you taking minutes
It just
from?
depends if there's foul trouble too. I was just going to say,
Yeah, for sure.
if Tari gets in foul trouble, he can play a similar type game. He's still got some spring left, but he's smart the way he plays defense. They're not extremely big, where I think that, in a short dose, you might see Jeff Green out there, and he's not going to hurt you in terms of his basketball intelligence and what he can still do.
Might hurt you other things, though.
What do you mean, getting up and down?
Yeah, I mean, he's not as good as he used to be, obviously.
No,
he's really
he's
old.
not. But when he's played, I mean, think about how many times he's been cold and sitting for like weeks on end or games on end,
Yeah.
and they put him in, and in a short dose, he can knock down a few shots. He can get up and get a few rebounds. He's capable of defending a little bit, and I don't think they have the kind of guys he'd be guarding. I don't think are like devastating
Sure.
for him.
That's all fine and good, but do you want him taken away from Tari, Jabari, Alpi minutes,
No, I think
Amin
first-
minutes, Dylan minutes?
I think Holiday's a possibility. I think that with the first line course of action for me is that I think that they've got to run out Jabari, find more ways to keep him on the floor because Jabari didn't hurt you.
Right, but that hurts Jeff Green getting minutes.
It does. I just think, to your and I's discussion, I think by the end of the series, Jeff Green has found the floor. I just do.
What a minor thing for us to be
It
worried
is,
about.
but that's what we do.
Jeff brings experience as a texter. He does. I mean, I'm not denying he brings experience. I just don't want it to be at the expense of one of these other guys
chance is foul
who plays
trouble.
similar position. Foul trouble for sure. Sluggish play. They took too much time off his starters, took Steph putting almost a 40-piece first playoff game for many of our players, and I would say they squeaked by us. I think they'll be fine. See, there's a lot of ways to look at that game. Like, yeah, the Rockets pulled the gap. Yes, the Rockets had the basketball in the fourth quarter with a chance to tie it, but Golden State was also up by 20. So, like, you can kind of cherry pick both sides of the argument. Like, yes, the Rockets were right there, but yes, Golden State was up 20 in that game too. Warriors are going to win in 6, says a texter, then get swept by the Lakers and the GOAT LeBron James. Okay,
Lakers got to win
baiting
tonight.
us. Experience counts. Golden State smells blood and are coming hard next game. Grimace emoji. I'd be happy if they would just stop dribbling into a steal each trip down the floor. That was crazy. They absolutely must stop driving into traffic.
Yep.
That was awful to watch. I was screaming at the television. Okay, I wasn't doing that. I was screaming in my head towards the television, will you stop driving into traffic? What are y'all doing? That was painful.
Jalen's got to be the first one to stop doing it, but everybody did it. And you know, from the standpoint of, first of all, people clamoring to see Reed Shepherd and or Cam, stop it. It's not going to happen. Just stop it now, because it's not the only way they get on the floor is there's a blowout either way. But other than that, they ain't playing, and you shouldn't want them to play at this point in the season.
Right on cue. I haven't watched a lot of Rockets games this year, says Texter. I'll be honest, but it seemed like as things got stagnant, Ime didn't make any changes. Why not play Reed Shepherd or someone else to switch things up? That bum. So there you go, right on cue. And then Eric the Driver, Rockets in 5.
Oh, Eric the Driver, you want to bet? Look, I think that there's, like I said, there's a lot to clean up. But are they capable? Yes. Do I think they have more talent top to bottom in their rotation than Golden State? For sure. But those two guys on the other side matter. And I don't think they're going to stop getting theirs and doing what they do. Like your and I conversation. Do I think Steph has another 30-burger? Maybe. But he doesn't have to. And I think that both of those guys come clutch time and crunch time, they know what to do with the ball, and they can get a bucket for you. And I'm looking at the Rockets going, I need to feel confident that someone can do that.
Yeah, it'd be fun to watch. They tip off. They should be playing tonight. It's an embarrassment they're not playing tonight.
Here's the other thing I was going to tell you on that. I lost my train of thought. But one, Fred VanVleet, when they asked him, and instead of just commenting on how badly he played, he started talking about the officials. The officials in game one called the game the way the Rockets would want that game to be played. I thought they actually could have been more physical than they were, but they could do everything that they wanted to do. They didn't call it too tight. That's one thing that bothered me greatly. The other thing is the NBA schedule makers with TV hurts the Rockets greatly. This is an every other night series. I think the Rockets have even a bigger advantage. But the fact that you give Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry and Draymond Green 2 days off between game 1 and game 2, massive advantage for the Warriors.
Yeah, I didn't think the rest impacted game 1. And I agree that the extra day of rest helps Golden State too. Astros lineup not out today. So it seems like they're waiting on somebody. And as I thought that, Brian McTaggart, the best Astro beat writer that there is, go Cougs. Astros are waiting to decide whether to start DeCinzo or Smith in right field. DeCinzo jammed his thumb sliding at second yesterday and had some imaging done. Smith was hit in the knee with a pitch, but is fine. But DeCinzo was the planned starter in right field today, and the lineup is not out. So they're waiting. They're waiting on news, and we wait with them. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRNP listener line. CJ Stroud talked to the media yesterday. Our Twitchers love to hear Texan sound. But I did hear something from CJ Stroud that I love. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
C.J. Stroud talked to the media yesterday. First time that C.J. Stroud has talked to the media after falling in love with Steph Curry. He actually was asked about the Steph Curry thing. He's like, yeah, game recognized game. Said he met with him a couple years ago in L.A., and they talked for a long time. So that wasn't the first time. It wasn't love at first sight. I guess it might have been. But it wasn't love at first sight with what we saw on TV the other day.
A lot of people had a problem with that. I mean, guys.
Well, I don't like Steph Curry.
So who cares if he likes Steph Curry? I mean, Paul likes Steph Curry. He went off on how he's his favorite player. He loves to watch him. I mean,
well, Houston doesn't like him universally.
I know Houston doesn't like Steph Curry, but it's like meeting Michael Jordan. You might hate Michael Jordan because over the years he ripped your heart out, but players on your favorite team I hate to break it to you, but they idolized, look up to, and get enamored with Michael Jordan to the point where if Michael Jordan was playing and he was playing against your team and you hated him, guys on one of the other teams in your town are probably going to love him.
You think Curry's on the Jordan level?
He's close, man. In terms of this generation, to see the things that Steph has done, there's a lot of guys that I don't want to say idolize. There's a lot of guys that really love Steph Curry.
I agree with that. I can't give him Jordan level.
Well, there's no one Jordan level in my mind. And I know that I don't want to stir up the Jordan LeBron conversation and everybody else that could possibly on fringy could be in on it. I'm just saying Jordan, I think on a lot of people's minds, is on a plateau all by himself.
Yeah. I mean, until somebody else has a huge umbrella known as Jumpman, I can't give anybody Jordan level. I think Jordan's still more popular than Curry, like to this day.
Oh, more popular than Curry, sure. I'm just saying from this generation and when these guys were growing up that are now kind of athletes in their heyday, Steph was doing some things that everybody was enamored with to where I think that there's a lot of athletes across all sports that just really are drawn to Steph Curry.
Here's the thing that I liked with who cares about this Curry stuff. I'm with you on that. But here was C.J. Stroud yesterday. It caught my attention, and this is a mindset that I actually love from a young quarterback. Take it away, Brian. Hit the button.
That's something I feel is not my pay grade. It's just I'm just a quarterback, but at the same time, it's you build relationships with guys, and your LT, of course, who I know you're talking about, and Shaq. Those are two of my best friends. So. That I've come into the league with. So yeah, it hurts. You know what I mean? Our front office knows that, and they know how I felt about it. And but I totally understand, and I'm not against it at all. I totally think that we're heading to the right side of things. And I think something I learned about Nick is that he has a plan. No matter what happens, he always has something up his sleeve. So of course, sometimes we don't know what that is, and but you just have to have trust, and that's something that we actually talked about today, having blind trust and, having earned trust. And for Nick, I mean, he's gained my trust in both areas. So I'm excited, but, I'm always going to be best friends with those guys and rooting them on. And, I still talk to them daily.
Love this from the C.J. Stroud mindset. He has blind trust in the GM that even though they traded away two of his friends that he didn't want traded, it sounded like from that cut, doesn't throw a fit. Deshaun Watson would have demanded a trade where they didn't interview one of the coaches that he wanted him to interview, although there might have been other stuff involved there that we later came to find out. But I love that mindset from a young QB. Hey, it's not going to be my way or the highway. I expect to be really good at this game. I'll give you my opinion whenever you ask for it, but even though you don't heed my advice, I'm not going to sit here and throw a fit like a little baby. I love it.
No, when I first heard it, my first reaction was, wow, that's an extremely mature, well thought of response to what a lot of guys wouldn't do. And I think he understands it's a business, and it doesn't, it's tough to draw that line in the sand and understand our friendship's not going to change whether you play on the same team or not. But from a business perspective, and I would assume that if he wanted to, and, or if he sought it out, and maybe the Texans even volunteered it, they would explain the whys behind the decisions. I think you understand from a Shaq Mason perspective why you're moving on. They didn't play great at all last year. But from a Laramie Tunsil perspective, whether there was a discussion or not, you can understand at the end of the day, you can only pay so many guys. And he was making a lot of money, and they knew the guys that they wanted to lock up. And from a CJ perspective, to just be able to digest all of that and be, yep, I get it. And I'm going to put my trust in the guys making these decisions. It's my job to play quarterback. I believe these are the guys that are going to do what we need to do to fill the gaps. I think it's extremely mature on his part, and I'm impressed by it.
Love it. Also, it low-key dispels the notion that Laramie Tunsil was not liked. Like, we can go ahead and put that to rest. Like, he called him his best friend, one of his best friends. So we can, I think, kill and squash the conversation that Tunsil was not liked in the locker room, which we might have already done. Now, what is actually tangible to the Texans playing football, new offensive coordinator Nick Caley. I was joking, this is the first time we've heard of Stroud since falling in love with Steph Curry. I believe it's the first time we've heard publicly the C.J. Stroud since they've hired Nick Caley. And this caught my attention on what he thinks will be different offensively this year with Caley as the OC.
Flag over here. So, that kind of is what I'm used to is, taking control and, being a little more pre-snap, having tools to put my guys in the best position. And that's, something that we really didn't work on these last 2 years. But even those principles I learned from, and it made me better because it added a new element to my game.
What I heard here is that he's going to have more pre-snap responsibility and that it wasn't allowed under Bobby Slowick.
That's what I heard. I heard the first opportunity from C.J. Stroud's mouth to our ears to basically say what he didn't like about Bobby Slowick.
Uh-huh.
and because the last time we had heard from him, it was basically before Slowick had gotten let go, and it was kind of like, we love what Bobby's done and just singing his praises and almost trying to save his job. And now we're hearing that stray where you go, oh, okay, so maybe Bobby was a little bit more of a control freak, and maybe CJ didn't like it.
Yeah. Now, I don't think that it comes off as like disgruntled quarterback and like hates Bobby Slowick. I think it comes across as like, oh, goody, more responsibility. Like I don't hear like any sort of like disgruntledness when it comes to Stroud.
I think kind of like what you brought up, whether it's Deshaun or other quarterbacks. A lot of other quarterbacks' ego would have not tolerated that even in the process of it happening. But the fact that you've got a kid that understands what his responsibilities are, and if this is what the organization is going to do, it's his job to kind of carry it out under those circumstances, whether he likes it or not.
There you go. The value of some C.J. Stroud sound. I thought that was relevant. Stroud sound, that rhymes. We might be able to do something with that. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Draft is on Thursday, and there are some hints being dropped on what the Houston Texans just might do. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-ESPN. Ocho, anytime you can strike out the People's center fielder, Miles Straw, with 6 total pitches, you've earned my respect. Salute to Hunter Brown. Ocho has a disproportional love to Miles Straw.
Yes, he does.
It's weird. Did you already discuss that having Stroud in the second row is a bad look for the Rockets? How did that happen, Jaybert? It's a playoff game. Second row's not a big deal.
Here's the thing. A lot of times it's not the team making the decision. It's the guy that gets the tickets. He was with Mixon, which no one even mentions. And at the same time.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah. And at the same time, like if you're getting the tickets from Tillman, then you're using Tillman seats at mid-court front row. If you're getting them from friends that are season ticket holders, like a lot of guys do, you're sitting where the seats are.
Yeah. Plus, he was in love with Steph Curry. Like, he's rooting for the other team. He can't sit in the front row whenever he's rooting for the other team.
I wonder if that's true. I didn't see him during
No,
the
he's
game.
rooting for the Rockets.
I was going to say, yeah.
He was rooting for the Rockets. He had a big quote. Like, he talked about the Rockets Warriors a bit, and he was pro Rockets. I'm teasing. Texter's giving me hate for saying Stroud sound. That doesn't rhyme. LOL. I guess you're right. I guess Stroud and sound doesn't rhyme. I was thinking assonance. Assonance, whenever words sound the same in the middle. That's what I was thinking of. Stroud and sound. They're an assonance.
Close.
They're not a rhyme. But maybe we can have some fun with that assonance.
I would have used it.
You like assonances? I like assonances. You would have used what?
I would have used your rhyme in a Rockets pregame, postgame.
Yeah, you would have.
Mm-hmm.
I know you would have.
Yeah.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Draft is a little over 48 hours away. Texans are picking number 25. There are more and more hints. Daniel Jeremiah, who, for my money, is the number 1 or number 2, perennial draft expert, depending on the time of the week, depending on how much I like our guy in the morning that day. But Daniel Jeremiah was on the Mina Kimes show with another hint about the Texans.
But what if they added Emeka Egbuka?
CJ Stroud might have something to say about that. I don't know. CJ I would like to be a little better protected than I was last year, but I wouldn't mind throwing to my friend in Emeka Egbuka.
Think you need for them?
Yeah, I think I would have to take Banks. I have a little higher grade on Egbuka. It's close, but I don't see how they leave that round without an offensive lineman. So I'm going to go offensive lineman. Not to mention, I was told the Houston Texans will not pass on Banks if he was there. So that's what they would do.
There you go. Will not pass on Kelvin Banks if he's there, which has a lot of symmetry with Kenyon Green. Like, Banks is a tackle. Green played tackle in college, but was going to be a guard in the NFL. And they're both from Humble ISD, by the way. Kenyon Green, the pride and joy of Atascocita High School. Kelvin Banks Jr., the pride and joy of Summer Creek. So there is that symmetry, if you care about that. This feels to me like too much smoke when it comes to this little hint for the Texans.
Yeah, I'm always a little leery when these kind of things come out before the draft, because it's like, do they want you to just bite on that, or is that the truth to that? You know,
it's a really good point. Like, and especially is Nick Caserio playing chess here? Like, I think he might be. I don't know. That's why I hate getting worked up about like pre-draft stuff, because some of it might be true, some of it's going to be false, and I don't want to have to sort between the two. Like, I'm the kind of guy. Let's just wait to the draft and see what happens.
Exactly, because you look at some of the headlines today, and it's not just even about like the draft players themselves. Jerry Jones comes out today working on some significant trades. Okay, are you? And if you are, now are the trades going to be altered by the fact you just opened your mouth, to the point that some people are saying Texans are going to trade out and get a late first and an early second in exchange for someone that wants to move up to 25. They've been talking to teams. Okay, all right, is that true? And then, like you said, the things like this, Tennessee, I think that's the only one that you could probably put a lot of stock in. When they said we've already wrapped up our process, we know, and we've settled in on who we want to be at number 1. No bleep. We know exactly that too. That was probably the worst kept secret.
But what if somebody came in and like offered them 8 first-round draft picks? Like, even that might change. Like, I know that's not going to happen.
But now the hot rumor today is Giants and Browns engaging in conversations about possible trades. Okay, again, no bleep. Understand, it's probably happening all across the league right now.
Here was another choice or another hint. Jonathan Alexander does a great job covering the Texans, even though his question the other day stunk. But he does a great job of covering the Texans. The first choice on the Texans draft board was offensive tackle Kelvin Banks Jr., who a source confirmed is well liked by the team staff. And if he's on the board at number 25, I think the Texans take him. Like, this is not Caserio. This is not the Texans. Like, the Texans don't let this stuff out. And you have two different people that are saying Kelvin Banks is well liked by the Texans. It's weird to me.
But did you say that the first part of that was that he said that the first choice on the Texans draft board? How the hell do you know who's letting out who's on their draft board?
Yeah, and who would do that intentionally?
Exactly.
Like it's almost like too.
That is like sacred stuff. That's fireable stuff if they find out who's leaking that out, unless they want you to.
Like, can we cross Kelvin Banks off the board?
I think you could, right? And isn't the kid from Ohio State a Houston kid too?
He's
Josh
Cypress.
Simmons?
Yeah. Donovan Jackson.
The offensive lineman.
Well, Josh Simmons is an offensive lineman too.
Oh,
but we're in this case we're talking about Donovan Jackson. The morning
how was
show
I supposed to know?
No,
I know. I'm telling you, he was on the morning show today. He went to Cyprus.
Oh, he was on the show?
Yeah.
He's not being looked at like that early though.
That
would be kind of a reach.
He had top 30 visits with 5 different teams, including the Texans. So,
I mean, what does that mean though?
But
it means I think he's in range at 25. You're right, in probably that he'll.
Hold on a second. Why does a top 30 visit mean he's in range at 25?
Okay, well, maybe that part of it isn't all that relevant. I'm just saying that the scuttle seems to be that he's someone there, late first, early second.
What's his name again?
Donovan Jackson.
Donovan Jackson. Let's look up to see where Brugler has him.
What's the kid that they liked, his tenacity and the fact that he was not ripping kneecaps off, but he made the statement?
Oh, the Alabama guard?
It's Booker.
Booker's
yeah.
the other. Oh, it is Booker. Okay.
Yeah, they seem to like him. I mean, Daniel Jeremiah said Banks or Booker. If one of them's on the board, will be a Houston Texan. And Daniel Jeremiah does know his stuff with the Texans. Like, he was the dude who predicted C.J. Stroud at 2, trade up to 3 to draft Will Anderson. Like, when everybody thought that was lunacy, he predicted that right.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you have to give him a little bit of, like, he has earned my respect. He has been somebody that I will listen to.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, and shout out to Lance today for getting a little love on the McAfee show.
He did?
Yeah, what's he got, the cowboy hat?
I don't watch the McAfee
Tony
show.
or T something or other like that. He was like, hey, I was listening to the podcast with Lance and Bucky Brooks, and Lance Zierlein made a great point about quarterbacks either being drafted in the first round or the third round, with maybe one exception in the last 5 years, because of the fact that if there's any team looking at a quarterback late in the first, they'll trade up to make sure that they don't miss out on him in the second round. And
I don't think this is true. What was that figure?
He said in the last 5 years,
there's only been one.
Podcast, I think that there's either one, or I want to say he might have said there weren't any, and someone here mentioned that there was one.
Where did Malik Willis end up going?
Third round.
Yeah, it was either first or third, is what Tony, the guy's name, is on the McAfee show.
I mean, Willis was definitely a second rounder. I know everything about him.
Yeah, he was. Although I think technically, because I guess it's not technically, but didn't he go with a pick that would have been pick 32, but the Dolphins had to forfeit a pick?
No.
No? Okay.
Well, hold on a second. I don't remember.
I'm just saying I'm happy that Lance got some love there.
Like, it was pick 32,
It was
but
pick
in
33.
the second round.
It was pick 33. He was the second pick of the second round. Joey Porter was pick 32. So I'll have to. I don't want to do this on the air. I'll go back and fact check and nitpick. It's what I do best.
Shout out that Lance got a shout out.
This Donovan Jackson was the number 6 offensive tackle on Dane Brugler's The Beast, number 48 overall prospect. I feel like that's a reach at 25.
It should be. That's a trade back.
I feel like that's a Juice Scruggs there. I feel like that's a Kenyon Green there. I don't think I love that. What is let's see, Donovan Jackson?
I think I was.
What does Lance have written on him?
The kid from Alabama and the kid from Texas, right?
I bet you Lance has him as a second round grade, and when he had him on the show today, he was pumping him up as a first rounder. Was he doing that?
He did tell him that he was his top rated guard.
Okay, Brugler has him as a tackle, so maybe he's interchangeable. Lance has him as a first, second round draft projection. So at least he's being honest with his draft profiles here. It's interesting he has him as a guard though, because he's listed other places as a potential tackle. So he's played both in college. I don't know how I feel about that pick.
I mean,
where do you go to school?
It'd probably
Cyprus?
be somebody that they would pick if they traded out of the first round like they did last year. But
I do have a bias to Houston kids, so I do like that. He went to Episcopal, Episcopal's private school, huh?
Yeah, it is.
Does that change the way you feel at all?
I mean, when you say he comes from Houston, then you say he played in the private school, high
I thought,
school.
yeah, he said he's from Cypress. I thought we were going to see him like at Cy Ranch or something. I said Episcopal. I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, I was
Give me a little Cy Ranch act. Give me a little Cy Fair. Bobcat fight never die like Hayden Wisniewski. I don't want to hate on Episcopal, but you want private schoolers being on your offensive line?
To your question, I'd
kidding.
like the
I'm kidding for what
competitiveness,
it's
though,
worth.
of the public schools in Houston from a sports perspective than some of the private schools.
Yeah, I was kidding for what it's worth. I have nothing against private schools. Here was an Albert Breer hint about the Houston Texans. Thanks to the Laramie Tunsil trade, the Texans do have 3 picks on day 2. Blah, 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 blah. I could see where that sets up for a short move up, potentially to try to land someone like Zabel, the North Dakota kid. Or if they're feeling froggy and include some 26 picks, maybe a more significant move up for Banks. One player I've heard that the Texans have done plenty of work on is Jackson. There he is. Again, right now that is just sniffing around. So there's another clue from Albert Breer.
There you go. I mean, again, and like you said, it's all fun and games right now. Let's get down to Thursday night as quick as we can to see what actually shakes out.
Yeah. Eric, the driver, Titans know who they're picking 1. Giants and Brown exploring trades. And other news, there's a big yellow ball in the sky that hurts to look at. Blaine says Jackson is Lance Topp's rated guard, he said. Okay. All right. Some people have him as a tackle. Maybe he can move out, though. Like, because you signed some of these bridge free agents. Maybe you can play him at guard for a rookie year. And then if you love him and really think he can play tackle, you move him outside after his rookie season.
Yeah, and maybe, well, I'll say
it feels reachy, though, doesn't it?
It does. I was going to follow up on something.
Private school kid?
Oh, you're going to go back to it?
No,
though.
I'm kidding. Stroud was a fanboy of Curry. I don't like that at all. See, there you go.
I know people don't like it. It's ridiculous.
That's your Buzzkill Blankers right there.
Yep.
Stroud Cloud. Stroud Cloud is a better rhyme, but I don't know how that really is pertinent to CJ Stroud audio. Like the sound there. I don't know how that makes sense. You have to make some sense of that. Jaybird says JJ was never in the second row. Yeah, I'm sure he's in the second row. You probably just don't remember it,
I want to say behind the Rockets bench, he was in the second row.
Probably the second row. Yeah, he at some point in his life he was in the second row.
Yep.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's play Cash 'em or Trash 'em. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you like cash, you should get Ownwell in your life. What is Ownwell? Ownwell's here to save you money on your property taxes. We know being a homeowner sometimes comes with a lot of responsibility. It comes with a lot of cost, especially that property tax cost. Well, Ownwell is here to help you. Let them help you by taking a little bit off your plate, but save you some money in the process. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and because I care deeply for you, don't want it to be you. Head to ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes, and get their experts fighting for you. Cutting-edge technology. They're going to start saving you money with zero upfront cost. You heard that right. You're not paying anything at sign-up. In fact, the only way that you're paying anything is if you save. You can't beat that. It's all reward with no risk. Here's some numbers for you, too. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction. Why aren't you signing up already? 86%. Of those 86%, the average customer saves over $1,100. You can have a comma in your savings. What are you waiting for? Head to ownwell.com. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish. They deliver top results with, again, no upfront cost. Only pay if you save. You cannot beat that. Deadline to protest May 15th, so you're running out of time here. Act now. Head to ownwell.com. Save money on your property taxes. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start that protest today. Again, ownwell.com, ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Cash them or trash them with the bees. 713-780-ESPN. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what you got?
Jeremy, I actually think that the Texans will not draft in the first round this year. I think that as much as people are, hyper focused on number 25, we always focus on a number in the draft. Then we realize on draft day, it's changed. Nick likes to change. I think that Nick's probably got several guys, like we just talked about, on the same tier, and probably thinking that one or two of them are going to be available if he moves down a little bit. I think he'll look to get an extra pick or two. I think he slides down. I don't think the Texans draft in the first round.
Only he likes to change his wardrobe or his diet habits. I'm down with it. I don't mind trading down. I think there's going to be it depends on how far, right? Mm-hmm. But I think that there's a lot of congestion between like pick 15 and pick 45 in this draft. I think the drop off from the 15th pick to the 45th pick is smaller than we've seen in a very long time. So if there's ever a draft to trade down in, I think it in a lot of ways it's this one, because I think you can find a similar prospect at 45 than you can 25. There's going to be some slippage, but I don't think the slippage is nearly as great as it has been in the past.
And you look at the multiple different positions where you're looking at guys where they, people are predicting they're going to fall. Egbuka can go anywhere from like 20 to like you said, 40. They some people think he'll slide. A lot of these offensive linemen, some think that they're late first, some think and I think that because of that, he knows there's a best player available at the positions of need. There'll be a couple guys at each position he could probably get.
The fear here is that an offensive lineman that you really like isn't there at 50, and that's where you trade down to. So he's going to have to be very confident that one of these offensive linemen that he wants to leave this draft with is available with wherever he trades down to. Mm-hmm. Because I think that there's a lot of depth at receiver that you can get second, third round. I think there's a lot of depth at running back that you can get third or fourth round. I think you can get a lot of depth at defensive tackle, second, third, fourth round. So to me, it's about the desperation for an offensive lineman, the desire for an offensive lineman. I guess that's kind of the same thing. But then also, if you do have that desperation for the lineman, can you still get one of the guys that you really like at the spot that you trade down to? If it's like top 40, 45, it makes more sense than if it's
50's too
55, 60.
Yeah, I agree.
But I'm gonna cash this because I want to will it into existence. I want him to trade down more than I want him to trade up because of this year's draft.
Yeah, I'm going to trash it simply because of what you mentioned there at the end. Like, if you're telling me he trades down to 33 or 35, then sure. But everything I've heard from Lance and other draft people is that the depth of the Dolphins line group isn't all that great. I don't think they could trade to 45 or 50 and still walk away with a lineman they feel comfortable starting. And that's, to me, I know they say, oh, well, but we're going to take best available. I don't believe them. We've been over that. I think they're walking out of the draft with their first pick being an offensive lineman. And I think the drop-off is too steep if they go past, mid-30s.
I said second round. You could still be in third.
I know. But I don't know. I don't see them trading back to like 33, so.
Do they have to get a starting offensive lineman in this draft?
I think so.
You don't think they have enough pieces?
I don't know that they have to.
See, I'm a little bit more on Blanker's side. I don't think you absolutely have to. More necessity, more luxury than necessity for me.
Yeah, I think, for the future and for the building of a lineman for the long haul. But I think that, I understand that there's some, apprehension, but I think that what they have already on the roster, they could go to.
I mean, that means you're starting Juice and Jarrett with no backup behind them.
Not necessarily.
Who's their backup?
You could go Lakin.
They like Tomlinson at two different positions.
That doesn't mean he has to be terrible this year.
Okay. I mean, maybe. But Lakin Tomlinson and Ed Ingram, two of the guys they brought in, were great and just as bad as Kenyon Green last year.
But is that going to be as bad as a guy who you're drafting at 40? Like, it depends on their desire and their desperation. Like, you can sit there and rattle off Pro Football Focus grades, and it's not necessarily going to be how the Texans feel. Like, we treat Pro Football Focus grades like it's gospel.
I wasn't referencing Pro Football Focus, but
you said they were bad. What were you referencing?
I was referencing the pass rush pressures given up, that one-on-one pressure rate that we referenced.
Okay, so like pressure rate percentage or whatever.
Yeah,
that's not something I love, is to draft guys or to bring in guys that have
and those guys are as bad as Kenyon.
But that also is dependent a lot of times too, based on who you're lined up with. like, to me, it varies based on the rest of your offensive line. Now, the kind of point to what I just said is the Texans don't have great skill at offensive line. But, like, you signed Cam Robinson. You signed Trent Brown. Are those guys going to sit the bench for you?
Trent
What do you
Brown,
do?
most likely, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be a battle between him and Fisher, I think, at right tackle.
And I was going to say, Fisher, you drafted last year. Would you have felt comfortable if that was a guy that you just immediately started and said, we'll take our lumps?
Well, sure. I mean, yeah, but again, that's why I'm taking the offensive lineman at 25 or even willing to trade up, not take a guy like Blake Fisher who went, what, in the 40s, mid-40s?
Second round, I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, I think he was like in the
mid-40s,
50s.
So, or 50s.
Yeah,
so, I mean, that's kind of my point. That's why I'm not willing to trade back.
Yeah, he was pick 59. Because he was their second rounder off of Lassiter.
Right.
Our lads has the projected starting offensive line for the Texans. Cam Robinson at left tackle, Titus Howard at left guard, Jared Patterson at center, Juice Scruggs at right guard, Blake Fisher at right tackle. That is their projected starting lineup.
Who the right side?
All the offensive linemen that are projected to go 25th would be a starter for this offensive line. And it depends on what position. But, like, if you draft a tackle, is he playing right tackle?
Well, Kelvin Banks projects as someone who could slide into guard for a one-year scenario. Well, because Cam Robinson's obviously your starting left tackle this year. You start Kelvin Banks interior, and then once Cam Robinson leaves because he's on a one-year deal, then you move him back out.
Left tackle at right guard, though, is not that fluid. Are you playing Titus at right guard? Like, there's a lot of concerns about this offensive line. There's a lot of questions about this offensive line, which helps your point, like draft one and helps solidify it. But I wonder if the Texans feel like they have enough to at least last a year while they can build up another second-round prospect.
I hope not. If that's their mindset, they're failed to repeat what the mistakes of last year.
It's going to be interesting. Cash 'em or trash 'em, 31 points for Steph Curry is going to be a series high for Steph Curry.
You know me. I said I'm going to trash it because I think he's going to have at least one more game right at around 30, 31, 32, 33. I think he's going to go off again. It may be very well in one of the games in San Francisco, but I will say that he's definitely going to get another 30-point game.
I'll trash it because I think he's going to be, he'll have another game that's like, I don't know, 33, 34. But I agree with your overall, the heart of what you're saying is I don't think he's going to continue to go off game after game because kind of backing up Joel's point from earlier, like he obviously shot really well, 12 and 19, but that's on the backs of 4 miracle shots. Now he is a guy that routinely makes miracle shots, but I don't think the Rockets, he also got some free layups inside in the first half that really got him going. I think the Rockets adjust, and I don't think he continues to hit the miracle shots game after game.
All right, what's yours?
I'm gonna. This is piggybacking off of what we talked about early in the show with Hunter Brown. We've obviously talked about should he be a Cy Young candidate, and going back to his May 5th timeline last year when he added the sinker. I think Hunter Brown has established himself over almost a full calendar year now as the best pitcher in the American League. You look at his ERA from May 5th through now, it's 2.27. That's better than the guy that won the Cy Young in the American League, Skubal. That's better than the NL Cy Young Award winner, although different league, not part of the conversation, but just point of reference, Chris Sale. It's better than the other guys in the top 5, like Lugo, Reagans, and Corbin Burns. All while striking out more than a batter per inning. I think Hunter Brown's the best pitcher in the American League.
It's close. I don't know. For me, I just think Skubal to me is a guy that I trust just a little bit more right now, but I understand where you're coming from, so I'm going to trash that.
Cash. I like the posture. Let's bang through the listeners here. Corey, Astros will be first in the West by Memorial Day and will stay there for the rest of the season.
I will cash that.
Cash it for me. Cash or trash, Altuve will be the last Major League player to ever reach 3,000 hits.
I think that's a cash.
Yeah, I think he'll chase it. I'll cash it too. I don't think it'll be the last one, though.
No?
I don't think it'll be the last one. I think he'll get it, but won't be the last one.
Well, you got to get someone that starts early.
Yeah, but it's more feasible to do 3,000 than it is 300 wins. I think somebody else will get 3,000 hits. I'm cashing Anthony Richardson, turns it around as a top 5 quarterback this season from Colt fan. I think Daniel Jones is the best quarterback on that roster, so trash.
That hard.
Jaybird, cash or trash. Golf is a better pastime than fishing.
Say it again.
Golf is a better pastime than fishing.
Oh, cash that.
I like them both equally, so trash. Good fajita is good burger.
Good fajita is better than a good burger?
Sorry, I had to sneeze. Good fajitas or good burger?
I'm going good fajitas.
Yeah, I'll cash that too. I like good fajitas. Good fajitas are great. All right. That does it for Cash 'em or Trash 'em. Great listener participation. I'm going to dip out. I hope that's okay with you guys. What has to change for the Rockets in Game 2? 713-780-3776. Boys take you the rest of the way. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Hey, back with 2 hours in the books, 1 hour still to go in the big show. It is the Killer Bees with Brian and myself until 6 p.m. Jeremy had to dip out a little bit early today with some
Our beloved Cougs.
for that. Wow. Exactly. So with that, Brian and I will take you home up until the top of the hour. Lots to get to, lots to still talk about, changes you might like to see in the Rockets and their perspective and game plan for Game 2. We'll get to that. But before we get to that, a coachable, teachable moment may be on the horizon. Ben, who was my quote-unquote teammate yesterday when we played our version of Family Feud trying to win movie passes and a $100 gift card, didn't start out on the right foot, but he might want to rectify that. Ben, what's up?
I just feel like I owe Joel an apology. I had zero confidence in him, and I didn't actually have zero confidence in him, but I said I did, and I just feel like I owe Joel an apology. Love the show. Love listening to you guys. So I feel bad. So I just wanted to call and apologize.
Well, Ben, now I feel a lot worse than I did yesterday when I didn't feel bad at all that we lost by 1 because of the fact that it's better. It's a coaching moment. It's a teachable coaching moment. You want to lift your players up prior to a game to get the most out of them instead of putting them down, where some people basically think if you have zero confidence in me and zero faith in me, then I don't have that much confidence in myself and I don't have the motivation to carry it over the goal line. So screw it.
Yeah, I mean, you lost by 1 point. Maybe his lack of motivation towards you could have made the difference. It was a 1-point game. Yeah, so it is definitely curious thing there, though, from Ben. Like, if he actually didn't have confidence in you, I could respect that for at least him telling the truth. But apparently he did and decided to just take a shot for no reason.
Here's my chance to be Jeremy and take a shot at Joel, but we do it before I have a chance to win you. Instead of going to the movies with 100 in your pocket, you're going to confession to admit that you basically did it all wrong. I appreciate the honesty, but now next time the approach might be a little different.
Yeah, maybe that's the car wreck of the day nominee. Like, I mean, you're trying to win him free movie tickets and a $100 gift card, and the first thing he says is, "Nah, I don't believe in you."
Now, is it also in retrospect, after taking Ben's call, is it in retrospect better off to just have taken the L and just had it look like I didn't have confidence in him anyway? I walk away.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, then calling back now after the fact, not only to say I'm sorry that I started off that way, but then to say, but I had confidence in you all along because you screwed yourself.
Yeah, because at least if he stuck with the story of I didn't have, confidence, well, Jeremy won the game. So he could say, see, I told you so. He would have been a jerk, but at least, he would have been sticking with the same story and, accurate in his disbelief. But then to come back and said, no, I was just playing around. And say, I definitely not good strategy because I think it brought you down for those first couple of questions.
I told you it totally did. You saw that. I was like, okay, great. Well, if you don't have confidence in me, then what the hell am I playing for?
And it is. I don't have the score exactly in front of me.
9-8.
Well, no, sorry. Like the question by question score is what I meant.
Oh.
But like you really came on in the second. Like Jeremy was up like 5-1 after the first couple of questions, and then you really came on after that. Maybe if Ben hadn't brought you down early, that performance we saw later in the game would have carried in the beginning part as well, and maybe it's a 1-point win for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, lesson learned.
Unfortunately,
learned the hard way.
Yeah.
So Big Ben,
now you got to buy your tickets to Thunderbolts.
Yeah, Big Ben's got to be better, but I mean, you got to give yourself a chance to win, and you didn't do that. So motivate me next time, and maybe you get the dub. We'll see. But thanks for the call, Ben. We appreciate you listening. We appreciate you being a fan of the show. Always appreciated there. Brian, we started talking a little bit about the Rockets. We talked about the Rockets in great detail yesterday, but I'm curious from your perspective and also from the fans' perspective. I was talking to a lot of my buddies today, and a lot of guys at the gym were talking about their ideas of what has to change and who does what. But I'm curious, first and foremost, from your perspective, what do you need to see different in Game 2?
I think the main thing, well, I mean, the easiest thing to say is turnovers, right? I mean, that's something you could say for basically, any NFL game, any basketball game, hell, soccer, hockey, doesn't matter. You don't turn the ball over or the puck over. But that's the easiest thing because they lost the turnover battle by, I think, 6 or 7. But it was really bad in the second quarter when they turned what was a 3-point lead at the end of the first quarter into, I think, trailing by 10 at halftime, and the lead ballooned up to 23 at one point. And a lot of that was turnovers in addition to their missed shots. So, I mean, that's number one. But beyond the obvious, I would say Jalen Green, and he was probably the most guilty of it, but Amen and a few others, Tari, also had their moments with it. You got to stop driving into traffic expecting to get bailed out by a foul. I kind of going to what you were talking about yesterday with playoff inexperience. I think that showed up the biggest in maybe the expectation of Jalen and others that they could drive into traffic and pick up cheap fouls and get to the free throw line. And when that didn't happen, when the refs weren't calling that, maybe the way they were in the regular season, they didn't seem to adjust. And Jalen had no answer. Like his only answer or his only thought in that game was either drive into traffic or jack up a three, and he was bad at all of it. So I think that's the biggest thing. Have a better offensive game plan than drive into traffic.
Yeah, and I think kind of piggybacking on that, but also to say the easiest answer for me is Fred and Jalen just have to be better, period. Like, you can't have your backcourt 7 for 34. And especially because you're trying to identify, regardless of who does everything else in the supporting cast, you know who their two go-to guys are. They stepped up. You know, from a Houston perspective, Alpi had a good game. And basically, Jalen didn't, Fred didn't, and you're looking for who's going to be that other guy that steps up no matter how the supporting cast play. And that's got to change. Amen looked like he could make diamonds out there, if you know what I'm referencing, instead out of Cole.
He was tight, yeah.
He was extremely tight.
First half, I thought he really showed up.
He didn't show up till like the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I was going to say into third, but yeah, either way, like he by the fourth quarter, he certainly seemed like, okay, I know what to expect now. I'm in this, and he played well. But you're right. First half, he might as well have been invisible.
I need all three of those guys to kind of piggyback. They got to keep their turnovers down, stop dribbling into traffic. But all three of them just have to be better start to finish. I can't wait 3 quarters for Amen because it's too late. I need better shooting percentages no matter what, and the decisions that go with it from a guy who's supposed to be your coach on the floor, Fred VanVleet, and from a Jalen Green who's supposed to be one of your 2 best players and supposed to be able to take over from play to play and possession to possession. All that's got to change regardless of anything else, or you're going to get close to swept in this series. You lose tomorrow night, it is do or die, in my opinion. You lose tomorrow night, series is over.
I would agree with that. Yeah, if they go down 0-2 going back to the Bay, series over. I would put more of what you said on Jalen just because, I mean, and you mentioned it in part of what you're talking about there, where the Warriors had their big 2 guys go off with Butler and Curry, and the Rockets had half of their big 2, but their leading scorer from the regular season, Jalen Green, was a complete nothing. I mean, it's so much so that, Ime was taking him off the court.
He was off the court a lot.
Yeah, he was off the court a lot. I mean, Jalen, to oversimplify it, he's got to knock down his shots. And this is kind of what, the three of us have talked about all season. I think you and I have been more aligned in this than Jeremy. Jalen's up and down. We saw he didn't shoot well over the 3 games to close the season that didn't matter for the standings. He didn't shoot well in those games that carried over into the playoff game. If he shoots well, I think we'll be happy and the Rockets win. If he doesn't shoot well, you're at probably best case in a tight game that could go either way. He's got to knock down his shots. I mean, obviously Fred does too. I can't stand seeing Fred on the court, but I've come to peace that he will be. To me, with Fred, if he's not shooting, it's not really about anything else other than, coach has got to take him off the court. Like, there's got to be a part. Like, he had a big 3 in the fourth quarter. Before that, he was like 1 for 10. So
but the shots he's pulling and missing too can't be from 40 feet, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's got to be. To me, I mean, Jalen's going to be in the game. He has to score for you to win. I don't think Fred has to score for you to win. More so, my focus would be
Fred thinks he has to.
Well, yeah,
that's a big problem.
I guess my focus with him though is more if he's not hitting his shots, does Udoka take him off the court? Jalen's got to score. Like, if he doesn't score, you don't.
I don't think Ime has the gumption, for lack of a better term. I don't think he has the stones. I don't think he has the Rafael stones to take Fred off the court.
I think Ime has a ton of stones.
Not with Fred VanVleet.
I mean,
yes, with the younger players, totally agree. He would sit Alpi down.
You
He'd
think
sit
he'd
Jalen
back down to Fred?
I don't think that because look, for a lot of reasons, they put a lot of stock in Fred. They brought him here. They gave him a ton of money. Like, the fact that I don't know what, even if you want to say they promised him some stuff too, but I think that Ime wants his coach on the floor to be Fred VanVleet, and I just don't think he'll take him off because I think he should. I said that yesterday. I think that there are times they're a much better team when Fred is sitting on the bench doing his coaching and Amen is on the floor, even if you go bigger, but Jabari's on the floor with Amen, with Jalen, with Şengün, and with another younger player of your choice, Tari and others, especially against a Golden State team that doesn't have a ton of size. But I just don't. I just think Ime's so hell-bent on playing Fred. I just don't think he'll sit him down, especially if he plays bad.
That would be a blind spot from Udoka if that is true. Because, like, to repeat what I said, moments ago, like, Jalen has to score to win. I don't think Fred has to score to win. They've got other guys with Jabari, obviously with Alpi and others that could score. Amen, maybe even Tari Eason off the bench, whoever. They've got other guys that can pick up Fred's slack. I don't think that remains the same with Jalen Green. But, I don't – there must be something I'm missing with Fred VanVleet because I get what you're saying. Like, he's supposed to be the coach on the floor. But if, like, with Fred, he's not your best on-ball defender. You'd rather have Dylan or Amin or Tari Eason.
Not bad, but yes.
Yeah, but you'd rather have at least 3 other guys than him. He's obviously not your best shooter. I think, was 4th in three-point percentage in the regular season. He's not somebody you want driving into the paint a lot. That would be either Amin or Jalen Green. So, like, the only thing he could really offer you is coach on the floor, but he doesn't seem to be orchestrating the offense that well to keep guys
but here's
from
the
running
thing,
into
Brian,
the
it's also
traffic.
decision making. From a decision making perspective, if he is truly the coach on the floor, he needs to understand, especially when he's not got it going, he's not shooting it well. My decision making has to be get the ball in someone else's hands in a position where they can shoot and score. But the shots he took showed me a guy that, as a veteran, is refusing to admit he's not the guy that won a championship in Toronto when he was one of the driving forces. And in his mind, he's still a guy that's going to step up and need the ball in his hands late in the game. That leads to my big thing that I harped on all season long, which is you don't have closers on this team. You don't have a guy or two that can close out a game, get you a bucket when you need it, that you can stay in your offense if you're Fred VanVleet, keep them doing what they do for the first 3.5 quarters. They get away from it in the final 5 minutes, and they don't have a go-to guy or guys. And Golden State does. And that's a bigger problem. Like Max says on and he brings up a good point on YouTube. They got to make their free throws. They missed 9 free throws, but guess what? All season long and late in the year, they were missing 8, 9 free throws in multiple games where you're like, is the Tiger going to change his stripes just because we changed into the playoffs? Right now, they're just not a good free throw shooting team. But also, is Fred going to change at all? And I don't see him changing.
Well, that's the frustrating part, when if the selling point for Fred is, it's his leadership. He's a coach on the floor. Coach on the floor, good leader, to me, implies good decision maker. And when you're finally battling back in the game, and then that play, and you have that play that we've all talked about, that pull-up 3 that he had for no reason, I mean, that makes me question your decision making and your leadership. Like, I mean, to me, the value of him on the court, because he's not your best shooter, he's not your best defender, he's kind of, down the pecking order a little bit and all those different things, would have to be decision-making leadership. But if he's 1 for 10 and still jacking up pull-up 3s, I don't really value your decision-making that much.
Yeah, no. And I think that from an Ime perspective, this is where it gets tougher, because Fred isn't the same. I mean, yes, he has championship pedigree, but I think that's so far in his past that it's also different when they signed him. When they signed him, he was going to be leaned upon in the first year to be a guy that kind of literally leads by example and also has the ball in his hands. We're so far beyond that I think that everybody but Fred understands that. And I think that that's where Ime has to make a tough decision and understand. Like, I looked early in the first quarter. I understand sitting Amen down early because Amen was tight. But in the fourth quarter, I looked at it going, Fred ain't got it going. And if Fred's not going to pass the ball, like that last one was so telling to me, that he shot it, he missed it really badly, but then he was the one clapping, trying to keep everybody like, hey, guys, I'm still with you. Hey, guys, it'll be all right. Because he was embarrassed, and he should have been, but I don't think he should have been on the floor.
Yeah, and I mean, quickly going back to what you said there about the championship pedigree, I always kind of push back on that when it's a guy like Fred, because what year did they win that title? That was pre-COVID, right? That was what, 2018, 2017?
I don't know when but
2019. It was pretty sure. I thought it was pre-COVID.
That was Lowry and Kawhi.
Right.
They won it. Yeah, I think you're right. It was I'll look it up.
Okay, so but that gets to what I was going to say next. I hate when we try to, not we specifically, but people in general, try to give a selling point for a player. Well, he has championship pedigree. Okay, but it was Kawhi and it was Kyle Lowry that won that title. I know Fred was an important part of the team. I'm not trying to dismiss him being a valuable part of that roster, but championship pedigree, like if I'm going to hang that on people, I'm going to hang that on the people most responsible for
19.
winning a title. 19, okay.
Yep.
And that wasn't Fred VanVleet.
He was huge in that series.
He was huge in that series.
It's a different Fred VanVleet than what we got.
Was one, like you said, it was 2019 they won that. Now it's 2025. So there's been a long period of time where he's been removed from being the player he was in 2019. So obviously there's been some regression in his overall skill set. And two, like I'm cool for him that he won a title, but I'm putting the championship pedigree, quote unquote, on Kawhi Leonard, not Fred VanVleet. And what does that matter what he did in 2019 if he's pulling up for threes in transition when the Rockets have finally battled in and he's 1 for 10? Like I okay, he has championship pedigree. He's not making good decisions in 2025. So I don't see what that matters when people bring that up.
Again, 19 in the deciding game. Van Vliet had 22 points, 12 in the fourth quarter. That's a Fred Van Vliet that was doing that consistently, because what we've seen all season long, and I understand he was injured a little bit, but I can't tell you how many times the three of us have discussed the fact that Fred was terrible in the fourth quarter. Yes, there were times that Fred hit a big shot here and there in the fourth quarter too, but it's like we talk about with Jalen Green, but from a different perspective. Fred's on the backside, the back nine of his career, okay? Fred is on the downside, and Fred ain't even close to what he is. And I hope he may smart enough. He's not expecting that. But if he's on the floor, Fred hasn't shown you anything other than the fact that he still thinks he's going to take bad shots that he thinks are good shots because he thinks he's supposed to be that guy. He's not that guy. But that's the bigger issue. They don't have that guy. Because I don't think if you give Şengün the ball in the final 3 minutes and say, go get me a bucket, that he's a go-to guy. He's the guy that capitalizes on matchups. I think he has the best matchup in the series. But I don't think that if I give him the ball and just say, hey, go get me one, he's going to, and rightfully, he might get doubled. Golden State's trying to take it out of his hands because they know he's their best chance. Yeah. A 1-3-1 is going to, and he's going to have to kick it out. Now you're going to, again, rely on Jalen. You're going to rely on Fred. You're going to rely on guys that I don't have confidence in.
Yeah, it's much easier to take the ball out of Şengün's hand than it is the guards. So, I mean, that kind of goes back to the whole point we've been making. But, like, number one thing to me that has to change when we get beyond the obvious of turnovers is Jalen Green's got to shoot it well. And if the second thing would be if Fred's not shooting it well, Ime's got to be willing to take him off the court and let someone else run the point.
Yeah, and I don't know that he will. All right,
I don't know that he will either.
We're going to take a break. Are we in desperation time for the Rockets too? Is this do or die? And if it is, and things continue to go the way they've been going, are we going to continue to hear about how the Rockets, what they have to do in the offseason and how many trades do they have to make? Because there are people out there, and we'll give you examples of someone who believes that 2 trades need to be made this offseason for this Houston Rockets team in order to make them a top 3 team in the West. Agree, disagree, we can discuss. It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter says Rockets need a big shot Bob tight in order to be a contender. Really? That's what you think they need?
Well, they need shooting.
Yeah, okay, but big shot Bob, and I hate to break a lot of people's bubbles again, but the reason why, when I look at his career, he ain't a Hall of Famer because he averaged about 9 points a game. If you want big shot Bob, yeah, he can hit big shots, but is he a go-to guy you give the ball and get out of the way to, and is he a superstar type player? No, I don't think so.
No, he's never even all-star, much less superstar. He was just a guy with ice water in his veins. I guess because they kind of play the similar position, kind of a tweener, power forward, but, not bulky. I guess
he's a stretch forward. He can shoot the three.
Right. Like, I guess you would hope that Jabari turns into that guy. I mean, he's similar body, similar position. He can shoot the three, maybe even better than Bob on a regular season basis. But you would hope Jabari maybe turns into that guy. But
can I just say that from an anatomy perspective, I don't think he'll ever have certain things that Robert did in those clutch situations.
Okay,
I don't
what are you
feel
trying
the same.
to say, Joel?
I don't feel that. We'll just call it.
What news are we breaking
here, Brian? What fills his clutch genes, I don't think is ever going to be there to the level of what Bob did. Bob, in big moments, obviously, as you said, ice water in the veins and other areas, crushed it. I don't look at Jabari Smith as a guy that I go somewhere down the line in his career, he's going to be a Robert Horry type from that perspective.
Oh, I don't even know if I want to. I think I know what you're saying, but I don't even really want to know if I know what you're saying.
I think you know what
Well, I'm guessing you might have been in the locker room once or twice.
No, I'm just talking about his Rafael Stones.
Yes. That's kind of the point I'm making. Yes,
has nothing to do with the locker room.
I don't know what we have transition from that, but yeah,
I do.
I do. I think Jabari, like current roster, if someone's going to become that guy, I would say Jabari. But time will tell.
Man, I don't even see on the current roster.
Well, who else would you trust? Because Big Shot Bob was 3-point shooting, right? Like,
for the most part, yeah.
Like Jalen hasn't proven to be a consistent shooter. Amin's obviously got a long way to go. Şengün's not. I mean, he can make threes. He made a crazy three in game
one.
But
on the current roster, the guy that has to have the stones to have big shot blood is Jalen. If there's anybody on the current right, that's what I'm saying.
But hope it to be.
But over Jabari, I would say Jalen has the skill set. He just has to execute it and be able to do the right thing with, make the right decisions. But I would say on the current roster, Jalen's the guy that's got to develop that and has the best chance to develop that, I should say.
Okay. I guess slight disagreement there. Like, I agree that he's the one you'd hope to be that guy simply because he's a guard. It's gonna be harder to take the ball out of his hands. He's gonna have more opportunities to make those shots. But I kind of leaned as far as who has the more likelihood to be that guy. I kind of still lean Jabari, but time will tell.
Yeah, we will see, because I think from a skill set perspective, Cam Whitmore has the skill set.
Yeah, that's a dream that we got to let go at this point.
He just doesn't have the capacity yet from maturity between the ears.
I mean, one name we haven't mentioned because he's obviously not part of the playoff rotation, but you would certainly hope Reed Sheppard could be that guy.
I thought about Reed. And at Kentucky, he was able to be that guy. I thought about Reed as well. I just thought it was unfair because we just don't know. Yeah, we don't even know. I mean, not Israel's take, but we just don't even know what he could amount to be in terms of in the rotation. As early as next year, who knows? Down the road, you sure hope so for where they drafted him. But Boogie Cousins, former NBA player, he now does the show on FanDuel TV with Michelle Beadle and Chandler Parsons and Lou Williams. And he joined the show, and they were talking about the Rockets and kind of the discussion that we had a few weeks ago about the fact that, from a perspective of this season, the Rockets were a huge success no matter what happens in the playoffs. But we've been talking about Kevin Durant. That talk's probably going to continue to get louder and stronger with every game that the Rockets lose. But he had more than Kevin Durant on his mind in terms of having a solution to getting the Rockets to be a top 3 team.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. This is one game. But if they don't make it, or if it doesn't end the way they probably had hoped it would, what's missing for Houston?
Oh, man, I think they actually have a really good problem on their hands. They obviously have their foundational pieces in Şengün, Thompson, and I would even keep a guy like Dylan Brooks. I think those type guys are winning players and championship caliber guys. But they have the assets. They have the pieces to move. They can go get 2 superstars to add to that starting lineup.
Holy cow.
Why not go get a Trae Young or a Ja Morant to run your point, and then add a guy like Kevin Durant? You easily move into a top 3 team in the West. You actually have a chance at competing in the West, and now you have championship aspirations. So I think Houston's in a really good spot. It's not always a bad thing to be young and inexperienced and have assets. And obviously, like I said earlier, they have a good problem on their hands.
Now, Brian, you hear all that. I want your perspective on this, but I also want to throw out there that of the guys that he named Dylan and Şengün and Amen. If you're telling me, Boogie Cousins, that you're going to make 2 significant moves of that nature, of that stature, of those type players, I don't think you're going to have much more than those 3 guys left on your roster. And then the other question to me is that roster a top 3, but does it ever get to be a top 1 in the West? Because I don't think it does.
Yeah, I'm completely out on what Boogie suggests there. Like, I get where he's coming from. You need the shooter, you need the point guard. Totally agree on that. But piggybacking on what you said, like, to get KD and then either Ja or Trae Young here, I'm not saying you're completely gutting the roster, but if you feel like you have 6 core guys now, you're probably left with 2 of them by the time you make those trades. Unless you can convince those teams involved, the Grizzlies, the Hawks, and the Suns, to trade you everything for bench players, the kind of the classic ESPN trade machine deal that someone would call and it's like, hey, this still works. Okay, cool, but they're not going to take it. Like, I don't see how you could pull off those 2 trades without significantly hurting your. Like, I think you could keep Şengün in either Jalen or Amen, but that would be kind of it.
That's what I said. I think that from a Memphis perspective, it has to be Jalen Green. Ja is young. It is not about his, again, it's another guy, but it's different than Cam, and from a different perspective of how good he's already proven to be in this league. It isn't about his basketball skill. It's about his maturity level on the court, off the court, and all the antics. I think as he gets older, you can settle him down. Cam is a different animal because of the fact that Cam's got to figure it out from a maturity standpoint and understand this league is different than any league he's ever played in. But from a piece perspective, we talked about this. Phoenix is trying to rebuild. They're trying to restart on the fly. They're going to want their picks back, and you're going to have to take Fred VanVleet back, and then probably 1 or 2 young pieces. I don't think the price tag's nearly as high for Kevin Durant because you're only going to have him for a couple of years, as opposed to Ja Morant, who, if you play your cards right and what you give up for him, he'll be there for a long time. So I think Jalen is where the conversation starts, and sweeteners and pieces when it comes to Memphis. And I think that's where Tari's in there. I think that's where Reed and or Cam are in there. I think from a Phoenix perspective, it's more about their picks, making the money work. And then in the short term, is there another guy that kind of helps them on the rebuild? All of that said, it's what I started this conversation out. What else? What do you have left other than Brooks and Amen and Şengün, Kevin Durant, and then either Trae Young, who I'm not a big fan of, and or Ja Morant, who of the 2, that's who I would choose to fill out the rest of your rotation roster, to tell me that you're going to compete with the Oklahoma Cities. You're going to compete with, if Minnesota does anything else around Anthony Edwards or the Lakers or with Luka and or whoever. I just don't see it.
Yeah, like I think the point in the attraction to adding Kevin Durant is because of his age, you can do so without hurting your overall roster that much. Because I think, to your point, like, if they gut the roster and you're left with 2 guys plus, let's say for the sake of the conversation, KD and Ja Morant, I kind of think you're pretty much where you are now, except for you have less depth, and KD is an expiring guy that's 37 and going to be headed downhill within a few seasons. So, I mean, maybe on a 1-year window, you're a little bit better than you are now, but I don't think you're significantly better. I don't think you've caught up to OKC, and you've gotten older, and you've gotten less depth to be able to acquire those 2 pieces. So I would be, unless the Grizzlies or the Hawks are just highly motivated to move one of those guys, I'd be out on that and focus on KD, because I can move. I think because of the Phoenix picks and because of Durant's age, you can get Durant for picks and players that aren't You can lose without significantly hurting like your core. You can keep Şengün. You
It's
can keep
Fred,
a
the
man.
picks,
You can
and one other.
Yeah, exactly. Like Fred, some picks, and
But here's the thing:
like
is your
leader
ceiling
Cam.
being a top 3 team in the West, or are you shooting for a championship? If you're shooting for a championship, I don't think that team, because of the short window with Durant, I don't think that team ever gets better than that. I don't think they get to a championship. I don't think they win a championship. And I think that ultimately, when they started stockpiling all these picks and putting this roster together, that their aspirations were higher and still are, to where that's why I don't think it's feasible or smart for this team to make 2 moves.
Yeah, that's why I would be, of these scenarios, I would be Durant only, because even if Durant's only on a 2-year window, I think the only way you catch OKC or catch Boston in the other conference is to add 2. But if you're trading away what it would take to get all the pieces talked about, you're not really adding 2, you're just changing the pieces involved, right? Like the only way to me to catch OKC is to be able to pull off a trade because Phoenix is motivated to get their picks back and get Durant for, Fred, their picks back, and, Cam or Reed. And that way you're still keeping the
nucleus of the core.
Yeah, the nucleus. That you're still keeping Jalen and Jabari and Amen and Jalen, and then adding Durant to that instead of subtracting half of that and basically kind of being the same spot that you are now.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, texters are saying my dream scenario would be Anthony Edwards. Well, wouldn't it be everybody's?
Of course.
Yeah, but it's not happening.
I
Unless he demands a trade, it's not happening.
It's not happening, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
unless Minnesota pissed him off somehow and he was disgruntled, but I don't see that happening.
Memphis has got Desmond Bane. He's better than Green. But if they're tired of dealing with Ja's stuff, then Jalen is a pretty good replacement for him because you still have Bane. And that's a good young backcourt. So that's why, and I think Memphis is to the point now, especially if they get their doors blown off again tonight, that they're going to be desperate to move him in the offseason because they don't want to deal with it for another year. Yeah, and whoever they hire as head coach might not want to either.
Well, that's kind of the question, though. Like, if Memphis is fed up with him, like, why would Houston necessarily want to deal with him? Like, does Ime, because from what we know about Ime, is he a guy that would sign up for a Ja Morant? I mean, maybe he would. Maybe he thinks he could, get in Ja's head and figure him out and get him on the right path. But like, I don't know. I don't see that being as a great fit. For all this team has gone through to correct the culture, to then bring in Ja Morant, I don't see it.
Someone said, what about Giannis? Giannis would cost you as much as what we were just talking about for both of those players.
He would cost you more than
He would cost
Edwards.
you what we were talking about for both those two.
Oh, yeah.
Both Durant and someone said Trae Young's 26. I'd rather have him than Durant. Trae Young is going to get exposed defensively like Steph Curry does. Trae Young is not Steph Curry. Trae Young has to have the ball in his hands a lot more than Ja Morant. I am out on Trae Young. I don't like that thought at all for the Rockets. And I think that, again, Atlanta is probably going to ask for a lot. That's in my opinion. So you have that. All right. We're going to get to a break. We got a couple segments to go on the show. We got our car wreck of the day at the end of the day. Some of the people are already suggesting what the car wreck should be. If you have a car wreck suggestion, 713-780-3776. You can call, you can text, you can hit up on social media. We'll come back, talk a little bit more about the draft. They got the odds out in Vegas on the Texans and their first-round pick and what their picks might be. We can talk a little bit about that. Who do you think if it's not receiver or offensive line? That's an interesting discussion as well. What other position group would be third? We can talk about that. We can wrap up the show between now and 6 o'clock with some of your comments. Join us at the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Soccer Matters, people. Soccer Matters with my good friend Glenn Davis is coming up at 6 p.m. He's going to have new Dynamo attacker Andre Linger.
Yeah, they spent
on
some
the
money
show.
for him, and he scored in his debut game for the Dynamo this last weekend. So,
And who doesn't love and
reason to be
needs
excited.
scoring in soccer? I think that is of the
Yes, I
utmost
think
importance.
scoring is universally loved, Joel.
Yes.
Regardless of sport or activity.
So there you have it, my good friend Glenn, and he will have to let it linger. And he has to.
Yeah,
And he
you
has
beat me to the joke. I'm
And he
going to
has
try to
let
fit
it
that song in
linger.
tonight.
There you go. Okay, we'll have a little fun on the show. Brian, the Vegas odds are out on the Texans and what position group they will be drafting in the first round. I think it's pretty obvious to all of us that follow this team on a pretty consistent basis that offensive line would be the leader in the clubhouse at a minus 240.
That's a significant favorite, yeah.
Yeah. Second wide receiver at 4-1. Now, the third one is up for debate because some people think that they need corner depth. They need a running back at a certain point. We've talked about that. Is tight end a possibility, even though that they still have 3 tight ends on their roster that are signed and in the fold that seem like they're going to be a part of this equation. If I was to ask you before I tell you what third on the list is, what is your thought on what the third position group if the Texans would go away from lineman or wide receiver in the first round?
Oh, it's an easy one for me, and it lines up with something that I've had on the rundown for about a week. We haven't had a chance to get to it, but to me, it's easily interior defensive line. Like, they have guys with names you recognize, older veterans who have performed under Miko. Like, obviously, they brought back Sheldon Rankins. Yeah. Mario Edwards played really well last year. They've got guys that I like that are good rotational pieces at worst. I just don't think they have their dude right now. They've kind of been filling it in with these 1-year veterans. I think interior defensive line is a place that, depending on how the draft fell, like, I want offensive line first, no doubt about it. But if there's a run on offensive line, there's a run on wide receiver. Actually, I might even take interior defensive line ahead of wide receiver. But for sure, if there's a run on offensive line, there just isn't that value there. I would seriously consider looking at interior defensive line, trying to find your stud defensive tackle. Yeah, your anchor, exactly.
Yeah, your young anchor. I agree with you because that would have been mine. But here's what I don't like. Vegas lumped in defensive lineman / edge rusher at 5-1. One thing they don't need is another edge rusher, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd be out on that.
You know, they brought in speed from the linebacker position, literally, as well as having Will Anderson Jr. on one side, Daniil Hunter on the other side, Autry still in the fold. They don't need another edge rusher. Defensive lineman, interior defensive lineman, I'm totally with you. That was my third on the list. And if you're going to go best player available, that's someone that's definitely in consideration. I also think running back, which is 20-1, I think that's high. I think that they're going to get a running back somewhere in this draft because I think just like you're talking about from an anchor, from a defensive line perspective, they need a younger backup running back that could possibly
be
someone
that's not named Dare.
Exactly.
And not named
even
Damian Pierce. Yeah.
Exactly.
But I think the proof is in the odds, though. Like, when you look at the odds that Vegas has put out, offensive line again, minus 240, wide receiver 4-1, defensive lineman 5-1. And then there's a pretty significant drop off from 5-1 for defensive lineman to running back at 20-1. And then it all goes way down after that, like corners at 33-1, same as linebacker, tight ends at 50-1. I mean, Vegas is telling you it's one of 3 positions, which, not to harp on a debate we had the other day, but it kind of tells you that I think it'll conveniently line up that the best player overall on their board is what, they'll tell us, oh, we took the best player overall on our board. It'll conveniently line up with also a player that happens to play at a position of need. It'll be the best player on the board when they draft at 25 will be an offensive lineman, a wide receiver, or a defensive tackle.
Absolutely. All right, so we got car wreck of the day coming up. We got quite a few to get to, so we're going to give us a little extra time with that. If you guys want to join in, got a car wreck, I already saw some of the listeners and added one of theirs. 713-780-3776. That's a call. That's a text. Otherwise, hit us on social media. He's Brian. I'm Joel. We're the Killer Bees up until 6 o'clock right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. To wrap up the program, we always get the car wrecks of the day. Brian and me taking you till the top of the hour until Soccer Matters with Glenn Davis. Brian, lead us off. What is your car wreck today?
So we'll have another moment from inside the NBA here in a moment, but Charles had an interesting night where in the audio you're about to hear, he reacted to a graphic on the screen in regards to a former NBA player named Billy Ray Bates. Now, I wasn't very familiar with Billy Ray Bates, so honestly, I would have internally had the same question that Chuck's about to ask in this clip, but Chuck probably said the thing out loud that you just say inside your head.
DeAndre Hunter did not score off the Cleveland bench.
Billy Ray Bates was built like a truck. Yeah, I wonder if he's still alive. This is a fair question. No, but not on national television.
Yeah, not unless you not unless you know the answer.
I don't know the answer.
I know.
Don't say that.
You do not need to ask a question like that.
I'm sorry to hear that, unfortunately. He passed away. Thank you, Shaq. I just asked a question. I wasn't trying to be whatever.
You ever heard of asking a question in a commercial break? Possibly.
We had his name on there. You ever heard of Koof? The word. You don't have any. I can't even ask questions. No, you can't ask that one.
So,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's a triple car wreck. I don't even know what Kenny said, but it's couth.
Yeah. It's well, I guess he was trying to say Chuck was being uncouth.
I get, but at the same time, it sounded like he said coof.
Yeah, I honestly, I lost it. I mean, I'll admit,
I worked in Portland where Billy Ray Bates played.
Okay.
But I legitimately.
What time frame did he play? Because I've never heard of him.
This was before I was there. But he was a legend in Portland because he was a big dunker.
Okay.
But he was probably in the 80s, I would say.
Wait, did he play with Chuck?
He played against Chuck.
Like,
yeah, they played,
they were in the league
they
at
played
the same
against
time?
each other at a certain point, I would believe.
That makes it even weirder
I
that Chuck would ask that question. I mean, look, having not heard of Billy Ray Bates, I probably would have internally asked the same question. But to Ernie's point, like, asking during the commercial break, it's
Charles
in your head,
commits the first one.
Then Shaq.
Then Shaq follows it up with, yeah, he's dead. I mean, what are we doing here?
So,
and then Ernie had to go out and apologize.
That's the car wreck that Ernie had to go on later and issue an apology because Billy Ray Bates, in fact, is not dead. So Shaq and Chuck, Chuck never gave an opinion either way. He just asked the question, but Shaq got that one wrong.
And so to keep the theme, Brian, you're right. Here's the other one. Mine was, and maybe it's to the point of the inside the NBA crew showing they really don't give a crap, but evidently Shaq had to, and he decided that he couldn't wait till the end of the segment.
Underestimate the other thing about Kawhi is, you all right, big fella? Catching a cramp? Go ahead. Keep talking, Jeff. Yeah, we're on TV. I know what we're doing. Go ahead. Yeah, that's that olive oil you've been drinking. I know. Hey, take some matches with you. Hey, listen, he couldn't hold it. He can't hold it. After 40, he can't hold it no more.
That's a first.
He can't hold it.
Unless
he's got something.
That wasn't something planned, was it?
No,
that was
not planned. Hey, listen, he was in the back talking about he's going to drink alcohol and clear up his No, he's been drinking the olive oil. You know what? Olive oil to clean his gut. It's cleaning his gut.
I did not
it
like
went
his
on
gait.
and on and on. Shaq had to go right on the air and couldn't hold it. Charles later, I believe, said, I hope it's a 3. I hope you had to look out because it's probably a 3 or 4 match.
He had to do what Lamar Jackson had to do in the middle of the game. Or what I think Paul Pierce admitted to later that he had to do
Or the
during
fact
the game.
that Travis Johnson used to tell us on the air about how the defensive linemen used to handle
they didn't
it.
care. They would just do it.
Yeah. What are we doing? I really think at a certain point, TNT realized that the inside the NBA crew, besides Ernie, just basically realized, screw it, it's our last year. We're going out with a bang.
Well, I guess interesting phrasing, going out with a bang. It seems like what Shaq might have had that in the bathroom.
Not giving a crap.
Yeah, like even without them talking about it, the way Shaq ran off the set, like if you see the video, like
it's an uncomfortable cramp walk.
Yeah, the way he, like the gait, the way he walks, the way he kind of shuffles off the set is totally obvious. You know exactly what's going on. But if they're right, like if he's taking olive oil to cleanse himself out, like
that'll clean you out in a hurry.
well, do that after the season's over. You can't do that and then go on TV.
Mm-mm.
Like, do that when you
Too
have
risky.
some downtime. Do that when you can be at home for a few days. Don't do that and then go on TV late at night.
Plus, those guys eat
planning.
a lot. I've been in the green room with them when they're doing a show. They eat a lot while they're watching.
Oh, big dude.
You got to be like fasting when you're cleansing. Otherwise, that is just an accident waiting to happen, whether you're on TV or not.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was. I mean, I think this really boils down to bad planning from Shaq.
Texter said AJ Brown said he won't do anything to the person who just stole his car and he got it back. Yeah, trash that too. That's ridiculous.
Well, he's a celebrity. He's got money. He can't do anything.
He
Was he
still
going to
stole
go
your
fight
car.
it?
Press charges.
Oh well, press charges is one thing, but he can't go fight him.
No, press charges. Make sure the guy. Okay, what's winning? It's got to be just the TNT crew, right?
Yeah, let's TNT overall.
There you go. All right. But Glenn Davis is coming up next with Soccer Matters. We appreciate you. Jeremy will be back tomorrow. We'll have another full episode of the Killer Bees coming up tomorrow. Join us then. Stay tuned now. Thanks for listening on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, welcome in, everybody, to Soccer Matters here on ESPN 97.5. Got a good show put together here tonight. Best part of the day is talking soccer. Behind the glass, continuing on, is the great Brian McDonald. Streaming at ESPN975.com. Call in number 713-780-3776. Keep that handy because tonight I'll be giving out, I'm going to do a 4-pack to the Houston Dash this Friday night. They play Utah. And then I got a couple pairs I want to put out for the Dynamo ATX Derby game. All right. Show is always presented by the great John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, daspitlaw.com, 713. Call now. So here's what we got on the show tonight. Next segment, Andre Linger joins me. You all saw him score that spectacular goal. Pulled a point for the Dynamo late in that one in their last home game. So Andre Linger is going to join us tonight. We're going to talk about his career, his influences, and a number of other things. Also, it's nice to have a DP that speaks English. Isn't that nice? It's great for marketing, that's for sure. And then in the third segment, the challenges of playing beach soccer, which to me really is, it's almost a different sport. But Nikki Hames will join me tonight. She's on the U.S. Women's Beach National team, and she's pushing along with a lot of other women to have a full women's beach national World Cup, just like the men. So we'll have Nikki on tonight to finish off the show. So let's get after it tonight here. Dynamo acquire an international spot from Columbus for new striker Toyosi Olusanya of St. Mirren, presumably. I think it was $250,000 of GAM acquired. The Dynamo will acquire him reportedly for about $200,000. He was going to walk from St. Mirren on a free, so St. Mirren's glad to get some cash for him. Okay. Manchester City today getting a 2-1 victory. They jump up in the standings in the Premier League to third place. Nottingham Forest is now fourth. But Manchester City has a game in hand. Also, Barcelona today, a 1-0 victory over Mallorca. They are now 7 points ahead of Real Madrid with a game in hand. Additionally, with Manchester City, was something interesting came out today. They were allocated almost $6 million as part of the club benefits program of UEFA. Now, what is that? It encourages clubs to release players for national team participation. So the more guys that are released to play for national teams, the more money you receive. So that's to encourage clubs to have a good relationship with national teams. Real Madrid and Inter Milan both got back about 4.5 million, 233 million euros distributed to 901 clubs. So there you go. City today, as mentioned, 2-1 over Aston Villa. Silva and Nunes with the goal. Rashford for the penalty spot for Aston Villa. And again, now Nottingham Forest is fourth, followed by Newcastle and Chelsea on 59 points. Forest has got 60. So it's pretty crazy. Liverpool could win the Premier League tomorrow, depending on results. If Arsenal lose at home to Crystal Palace, I don't think that's going to happen. They'll probably have to wait till Saturday. And then Saturday, Liverpool could seal it up with a win against Spurs at Anfield. So they will win the Premier League. So there you have that. I want to talk a little bit about the Gold Cup. And by the way, if you want to get ahead of the Gold Cup, it's lsse.net for tickets to get in line for all the information, lsse.net. Gold Cup's going to have 16 teams. It's the 18th version of this. Caribbean, Central America, North America. 8 teams qualified for it direct from the Nations League. 7 Gold Cup preliminary teams, and then 1 guest. The guest is Saudi Arabia. Go figure. Okay, Saudi Arabia's in. Group stage, you have 4 groups of 4 teams. Here's what they are, just to remind you. Some of you already know this. Group A, Mexico, Costa Rica, Suriname, Dominican Republic. Never know with Suriname. It's got Dutch influence. You never know what happens there. Costa Rica, Miguel Herrera's the coach. That'll be interesting when they match up with Mexico because he used to coach Mexico. The B group is Canada, Honduras, El Salvador, and Curacao. Interesting note there. Obviously, Jesse Marsh, the coach of Canada. Curaçao's head coach is Dick Advocat. played in the North American Soccer League, very famous coach with Curacao. El Salvador just doesn't seem to have the power and strength. We'll see where Honduras is at. Group C is Panama with Coco Carrasquilla, Jamaica, Guatemala, and Guadeloupe. And then the U.S., interesting group. Haiti, Trinidad and Tobago. And then they have Saudi Arabia in that group as well. So the top 2 teams from each group will advance, and you have quarters, semis, and then, of course, the legendary first ever final here in Houston, Texas at Energy Stadium. Get lined up for it. Get a suite. Get the information at lsse.net. That's lsse.net. All right. Most exciting team in the world. Who is it to you? 713-780-3776. Is it Barcelona right now? Got to admit, they're fun to watch. They got a 1-0 victory over Mallorca today. They will play on Sunday in the Copa del Rey. Saturday, 3 o'clock. So this is perfect. You catch the Copa del Rey final between Barcelona and Real Madrid, and then you go to the Dynamo derby against Austin FC. That's pretty nice, right? Now that's how you spend an afternoon. Catch a game at Senate Avenue Brewing, or maybe you go to Hugh O'Connor's. Hugh O'Connor's is going to be flooded with Liverpool fans for sure. But maybe you go out to Senate Ave Brewing and you catch Barcelona, Real Madrid, and you might even stay there and drink that great beer and have all that great food. You might even stay there and then just catch the Dynamo there. And, of course, you would catch the local call. Okay. So interesting about Barcelona and Hansi Flick. In the next 17 days, they got to play Real Madrid twice. They got 2 matches with Inter Milan in the semifinals. I mean, this is high pressure. 14 days. They're still in the running to win La Liga, Copa del Rey, and the Champions League. It's quite a turnaround after the difficulties of losing Lionel Messi, regaining respect after all this financial nonsense, which you still have a hard time wrapping your hands around. But, boy, with Lamine Yamal, Dani Olmo, and all these guys, this is a very fun team to watch. And I would say, in my opinion, most entertaining team on the planet. 713-780-3776. You let me know about that if you agree or disagree. 713-780-3776. All right, down in Mexico, you've got the final group of teams that are going to be battling in the playoffs. By the way, Chivas and Guadalajara don't get in today. There's Chicharito showing videos of himself taking saunas. I don't know what that was all about. I didn't stick around to watch that whole video. But apparently he took some stick for being a little ultra positive after getting eliminated. So there you go. Toluca with Hector Herrera, mostly in a role off the bench. They're number 1 in Mexico. Number 2 is Club America, who've won more titles than anybody in the history. Cruz Azul is 3. Tigres of Monterrey is 4, who the Dynamo will get in the Leagues Cup. I'm telling you, that's a can't-miss night. Tigres in Houston is going to pack Shell Energy Stadium. It's going to be a fight for dominance down there. I think they may win that one as far as attendance, unless Dynamo fans get after it. So Tigres is 4th. Necaxa, León with James Rodriguez was up near the top of the table. They've dropped. Rayados, Di Michelis is going to remain as the coach. Sergio Ramos is there. And then you've got Pachuca, Juarez, and Pumas. The 4 teams that are in the playoff initially is Monterrey, Pachuca, Juarez, and Pumas with Coco Carrasquilla. So that's what you got going on in Liga MX. I would suggest you watch it. Those playoffs are absolutely insane and crazy usually, and there's a lot of controversy always in those games. Bruce Arena said this, quote, "If you look at every national team in the world, the coach is a domestic coach usually. And I think when you have coaches that don't know our culture, our environment, our players, it's hard." Bruce Arena, most successful national team coach in U.S. history. Kind of agree with that. I don't know if you do. 713-780-3776. Everybody's playing all over the world now. I think adjusting to coaches. I don't know. Who am I to question Bruce Arena, right? But I can tell you there were coaches that were foreign that were successful in other countries. How about Goose Hiddink? the Dutch coach at South Korea, got him to the semifinals of a World Cup. Leo Benhacker, who recently passed, the legendary, well, he got Trinidad and Tobago to their first World Cup ever in 2006. Sad he passed away. What about Otto Rehhagel, German coach? Took Greece to the Euros in 2004. Very pragmatic Greek team, but they won it. 713-780-3776. Tomorrow night, there's some player development talk at the Toros facility, 2202 Summer Street, 5:30. I'm going to go there early for that. Josh Gardner, who heads up the Houston Rangers. GFI, Gareth Glick is going to be there. These are two MLS Next programs. I don't think the Dynamo are going to be in attendance. I wish they were, because I think it would be a nice platform for them. But I don't think they're going to be there. Tony Vigil and company. And I'm still trying to get Tony on the show. I want to talk player development with him. So that's going on there, and that starts at 5:30 tomorrow. And there's a lot of networking going on around that event tomorrow. All right, little Tom Petty here. So a couple things here right now. Nico's Greek and American Cafe, 3 locations in Houston for the best in Greek food. It's an institution. Our great friend Dimitri is legend. He's very excited. His son's going to play college football at UNLV. All the Greek favorites there: souvlaki, gyro, lamb shank, amazing soups, pastries. 3 locations, I-10 and Beltway near Katy. The new Woodlands location's amazing. But the favorite for me is Montrose. Nico's Greek and American Cafe. Also, Senate Avenue Brewing, small batch brewery and kitchen, handcrafted beer, no mass production here. Award-winning beer. My favorite, the Copper Ale. Andrew Mitchell and his staff know how to make beer. 7 big screens. They do a ton of watching of soccer out there. We have every second Tuesday of the month our live show there. We'll be back out there, and I know who the guest is going to be, but we're going to have live guests from the Dynamo and hopefully the Dash as well. Andrew's a huge soccer fan. Comfortable atmosphere, dog-friendly patio, 290 to Senate Avenue exit. Go north 1 block, 16,000 Dillard is the address. It's one of Houston's great football watching venues outside of downtown. Senate Avenue Brewery. All right, caller number 4 right now. Caller number 4 is going to get a pair of tickets to the Houston Dynamo Austin FC game. We were previewing that last night. Caller number 4 at 713-780-3776. Stay with me. Coming up next live on this show, Andre Linger, the new Dynamo striker who scored that fantastic tying goal in that match against Colorado. Stick with us. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
You are listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. It's daspitlaw.com, 713, call now. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, well, they are the best when it comes to personal injury attorneys. Nobody wants to get in any type of an accident, but there are times you need to have representation. John and his firm are going to work for you 24/7 nights and weekends. You might get in a car, boat, motorcycle accident. Doesn't matter. You want the best that will fight for your right for compensation. DaspitLaw.com, 713. Call now is the number. T-shirts and hats, by the way, Soccer Matters, brought to you by Lamont Brands. So go to lamontbrands.com and get your Soccer Matters T-shirt and hat. Would love it if you pick those up. We reminded you that lsse.net for your Gold Cup final tickets. Get to the front of the line, lsse.net. And last night we had another showing of Monday Night Football, where we're showing World Cup matches in cooperation with the artist Batiri and Team Houston. Last night we were at Forngin in Studio East End, and it was the 1954 final. All right, welcome back, everybody, as we go right now to the new Dynamo signing. He's represented the Czech Republic internationally. You saw his spectacular header to get the Dynamo a point in a draw in their last home game, 2-2 with the 2-2 with the Colorado Rapids. Andre Linger joins us now. Andre, thank you for coming on tonight.
Hello, Glenn. Thank you for having me. Nice to hear you.
Yes.
Hi, everybody.
We're very excited you're on the program tonight. We're very excited you are in Houston. And first of all, we just want to first talk about that spectacular goal you scored. And when we go to break after the interview, we're going to play that from the local call. But
Great.
Just, Andre, just tell us how you decided on Major League Soccer and coming to Houston. I know you've said you've talked to Peter Musa up in Dallas, but to make a decision like this is a big one.
Yes. First of all, thank you, Glenn, for having me. And I'm also excited to be part of this program. So, yeah. When I heard about the offer from Houston, it was like middle of March, I think. And the competition in Czech is like from January. So, you know, it was tough to start a negotiation with the head of Slavia Prague, and because I was the important player for them. But when I heard about the offer from MLS, you know, it was like a dream, you know, because I heard a lot about MLS, like you mentioned with the Peter Musa. Also, I have some Czech friends here, Pavel Bucha, Tomáš Ostrak. Yeah. So, and I know the league is growing up, and in 2026 will be World Cup. So, you know, it was for me, it was a really big challenge to try it, and I'm happy, really happy that it comes true. You know, and I'm here at Houston. I have here my wife and my 2-month boy, and yeah, so far we really enjoyed. Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you coming on tonight. Dynamo fans, Andre Linger joining us. He's only 26 years of age. So to come on in a debut like that, I'm watching you very closely. You kept the ball well for the Dynamo. Every ball you got, you linked up with people. You were incredibly mobile. But then to score this remarkable goal and send everybody in that stadium home happy was pretty amazing. Just some of your thoughts about once you went in that game and, you know, where you were in your mindset before producing this goal.
I'm so happy for that. The people, the fans were leaving happy. So that's why I'm playing football, you know, and to make people happy, also to help my team. And it was, like you said, it was really good debut for me. But if it's like a winning goal, it will be much, much better. But I take it. But yeah, you know, when you are on the bench, you can just see the game, how it's going, and when I came on the pitch, it was like 75 minutes, and the match was like ups and down. Colorado had a lot of chances, but we don't create, I think, too much chances. But when I came up, unfortunately, in 2 minutes we conceded a goal. It was really, really, really bad for us because it was like 80 minutes, and I think we can play a better football. But at the end, in my mind, it was like now it's your time, because now you can help the team. And also Coach Ben told me, be dangerous in the 16. What is your job and where is your strength? So perfect ball from Jack McGlynn to Franco, and it was like instinct. I thought before that from his head the ball will come to the spot, and I ran before the Colorado players, and I made it ahead. So yeah, and after really, really good celebration, and also I heard your reaction, and I got a goosebumps. So it was really nice.
Yeah, it was a fantastic goal. We're going to play that again, I think, when we go to break, so you can listen to it. I want you to hear it again. But it was a fantastic goal. So you grow up in the Czech Republic. This is a country with amazing soccer history, amazing players. Pavel Nedved, Peter Cech, Jan Koller, who we'll never forget here in the U.S. for the goal he scored against us in the World Cup. Baros, Rosicki, Panenka. We can go on and on. Your influences growing up in football in your country. Tell us about it.
Yeah, of course. The competition in Czech is growing up also, like here in MLS. A lot of healthy businessmen are buying the clubs, and it's growing up. Also, if I mention like Slavia, we always play European Cup, Champions League Cup. So yeah, it's really, really good for the players when they are growing up, because then you make the transfers. Also, 2 years back, I was transferred to Feyenoord when I played Champions League. So the league is pretty interesting also for the big stages like England, Italy. So, and this last summer we were at the Euro with the Czech Republic. So I have experience pretty new from the European Cup, and it was really, really good. We played against Cristiano Ronaldo, so yeah, pretty interesting, and I think it will grow up.
Andre Linger joining us, 24 or 27 appearances for the Czech Republic. He just told you he was at the Euros. Slavia Prague is a historic soccer club, obviously, in the Czech Republic. You were at Feyenoord for a while. You have come to a team that needs goals, and that's another reason why the fans reacted the way they did. That was the first multi-goal game of the season. Have you and you came into a game that was very chaotic last night. But have you, or this past weekend, have you talked with Ben Olsen about how he's going to want you to play in his system? And will you have a lot of freedom? How's that conversation with your manager?
Yeah, we had this conversation with the coach. I think I have like 3 positions in our system where I can play. If it's a left side, if it's a right midfielder, and also if it's a number 10. Sometimes if Ben wants, I can play number 9. So I'm universal. But for me, the best position is number 10, where I can go to the boxes, make a deep run, like you mentioned. He'll be available for the midfielders, with my movement. Yeah, be dangerous in the 16, and I think that's my job, because I have the feeling in the 16, and I can help the team with that. Yeah.
I love the way you came into the game. You were just so professional. Every ball you got, you linked up with teammates. You looked incredibly determined. I know you call yourself a warrior. You earned a free kick right away. There was just an aura around the way you came into that game. You know, I think, you know, there's a lot of expectation on you now to score a lot of goals, I think, especially the way you started. So I would just say, do you feel any pressure that you got to come in here and really help revive this team as a goal-scoring team?
Of course, I feel a little bit pressure, but it's normal for professional soccer player, you know. So that's why you play football. And now we have a tough opponent, which is second in the table, you know. So, and also it's a derby, and yeah, it's a lot of pressure. But like always, I'm ready to help the team and give everything, you know. So if I will do it, I'm not afraid.
Houston Dynamo fans, we're talking to Andre Linger, 26 years of age. He's a new designated player, started off in a spectacular way. I want to go back to the header, Andre, and the ball that obviously Jack McGlynn switched it. You mentioned it, but then the header from Franco Escobar, he's got to put some pace on that in order for you to be able to kind of flick that to the far post, right?
Right. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I think it was the only option which Franco can make, you know. And I just ran before, and if I couldn't make a head, I would make a two-touch and shoot. But you know, it was like instinct. I knew it before that it will be chance for me.
Describe yourself as a player in your words instead of mine.
Yeah, like I said, when I'm on the pitch, I'm giving 100% for the team. I'm a warrior. I love to score goals. I love to create chances. But my strength is like hard work. You know, I'm always hard work, and I was the whole my career. That's why people love me, you know, also the coaches, because of my hard work and my mentality. That's my strength. I don't know how can I describe me more.
I would say you're a warrior, right? Like I heard you once say. Yeah, absolutely. I would love that. But I love the technical side of your game as well and the way you took that finish. Talk about Jack McGlynn and Ezekiel Ponce and trying to establish relationships with new attacking players around you. Amin Bassi, I would throw in there as well.
Yeah, that's true. They need to get used to on me, on my style of football. And I think when they will use on me, it will be perfect, because I think they starting using on me also on the training, and they are really great guys, and we cooperate pretty well also in the dressing room. Yeah, it's perfect. For me, it's a great time.
Do you feel those relationships growing the more you train with the players? I mean, I know it's really early, but you can get the sense that things are you're learning each other's maybe habits and tendencies.
Yeah, of course. Every day for me is better, you know. But I mentioned it after match in the interview when I came in. They were acting on me pretty well from my first day, you know. And it's not usual when you go to a different club as a new player, because you know it's competition always between the players, because sometimes you play, sometimes you don't play. But everybody, I feel really welcome, you know, from the first days. And now after the match, I think they can trust me more now, because I help the team. I make a point for this Houston Dynamo, and I think it's a really great start, and we will be better now, I think.
So, Andre, we're not going to dwell on the goal too much more, because we want to focus on Austin FC, right? And you scoring more goals this coming Saturday. But I do want you to here's the local call of your goal, okay, to tie it up against Colorado. And then I want to get a comment from you after, okay?
Okay.
Here it goes.
McGlynn. Escobar! It's a tying goal! Unbelievable! It is the debut
Linger has scored here, the designated player to tie it up. On his debut, Andre Linger has immediately identified himself to the Dynamo fan base. All right, was that okay? Did I live up to it for you?
Oh my God, amazing! I will. When I retire, when I fall asleep, I will. I will every day. I will.
Well, you know why that goal call was great, because of the nature of the goal you scored and the fans behind the background making all the noise. It was fantastic. Listen, Andre, before we let you go, we want to wish you the best of luck this coming weekend against Austin FC. I want to thank you very much for coming on and doing this live, because it makes for such a better interview. So thank you very much for doing that. We thank Jack at the Dynamo also for setting this up. Thank you very much for coming on, Andre. I look forward to the next time you come on.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you so much for having me. And we stay in touch.
Let's do it, because we love talking football and we love watching you score goals. And we'll look forward to it this weekend when the Dynamo and you take on Austin FC. Thank you, Andre.
Right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That's Andre Linger, 26 years of age. He mentioned to you he played in the Euros. By the way, Slavia Prague, look up that club, because Slavia Prague has a lot of history. All right. Fat Boy Slim. Okay. We got beach soccer coming up with Nikki Hames. You're going to have a fun interview there. That was great stuff with Andre Linger. You know, those kind of interviews are gold for a fan base. They're absolute gold. When you have a DP that can talk to the fan base like that, we didn't get that with Hector Herrera. To the Spanish fans, yes, who spoke Spanish, but it's impressive. You feel like you know him a little bit more now, for sure. All right, as we go to break here, a couple of things to remind you about. I do want to tell you that Hugh O'Connor's Pub is the I-10 and the Marquee Entertainment Center. That's the home of the Liverpool supporters group, so you can get out there. Beach soccer, save the date, May 10th, Third Coast Sand Complex, 5652 Forney. Go for more information to inlandsoccer.com. And we're going to talk a lot of beach soccer and playing on the sand. I think it's a completely different sport, to be honest with you. But inlandsandsoccer.com is where you go. And then, again, a big shout out to our friends at Senate Avenue Brewery, the small batch brewery and kitchen, handcrafted beer, no mass production here. This is the best. It's all brewed right in-house there. It's fresh as can be. Andrew Mitchum, the owner, Senate Avenue Brewing, is a huge Dynamo fan, huge soccer fan. Catch the games out there. Great, great food there as well. And they've got championship metal beer. The best. It's really, really fresh and really good. It's great vibe out there. A lot of monitors, 7 of them, big outdoor patio. It's Senate Avenue Brewery. We'll be out there next month. We'll tell you more about that and who the guests are. Maybe we'll get Andre Linger out there. That would be cool. All right. As we go to break right now, I got a pair of tickets. We're going to go. Caller number 3 gets a pair to the Houston Dynamo against Austin FC, our derby match this weekend. Caller number 5 gets a pair. I don't know what. We'll make it a 4-pack. Caller number 5 to the Houston Dash at 713-780-3776.